A very good morning and welcome to the penultimate day of the International, the third day of the main event. An extra good morning to all of those who also tuned in to the very end of yesterday's broadcast, because it was only a couple of hours ago. Yesterday was the longest broadcast day we've ever had at the International, and it is no surprise that all series went all 3 games. We got so much DotA coming your way, and we started the day with 8 teams. Now we are down to 6, so a lot has happened yesterday, and I do not blame you if you missed some of those moments coming your way yesterday, because there was so much happening, but we got you covered. Before we dive into what's going to happen today, let's first take a look at the recap of yesterday.
Damage, and now he's in trouble too, and he's gonna go down. The chase is there. GPK is gone. Niero also in trouble. Stomped. Iron Wing. Sense and Fear and their opponents trying to close this one out. Triple kill onto the tier 4 towers. GG is called. GPK there. Immediately jumps. He's not going to BKB at all. He's out. The right clicks are gone. There is nothing left there, but can they do enough with just BZM? He's hitting very hard. Kiritic just dropped it low. BZM trying to kill him, but there's just too much heal. Without the Doom, you're doomed. BZM is gone. No buyback. And with 3 dead, Boom Boys have put themselves in position to push this to a game number 3. Triple kill GPK, give him another one.
Kataomi way back on the Wyvern.
33 broken, stunned, 33 in trouble, 33 dead! And now Kiritic jumps onto the DK. There is no buyback on 33, no buyback on DK! Why did he go in right there? Oh no! Oh, the crumble, the crumble! He relocated nowhere! What is happening? They're dying! He's trying to get out of there. The save for the moment, the tombstone, but he's into the fountain. That doesn't mean you're safe, sir. They're chasing in. They're going to the fountain. Yes, they do. They take him down. Mobo Boys say enough. We are done with this main stage game. We're going to end this now. GG is called. Mobo Boys knock out Iron Wing.
Looking for the hook stomp, only finding one in the form of Tusk. Laguna Blade to the Underlord as there goes Sven pounding away, but Ace gonna get saved by the Snowball. He's gonna go through the Fiend's Gate now, but they find the connection on a Mickey. This will be a much bigger kill. Pops the Satanic, but it's not gonna be enough. Looks like he'll get chomped down by the Sven, but Nisha, look at the magnetized damage as Ace comes through with the Firestorm as well, and again, 2 cores dead for Falcons. As Crick gets one inside his cogs, they're just going to blow him up easily. Malrine invested still, looking for an opening. Out comes Skeeter, not doing that much damage. All of it's mitigated. As Mickey gets the Chronosphere now. Do they have the damage on top of it? Mickey focusing on the Sand King. BKB was still there. He gets the Burrow Summer. It still falls in the end. Skeeter trying to kill off Niche, but again, the high ground potential going to favor of Lena again, as Amar with the BKB attempting to TP is successful. The triple kill for Nisha. They kill 4 onto Falcon's side. They have still that second life on the Faceless Void. Another bushwhack for the road as Mar takes a tumble, and there's the Chrono onto 2. They get the kill onto Mallory. No buyback to come now. The bash, but again, Nisha has the Eon Disc. They're just going to call it GG. Falcons have been eliminated from TI. Liquid move on.
Rocha trying to get to the other side. Do they have the disable system?
I don't know if they do.
Oh, it's going to be really weird. He's come rushing out of the way. They're going to buy back pieces.
It's a disaster.
This is an opportunity. If they can take it out, Rocha just throwing hero after hero. The Thunder being used by Entor. Rose
Oh my God!
He just keeps on rampaging through these heroes. Rose trying to get away from Satanic. Yatoro's back to base. Vision will take the Rose. No hookshot land onto no one. Here comes that Phantom Lancer after Satanic. Satanic not able to do much about it at all. The Terrorize trying to push these heroes back, but here comes Yatoro to finish him off. Put him inside the tombstone. Nah, can't get it. It's gonna be a
over.
White
They call it.
cold.
What?
Satanic was out of here. They say there's no chance, no shot.
Sneaking in with the Moonlight Shadow.
What an
Got
angle.
vision on him.
What a
What a
stun.
congregation. At the same time, they jump on the Lion. It's a masterpiece of initiation
Yatoro.
from Vision. Now Yatoro, a must-win fight.
He's not winning this.
Kills Satanic.
He's not winning
this. Of the carries, trying once again, but he pulls back in, but it's not gonna work. It is just Satanic now. Collapse is holding this, try and get him with the pin. They're gonna drop the meteor.
Big meteor.
Satanic, but they can't handle him. This carry is too much.
There's another one.
First, he can't kill. Notice another meteor gonna be dropped on him. Sunstrike. There's the Wind Waker. They get the save.
New call is
Satanic's
gone.
still alive. A tornado laurel on the run, but they are done.
It's over.
Satanic is taking it.
Now they're hiding out to the side. Chirrut Jr. in a found though. They're catching with a hook shot. Jump forward here from Lauren off to get the Hex follow-up. Wind Waker's going to be there to provide some safety here for Chirrut Jr. Malady's in trouble. He's taken down by the side. Chirrut Jr. puts the BKB-DM in with a Fiendscape. Forcing the BKBs out from Nick McGalaxy. Divine, he's in trouble. The Illusion sort of beating him down in the magnetize, killing him off likely, but the heals come in. The Tether as well. They're trying to save Divine. They take him out to the side. GH able to keep that boy alive. And don't get the jump in. He gets Black Hole off. Divine will be able to keep this fight alive. Samel gets the ultra kill, and effectively the team wipe everybody dead. DM trying to hold Lauren away. Lauren's going to get the kickback here. He's actually been able to get DM into the Fountain. DM taking heavy damage here from the Fountain. He'll get one more call off. He is actually able to walk it off with how much HP he has. Respect here again though. Watson's backing away. A little afraid there with Divide coming back in.
Swapping his items around.
Junior's got the control. The arrow comes in. GH trying to keep everyone alive to his best ability, but he cannot save Divide. Divide still has the luxury of buyback. Uses it straight away.
Ornoff has no magnet.
Omar falling low. Watson with the raise takes him out. He's also got the buyback available, Omar. But Divide is in trouble. The Grave comes out with the dunks there. That's Divide out for good. The Ancient fortified only for moments. As soon as it comes to an end, though, Yandex are going to be ready to finish this up and move forward to the upper bracket final.
It's so many cool moments, so many awesome plays, and you just feel that with every step on the main stage, competition intensifies, and we're going to talk a lot more about that. Not alone, of course, I'm here joined by my wonderful panel. I'm joined by Tigov, Winter, and Rhea. Rhea, yesterday we saw so many emotions inside the game, outside the game. It was awesome.
I honestly teared up. I had to compose myself before we came back online. When Kiritich was on the stage talking about just like how happy he was to be at TI, how it meant so much to him, like the pure joy. The fact that, like, you know, it was so overwhelming that he found it hard to, like, even express in words. Like, obviously trying to put that into English, too. It's like, but you can tell on his face how much he loved the game. Dude, I was already a massive fan of him, but that's like a fan for life.
That's how you get fans like that, Tigov. You have to show those emotions, and you can't hide them on this main stage. It's just not possible.
I mean, simple answer, it is just TI. It's what it does to the players. It's always going to be the same feeling every single time we get to this event in the year. And no, I mean, honestly, I'm just trying to regain some energy, because from watching all the games yesterday, like still watching the games in the hotel room, like, come on, Negma, are you going to do it? Oh, no. And then it's like, now suddenly we're here. And watching the highlight package, I somehow felt exhausted just re-watching the highlights, remembering how long yesterday was. But no, yesterday was a great day of Dota. Today, of course, it can only get better. Every single team is trying their absolute best. It is also a TI that it feels like every team has the chance to maybe contend. Of course, Vision are incredibly strong, but I feel like unlike other TIs where you look at one team, maybe two, like, it's probably those two teams. Like right now, it's like you can feel the energy across the entire field.
Yeah, Winter, maybe Vision is the raid boss, but we heard so many players say it that any of the 8 teams that we still had yesterday had a shot.
Yeah, but Vision, I think definitely they're going to be like the very, very strong favorites. Like based on all the games, even in the games they lost yesterday, they were supposed to win. And based on like the meta, I think they are the team everybody is trying to look at their replays. They're trying to learn what are they doing that we are not doing, and what are they doing that's so good that they're winning their game so easily.
Yeah, they are looking near unstoppable. They did, of course, drop that game. We'll see if they can bleed some more in the upper bracket later today when they go up against Yandex. But we had a lot of emotion yesterday, a lot of excitement as well, and a lot of that is coming your way today again. First, we're going to get that from the man joining us from somewhere on the arena. Sir Action Flax.
So let's talk to some fans before we get in the arena. Hello, what's your name?
Hi, my name is Dindy.
All right, who are you here for today?
I'm here for Vision, my boy Satanic.
Hey, my boy!
I followed him before he started, and now he's going high up there, so I'm really proud of him.
You think he's going to make it all the way to the end?
I trust you. You get it to the grand finals.
Let's go, Satanic! All right.
Today, I met my fiance in DotA.
What? How?
I got engaged.
Ah! Oh, okay. In a pub?
Reddit DotA.
Reddit?
Discord.
Discord?
Yeah, I play support, and I needed a good carry, and she just happens to be a good one. And now 3 years in, and I'm engaged.
Who are you here for?
For Sumail.
Sumail. Who are you here for today?
Everyone.
Everyone? Come on. You don't have a favorite team anymore?
Liquid, maybe?
Oh, okay. You sound very confident. Real Liquid lover. No. I mean, but that's great. There's a lot of local teams, didn't make it, but now everyone's kind of cheering for just good Dota. Who do you think is the best Dota here? Who's playing the best?
Definitely Vision. Definitely. They are on my fantasy team, so yeah, I kind of have them all the way to the finals, I guess.
Absolutely. My fantasy bracket is just absolutely destroyed, but you know what? Keep going on at least for the points. Yeah.
Totally same as mine.
All right, well, enjoy the rest of the day, man. It's a pleasure. Thank you. Woo! Who are you here to see?
I just say Arturo is the best carry in the world and no one can win him.
Damn, the best carry? Are you serious? What about Sumail?
No. He's old. Yeah.
He's old? He's old? What about Team Liquid?
Just old.
Old? All right, I give it to you. You give it to me real, baby. That's what we're talking about. That's a Chinese Dota fan right there. Thank you, my friend. Old! And look who we found, a TI staple. Hello again, my friend.
How's it going, Slacks?
Good. How many TIs is this?
12, 13?
The 13th TI came all the way to Shanghai. From where?
U.S.
The U.S., my friend. You have
doorstep.
You've journeyed far. You always have great predictions at every one of these events. Who do you think is taking it today?
I want to see a classic Liquid lower bracket run. The harder they fall, the faster they get back up.
That's what I'm talking about. I can't disagree with you, baby. Liquid through and through, my boy. Thank you very much. It's so good to see you. 13 TI.
Always good to see you, Slacks.
Always good to see you. Come on. Thank you, bro. All right, guys. Well, so many fans coming out here to China to represent early in the morning. We're going to have a fantastic day today. By the end of the day, we are going to know the final teams left in the International. So I hope you guys have a great day, and we'll see you all soon.
And he mentions the predictions in shambles, and yes, they are in shambles. There is actually only 0.2% of you guys at home that have this correct, which, you know, is not terrible. I believe maybe last year nobody had it right at this point, but 0.2%. If you're one of those, congratulations. Also, it's like there are 2 talent people that still have everything correct, which is very impressive. But I do want to talk about the bracket. Let's bring it up on your screens because, Rhea, this bracket, it's playing out somewhat nice here.
That's the fun part about everyone getting their predictions wrong for the most part, is that you just don't know who's going to win. I think the games have been fantastic so far. The amount of, we had every series went to game 3 yesterday, which just goes to show the competition. I think as well, the long game length. Usually, I think in past TIs, it's kind of boring sometimes when it goes for so long, but I genuinely have really actually enjoyed how long they're going, because I think the way that items now scale in the meta and like the way that neutral items come in and into play, it's like you're always looking forward to that next big spike.
Yeah, we have the average TI game lengths for you here historically. I was actually surprised to learn that TI1 Winter still had a very long average game time there, but this is the longest TI time. And yes, we put TI15 on there twice because that's just how cool it is.
Makes the graphic nice.
It does.
Shiva, back then we only had braces on supports, and now we have 4-star, Dagger,
Wind Waker,
KG.
Greaves.
What a time to be alive as a support.
What a time to be alive with these type of results as well. Is there any like major surprise you saw yesterday, Tigo?
A major
Surprise, putting you on the spot right there.
Woo! I guess major surprise yesterday was Iron Wing underperforming so heavily. I feel like they probably could have done a lot better. I think Enigma Galaxy putting such a big fight against Yandex. It kind of felt like maybe they were going to have like a series where someone goes, no, this is now your time to stop, but they truly are fighting to the point where I'm like, you know what? They are a true contender. I was still a little bit of a skeptic before the series, but after that series, I'm like, you know what? The Dota they were playing was absolutely beautiful, especially in that game one. It was just immaculate Dota getting played. So yeah, I think between those two, they're the big ones for me.
I need more black holes where the Vi has time to, you know, make an emote at the camera afterwards. I think that's iconic. I think that's awesome, and I hope we're going to see more of that. There's also an interesting development here, of course. You know, we have a lot of, we heard it also with Slacks, we have a lot of old players here. A lot of players have already won a TI. But, think of, there's a couple of players, a couple of teams rather, where there's no player whatsoever that has won a TI. Can you enlighten us?
History in the making, guys, because everyone says, oh, the Dota's an old game and everyone's got kids and families now, but no, there are two teams, BB and Vision, Boom Boys and Vision, that still are yet to have a single Aegis lifted on their players on their roster. So I think that alone, the fact that we have 2 teams out of the 6 still chasing a first Aegis, 10 players still chasing it, is just an immaculate idea. The fact that you can create new legacy, you can create new history here. We aren't just looking at, another one of Liquid, or another one of Falcons. You know, like we really are looking at potential firsts from 2 of the teams here.
Yeah, one of those, of course, being the team that a lot of people are looking towards. Winter, how much impact do you think it has in a team to have someone on there that has already won an international?
It's tough, you know, a lot of expectations. I think we've heard a lot of players say that they don't really want to think about it. They don't really want to, you know, try to put a lot of pressure on themselves. But I'm sure it's there at the back of our mind. You won like Falcons, they won last year, and they want to defend their title. It's really, really difficult to defend the title, and everyone wants to be the team that defends it like twice, 3 times, however the number goes. But it's hard, you know.
It is very hard. One of those players that has already won the title and is looking to do it again is also still in the upper bracket, is Saxa with his team, Yandex Rhea. This is a player that you felt need to be talked about here again this morning.
I was very hyped by Sax's gameplay yesterday. I think he's really turned up. I'd say during the group stage when we felt like Yandex was in a bit of a slump, whilst Cheer Jr. seemed to be struggling mid lane, I think a lot of that came from the support players and how they weren't really enabling him on the map. Now, it feels like Sax is playing out of his mind, especially on this Hoodwink and this Bounty Hunter. I mean, Moran, all 3 of these supports are so good right now in this tournament, and he is just making the right plays, finding the right items, getting these Yules, setting up kills. It feels like he's all over the map and super oppressive. And I think like game 1 yesterday, even though they lost it, he was like my MVP on that Hoodwink. On top of that, it's like seeing him come into this team, he's gelled really well. He says that it's like the team environment's really great. He's able to mentor without having to draft initially. It's like, oh, thank God. Like his teammates actually listen to him. And when they have had problems, mentioning like communication points, like, oh, maybe sometimes they get, you know, talking in their own language and he feels a bit left out. He's able to bring that in and bring the team back together and get back on track. And we can see that now with their results.
Yeah, their results don't lie. At 2-1 yesterday against Enigma Galaxy. It also means that they did lose a game. And there were some moments where it did look very good for Enigma Galaxy, and that is something Tigo wanted to highlight a little bit more. So we're going from Saxa doing really well to I think he's going to die in this fight.
Yeah, he is, but it's perfectly okay. Because, like, for me, yesterday, everyone's talking about Divide on his Enigma, but I feel like GH on IO and Laurenov on Storm Spirit, the ability of these two players to keep Divide alive in certain fights or to utilize his positioning. Of course, in previous highlights, it was him, like, getting Lotused or tethered for the BKB Black Hole. But in this engagement, it's quite a long, drawn-out engagement. It's in the 50-minute mark. Like, you've got pits everywhere, Scardy right-clicks from Terrorblade going left and right. But the beauty of this clip is the fact that when IO and Storm die, they don't back out of the fight. Divide keeps kiting to left-hand side. He calls, guys, look at my position. I might still be able to go for a fight. And then the double buyback chase back, Yandex then gets fully wiped. It's just like the concept of Enigma, always looking for the opportunity, always looking for the fight, and like having this tenacity. This is the type of mindset you need to have to win games. Unfortunately for them, it did not win them the series, but the fact that in this game, they made these choices. 7 minutes later, they make the best black hole that you've probably seen in TI because of the Iris Storm saving him. It's like, these are the magical moments you look for. So I feel like that game one yesterday probably inspired a lot of people to think that Enigma are a true contender.
I just want to say, you said we're talking about Divide. You literally started that by saying, oh, Divide kept kiting to the left and set himself up so Necker could TP on him and bring the team back. It sounds to me like Divide's MVP.
Team effort, that's how it works here in Dota 2. Enigma Galaxy had some fantastic moments yesterday, and hopefully we're going to get more fantastic moments out of them today. But today, for them, it will be in the lower bracket. Yesterday, we already had some lower bracket games being played, and right now, we talked about players and moments and teams in the upper bracket, and maybe the pressure is a little bit different in that upper bracket. The pressure is definitely different in that lower bracket, and when players are doing well in that lower bracket, it stands out. Winter Kiritich yesterday from Boom Boys in that lower bracket, happiest as I've ever seen him at the end of that one.
Yeah, I remember seeing him when he attended TI for the first time 3 years ago. He was like a very new carry. He had a very I think new career at that point, and he was like a very puppy player. And here today, fast forward 3 years, I think he has matured a lot. He is one of those carries that is not afraid to play for your team. He's not afraid to die. He's not afraid to go in front and tank. And like to see him being transformed from a pubby carry into a very good team-based carry, it's amazing, you know, over the course of 3 years.
Yeah, he stood out, of course, on the winner's interview afterwards, where all those emotions were shown, but in the game as well. And keep in mind, he is the only player, I believe, that changed on Boom Boys after their last year's 4th place finish. So I feel like with that, he got maybe a little bit of extra pressure on his shoulders.
No, for sure. I feel like a lot of the Eastern European teams, the carry players are like the big names, the staples, the ones that you always look towards.
The egos.
Exactly. Yeah. But I feel like Kiritich is that kind of wholesome energy that like he will try to inspire a new generation of players, and it would be nice to see him succeed. And I feel like he has kind of helped craft this team into a successful roster that is able to find multiple top 4s, multiple top 3s. They never really got that kind of legacy run of like first place in like 5 back-to-back tournaments, but they've cemented themselves as like a contender in any series that they play.
Yeah, they are doing it maybe also in the toughest year to date. We keep hearing players talk about that this year it's been very stacked, and all these 8, now 6 teams have a chance to take it all the way. So maybe extra credit towards Kiritich and Boom Boys for being able to hold their own here still as well. And they are doing it in many different ways. There's many different strategies that we see at play, and that leaves us also to sometimes look at what they still can pull out. Rhea, as we look at the heroes that have not yet been contested, the heroes that we have not yet seen, are there any heroes in particular you still expect to come out?
Oh, I thought you were going to say, oh, you still wish would come out. And then I had
wish
one very obvious hero in mind.
Yeah. Sure.
Oh, hold on, it's that time of the year.
Oh, it's that meatball on the screen. No, that hero's dead in the water. I don't really expect any of these heroes to come out at this point. I think
Not even a Lich?
I mean, at this point, after all the other supports we've been seeing, I just don't think Lich does enough. I do think it's like sad to see a TI without Chen. You know, I know a lot of people think he's quite boring, but to me, he's a bit of a staple of like pro play. I'm also surprised about Medusa primarily, because this is a TI of like all these ranged carries, and she is usually right up there. To see her completely ignored means that she is just in the worst spot ever. It's also like every game's going to 60 minutes. That's like Medusa time.
Yeah, and I think Winter, maybe the Bristleback also is one that we would expect to see, but it's also missing.
Yeah, the hero got nerfed a lot, and the fact that Silver Edge is very strong right now, it's a very common item. it's just very, very hard to find a way to make the hero work consistently. I think some games maybe there's a way that you can still pick it, but I think in general it's just very, very hard because all the carries are range heroes, they win the lane. And Bristleback is a hero that if he gets dumpstered in the lane, it's going to be very, very hard for the hero to come back into the game.
Yeah, there's a lot of offline heroes that take priority over him as well. Anything in particular that stood out to you, Tigo?
Yeah, I feel like at least between like Warlock and Disruptor, I think these supports, of course, they got Warlock got a lot of nerfs with the facets getting removed because Grimoire was just stupid. But I feel like both of the supports have some life to them. Of course, in Dota, it's how much do they contribute to lane, how good are they in the big team fights. I feel like, again, from the length of the games that we're seeing, these two supports should be good in the average, 46-minute duration games. But again, there must be a problem between 10 to 30 minutes. But I feel like those two heroes probably should get a little bit of life, guys. A little bit of life.
Disruptor is just weak in the laning phase. I think the problem with the hero is he only excels if your team is somewhat ahead, and he needs the carry to kind of set up for the laning phase, like a gyro disruptor, get him past the laning phase, and then you can see the power of the hero. But the problem right now is the carries are all heroes that need babysitting. They are like weak at the start of the game.
Then go for the Warlock, then that's okay. I don't mind. Disruptor. That's why I said two. I covered myself, all right? I had one weak laner, one strong laner, all right? I want to see one, all right? You had your bounty yesterday. Can I please have my Warlock?
Sure, you know.
Thank you.
Well, we'll look out for it today. Yeah, that's definitely
Not
how
happening.
it was decided, what was picked yesterday. Yeah, absolutely. You know, keep that up.
Yeah,
Very
they
good.
can hear us.
We can take a look at what's coming our way today in terms of teams, because we have got 6 teams, and all 6 will play on the grand stage, and some might even play twice at the very end of the day. It's to be decided versus to be decided, and that's because the first 2 series are in the lower bracket, and the last one is in that lower bracket too, Rhea.
Yeah, I spoke to someone from Team Liquid yesterday, and I was like, oh yeah, like when do you play again? And they were like, oh yeah, we play Series 1 and then Series 4. And I was like, oh, very, very bold of you to assume you're gonna make it. But yeah, no, it's obviously they get a break in the middle, but it is very taxing, especially looking at yesterday, right? Longest day. If you have to be here for the first series of the day and then be playing until 3 a.m. in the morning, that is the biggest challenge that you have to be facing. Don't worry about Vision. Don't worry about the finals whenever that comes. Getting to the end of this day, good luck.
I mean, I just hope today's longer. I'm sorry, production.
What's wrong with
I'm so
you?
sorry, but it better be. I don't know.
It better be? Yesterday was 12 games of Dota 2. Some went 70 minutes.
We need 12 games, 80 minutes. Like, just think about it. If we had the longest day in TI history, right, yesterday, that means that the players have already been tested, right? We really want to know who is the best player at TI.
No, excuse me. The players have not been tested.
Yeah, I know.
We and the production have been tested.
Yeah, I know. But it's for the show. I was trying to make it cooler for the show.
Well, today
we don't matter in this. Yeah. So then now the players have the chance to know what we got through yesterday. Therefore, it has to be longer. There you go. Cool. Anyway, Shiva, it was really cool. I like the idea of just long days of Dota. You heard it yesterday on the pre-show. I'm going to say it every single time. Liquid or Spirit, please have 3 games and the rest of the day be long to show us how you can deal with no sleep.
You just want to watch the world burn at this point.
Yay!
Have some mercy on Nigma Galaxy. They were playing last.
No mercy.
Late,
I have no mercy at the international.
Imagine if they have to play twice today.
Perfect.
I have a question though, Winter, from a perspective of a player coach. If you are playing first series and last series, and you know that there's potential 6 to 8 hour gaps in between those 2 series, which is still, it's 2 best-of-3 series that are in between that, so it's very reasonable. What do? You obviously are going back to the hotel, which luckily is not too far away from where we are, so there's not too much travel time involved, and that's nice. But are you going to sleep? Are you going to rest? Are you going to eat? Are you going to scrim?
Definitely no scrim. You have to look at the numbers. You have to talk. I think talking is the most important part during the segments where you have this small little, I say small, but it's a pretty good break. You have to talk about things. You have to figure out what to do. You have to look at the numbers. I think the numbers very important. You have to see what the opponents are doing. The numbers tells a lot of your opponents, and you have to just try to figure out what is the best approach. You take a break. You need to have your coffee. You need to have your food. But talking.
Nap?
But talking is the most important part of that break.
Yeah, just let every player do what they want. Whatever makes them healthy and feel like they're going to be playing at their best, you let them do it. And then, like you mentioned, you have that conversation.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it goes down because, one of Team Spirit or Liquid has to play at the very end of the day, and we'll see how that goes. maybe it's an advantage. Maybe they get all the rest in the world to watch their future opponent go through it all. You know, that's extra information, so that could be seen as an upside. I think this is a great upside as well, because this horn indicates that we are very soon, very ready to get started with our day. The third day of the main event here at the International. We're going to cut from 6 to 3 teams. Let's get it started.
The Aegis of Champions. It is the master pattern. The template of triumph. A sigil stitched from the threads of countless battles waged around the world. It is the shape that we strive for. The composition every hand aspires to create. The point where all paths converge as we bend our own lines of fate ever closer to the perfect design. Now we gather to witness those bold enough to seize the golden thread. To cheer every victory that pulls their pattern tighter. To remember every moment that threatens to tear it all apart. The Aegis of Champions await in Shanghai, China. A living tapestry that chronicles the legends of our past. 6 teams compete for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
So let's start our day with a blockbuster of a series of Dota 2. We are getting ourselves ready for Team Liquid versus Team Spirit, and these two teams have already faced in the group stages, and it was so close, Winter. A 2-1 that worked out better for Team Spirit, of course. Before we get really into the nitty-gritty of it, do you have any overarching things you're going to look for in this series?
I think those are going to be like the supports. You know, I think the supports are going to like play a very pivotal role. I think definitely if you're asking me who's going to be like favorites, I feel like based on the games we saw, definitely Spirits are going to be the favorites here. They are the ones that have kind of, I think, figured out more things than Liquid.
They have figured out more things than Liquid. They also have more rings to their name than Team Liquid, and potentially that experience will carry them through. Team Liquid versus Team Spirit must be epic, but first, the teams. Three-time hopeful. Can they make that dream come true? They have to continue their road here in the lower bracket. Their opponent here for this first lower bracket match for them is Team Liquid. It's Mika and Nisha Asia, Ace, Foxy and Tofu as they take the stage to continue their lower bracket run. That's right, they were dropped down here from the very get-go, and now they're on fire to get more and to make this full run complete, to take a place in the grand finals for the 15th time for some of these players. Let's find out how they do, as there's a lot of experience on this stage between both squads. It's time to talk about who might come out on top of this one. And for that, Rhea, you wanted to first take a step back and look at Team Spirit, how they went through the group stages.
Yes, because very cool team releases vlogs about their experience, and they got to talk about their group stage, which I thought was so interesting because you get to see their thoughts as they come out of each match. Obviously they won and were winning until they finally face off against Vision and were halted there. And the way that they talked about this team was just, they were like, we were just outmatched. And it's so kind of crushing to see a team that, you know, we can expect to potentially win this tournament be like, we were just outdrafted, we were outplayed. And at least they were able to take conclusions from it. They mentioned like this team taught them about Earth Spirit in how not only is it broken, but to see how they played with it, it made it look so easy to play with for the rest of the team. The way this team kind of thinks about the game, I think Miposhka has been crucial to helping them understand their gameplay. For example, some of them come away thinking, oh, we had to play this fight better, we had to play this fight better. But he's more of a push on, hey, actually, I think our we didn't take proper advantage of our early game lead. Like they would win their lanes, but then they would take their axe and run into the jungle, the enemy jungle, and look for pickoffs, which did absolutely nothing, when instead he thinks they should put more of a focus on stacking the triangle more and then hyper farming that with their like axe and support, which gives the support a massive experience boost and gold boost too. And I think like that's how we see, for example, Team Vision playing so much better because they just have so much more net worth. They are playing more for their GPM. So I think Spirit they seem to be taking the right conclusions from their matches and should be looking stronger and stronger.
Yeah. I think that's the main thing, I think, with Miposhka coming back, right? It's got Spirit without Miposhka. It felt like they lacked that ability to always perfectly dissect the situations. They lacked that kind of tenacity, the understanding of like, how do we come back into a game, how do we come back into a tournament, especially because through multiple other tournaments with the other coaches that they had, the other versions of teams, it was like, Spirit, they're okay, but they don't have that kind of that grit to them. So it is really impressive seeing the impact Miposhka has, just someone having a conversation, like Winter was mentioning, what you do after first series waiting for fourth series, that big break, you have to have a conversation. The value of someone contributing good conversation to a team, you don't know the value of that. You don't know what a player brings in the conversation out of the game. You can see Collapse hit a big RP. You can see Yotoro have 10 billion net worth for the billionth time of his career, right? But to have the best conversation, to understand the correct words to deliver, and that's what Miposhka can easily bring, of course, and it is interesting to see how he's going to craft that against Liquid.
Yeah, and we do have these two icons on the stage, the only two players, T, that have still got a chance of that third ring.
Yeah, and of course, they're icons because they're chasing that third ring. They play together 1,341 times, 11th of all duos. They have the highest win rate of all duos with 1,200 games. Of course, they are playing against Boxy and Mickey, who have the most games of any duo. Like they are chasing, that's like 1,900 games. So of course, on the other side of the booth, it is a scary duo there. But of course, Yotoro and Collapse, they're on trajectory to easily continue chasing Boxy and Mickey, to break into the top 10 duos, maybe even get to second place, maybe even eventually overtake Boxy and Mickey in the future. But yeah, it is just an incredible story that these two players have.
They have an incredible story on the side of Team Liquid. A lot of cool stories as well, and one of those includes the man on your screen, Boxy, and his other support, Tofu. I was going to call him his position 5, but Winter, is that even true?
Some may call them 4.5s. They have two 4.5s, or they just have two position 4s. And I think they are one of the only few teams right now in DotA that kind of swaps their supports around. Usually you don't want to do that because it destabilizes the laning phase. Your supports might be confused about what they need to do every single game, and it's kind of hard to make it a very, very common occurrence all the time. And I think this is something that Liquid wants to do initially, because they are trying to integrate both supports, which are natural position 4 players, into the team. So they figured, why not just swap them around, you know? And we've seen more of the melee heroes of Boxy, and Tofu is playing more of the range heroes. And I think initially during their tournament here, they didn't do it as much, but towards the last 10-15 games, they've been trying to do it a lot more with the melee and range heroes here. As you can see, both players have played a bunch of games with different cores during the course of the tournament.
Yeah, I think the cool thing with this is like when Liquid first made this roster shuffle earlier in the season, they were doing this based on like they didn't know how to craft this kind of roster, right? And then as the year progressed, they realized, wait, this is something that we can utilize to our advantage. And throughout each year, throughout each tournament, it's like, okay, now we can do this. So if we have Spirit Breaker, we can do this. If we have Tuscan, I think as much as it looks like it's a mid-tournament thing, it is something that they have slowly been perfecting over the entire season. And if there is a time to be doing it, it is at TI when you need to try and play your best. You shouldn't put a player on a hero that they're not ready to play. We saw that earlier in the tournament. We've seen teams eliminated because of it. And I think Boxy and Tofu are in a perfect position to be able to flex lanes and play whatever heroes and roles they need between the 4 and 5.
Of course, it's also great to see Ace and Tofu get to lane together again.
True.
Yep. They're up there on the pairs as well. Like they have been together ever since the good old Hellbear Smashers day. Oh.
I think it's very important to highlight that because I don't think you can do those swaps if the laning partners and the new laning partners, I guess, don't know each other as well as they do with Boxy and Mickey obviously being on a team and communicating with each other for a very long period of time. And Ace and Tofu, of course, also coming from that off lane together from their previous squad on this Team Liquid where they got split up for the first time. It's been working out for them, but we have seen them struggle here and there, and I want to talk a little bit about the type of Dota that both teams have shown on the main stage. Both routes have been very different, where of course it was Team Spirit T-Gov yesterday that was dropped to the lower bracket from Vision, and Team Liquid already dropped on day one by Yandex with an 0-2. How do you feel about their route to here and how they've been playing?
So at least with Spirit, I feel like their drafts are quite beautiful in the sense that they let their opponent get the heroes that they kind of want, and then they try and find ways to beat them. Like especially in that game 2 draft against Vision, it's like you see Undying, I now take a PL, and then you have the puck, and I got a Night Stalker. It's like, please take your heroes, we're going to beat you. Again, it didn't really work out, but it feels like Spirit is ready to try and deal with the problems in the moment, whilst Liquid, they lean more towards like the comforts. Like we want our Prophets, our Dawnbreakers, we want our, the classic Nisha, Leaners and Earth Spirits if available, right? So it feels like Spirit's ready to answer Liquid's consistency.
Yeah, I think that's something that Nisha mentioned on the main stage yesterday as well, Rhea, where he felt comfort, and therefore that was the main difference between their series against Yandex and their series against Falcons.
Yeah, I think when we see them off comfort is when it gets awkward, right? Like when they picked Spirit Breaker, it just felt so off because it ruined what we consider to be like the lane meta of this tournament, and it just didn't fit in with the heroes they want to play on the course. So, gotta fix that.
You gotta fix that, and when you're in the lower bracket, playing on comfort is sometimes really good, sometimes a trap. Let's see which one of the two it is if we're heading into the first game.
Team Spirit versus Team Liquid. Game 1.
Let's see how this one will come together. We are in the draft of Game 1 of this lower bracket match between Team Liquid and Team Spirit. And for the first game, we've got Team Liquid on the Radiant side and Team Spirit on the Dire side. And the Bounty Hunter that we saw so many times over the last 2 days made it to an overall first ban coming out from Team Spirit. Team Spirit is the team that has got first pick, so they also opt to ban it. Even though they would have had the chance to pick it, they do not want to see that in their game. Also means that Team Liquid has overall last pick, and they'll try to get some strategic advantage out of that one. Earth Spirit and Lina removed from the pool as well, and I would not be surprised to see a couple of those comfort heroes for Nisha being removed, especially after he highlighted that that's the reason why the series against Falcons went their way. There's another one of his comforts already out, is the Ember Spirit. Other than those heroes, what do we want to see out of this one, Winter?
I mean, outside of heroes, I think the contrast between these two teams are going to be like the way they're going to be approaching the game. I think Liquid against Spirit, you do not want to go late against Spirit. Spirit is really good mid-late game. So you kind of want to try to step on the gas and accelerate the game. I think that should be their primary plan, and heroes like Nature's Prophet will be like on top of my head. Like you want to be able to get towers, get map control, and you want to be able to do more attacking. I think Team Spirit, they are very good at defending, but if you're Liquid, I don't think you want to be on the defending side.
But you can see from the bans, right, of Liquid, they've kind of taken 4 heroes that are very good at kind of counter-engaging to stop you from making these aggressive moves, right? Bane, Earthstrip Tree, just exceptional heroes at just punishing bad positioning. Slardar as well to the same level. He picks up a Blink, has Shard. You're going to disappear if you're overstepping. So I think Liquid is ready to try and be aggressive with their bans already.
I mean, that also means that with the Slardar ban, they are maybe thinking about like Invoker right away. And okay, so Spirit is just going to pick Wyvern, which is, I think, other than Bounty Hunter, this is like a very, very strong support, an upcoming support that kind of got a lot more popularity during the playoffs.
Can they puck on 9 here? Or is that a bit too greedy?
Do you like puck?
I mean, I'm just thinking of like the classics, Liquid, Nisha, but again, it's more of an
nice.
18. Sorry, second pick puck. And
Good.
second phase close. Sorry, I forgot the the numbers.
Yeah.
I love numbers. Anyway, Shadow Fiend, sure, that's more of a staple pick.
Yeah, this hero's felt, I don't know, unbeatable. Whenever I watch it, the amount of farm it gets is just unreal, and the amount of damage it does also unreal. I've seen like the Nature's Prophet versus Shadow Fiend matchup enough times now where I feel like Spirit could pick that one.
I mean, I don't know about like everyone, but when I play the Wyvern, I kind of always like being on the side against the SF, because Wyvern, the one thing you have, or a couple of things you have against SF is you're very good at gate ganking. You can go across the map and ganking, because SF is the most vulnerable, one of the most vulnerable heroes in the early game. You want to be able to shut him down, and later in the game, the Cold Embrace is great against SF. And SF is very dependent on BKB, and Wyvern has a BKB piercing spell. So I always felt like this matchup is kind of okay, you know, like I like being on the Wyvern side against SF, but as we have seen yesterday and the day before, SF is a very, very strong hero. And back to the pacing part where I said that Liquid, they have to play fast, and this is one of the fastest carry you can play in the current meta.
Yeah, I mean, the counterpoint to all of that is if SF is winning his lane, then the win to Wyvern twin gate rotation won't do as much, because the SF's winning lane will already be taking the fight, will already getting the kills, and then he's going to have immense farm, so...
So the secondary part of this strategy when you have Wyvern is you want to use your second phase bans to remove the bodyguards. And after you remove the bodyguards, you want to try to create a lane, a duo, a very strong duo that gives you kill opportunities against the SF. Like something like, I don't think we'll be able to see the Dawn. I think the Dawn will be banned, because Dawn is one of the... actually no, it's Spirit, so never mind. But I'm just trying to illustrate the example where against SF, you want like a Dawn, you want a hero that can just go on him and kill him in the laning phase.
Maybe, could you supplement that with something like Nature's Prophet carry matchup where you can then TP in and...
you can definitely do that. Nature's Prophet is really, really good at that. You TP in, you drop the treants in front of him, you kill him, you take the tower. I think taking the tower is also the second part of the plan. You kill him, but you also must ensure that you have a way to take the tower either with creeps, heroes with summons, or you have heroes with helm. So you can take the tower and remove the jungle, because the camps are the important part. You need to seize control of the camps behind the safe lane tower and in front of the tower, the 4 camps. If you can remove the tower, the SF doesn't get to farm them, then it's good for you.
But you're also describing a whole scenario where it's like you need your mid lane matchup to go well on your side, because if you have to take the tower from the Shadow Fiend, you need to stop him doing his natural satanic Yatoro level of farm. Of course, Mickey can do it as well. Then you need your mid lane matchup to go well, because they'll TP in, they'll counter gank, they'll stop all this aggression. So again, it's the joy of the setup. Again, they're taking their time actually quite heavily with the ban from Liquid, and then Spirit, they just take away Clock and Tusk, the map moving roaming supports, which I mean, they're the most kind of obvious ones for SF, but you have to kind of ban them out.
There's so many heroes. I think that's what I feel when I look at these bans, because they remove Clock Tusk, and I think those give the most amount of kill potential in lane with SF, but then you still have bodyguards, you still have Undying in the pool. There's also people were using Jakiro as a substitute for a while, which also gives you kill threat in the lane, but there's also still more saves if you want to play more like that. Ringmaster still does a lot of damage in the lane, but can also protect the SF in lane. I think they have so many options. Yeah. And there's the Invoker you mentioned earlier with the Slardar ban.
Yeah, and Puck ban.
The Puck ban,
Those two heroes have very, very good matchup against the Invoker. There's still some more, like Void Spirit. Void Spirit is also another hero, which I don't know if you're going to see it, but it's also another hero that has a very, very good... Like, if you look at the stats, like, it's one of those mid-heroes that has a very good win rate against Invoker, because Invoker spells can... I don't want to say never, but usually it never lands on the Void Spirit, because you can just dodge them.
it's also cool because like Liquid's not allowing, like Spirit's quite a creative team. We already mentioned that they have wide hero pools, and it's like, you know, we're just gonna lock in our core straight away. We don't care about like your playbook. It's like look at our heroes, try and counter us. And Spirit, they do go for the centaur.
I mean, it's not just really about that, you know, because when you talk about the pick sequence, we don't really generally get a chance to discuss a lot about that. But I believe during the second phase team, when you open your draft and then you go into the ban phase, you get to ban a hero in the second phase, and then you exit the ban phase into a pick.
Yeah,
and I think those two sections during the draft, they are very valuable for you. So I always feel like if I can ever use that for picking a core, I would try to do it.
Yeah, there's not many heroes that can actually have one ban into getting the pick, but of course, because of the previous setup, it can work. So I think it's like Liquid and I think LGD, they're the ones that do this more often than other teams if they are able to do it. And in Spirit, they, again, like we already mentioned, they have the Centaur with the Helm of Dominator. That's going to be your progression. Having Stampede and any displacement to kite away from Invoker spell combo is very important. We saw that yesterday with Yandex when Malady was using Wind Wakers and 4-stars and whatever. And they go for their Bangalore. So they're not trying to flex anything, of course, because they see the Invoker, so they're happy to just
they see both lanes, so they
exactly.
just pick both the cores here right away, just to make sure that they get the cores that they want to. And I really like the Pangolier here against like the Invoker matchup as well, because you get to kill off the Forge Spirits. Every time when you see Invoker mid, you're always thinking about whether you can have heroes that can kill off that pesky summon. You know, he's gonna send it to deny the rune, but for Pangolier, he doesn't really care about it that much.
I like roll up as well on the shard to just kind of help disengage the combos. I do think when you pick this SF and Invoker, it does mean that you're not able to support them as strongly. Like I think when we see SF, the drafting that follows feels quite simple. Usually we do see a lot of Centaurs because their teams are aiming to be able to buy the Ags and keep him protected, but by picking Invoker, you give that Centaur away to Spirit instead. So this hero, whilst it can be good for them, it also acts as a deny pick.
Yeah, right now Liquid, they're gonna have to look for their stuns and bodyguards for the cores. They have one stun here, but they need a setup still. They go Willow plus Mirana. I guess the other top tier setup heroes are all mostly banned, and Willow is always a great support against all those Spirit mid heroes. And Pangolier, I would say, he's kind of like a Spirit-esque mid hero where you can run around and roam, and you're kind of vulnerable before you get the shot, like you mentioned the shot. Before you get the shot, you're always very vulnerable to getting killed by the Dark Wheel.
They're going to have just nice map play with Liquid supports, because every time there's going to be an active rune, they're going to press Moonlight Shadow, they're going to go for it. Pangolier's going to want to go there. You're going to have Willow, you're going to get the kill potentially. If he's dead, then you can break back into the map. So I think Spirit just has to respect the importance of runes against Mirana. It's always something to be mindful. And interesting, they went for the Willow to try and counterplay the Centaur, the kind of the Stampede aspect of the fights, rather than trying to find a support to stop Pangolier during his role. And there is the latest profit from Spirit. And Liquid, they have no real body to protect still. It's kind of like...
Yeah, it's very, very dangerous here for Liquid. They have a Mirana. I guess most of the top bodies that you pick in the lane are kind of banned. And you mentioned the Undying, maybe they feel like they just didn't really want to go that route, because that would have actually been like a kind of like a decent body.
I think I like Mirana Willow though, because they both just give so much damage and kill threat to you.
Yeah, but the lane, like the focus here is the lane, because the Nature's Prophet is going to be tipping in, and you do not have the best bodyguard in the lane to protect the SF. You know, Mirana, if you're standing next to the SF, you see a Nature's Prophet tipping in when the Centaur stuns the SF. What can you actually do to protect the SF?
And what if not me plays like Techies or something, and then you have like Techies jumping in, Prophet coming in, like there's so much like...
Okay, but then potentially they can pick a offlaner that's a little bit more self-sustaining, and then they can use the gate and rotate the supports more to help give SF that like advantage early where they don't then feel a threat.
He needs people beside him a lot of the early game. I think if Liquid can actually do that, that would be great. But Team Spirit, right now, they definitely have the advantage in terms of being the aggressor. They have the advantage of being the white pieces here. They are going to attack the SF, and SF is a very vulnerable target. And Invoker is also not the best hero to protect the SF, because you need a lot of farm on Invoker. You want to hit creeps, you're just waiting, oh, I have a Sunstrike kill. Sure, you know, I'm going to drop a Sunstrike, but outside of that, he's not really going to be moving too much.
So we need two more heroes here, one for the side of Team Spirit in the hands of Not Me, so the position 4. We already have one banned out, waiting for Liquid to ban the other, and we need a hero for Ace on the side of Team Spirit, the offlane, as Hoodwink is the one that gets removed. One of his classics is still in Rubik, but I don't know if you
Rubik,
want to play that
SD,
here.
both are very good here. The SD with the Centaur very good in the lane, and the SD is very good at saving against the Dark Willow and the Mirana combo. So those are really, really good options. SD is also very nice against SF because you make illusions of him and you get his aura and you kill him.
If they do want more save, there's also Ringmaster, but I think I prefer Rubik.
I think everybody prefers.
Everyone wants to see Rubik.
I will be the Shadow.
Shadow boring.
Yeah.
Alright.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
It's also good.
I'm just so worried about this mid game if your Shadow Fiend survives and life is good. Playing into Moonlight Shadow and the Ghostwalk on Invoker for Nature's Prophet is like so terrifying because he just always wants to play away from his team and teleport in. So you are so vulnerable. And the amount of like sentries, gem investment that Spirit's going to have to make is going to really cause a lot of stress right now.
You're going to be hunted.
Yeah, that's why Liquid needs a bodyguard, like something like a Mars. I know this hero is not great, but they need something to actually protect. I don't think they can go any more greedier on the offlane hero.
I'm scared, right? Like, if they're a Dawnbreaker, then it's like a hero that's always waiting.
They have three carries.
Exactly, like you're waiting for someone to start.
You need like the Mars because you can set up for the arrow, and it's really good with the Terrorize. It's good with the Sunstrikes, it's good with the SF Requiem, and it's good against the Centaur Stampede. So I think that could be a pick to solve the problems here.
Ooh, does Timbersaw fit the bill?
It's a very different route, very similar to Dawn. The idea with the Timber here is he wants to draw the attention away from the SF, and if you leave and gank the SF, guess what? The Timber is another carry farming away.
Yeah, and also it's like you can play the lane into the Nature's Prophet, and you don't really care about anything. Sure, there's a bit of Shadow Demon interaction into your Ags, like how annoying, but you don't need to buy it, you can just go other routes. That aside, like Winter already mentioned, Ace is pretty much just going to put a massive target on his back, and after the laning phase aggression towards Mickey, he is going to try and do as much as possible to then activate the rest of the team. But Liquid, when you look at the team fight, the stuns, how do they actually make these epic late game scenarios? They've got an Arrow, a Bramble, a Terrorize, and whatever Nisha can muster with his concoction of spells, right? So there is not a lot for Liquid to lean on compared to Spirit, where they have Curse and Stomps and Rolls and whatnot.
I don't think Liquid can survive in the early game. I actually feel this is over their budget. This is too much.
You said laning phase is not that important, Winter.
I mean, it's mostly for the lane. I think it's mostly, the Timber is mostly for the laning phase, and right now they have a tri-core setup which is very, very greedy. They want to get to the late game, but I don't think they're going to be able to get to the late game.
Oh, spooky.
I actually feel differently. I think Liquid, especially if they can play the first like minute, maybe bring like the two supports to the lane and like get some early kills and inject that bit of net worth so you get like your first starting stat IM. I think their lanes could be more robust than we think. And then in the mid game, I don't know, they have so much more damage. Their ability to rotate on mid is so much stronger. I think they're going to fight for runes in a really nice way. I really like Liquid's lineup.
It's a lot of focus, I feel like, then on the two supports on the side of Liquid.
100%. Like, so far, I think this TI is about what supports have got win wakers, how they use their 4 stuff. How many times have we spoken about this so far? And in this game with Tofu and Boxy, if your team fight isn't that strong, it's about positioning. And I think the support's positioning will be important. Are they there for the runes? Do they have the right items to keep the SF alive, to help Nisha clutch up, to give Ace the tempo he needs? So I think Liquid, they have the tools, but it's a very hard game because of the lack of stuns and kind of team fight. But they can do it if they're ready to win TI.
They have to just make sure they don't bleed too much in the early stages of the game. And if we learn anything from Team Spirit, they seem to be wanting to focus on a maybe more Team Vision-esque style, where they focus on gaining a lot of net worth. I know it sounds very exciting, which might actually allow Team Spirit to have that space that they really want in the early stages of the game. Of course, it is a lower bracket. We're going to have to find out how much pressure we are going to feel when the players are on that stage and playing, because yesterday we definitely had a couple of moments. I'm looking at you, Falcons and Liquid, whereas not all spells were pressed correctly, but of course that is all part of the competition. Let's head into game number 1, but first some words from Coach Maposhka.
Thank you so much. Yes, we are here with Maposhka from Team Spirit. So good to see you again. You have been in this position many times. You have seen the TI meta develop. Not your first rodeo. What's it like to be playing so late in TI where all the heroes that are good are kind of known? Do you stick to what you know, or do you stick to the meta?
I would say nothing special, actually. I mean, as you say it, I have, like I did it many times in the lower bracket, but previously it was when I was a player, so it's of course a bit different. But no. If you say if you ask about like meta heroes, yes, like do we play meta or no? I mean, Of course, we try to find like best heroes for every position, and trying to adapt always. And during this tournament, we also adapt. Like we play with some heroes which we are not not used to play previously. So we always trying to find a good solution for us. And yeah.
Well, the game is already underway, so let's get into it. Thank you so much to Art for your time, and we'll throw it to our casters.
Thank you. Just in time for the first blood for Mickey on the SF. Could not ask for a better start, a better first blood target for Liquid specifically. As we get into this lower bracket match between Liquid and Spirit, this is going to be a hype best of 3. Cinderin, how are you?
I am so ready to see this game because I feel like there's a lot of questions I have about this. Okay, hang on. Mickey immediately on the receiving end. This is a ton of damage.
Yeah, trying to get under that tier 1 tower. Will survive just barely. Only has a fairy fire right now, but something being delivered. Oh, some nice tangos. All right.
So something that stood out to me in the draft, you saw the win rate pop up on the screen, is that Liquid have picked Mirana twice this tournament. They've lost both games. Hoodwink was right there. And both Boxy and Tofu have shown exceptional play on that hero. So I wonder what gives. Like, what are they seeing in this particular hero for this game? Is it specifically because they wanted Moonlight Shadow? Because as far as I'm concerned, with the games you and I have cast, I've just been super impressed with the level of Hoodwink play and the impact that hero has in seemingly every single game, whereas Mirana's a little bit more hit or miss.
The last series we cast was Liquid, and I said Tofu was the MVP in my book.
It was 8-0 and 22 then.
Exactly. It was just an absurd performance. And you're going against the Nature's Prophet, too, so you have some extra trees to work with. Drew, gonna get gone on now. Shadow round will... actually, nice juke there on the trees. Creates one just for himself. Yeah, it's an interesting question. Maybe there's a matchup against, I don't know, a Wyvern or something to that effect, or the Shadow Demon. We don't get to see Shadow Demon all too often.
Yeah, it's a really good pick here, though. I think that's one of my favorite picks of the draft. Spirit, I mean, it's not a surprising pick, so to speak. They've run it before. It's just, there's a lot of upsides to that hero in this game. The panel covered it. It's good to disrupt the Shadow Demon. It's Shadow Fiend, excuse me. Good with the Centaur. I think there's some... Actually, this is a really good game for Demonic Cleanse. We don't get to say that all that often, but I think maybe you buy the Shard this game.
Yeah.
Invoker, Willow both hate Dispels, and you have a constant Dispel you can put on an ally. Would be really good this game. And in addition to what I talked about with the Hoodwink, I also wonder what they're seeing in the Timbersaw here. I understand the laning match with Prophet and Wyvern might be quite good, but I kind of share Winter's sentiment that this might be a little bit too greedy. You're effectively leaving the entirety of the playmaking up to a Willow and an Invoker who you know is going to go Meteor Hammer and jungle for a bit, because that's what they do literally every single game. If there were a game where you would play Quas Wax, this would be the one, and he's still not doing it. So that build is just dead. Like,
apparently.
I can't think of a better game to do it.
Would you say it's harder execution then for Liquid? Because they don't have that, I mean, you kind of alluded to it, but they don't have the traditional initiator, right? It's just, you have this Timbersaw who's frontlining, but nobody's really starting the fight necessarily.
That's my biggest issue, is doing that. So yeah, I agree. I think in terms of execution, it's, at least it's less straightforward. As it is with Dota, though, you can kind of cover almost any weakness of any lineup through items. So as long as you get through the lanes and have a decent mid game, you can, generally speaking, cover for your issues. You can compensate with items, but yeah, that's where the Nature's Prophet for me is going to be the big test for Liquid here. Is you need to survive. If you're not behind at minute 20 or 25, I think this game can be quite stable and really good for you, and obviously not going to question Nisha's ability to win any game on Invoker. But yeah, you need to be careful you don't get rolled.
Literally, as Laurel is playing the Pangolier with Rolling Thunder, level 5 right now. Bullying Nisha a bit. You can see 25-7 for Laurel, where Nisha at 18-3. I mean, I'm used to watching Invoker just lose lanes.
Yeah.
Is there any hero he wins again? He's getting on again. Laurel, he's very aggressive.
Boxing him in here.
Cold Snap comes out just to get some last hits for Nisha. EP coming, Swashbuckle's there, that's just a kill for Laurel. Foxy a little bit too late, he's gonna get some solo XP, but my goodness. Laurel now level 6 as well, so if there's a rotation coming through, which looks like the Shadow Demon's on the way, if they can kill the Invoker again, that would be just crippling for Liquid in this mid lane.
Yeah, Laurel is going to need some resources, though. He sent out a second Clarity. The reason Nisha cold snapped him was that he had Bottle and Clarity running, and he just wanted to stop him getting more resources, but he still got enough for our last Swashbuckle, and yeah, that's the thing. Invoker, pretty vulnerable in this lane, and if you need to start pulling over support to mid, that means you are not making a single move. And as a result, I think that Spirit's side lane cores will both be very happy. And of course, keep an eye on Nature's Prophet, always the wild card in these mid moves.
Yeah.
Yatoro at any point could just show up behind Nisha. No point in Wex yet.
Good arrow. Don't think there's going to be any follow-up here, though. I mean, at the same time, Ace is also going to be happy on the Timbersaw. I mean, I feel like in terms of melee heroes, the hero that loves solo experience the most. Laurel taking a little bit of damage from Tofu. Get back under that tier 1, though.
Yeah, it's true.
First illusion is the illusion, or first rune rather is the illusion.
Timber is definitely going to be completely A-okay up here alone. Even if he gets to play 1v2 against Wyvern Prophet, once he hits level 5, should be just able to farm quite stably. Courtesy of reactive armor.
We've talked a bit about how Liquid are lacking the initiation, but can Spirit deal with the Timbersaw? Going to hold that thought as Mickey. You can see Yatoro TPing in, and this is the downside of Shadow being very, very susceptible to ganks, especially when the Nature's Prophet's in the game.
This was always going to happen, and this is going to be Liquid's big challenge in the next 10 to 15 minutes is how do you put out the fires? Because I have a hard time seeing them getting ahead. So it's so incredibly crucial that the supports have good map reads and are in the right place at the right time, because technically speaking, Spirit, if one support is missing on the map, any of the 3 lanes could be under attack. Prophet can always join. Both of their supports have decent, you know, damage and utility. So, and at the same time, even if Liquid are there, what's the protection, right? Like, are you going to save the Shadow Fiend there if Mirana's there? I don't think so. Are you going to save her with Willow? I mean, maybe Willow with some good brambles can create some spacing for Mickey, but I still think either support being there would have still been a kill. And that's why if Crosswex were a thing, that would have been nice.
Indeed, Laurel taking quite a bit of damage.
So is Nisha,
for the Rolling Thunder going back right on top of Nisha as the supports have come through. The Shadow Demon disruption very awkward. Does get the connection and the kill in the end. A little bit sloppy from Spirit. And Laurel might pay the price as the Starstorm finishes the job for Tofu, looking for a double kill. Will get it. I think actually Foxy took 1 kill.
Yeah, that disruption might have actually cost them 2 heroes. Because I think they were getting the kill regardless, but it took longer, and it gave Liquid the time to rotate in, so... I want to say a rare mistake here for Not Me, who has had an, I would argue, an incredibly impressive rookie year at TI so far. It's been a very welcome addition to Spirit.
First game of the day, Cinderin.
Most people didn't even know who he was when he joined the team. Like, that's pretty rare to see somebody join a tier 1 team with... I mean, generally speaking, when you do get scouted, you have some tier 2 and tier 3 experience, but he did have, but...
I mean, I think that's a sign of a good scene if that is going to continue to happen. We want the new blood to come in. Yeah. We don't want people like you just sticking around a little bit too long.
Okay. Thanks.
Escape Gaming comes to mind as Yatoro.
What is this?
Sorry, it's a little too early for the banter.
My brain doesn't work before noon.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
Be careful.
Apologies to the viewers in advance for you. Brambles right on top of Yatoro. Ace is level 7. Nice disruptor from Not Me, though. As they can try to turn this around, Rue makes his way over in addition. And Ace slowed up big time. Getting to take the Swashbuckle with another rotation from Laurel. So 4 members of Spirit come over and destroy Ace in turn.
Yatoro not getting any of the last hits on the kills. It's going to mean that he is currently tied with Mickey for net worth. Of course, the grand prize here is not the Timbersaw, it is the tower that will be going down, courtesy of the trance. This is something that Winter was talking about on the panel as well. You're playing into that Shadow Fiend, you want to take the tower, and there's multiple ways of doing it. You can have something like Summons or a Dawn Creep. Well, how about both? They've got Treants and the Hellbear Smasher currently working for them. So I think it's just a matter of time before Yatoro's next move will be in that bot lane, and if that's successful, you're losing a second side lane tower for sure. No shot Liquid defends that if the move is successful prior.
Yep, and Collab's going for, I want to say, the EWC standard build, which is Helm directly into Heart. So he's going to be very, very farmed this game if he's able to get that at a good time.
It's a very good Lotus game.
I mean, I would expect him to go for that later.
Yeah.
I mean, these games, we've seen games go very long at this tournament. That's why I'm questioning why people are not just going Heart second if you know it's going to go late. As long as the game's not out of control, which right now it's very even.
Yeah.
I don't see the downside, really.
This ward could pay dividends later. Once again, when you do have that profit, even ganking a little bit out of the way places becomes a lot easier.
Tofu, okay, it's going to be just fine. Nisha comes over, gets the tornado. Starstorm from Tofu as well. Not Me is definitely dead. Laurel does have to be a bit careful. Is shadowed by Collapse on the Centaur, who does not want to fight. He's just posing a big, fat presence.
Yep, that's the bottom tower with his Dawn Creep. He's happy. But I think so far, 11 minutes in, probably rather happy if you're Liquid. But the fact that this hasn't been worse than this, only the 4 kills, sure you've lost your 2 side lane towers, that was probably going to happen, but all 3 of your cores are at a very competitive net worth. Nisha being the bottom of them is maybe not the best sign, but it's Invoker. He's about to take Meteor Hammer. And, oh, I was about to say that's some stacks, but there's another guy who wants a piece of that.
I mean, I think the panel also mentioned, but one issue with Invoker this game is there's no real good Sunstrike setup, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you get the arrow, which they don't have really a great setup for that, it's like Bramble, I guess. But
that's not the easiest.
That would have been one way to get Invoker a little bit more farm in the early stages of the game.
I'm surprised they gave the stacks to Timber, actually. I don't know if that's the right choice in this game. I think he was slated to just have a free farm time up top for quite a while regardless.
But it's Ace.
It is. He loves creeps.
Who is Ace if he does not take all the farm in the jungle as the offlaner? Always playing these thick boys. Timber saw no exception to that. Laurel, posing a presence to this tier 1 mid. Nisha spotted. Root looking for the opening. Get the slow to start, but not going to commit to anything. Tango's pretty low, actually. Might have to use the rolling thunder here pretty soon. They're going to try to get the Sunstrike, but the disruption is going to dodge basically everything. Laurel doesn't have mana right now to use the rolling thunder, but Nisha extremely low. Shadow Realm available.
That was
for some damage
really
onto
good
Laurel.
Tornado timing. If he hits that swashbuckle, Nisha is dead. Caught him mid-swash.
Not fully committing his spirit, kind of just playing the tower, and yet they will clean it up eventually. Mickey, though, makes his rotation over, gets the raise, arrow coming, not going to hit. Sunstrike going to be dodged. Laurel, just fine. Has the Diffusal Blade now, going to go for the Shard into Blink Axe.
I was going to say, surely Rue is going to heal him. He was just holding out to Cold Embrace the entire time, and then he heals himself. Look out for your boy, man. Laurel was low.
Maybe he took that extra piece of toast at breakfast.
Yeah, personal vendetta. I'm sure they ran out.
That would be something.
You ever been to a breakfast where they ran out of toast? I don't think I've ever experienced that.
Yeah, but you remember they were at a hotel where they ran out of toilet paper, right?
Oh.
That was Spirit, and that was the year they won TI.
Yeah.
They need a little adversity to be able to get over the hump.
That must be the secret.
Absolutely.
Yeah, come to think of it, I don't think I ever ran out of toilet paper at my TI appearances, so you must be right. The stats don't lie.
100% win rate from what we can figure out. Same time here, Cinder. Nice segue onto Tofu playing the Mirana.
Yeah. Speaking of toilet paper, Tofu is 0 and 2 on Mirana.
I was just thinking of the food Tofu. You know, it's just, oh, goodness.
All right, smoke from Spirit.
Nisha.
Yeah, nice
Thunder,
connection, and he is
Blade.
already dead.
Absolutely. Very quick kill. TP is not even remotely close. So another great pickoff for Spirit. Getting a little bit of separation now in terms of net worth. You can see Yatoro leading the way as we're used to seeing on the Nature's Prophet. But in terms of pacing, you still think that Liquid are happy with the way things are going? Obviously, the Invoker's a bit of a anomaly.
He is having a rough one on Nisha. I mean, it's definitely significantly worse than it was a few minutes ago. This time they lost the mid tower plus Nisha as well again, now up to 3 deaths. It's just like looking at the big picture of how bad I was envisioning this could go. This is in like the better half at least of potential outcomes. I think there's almost, if these two teams play this draft 10 times, I feel like Spirit win the early game 9 out of 10. And in maybe 3 or 4 of them, they're up 5K now. So, you know, it could be way worse for Liquid because of how little they've bled, relatively speaking. But it's not going to get immediately easier now. Now you've lost your front row of defense on the towers. You can see Spirit are placing really good offensive wards. They have one around the enemy secret shop. They have one around the waterways down bottom, and actually one around the double coverage there with the river. So they are going to see Liquid movements. They are going to want to pounce on them between Stampede, Prophet Teleportation, and obviously Pango being a complete beast right now. Yeah, the worst is yet to come. If Liquid can keep this at a 1K for 10 minutes, that's when the items are going to change everything. But they need to still weather the storm.
Roxy. Single squash brings him to half health.
Yep. Always a fun hero to play support against Pango. Half your spells don't work.
Unless you're Bane.
And yeah, well, there's a few supports that do like it.
I think they're going to go through the gate.
Oh yeah, Mickey
SF is the target.
They might have seen him go right before the ward expired. I think they definitely did.
Okay, he is running in the correct direction. They don't scan it out. They miss on the scan at least, but they continue on.
Good thing this hero farms camps really fast so you can get out in time.
They're going to see that these creeps recently perished. Mickey to the north now. So close, and now he's within safety of the tier 2 tower. Not me. His smoke breaks, so now the Tofu in the tree lines could be spotted here. For the Rolling Thunder from Laurel, not able to find the connection, has to self-disrupt, and that's going to be a dead Shadow Demon. So Liquid, very fortunate.
That is just such...
It's like a half-second difference between finding the SF and not.
It's such a good read from Mickey to not go to the Mud Golems on the left as part of his farming rotation, but realizing, okay, they've been missing for just long enough that this is a real... There's a very high probability that I am getting ganked, so he goes north to the other camps in protection of his team and avoids a very nasty situation.
Laurel has the damage. Nisha can obviously take that off with the tornadoes. Mickey gets a little bit of vision. Bramble's right on top. He has his shard apparently. Gets off the shield crash as well, but he still blows up regardless. Very nicely done from Liquid, obviously knowing that the Rolling Thunder was down, just to roll up.
It's going to give some more space to Nisha, who desperately needs it. Finding some recovery. Now Blink Dagger picked up from Rue.
Pretty fast.
Decent timing. Sitting at 19 minutes. This is a rather difficult Wyvern game, I would say. You have one hero you want to first next to, which is Shadow Fiend. He's the only one who's really going to kill anyone. The enemy heroes, nature of... Not me.
A bit of trouble. Bedlam doing a good amount of damage. Disruption into the Sunstrike as Ace comes in to finish the job. Tofu actually getting the last hit there as Ace now taking the brunt of the damage from Spirit. Drained of his mana, killed off. A great turn of events for Spirit, losing a support for the offlane carry. And yeah, Tofu looks to be next on the list. Yatoro with a double kill on the Nature's Prophet.
Elite Tofu all day.
Oh yeah, that's good protein.
That's going to be the BKB. So what was I saying? Yeah, for Wyvern, the challenge in this game is that Cold Embrace is just really bad, right? Timbersaw is one of the nightmare matchups for that. All of his damage is Cure. Invoker is a nightmare matchup. All of his damage is Magic. Willow, Mirana. Shadow Fiend as a carry is even mixed because he can go for the raises. So Cold Embrace would just be exceptionally difficult to use, and the Curse is hard because Liquid's lineup inherently doesn't really stack on top of each other. It's 4 ranged heroes plus a Timber jumping around. So Rue, I think this could have potentially been a game where Blink is not the choice, but rather something like Glimmer Force. I find myself almost always loving the dagger, but this is one of those games that it'll be very impressive if he finds high impact plays with anything except maybe one good curse this game. So keep your eyes on that. Tormentor will go to Spirit. Rue will get the Cold Embrace upgrade, ironically, after that monologue.
Right. I mean, do you think the damage aspect of this, is it just icing?
Yeah.
How often is it useful, would you say? Because you have to, it feels like it's, usually you're not going to get anything out of it when you're using Cold Embrace as a save, feels like. Especially with this much magic and pure damage on Liquid's side.
Yeah, a lot of the time when you get Cold Embraced, you reset after, right? It's to buy time in order to get out and then maybe go back in again, but then the buff is gone. Yeah. So, yeah, I think it's situationally good.
Because you're not going to be using it as initial. Okay, we're going to hold that thought. Ace in a bit of trouble. Moonlight Shadow on him, but they have the vision, and they have the kill. The Toro there in numbers.
Yeah, that number is 1.
Plus his 3 teammates.
Okay. So Spirit.
Yes.
Yep, got it. Okay.
I mean, Yatoro is such a huge personality, Cinder. He can be there.
Yes, a split personality. We've got good and bad Yatoro showing up to this gank.
No, that's not true. Different hair, Yatoro. That's his personality. He's all natural now. We have Roach being attempted by Spirit.
Oh, collapse. Big damage.
Spotted. Right click from Mickey. My goodness, the alacrity just going ham. And just like that, Spirit have to abandon the Roach attempt.
This is really awkward. 40 seconds on Centaur. If they knew that Roach was being started, they could actually go for it themselves. Instead, though, on the prowl for Laurel. Nice sidestep. Not going to get flipped by that tornado.
So Collapse gets a Soul Ring. Is that literally just for EMP?
I think that's a very big part of it, if not the entire reason, yeah.
I can't remember the last time I've seen it on Centaur.
That's true. I mean, there's a lot of strength offlaners that you wouldn't necessarily think would buy it, but it's just, there's so much farming in Dota that it's value. But Centaur specifically doesn't need mana to farm, so it has to be an EMP solution. How much mana does EMP drain with Max?
Do the math.
How do you even see that when you're spectating? Invoker's a little bit special. You can't just ask to see the spell.
You want to chat GPT it real quick?
No.
Double check.
I don't. So Centaur's current mana pool is, what's that, 765?
Yeah, I mean, that's the issue, is his mana pool in general.
If he gets EMP'd, he can't use Stampede and Stomp without the Soul Ring, so that has to be
probably drains around 400.
I think it's, yeah, it might even be 500 when he's max.
Got his shard now, so gets to farm by walking.
Yep, very nice.
Your favorite.
Congratulations, you can buy shard on Invoker. Or Arteezy would say if he were here.
Daedalus now online for Yatoro, so still keeping up that net worth, has a 3K separation between him and Mickey. I mean, for a Nature's Prophet, how much do you want to be up versus the, I guess, SF in particular?
I think this is kind of par for the course. Maybe this is slightly better than expectation. Well, if you ignore the surrounding factors, let's say both heroes just get to have a great time, which they often do because they're safe laners. Good for you. Yeah, this is probably roughly expected in this patch with what we've seen from other teams in the tournament. Obviously, we're going to be comparing them to the elite level, so let's compare the potential of Shadow Fiend as well as Nature's Prophet 2. How well has Satanic done? Then I think this is probably maybe a little under for SF and on par for Prophet. Kind of checks out with how the game has gone, right? He's 3-1 more on Prophet. SF has died once. Oh, that's a good first.
Very nice first. They're going to kill onto the Mirana as a result. The Rolling Thunder. He's able to get saved by the Cold Embrace at the last moment, though. Still inside that Rolling Thunder. Ace with the BKB. Mickey looking for the Requiem. Gets it off, but they're trying to TP out. Taking the right-click damage. He's barely going to survive. Mickey with a just 10% HP, able to get back in time. They're going to lose 3 overall, though, so the fight still goes the way of Spirit. And now they are in a decent amount of control, which means Roche should be on the table.
Somebody tip Rue. That was perfect. He finds a 3-man curse onto Miranda with Shadowfiend being one of the attackers, and a clean cold embrace on the Pango, who was in absolute peril against Shadowfiend there. Just wastes off the entire BKB with a cold embrace. These were 2 spells that were not inherently obviously going to get great impact, but they find the perfect moment for both. And now their grand prize will probably be Roche, I would imagine.
He's back to full HP, but you can see Liquid not remotely close to this right now, so he should be a freebie in the end. I would assume that Yatoro does claim it himself. Marl getting close to finishing his Aghanim Scepter, about 300 away. Yatoro does indeed take it. So we saw the BKB for Nisha, and it's going to be an Octarine Core next for Ace, Shivas. So we're going to see a lot of larger spells coming out of these cores pretty soon. And Mickey, of course, well, I say of course, goes for, I mean, is this, would you call this a hybrid build right now?
I feel like it's always a hybrid build if you have Yashikaya, right? Like if you want to commit fully in the right-click direction, this is a skippable item. So, yeah, it's hybrid, but it definitely is hybrid if you go Blink. Then you're not even playing into the right-click fully after the Ashikaya.
You think they'll have enough physical damage in this game?
I think if Daedalus is probably fine,
Marl, right on top of Tofu again. Dunzo.
This is getting out of hand.
Yeah, the map is in control of Spirit now. 8K lead.
Being down against Nature's Prophet in Dota history just feels so bad. Like, it's...
It used to feel worse, though, to be fair. The 25 talents.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, if we want to remember the worst part of every hero, then that one was definitely Prophet's.
Yep, I would attest to that. Ace. He finds Rue, but I think this might be the other way around. It has to use the BKB because Yatoro has shown up Laurel as well. Gets off the Timber Chain to the low ground, attempting to TP, but the curse cancels it out. Because the high ground is Lacquerty. Not 2 shots Rue, but he survives. Laurel does take out Ace in the end, and now Mickey on the run. Deafening Blast to hold Yatoro at bay. Remember, he does have the Aegis. First round, about to pop. Gets the cold embrace, and he does get taken out. So that's life number 1, but Mickey taking a ton of damage from Laurel. Now he has backups of his teammates. The Washbuckle in the end for Laurel gives him enough space to get away. This might be a full reset as Laurel going in really deep to kill off the SF. Some balls on that young man. So 2 cores dead for Liquid. Was definitely not expecting that.
The classic Giga Chat, TP in 1v3 under the enemy tower to kill the Kara and just walk it off.
Insane.
I mean, he kept track of the abilities. There was nothing left. There's nothing countering your BKB in this game. If you just BKB TP in on Prophet, you know Shadowfiend doesn't have resources to fight you back. What's going to stop you? There's no BKB piercing stun. There's no inherent save for the guy you're going on. So, yeah, why not just dive them?
Nisha trying to split these waves. Trade some time as his backdoor protection will not kick in at times. The tier 2 goes the way of Spirit. No longer with the Aegis, though. I can see the Hydra's breath on Yatoro as well now.
I can't believe Nature's Prophet gets to be the 8th pick of the draft between these 2 teams. That's actually just mind-blowing.
You've been talking about this hero the entire tournament.
It's so good, and it's against Mickey, who's also incredibly skilled at this hero. They rated Shadowfiend higher. I don't mind that. If you think it's better, I think they're like on par. But then the fact that they didn't ban this going into the second phase, you've seen Yatoro, you've seen Satanic, you know Mickey himself, how good this hero is. I don't know. I don't think you let this hero through in the second phase to any of the specialist teams. It's just too good for me. Yatoro showcasing it here.
Yep.
525 CS at 30 minutes.
How does that compare to Satanic, would you say?
Close, I think.
1,000 GPM?
Maybe Yatoro watching some replays. Must be weird being the guy everybody learns from for like 3 years, and now maybe there's somebody you can learn from for once.
I think Satanic, at around this stage of the game, had about 900 something GPM. So
I thought you were going to say CS, and I was like, sure, buddy.
Maybe if there was a...
that's for the next patch.
Playing against Enigma and who else?
Broodmother.
Broodmother.
I have intel. The next patch, the map will be even bigger.
Oh.
We'll have 4 lanes. And, yeah, Prophet Teleport starts without a cooldown at the beginning of the game.
Oh, that's nice.
So then maybe 900 CS will be obtainable.
Okay.
Meteor trying to wipe out this bottom wave. I mean, you're just playing for time here on Liquid, hoping that you can get to some point of critical mass. If we do go late enough, I think they scale incredibly well.
Good job from Boxy. Forces out the Rolling Thunder. Didn't have any vision there, but the smoke popped, so they just assumed that being a waste for Spirit. But still, with that 13K lead, pretty comfortable at the moment. And of course, as usual, Sinner, we need to talk about high ground defense. They have an Invoker. That is maybe...
It's good.
Is there a better hero in the game than Invoker for high ground defense?
If I had to pick one, it's him.
Do we still have that Ags with tornadoes?
The Twisters, yeah.
But usually people go, well, it depends, I guess, on the game.
People don't really buy Ags.
That's true. Ags is, if you have a really good Cataclysm setup, which they do not, then maybe. But yeah. It seems this current shard on him has overtaken the Ags, which people used to get with the tornadoes. He's just going to be spotting us off the tornado, speaking of. Has to pop the BKB. Yatoro's there, though the right clicks are just fearsome. And Nisha falls to the ground. Buys the Octarine in time, but still another death to his name, 60 seconds.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out, Yatoro's actual net worth to damage ratio here is insane because he has bypassed Pike. This is an item you almost always see Prophets buy because they need mobility, but he's just so overwhelmingly powerful in this game that he's able to go for the Hydra's Breath. And
wow, they already have every shard? Really?
Yeah.
At 32 minutes?
So Shadow Demon
bought it.
So Shadow Demon did buy it, which I'm super happy to see because I just think it's incredibly good this game. The first one they found went to Wyvern, right?
Yeah, that's
the one I would suggest not buying, so it checks out.
Wow.
You could have not bought the Prophet one, I guess, but...
Hey, he's got enough of all these guys.
This is never an issue for Prophet.
I mean, you talked about how it might be more valuable to just get the gold anyway, if you only have one shard left.
Yeah, if your Prophet is...
Because he's farming so well anyway.
Yeah, you're effectively giving gold to your teammates by buying your shard, right?
Yeah. Yep, has that 25 talent. It actually takes the remove teleportation. We're seeing the other one. Arrow will be dodged.
Very close.
Ace looking for the opening. Blinks right in. Root taking a huge burst damage. Stuck inside the brambles now. Has to use the curse, but dies shortly after. Right click now onto Collapse. Mickey. Meanwhile, Nature's Prophet right-clicking. Ace able to get the BKB off and trying to retreat with the Timber Chain as Nisha has half HP as well. Collapse no longer has the Stampede as the Ice Wall will block them off. But he still gets the blink into the hoof stop, and that is a lot of damage on Nisha. Has to use the BKB with such a small amount of HP inside the pit. Attempting the TP is fine. Still at heavy cost. They're going to lose Boxy as well. So both supports, a bunch of BKBs down for Liquid.
Yeah, worth keeping in mind, that fight started with a free kill on the Wyvern. So effectively a 5v4 afterwards, and Liquid still cannot come out on top of a single fight this game. The rich get richer. Yatoro now almost has a butterfly, so it's time to replace an item. I'm guessing you just get rid of your treads already?
It's interesting because I know that Mickey is going for Daedalus now, but I wouldn't say he's hitting particularly hard. Collapse. Not able to find the hoof stomp in time. Yeah, we'll be going for the butterfly for that evasion, so we'll see if Mickey chooses to go for an MKB at some point. Because without him right-clicking, I guess Alacrity is what he's really banking on.
Yeah, that is an X factor for the game for sure. Invoker is...
But
did
nobody
not
else
take
is
the
right-clicking.
Alacrity talent, though.
Yeah, so Butterfly is just, it feels like almost a hard counter to this SF, in theory, because it's the only one that can be right-clicking on Yatoro.
It's I think this has been... Through Yatoro's career, one of the things that impressed me the most about him has been his itemization. I think in plenty of games, he's not been afraid of doing something outside of the norm. Not that this in particular is anymore, but just has always had a very good understanding of what he needs to achieve with every item purchase. And I've said this many times on casts before, I find itemizing on hard carries really difficult. With all the options you have and with all the problems that different games present, having that reference for what to buy, even at the elite level, you see players make, I would say, clear mistakes in what items they buy, but it's very rare that it feels like Yatoro did not do the right thing. Yeah. Except this teleport.
Oh boy, Arrow not going to be there because of the BKB. There's an alacrity on Tofu of all heroes. Laurel still looking for a connection. They're inside that Moonlight Shadow, though they actually do find Nisha in the end, and he just gets destroyed by the Stampede. Yatoro gets the last right click. And again, Invoker down and out. Can Liquid fight without him? I don't think so.
What I was talking about there, Shannon. Yatoro's itemization, having BKB this game, genius.
Yeah,
just absolutely
really unusual.
Stellar itemization to have BKB for a situation like that. All right.
Now Roach number 2. The Belch comes out. This will be a freebie for Spirit.
And another great item for Yatoro here. The Aegis of the Immortal. Good pickup.
Yep. Good choice for Yatoro.
Backpack is BKB. That's a good choice.
Well done. Really glazing him today.
So he's going for Ags next. I mean, you're at the point now where you're just full luxury territory.
Gonna get rooted. Boxy trying to scare the big bad Yatoro, but obviously with that Aegis not gonna bite at all.
Oh, hello.
TP's right into the Timbersaw. Will have to force his BKB TP himself.
And then he teleports somewhere else.
That's right.
To get mana at base, and then he's going to teleport bottom and start hitting the tower.
He'll be back. Double Siege Wagon for Spirit. Plenty of time on his Aegis. Claps with the hoof stomp onto Tofu. The rolling thunder from Lauren creating a good amount of space. First only on the one, though. Nisha will get off the BKB. You can see a little bit of focus on the belly. In the midst of all this, goes for the Requiem play. Not doing, he does a decent amount of damage, but he ends up dying for it. Not me gets the kill. It's going to be a trade for Collapse, though, as Spirit trying to do a soft reset. They're going to lose their support now. Barrick's still up and running. Yatoro gets clipped by the arrow and the tornado. Is this life number 1? Nice force staff, and the load is coming out from Rue. Will help Yatoro survive, as you can see Tofu now trying to keep these pesky Spirit players out of their base. So far, success.
Dying.
Tofu is dropping quite low. 4 health, all right. Will survive. Boxy very deep in the midst of this. His Roots attempting to get away. Looks like Yatoro will be just fine, but Laurel not so much. Bramble after Bramble. Out of mana now. Gets off the blink at the last moment. He's actually going to get out. It looks like it. As Yatoro came back, apparently, just to BKB TP in their face, which creates enough space for the Pango to get away.
I can't believe that worked from Mickey. That's so insane. He offensively piked into Requiem, and somehow they actually hold there. I was about to say this is not 50-50. All right, well, step number 1. This is, unfortunately for Liquid, this happened so fast after the Aegis pickup that Spirit definitely have a second attempt in them for this bottom lane.
Yep. And they had the banner the whole time, too. I'm a little surprised they didn't use it there. But we'll have it for this second attempt.
Yatoro probably shouldn't be the one holding said banner. Probably not. A little bit of inventory management issues. You should offload this, outsource the banner to a teammate.
Oh, they have a shield rune as well. As he consumes the Aghanim Scepter and is going for Moonshard next. Does not have buyback, but not worried about that with that Aegis. Obviously, Boxy will be run into. And Rolling Thunder looking for a connection. Ace gets off the Timber Chain with the BKB. Yatoro joining the party as well. They get the bash, though. The right clicks will come. Nice tornado. Keeping Yatoro at bay, but Nisha gives away his position in the tree line, attempting to go away, but no. He gets cursed in the TP, and Laurel's going to be there to finish the job.
No buy.
No buyback, 80 seconds, and this is 5 versus 4. That's not even including the Aegis.
I'm afraid no buy means bye-bye for this one.
I do believe.
Really, really difficult now. Holding without your primary high ground defender for a full minute when all 3 lanes are pushing in with a Nature's Prophet and a banner. Good luck.
Just go to every lane, push them out, and now the pressure is on Liquid. Tier 3 tower, Dunzo. Roche banner still up and running. This is going to be at least a set, if not more. Laurel getting in a little bit deep with Swashbuckler to the low ground. Arrow not going to find his mark. Still 40 seconds for Invoker. You would think this is going to be 2 sets because they did a lot of damage in that bot side. See if Spirit stick around. Still a minute on the Aegis. And Prophet TPs to the top side, so wants to go for the building that is full HP, it seems. Get gone on by Ace. A good amount of damage against that Satanic, though, and getting a very respectable amount of HP. The Whirling Thunder not nearly enough, and Ace will take a tumble, and he does not have buyback. So now that Niche is coming up, the rest of his teammates aren't even alive, and this might just end up being Mega Creeps now as a result. Surprised they didn't wait. Either way, Spirit in firm control of this game now. That is the second set in their favor. Mickey looking for a cheeky spot to get this Requiem off. It's still on cooldown for 5 seconds. Is Yatoro looking for the full megas in favor of Spirit, and he'll get it. 32k lead for Spirit in this game number 1. Looking extremely sharp.
Yatoro's GPM. The Enjoyers out there, 1100.
Wow.
That's
pretty good. Yeah.
Is that a top 3 of the event? There's been some pretty nutty Prophet games, but this is definitely up there.
Tornado Sun strikes a lot of damage to Lar. Will get the roll up and gets cleansed as well and goes inside of the cart, which is going to be brought back into Nisha's face. Apparently gets off the Yule though. Now Laurel put in a precarious spot and will die. Will drop the gem as well. They'll kill off Foxy though in turn as Rue getting saved at the last moment by the destruction of Yatoro. He just fountain farming at this point. Still 20 seconds for Ace to come back. There's a double buyback on the Liquid. Arrow shot.
Arrow.
Arrow, though. Do they have the Requiem? They do. The right-click damage coming through as Mickey's going to get the kill with the Alacrity. But they're able to get the kill now onto the center in all likelihood. That's a death Requiem, though, for the Shadow Fiend. Does have the buyback if needed, but this is enough dead for Spirit that Liquid should be able to hold on here. As Collapse attempting to TP out. Very ambitious. Will be falling to the burst damage of Ace, so Liquid technically hold on.
You must have kept really good track of Invoker's spell cycling to think you can TP there. Oh, it's funny. Well, Liquid, they do hold. They find the first kill of the game onto Yatoro's Prophet, 8-1 and 15. It's an arrow that does him in, and I think Shadow Demon could not disrupt because of the immediate follow-up Requiem. Gonna see the replay here. So Laurel they're just a bit out of position, right? Another great curse from Rue here is just going to kill the Mirana, and they want to follow up.
That's the problem, right?
Yeah, so now he doesn't have it, and Yatoro wanted to follow up on Collapse's Stomp. They were hoping to kill Shadow Fiend, didn't happen, and this arrow and this Requiem really nicely choreographed by Liquid. Man, the fact that Mickey dies there is actually so close to surviving too.
Well, they're going to do as much damage to buildings as they can while these heroes are dead, but unfortunately for Liquid, it's still against Mega Creep, so this is a slow push.
They're going to get 25 on Timber for this, so that's a bit of an upgrade.
Mickey always looks at
SF is 25.
Remember, this is Elimination Series. Yeah, Tofu close to that Aghanim Scepter now, 100 away. Will help the push. Still, Mega Creep comebacks are few and far between. Normally we see it when it's Megas versus Megas. That's the Mega Creep comeback.
I thought you were going to say normally we see it when it's Megas versus Liquid, because that's the one time it happened this tournament.
Yeah, that's true.
I believe they were the first team to lose against Megas in the last 3 years of TI.
3 years, really?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. Wow. That's obviously a great stat to have for Liquid. That feels really good.
I mean, what do you talk about here if you're Liquid? Like,
I think you need to strategize how you get on Shadow Demon. Find a way to envision a way of setting up a fight that you can somehow take it on your terms to kill the support. Going on Yatoro first is just not going to work. He's way too tanky. He has way too good coverage between the 2 defensive supports, plus the Heart, Stampede, all of that. And that's where, at this point in the game, it would feel really, really nice to have like a Blink Hex to just be able to start a fight. Nobody has it though. You don't have a blink targeted stun. You don't have an immediate, obvious hero to frontline with, except Timber, who Spirit largely in this game has kind of been able to pretend isn't real.
Yeah, that's
Ace just
pretty
hasn't
accurate,
really,
actually, yeah.
He hasn't really been able to do all that much. So, yeah, Nisha is going to be the one trying to fulfill that task here. He has the gold for the Hex now, would come at the expense of having buyback.
There's a chance, Liquid fans. Technically speaking, it's a great Ace Ventura.
That 1% is because of Liquid Yandex.
Actually, no, that was Dumb and Dumber. Sorry about that, Cinderin. I know you're
Liquid
big.
Yandex Dumb and Dumber?
No, of course not.
Uncalled for. Dumb and Dumber is you and me. Guess who you are?
Dumber. 28k lead here for Spirit. I assume that they kind of chill a bit. They wait for these buybacks. So, and I say wait, farm up those buybacks because they haven't really used them, and then go for the Roche to finish the job. And for Liquid, I cannot see a scenario where they come back here if they give up Roche.
No.
Do you agree with that?
I would agree.
But it's so difficult to just leave your base at this point of the game. I don't even know how you contest Roche.
Yeah, the issue is I also can't see a scenario where they win the Roche fight, so it's a little bit tricky right now that both enemy supports have Eon discs. That was the thing I was talking about. They need to get on the supports to kill them. Well, they can't. They don't have a purge either. So
what if they bring all their couriers to the Roche pit, try to hide them, and go for the item steal? What do you think?
I like it.
You don't need your couriers anymore.
No, it's creative.
It's something.
But yeah, leaving your base, when you, I mean, Mega against Prophet, have you ever seen that hero lose against Megas, or with Megas?
I don't think so.
This is like the worst hero in Dota to play against when you have Mega creeps on your team. They just non-stop push in.
It used to be worse though, remember, Cinder.
It could be worse. It could be worse, yes. The good old talent.
All right, well.
Plus Ironwood Tree.
Oh yeah, everyone's favorite.
Oh man.
So Spirit have Aegis, Cheese, Refresher Shard on the Pango, and Roche Banner again. And Roche Banner at this stage of the game starts to get really scary, especially with the Mega Creeps. You can put it relatively far away. Look at the damage that these Mega Creeps take. Not much. Toro leading the way, going to the tier 4s. Laurel opens it up with the Rolling Thunder, finding a couple connections. Nikkei not using the BKB, blinks out instead. The Meteor coming down. Yatoro getting pretty low, looking for the cart connection. He's going to get disrupted instead, but the arrow's going to keep the Centaur in place. Yatoro wants to preserve this life number 1, but he gets bursted down by Ace. So Aegis is down and out. Nice start for Liquid. Oh, Timothy not going to the Requiem comes in, putting Yatoro in a precarious spot. Has to stop the BKB with the Satanic as well, but Mickey will fall. Now the Requiem coming, Nisha. Not quite enough. Trying to get away. Good arrow. Arrowed again. The disruption is safe. There's the curse coming out of the B time, getting 3 members stuck. Yatoro still stuck with very little HP. Finally will fall. Does have the buyback and obviously can TP back into this fight as well. Ace extremely low himself. Has to timber chain back to the fountain, and now the Ancient fully exposed as the tier 4s are out. We'll see if Yatoro wants to expend the buyback or not.
Man, they killed him twice.
Roche Banner still up. This feels like the time to use it. They're going to get the hoof stomp connection onto the Timber Saw, though, to start this out. Still Yatoro not using that. They actually had a complete lockdown on this Timber Saw. He just gets bursted down to the ground. And still, Yatoro available to come if he wants. The buyback now onto Ace. Trying to reset for Spirit. Timber chain onto Laurel. Gonna dodge the tornado. Gets the bash off the shield crash on the Mickey. Attempting to get out. Does blink away safely. Not me, not going to be so lucky. As there's the buyback now from Yatoro. He's going to go for the throne straight up. He's going to actually go for the fight. Looks like he's coming for the fight. Is Ace. This will be a huge kill because this would be a dieback onto the Timber Saw. Nowhere to go. Hoof stomp and dead for 2 full minutes on this core. That's 2 dead, in fact, for Liquid with no way to get back in the game. Arrow going to be dodged by Laurel. Might have to reset a bit for Spirit. They can use these creeps to their advantage. Yatoro back into the fray, though. Right-clicking now the Ancient. The hoof stomp onto Mickey.
Time is running out.
The deafening blast coming in. Yatoro continuing to go for the buildings now, as he should be able to finish this himself. There's the curse of last moment. Finally, Fortification comes out for Liquid. But Yatoro left to his own devices. Mickey comes in with 1 last Requiem. A good attempt, but it's not going to be enough, as he will fall to the ground, and Spirit surely will be able to take game number 1, and they do. GG's our call. entertaining game against, or with these two teams. It feels like every time we watch these teams, they certainly deliver in the entertainment factor.
Absolutely. And if your stats are out there, just to give you the conclusion, Yatoro ends the game with 1,121 GPMs.
Nice.
So eclipsing the 1,100 in a stellar individual performance. And I gotta say, all of Spirit in this game played exceptionally well. Every single one of them showing up in good form today. I love their draft. I love what they were able to do around the mid-game portion. And yeah, Liquid, they were struggling to string it together.
That's right, Sheeper.
Thank you very much, Sinner and Sunspan there. We talked after the draft. We knew it was going to be difficult for Team Liquid in this game. We knew there was a lot of focus on the early stages of the game where we needed Mickey to do well, especially, and we thought maybe with getting first blood, that would be a great step in the right direction. But Tiga, that was far from enough.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, Yatoro's GPM was 1,121. That's now the third highest GPM of any player in a Tier 1 or Tier 2 match in the history of Dota. It is absolutely incredible from him, but of course, that aside, everyone on Spirit just played extremely well. I think they were really methodical for how they played the early game, taking that safe lane tower, moving towards the mid tower, and then they kind of went a bit quiet, just hit the creeps, they don't have to overplay, wait for when they're ready, and then they'll kind of slowly progress the map to Liquid doing literally nothing.
Yeah, I really liked how Spirit played the early game with bringing the Nature's Prophet to kill Mickey in lane. Whilst I don't think, we expected they might have done it multiple times, they did it once and then took the tower, but the important thing after that was they placed a ward in the farming line at the bottom of the map, so they knew it when Mickey was just farming up and down there. I don't think they went to gank him, but it was more like we know when he's there, thus he cannot join fights on like the mid lane, for example. So Spirit played really nicely with their vision and pressure early game.
Yeah, and I think Winter also, the Winter Wyvern, we talked about briefly during the start of the day. This first pick for Team Spirit worked out so well.
Yeah, in a lot of the team fights, you could see why I was happy. If I'm a Wyvern, I'm playing to SF, I could always have a lot of opportunities to get a good cold embrace off. The curses were great. I think this is a hero that has risen up in stock by so much during the playoffs, and I'm expecting maybe the hero is going to be banned as well. You have to consider maybe if you want to ban it. But overall, I think Liquid's downfall is because they over-budgeted on the cores. They have too many cores that need to farm. And as a result, Nisha, he was punished in this game because he couldn't really farm Ancients because Timber was taking the Ancients. And he constantly had to take the dangerous waves, and he got ganked. And Timber can't really help him, in the early game. So they were very, very defensive. They were very passive from the start. And they just have very, very little control over the course of the game.
Yeah, especially if you do compare that to Team Spirit, who just seem to be on point almost time and time again. Team Liquid, they fought valiantly at the end of the game. You have to. It's lower bracket at the International. You have to fight till the bitter end and hope that there is a mistake that you can still make your way back from and with. As we do take a look at the scores at the end of the day, Yatoro did die twice. First death was only at like 41 minutes, so we'll forgive him for that. He had a near flawless game there. For me though, I'm having to give this MVP to Rue Freya because he played a phenomenal Wyvern.
Yeah, I think Rue's ability to disengage these fights when Liquid wanted to go in or be aggressive or try and make moves was so pivotal. I really love these supports. This IM build especially, having Blink for your best positioning, having Force Off to help protect your allies, but also Eon Disc. Not dying is the most important thing you can do on a support. And genuinely, when games this TI have gotten to a spot where both supports can have Eon Disc, I feel like it becomes impossible for the other team to play because this is the highest priority target. Wyvern, every single fight, was getting off the right ults and the right heals to make it so that Mickey could do 0 damage.
Yeah, and also, you can see from the inventory, right, him having only the brown boots, not the mana boots. Mana boots are quite expensive, right? So being able to understand when you need to buy them on a POS 5, in certain games you need to help your cores as they're farming, run through the jungle, give them mana. But with Winter Wyvern, having that Blink Dagger as quick as possible, being able to play around it, is going to really open up a lot of these engagements. So again, you don't have to default buy items. You can just change it up based on game to game, and that is a good example. Again, many Wyvern players just skip it, but
I feel a little attacked.
Yes, that was a call. That was not a call of what the pros did. I was just reminding you guys that you don't always have to default by items. Sorry, Shiva.
I mean, that's why I didn't really like the last pick on Timber, because they didn't have the right hero. They didn't have a hero to deal with all these supports. That's why I suggested Mars, which is not a very common hero now, but Mars would have given them a way to find the backlines, because with their heroes, the Invoker, the Timber, and the Shadow Fiend, I mean, you could maybe say ultra late game, the Invoker can blink in, or if he has blink, or somehow find the backline. But over the course of the first 20-30 minutes, every fight, Wyvern got off like a very, very big ultimate in every single fight.
Yeah, and we would have loved to see Invoker have more impact in this game, but let's be real. I feel like maybe Laurel had Nisha's number a little bit. To break that one down, we're heading over to Purge.
Thank you, Cheever. Yes, the Pango Laurel, he played amazing this game, and I wanted to show some small details here. Sometimes in a Dota game, the smallest little margins make the difference. It could be 10 mana, it could be a couple extra kills, but what Laurel does as Pango is he's using his skills to do a long-range attack, and if he can get 2 creeps, kill the Forge Spirit or harass the Invoker, that's a really good plan for him. So he's trying to consistently use his mana in ways that benefit him. Now here's probably the most crucial part of the game. 4 minutes here, this rune is about to spawn, which means that he's going to refill his bottle, and if he does so, he gets a bunch of mana. And unfortunately, the Cold Snap was a fraction of a second too late, and as a result, Laurel's able to get his rune, he's able to refill his bottle, he ends up getting back to the mid lane before Nisha, and now he gets access to both water runes, which is a huge amount of mana. And with this mana, he now gets to use his skills multiple times to harass his opponent. He did miss that swashbuckle there, but he gets his shield crash here, and he's going to end up pressuring the creeps and going under the tower. This clip's going to be a bit of a long one here. So now he uses his water rune. He's bottling up now. He gets to use swashbuckle to harass Nisha. He gets to use the shield crash, but he doesn't have enough mana for his next spell. So watch what he does. He uses his last bottle charge. He uses a clarity. Nisha sees this, says, I need to stop that mana regen or I'm going to die, and he uses cold snap from long range. But he got just enough mana here, and as a result, ends up getting a solo kill in the mid lane. Crazy good play from Laurel. That all cascaded from that water rune earlier. And the pressure really didn't stop because the same thing kind of happened here. Eventually, Nisha does go for a kill on Laurel. Laurel gets stampeded away. His teammates come and back him up here. But as a result of that earlier advantage and Nisha not quite having full mobility yet, he ends up getting pressured, killed under the tower. This pressure that Laurel put on Nisha was really, really big for the game because it meant that Nisha was not impacting the game as much, and so much of it cascaded from that early kill due to the water rune fight and due to this early pressure by the Team Spirit support. So excellent play by Team Spirit to get ahead and not let Nisha control the game.
Thank you very much, Purge. It really is a butterfly effect. When things start to go wrong, it can go wrong way further down the line because that one mistake that was made very much earlier. We're going to take a look at some of the fights that happened after that laning stage started the way it did for Team Liquid. As Winter, there was one fight fairly early on that you wanted to highlight for us.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about how the early game was quite very, very passive from the Liquid side because they had very, very greedy farming costs. So this is the best thing they could do. They brought a lot of heroes. They see Team Spirit invading and trying to control their jungle and take the bounty rune, so to bring numbers. This is something that I think they did really well in the early game, making sure that they defend and they at least have access into the jungle because Nisha was constantly getting pressure, like Kevin mentioned. He couldn't really farm very well, so he needed the help to come towards his side of the map so that he can actually farm. Because he's not getting any Sunstrike kills based on the heroes. That's not really a good setup for Sunstrike. So if he can't get to farm the jungle, then where does he go?
Okay. Goes to the fountain. That's kind of what happened. No, it's definitely a rough one for Anisha's Invoker in this one, which was not just his fault, but it was the draft coming together in a little of a poor way, some might say. And there was another fight, Rhea, that happened a little bit later.
Yeah, this fight is actually initiated by Liquid in that they smoke up for it. They enter the jungle and try to take this fight, but this is the Wyvern impact we talked about. Instantly, this ball of heroes have no way to initiate because of this last pick Timbersaw that doesn't give them a way to fight. So this Wyvern ult catches 3 heroes, they instantly kill Morana, and then it just becomes Mickey doesn't know what to do. He wants to hit Lal, who's able to get his roll off due to this Wyvern stall, but then when he starts clicking him, Wyvern then just heals, and then he continues to, through his BKB, hit the healed Lal target, which doesn't have any impact. Ace is also caught in the Wyvern ult, isn't able to have any impact on the fight. He has to use his own BKB, also then hits Lol's Wyvern heal target. So but it felt like the Wyvern had caused so much dysfunction at the start that they didn't really they weren't able to find an actual target to go on, and then when you have Nisha on the side who was a little bit more out of the fight, then Yotaro just TPs on him and kills him. It's like no one can do anything when the matchup is this skewed and you don't have an easy way to start your fights.
I see an overarching trend here, and I'm sure you guys at home see too, because we got on one side, you got Invoker, he needs someone to play with, he needs someone to set up Sunstrikes, and he needs someone that doesn't steal his farm. Simple. I got already one thing in mind, you do too, and then on the other side, you know, we got a great team fight, but not everybody's able to come together. We can't start the team fight in the way we want to. Who normally starts the team fight, T-Gov?
All right, so just to be clear, all right, it's not Ace's fault, all right? I'm going to show a graphic of Ace, but just want to put that out there. I feel like he was kind of put into a really difficult position in the draft because they made him, like, they needed to find a hero for him to try and pop off on. At 30 minutes into the game, he had the lowest damage of his entire team. So, sure, maybe he could individually play better in this Timbersaw game, but with the setup of this draft, going for the Shadow Fiend, then the Invoker, double range support, having the Spirit ban out the Tusk and the Clockwork, of course the Bane already banned out in the draft, like there was no natural support to kind of amplify this aggression. There was no way to bring life to the game. And then Ace was playing a Timbersaw, sure, a very good hero for him historically, maybe not in current years, but it's just like, it just didn't feel like the correct pick after watching the game, of course. In the draft, it's like, sure, if they play really well and they use the supports and contest runes and they play through the map, then and they make space for SF, sure, they can play this game, but none of that happened. So in the game, they didn't play to the standard of how complicated their draft was. So I feel like in the next game, they have to tone it down. I don't want to see carry into mid pick, double range. I want to have just the classics, the initiation, the information that Winter's asking for, the ways to find the Winter Wyvern, the ways to start multiple fights with different options, because it's so scripted how they must fight. And Spirit, when they see the script, they will read it and outplay you. You have to make it more complicated for your opponent.
Nice the support though. I think the hero that you suggested during the draft before Undying, I think when they had SF, maybe they needed something that's more stable in the early game, because the Mirana just kind of doesn't really protect the SF at all. It's a nice hero, and in the games that I felt like Mirana was very impactful was when he had a very, very easy way to set up his arrow, like with Bounty, with Bane, for example, or SD. And I think with the Dark Willow, it just doesn't really feel like the support duo kind of worked out for them. So I would like to see them maybe change that up and try to figure out what works better.
Also, even Rebet's son, the ages look so exciting. It's the next match. I just want to talk about the items. I'm like really excited about it, but if the match is about to start, I don't want to take away that hype.
You're good. The match is soon starting. But first, we need the players in the booth, Rhea, and they will take their spot once again. Team Liquid in the lower bracket, no stranger to being with their backs against the wall. Team Spirit, this is the first match they're playing in the lower bracket, and let's be real, that first game didn't look like they were playing in the lower bracket. They had a great time, a comfortable time, one of the all-time highs for the Nature's Prophet of Yotaro as well, and he's of course looking to replicate those results, so everybody at home knows that it's not Satanic's year, it's his year once again. And to do that, he needs to choose the right items, Rhea.
Oh my god, me!
You can talk about the items, that's all good.
Okay, the reason I was getting hyped is because when you talked about the Timbersaw, I wanted to criticize his item build a little bit. Because if you look at what he bought, he went for the Sanjin Kaya, and he went for the Blink and the Heart and the Shivas. He built to be so tanky, and when I feel like you don't have this correct initiation, I would hope instead that he would buy a Scythe of Vice. Because having the ability to Blink Hex would actually give a setup for his team to start getting kills. And something that I thought was so nice in response to that was because Yotaro had a Wyvern and a Shadow Demon to play with saves. It meant that he didn't have to buy a Hurricane Pike. Typically we see these Dragon Lances turn into Pikes because another 4-step on the team, always good. Instead, he gets to buy the Hydra's Breath. And the reason this is so nice is because when you attack with it, it does 2.5% of your opponent's max HP as damage. So when you're playing into a Timber, it's like you don't have to worry about his armor because you're doing damage with this Hydra's Breath, and you don't have to worry about all these tanky HP items because you have Hydra's Breath. And I just thought that was a really nice result of the draft and the itemization of this game.
I mean, would you have liked it if he gone for Gleipnir so he can at least have a way to set up for his team, like for the Sunstrikes?
No, I think he built perfectly, and I think he's the best player in the world, Winter.
Okay. There you go. He's the best player.
All right, but this...
Oh wait, we're talking about Timber Saw?
Yeah, Timber.
Yeah. I was like,
Sorry, I got confused. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, we could go back a year in time.
I just stay quiet. All right, I'll let them do that.
Oh, you're right. Gleipnir could have been good, yeah.
For Timbersaw.
Yes,
For the
yes.
Timbersaw. Well, we took a step back, and it wasn't just a Timbersaw. It was how they set up the entire draft. So that leads me to believe that at the end of the day, going into this game too, Blitz is going to be like, yo guys, that was on me. No worries, don't sweat. I got his next time around. Because going into this second game of an elimination series, you have to have your head on straight, and you have to know and be comfortable that you got what it takes and that you got the tools in the draft as well.
Yeah, if they want to keep the same draft order, if they do want to play the Shadow Fiend into Winter Wyvern, I would probably just move towards not taking Invoker on 13. Like, put the Mirana there if they want to. If they really want to have these type of heroes, let the draft breathe for a little bit longer. And then when you open through the later phase, getting the 2 response picks to the opening of second, then you can go for it. But I just don't think the double core and give Spirit, like, all the information in the world. Like, that is the scariest thing to give to Spirit.
I actually think the problem was in the second phase draft when Spirit removed Tusk and Clockwork in the second phase draft. And I think why they didn't go for Undying was because Tofu doesn't like to play the melee heroes, and Boxy doesn't play. He doesn't want to play Undying. He plays the melee heroes he plays is Tusk and Clock.
Yeah.
And Tofu only plays one melee hero, Trian, and that hero is probably not going to be probably not going to be available. So I think that is an issue that they need to look at. If Meke is playing a range hero, how do they solve it? Do they want to pick the melee hero earlier, or do they have a replacement? Because I think they don't have a replacement. That's my theory.
Are we in a world where they get so afraid of this concept and they start not first picking, like literally first phasing with no cares of anything else? Like, we're taking our task or clock just to be able to get the range combos down the line.
They need to secure the system. I think the system is very, very important for them to be successful. They need to have like a melee plus range combination, and they need to have the lane setup that would benefit them. The last time out, they have the Mirana and SF. That caused a lot of problems for them. Sure, maybe they could have adjusted some of the bans to accommodate that, but I think there's just too many holes they needed to plug there, and it was very, very difficult for them to do it.
What do you think about the alternative of a Centaur pickup instead of Invoker? Because I think that makes the offlane a lot more stable than having to reach this last pick. And
yeah, you get a Helm hero, so he creates a distraction as well, like the Timber, but at the same time, he's not so greedy. You know,
he has a stun.
He has a stun.
Yeah,
that's nice.
Yeah.
He has
TI analysis, guys.
He's lower budget, and they could actually give more space to Nisha. You pick his Invoker, you need to be able to give space to him to farm.
Yeah, it sounds also simple, and we're talking about this obviously now in hindsight. Going to the booth, I think both Maposhka and Blitz will have thought about this to try to 5-hat each other and be one step ahead of the curve. Let's see who is one step ahead of the other as we head into the next one.
Team Spirit versus Team Liquid. Game 2.
For this second game, we got Team Spirit on the Radiant side and Team Liquid on the Dire side. And it's a full swap because Team Liquid also has the first pick that was in the hands of Spirit in Game 1. It is also overall last pick for Team Spirit here. So we'll see what answers Liquid has. There is already quite the change in this game, because in the previous game we saw both Nina and Ember removed from the pool, and both for now are still in. The Winter Wyvern made it in as well, into the bans, that is, and that also means that the Bounty Hunter is no longer in the pool. It's gone. It's right now removed. Shadow Fiend also still removed, so definitely quite a big development here.
Yeah.
One thing to note is
These
the
are cool
Slaughter
bans.
still in.
You need to pick your supports. A lot of the supports are banned. Like out of the first phase bans, 4, 5 of them are support heroes?
Yeah.
I mean, I find this is pretty impressive from Liquid to come into this game and go, you know what, this is what we're going to approach the bans with, because we're making a case for a good Winter Wyvern game, or the fact that Bane, of course, is a staple. Shadow Demon getting promoted all the way to first phase, I don't think was in contention.
No,
but
I don't think anybody's out of that.
With the Wind Ranger pickup, you can see it now obviously makes a little bit more sense, right? But still, 3 supports into Wind Ranger.
Wait, I don't see it how it makes sense. I'm sorry. Why does it make more sense now that we see Wind Ranger?
Wind Ranger walks in, you just disrupt the person that she's going on, and then now her focus 5
Oh, you said
PTB is
Shadow
going
Demon.
low.
Sorry, I thought it was Shadow Fiend you said. My bad.
No.
My bad.
Shadow Demon.
Different shadows.
Like, yep, cool, great.
I like this Wind Ranger pick as well because hero they have left in is Lina, who has been famously first phase. But I really like Liquid taking Wind Ranger as an answer to Lina because she is able to just go in with BKB and focus fire Lina and just destroy her. I see Liquid do it so often. So I think it makes the first pick have to be different from Lina. We see Centaur instead, which we also considered last time we covered this matchup as unfavorable for Wind Ranger, yet Liquid still made it work.
And they have a choice to move it to Boxy if they deem that this is not really that great. But yeah, but I think Liquid also did one game that just didn't care. You know, they had the Tusk and win. I think they just let it lane against the Centaur.
I mean, Spirit could also force the draft here by banning the Tusk or the Clock and then taking it out of phase. And then we still have the same question that we're looking for answers.
I mean, they can only ban... Yeah, I guess they ban one.
They ban one, pick one,
and
right?
pick the other
so
one.
It's like you ban Tusk, pick Clock, because into Wind Range you don't really want to take the Tusk, right? So it's like, yeah.
That's a very good plan, I think. If you do that, it's going to put Liquid in a very uncomfortable position. Where, okay, maybe they have to pick the Undying, or maybe, I don't know, they have to figure out some other replacement which will put
causes them to have to think about it, right?
Yeah, and they have to play out of their comfort zone. And the recipe right now where I feel like Liquid really wants to get is somehow a melee hero on Boxy and he can be the 5 and Tofu can be with Ace.
But also, as we've seen, like you already said, if these things happen, if Spirit really invests so heavily into the double melee supports that we're mentioning, Wind Ranger just goes support, draft goes in a completely different direction. Because it's the Wind Ranger compared to other heroes.
But at the same time, then what is Tofu going to play, you know, with a +4? If Boxy is playing the Wind, what is Tofu going to play? Because he doesn't really have a very good pool of heroes to complement Boxy's Wind.
I think you could potentially just go more aggressive and you take like the Hoodwinks, the Witch Doctors, the type of hero that just they play the lane and they go do something.
He has to do that, but the synergy won't be as good.
We'll have to see where they go with this one, as there is only one ban this time around for Team Spirit to address. So if the Clockwork and the Tusk are both still in as they are right now, only one will be banned maximum. We do have a bit of a couple bans coming out from Team Liquid. They ban out the Slaughter and the Pangolier. Slaughter so far has only been played by Team Spirit. I don't know if they have some flex in mind that the Centaur could still go elsewhere. We know that Laurel could still also play the Slaughter if needed. Pango, of course, we saw Laurel on that one.
All of Liquid bans are heroes that Spirit will happily blind pick to progress the draft to then get you with a later, stronger pick.
I mean, it's also to protect Invoker. I think they just really like Nisha's Invoker, and they're always trying to set up for it. And yeah, I mean, you gotta be thinking about it right now. So Spirit, you have two options with this ban phase. Either you do the support ban, or you have to ban one of Nisha's heroes.
Yeah, so because of course the Wind Ranger flex, they don't bother with the support bans. They go for Ember and Talina.
So Liquid probably gonna pick up one of the melee heroes right now, like the Clock or the Tusk. But it also depends who's gonna play the Wind. If Mickey wants to play the Wind, then I think they'll pick one of the melee heroes. But if Boxy is playing the Wind, then they're gonna do something else.
Always exciting, guys. Second phase, end of draft. Nisha can pick Puck. Yay! I've said it so many times this season and every other season of competitive Dota. Yeah, it's looking fine as well as an option for Nisha down the line.
Yeah, you can have his pick maybe by that time around. There's more information on the board from what Team Spirit wants to do with that Lina, as there is still the flex potential of putting the Lina either in the mid lane or on the safe lane.
Mickey has experience playing Wind Ranger into both of these cores. Looks like we're going to play with a Tiny instead. Has we seen Tiny on any role other than
I think mid? I think somebody did it mid. I don't remember who was it.
At least for Liquid, it has only ever been carry. So Liquid is just making a statement that they want to play a very pick-off style game, a skirmishing game. Like they're going to step up into the lanes, try and just get an extra little bit of net worth, and then translate that into like one cheap item on each hero, and off we go.
It does also mean that I think we've locked in Wind Ranger to be in the hands of Boxy, with the Mirana taken up by Tofu. We have seen Nisha play Wind Ranger once and it didn't go well, and I think if we heard him talk yesterday about how he wants to have comfort when going in the lower bracket and how he won against Falcons yesterday, then I think you don't give him Wind Ranger. But it's still
there, that's the best part.
Spirit is just building a really scary lineup to try and gank, because at any point you have to deal with the Stampede, the Centaur Axe, then you have Cogs and Hookshot. Like there's so many little ways, 2 more heroes to be picked as well. So Liquid, their play style is Moonlight Shadow from the Mirana, go with a Blink or some Silver Edge on Tiny to find a hero. If you don't 100-0 them, the counterplay from Spirit is still exceptional.
But this is where it feels like you have last pick of the phase on Liquid, and you can respond to a ganking lineup with something like Underlord, with something like Dawnbreaker,
They need
heroes
it, yeah.
that react.
Exactly. Like that's the hero I want to see on Ace, because it will overwhelm the fight for Liquid to give them a good window of the game.
Well, with that in mind, let's just pick up the Rubik now so that the Underlord won't be picked and they don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, okay, yeah, sure.
I mean, you could do that. You definitely could do that, but I think it's not as solid as something like a Willow. If you go Willow, the whole Willow, okay, Footwing's fine too. It's a lot more solid. They have a lot of damage. The lane's very strong. I mean, with Rubik and Centaur, the lane is just a little bit weaker compared to Footwing plus Centaur. Like, Footwing is just the best support for just securing your laning phase, and Team Spirit here, they have a very, very stable setup. And Footwing with the Boomerang plus the Lina, that's insane as well. And Liquid, they need some team fight right now. You guys mentioned Underlord plus or Dawnbreaker. I think those heroes definitely give them team fight, or something like a Tide, like would help them.
I was about to say maybe the Tide, where it's like maybe it's not as like explosive in like global potential as the other two, but it's more I will just walk to every fight and I'll just soak everything that Spirit has. Because Spirit, even though their lineup looks very scary, there is a little bit of time that needs to come online. And guys, of course, like I said, when it's second phase and puck's available, you take it at the end of the phase. Otherwise known as 18 puck.
Spirit needs an answer against this puck. The support is the clock, the Footwing, they're not great heroes. Somebody has to buy Orchid. Lina doesn't want to buy Orchid. Centaur does not want to buy Orchid. Yeah, so they have to figure out if they can actually slot in a hero to deal with the puck. Can be a mid hero, can be a carry hero, but Liquid so far, they're happy with what they
great.
have.
They could play on Spirit. They're so versatile. That's the fun of this team. Night Stalker, I was going to say. We've seen Lal play. Would have been a nice option.
That would be nice.
There's also still Dragon Knight in the pool if they want to play that. Simple blink stun on puck.
Yeah, they're the big two, I'd say. And Slardar's already been banned out on the earlier phase by Liquid. So yeah, it's like Slardar, Night Stalker. Then if you really want to get desperate, then you can talk about like Void Spirit, but you're getting
This is, however, Team Spirit that very much was aware that this puck would come out. So that I'm sure they have something prepared against it, and they do have the overall last pick. And with the flex potential of the Lina, there's definitely still quite a bit possible there. Potentially some cool pocket pick will come out. On the side of Team Liquid, we're in a similar situation as last game, as we need a hero for Ace. And I would love to know what kind of boxes Ace's hero needs to be able to tick this time around, considering they kind of missed the mark with the last game pick.
I think it's awkward now because you take Puck, which is, you know, great. Nisha is someone you should prioritize so he doesn't get banned out, but you're probably going to lose your Dawnbreaker and your Underlord now, which I think were the two best in slot.
Yeah, but they probably felt like he had three options, right? We mentioned Dawn, Underlord, and Tide would be like the obvious option. So maybe they feel like it's okay if they ban two, we're going to get one, but whereas for the mid picks, they feel like Puck is probably the best one, so they decided that was what they wanted to go for.
Yeah. Also, it was so respectful. I just double checked. Yeah, Nisha hasn't played a single game of Puck this TI, so
really,
yeah, he decided, you know what, potential elimination game. Oh, fine, I'll play Puck if you need me to.
The Dragon Knight that you mentioned, Rhea, will be removed from the pool as well.
That's it. We've ran out of heroes.
That's it. Good job. Pack it up.
Of course, there is the old Huskar and snipers if the lane beats the Puck, but again,
not really.
Players these days, they just exactly, bad for the lineup. You just farm the double counts after the lane, you lose your mid tower, you sacrifice a little bit of tempo, but then you eventually just have the better lineup because they've drafted themselves into a win.
I think they still want more the Shaker. I don't know if like Shaker's something you would consider. Yep. I think Shaker's decent into Puck, it's not that bad. You have that lockdown, you can always stun him from Fog, and then you catch him, you kill him with all the Echo, you can instantly disable him, and it's good in the lane against the Puck as well. So I think that would be a decent option overall.
It's kind of gone untouched so far, but what do we feel about Io?
Yeah, this series does not care Io.
I know it's obviously not great into Coil because you're going to partner with someone, but also if you're able to have core items on Io and then sustain through Coil, especially with your Lina who's going to get jumped on by a tiny Wind Ranger Puck, I think it could be an option.
Yeah, it is an option because against like heroes like Puck and Storm, Glimmer Cape is just OP against them. So picking up a hero that has sustainability is a pretty cool one, and they go for the Lycan. The Ace is Lycan.
Nice.
Yeah,
nice. the wolf bite on the Tiny, one of my favorite combos in the game. And it gives them a very, very fast-paced lineup. They have a lot of vision with the wolves. You can hunt down the enemy supports. Clock and Holdwing, they hate playing into summons. They don't really do much against the summons. So this is a very, very nice pick.
It sounds like they rounded this one out maybe a little bit better than the previous one. Of course, there's still an answer coming from Team Spirit that now
a Shaker just got better.
Way more.
Can you not just put like Lina to mid and you take like your Toro Terrorblade and then just like you play the macro game, just keep skipping the waves, like you just survive and then...
Or like Sven, do you think?
Yeah, Sven's okay too. There's also a Naga pick, which is kind of like a Lycan counter, but I like the Sven a little bit more.
The carry pool feels way nicer here than the remaining mid pool.
I'm looking at the mid pool and it's like, sure. Okay,
nice
they do go for the Terrorblade, so yeah, they want to keep the game alive. They want to try and eliminate Team Liquid from the International with a Yotoro Classic.
But they have a puck problem.
Yeah,
like,
of course.
Like, who's going to kill the puck? Maybe the Terrorblade can itemize an Orchid.
You think he does Mantle? Yeah, Mantle Orchid.
Somewhere down the road, but that's going to take time. Like in the first 20 minutes, Footwing's Bushwhack is the only thing that can reliably maybe set up a kill or two on puck.
Will Team Liquid have a more solid early game than previous game?
Yes.
I mean, it's hard not to.
1,000,000%. Like, game 1 doesn't even exist anymore. Like, this is infinitely better from Liquid's draft.
Infinitely better. How much focus is Nisha gonna get if we're saying that, like, you know, Laurel is gonna have to do well against this Nisha puck? Is gonna get help from the side lanes to cement his victory there?
Lina always does well. You're gonna really want your Clockwork to hit 6 because the most reliable way of killing him is probably hook shot into Lina stun, into then like a cog back. I think you have enough damage at that point to kill him, but then you need to make sure that Clockwork is helping with like stacking and then getting the XP from that, making sure you secure your Wisdom Rune because these levels are going to be absolutely 100% the most critical thing for Spirit to survive.
I just like the fact that we have your Toro Terrorblade, we have Liquid on heroes that feel like they can come alive in the game, and it isn't going to be a kind of stompy, slow one like last time.
That's nice.
Yeah.
I like that. I have a back and forth here for game number 2. Of course, this is elimination on the line, and it's Liquid with their backs against the rope in this one as Team Spirit is 1 game up. Let's see how Coach Blitz feels about how they did in the draft.
Thank you so much, Shiver. Blitz, what a dog you are. Tiny Lycan LGD combo here. TI-10 flashbacks. Is this on purpose or is this actually just good for the draft?
We wanted to pay an homage of sorts. I think it's exciting. I'm assuming that the Chinese fans aren't watching the stream, so I don't want to give them like PTSD or anything. But yeah, you know, it's just like a throwback.
Speaking of a throwback, by the way, I don't know if you know this, but 9 years ago on this very stage, the manager, coach of Mineski was in your exact position in this exact booth. And you know what he did to make his team come back? He did 10 push-ups on the stage. Now, I'm not saying you have to, but could you beat him for good luck for Team Liquid?
Did they win the series?
They did win the series. You have to do more than 10. Will you do it? Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Pull him out. Come on, Blitz. 1 for Nisha, 2 for Team Liquid, 3 for everyone else, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, come on, 9, you got it, 10, 11, 10, it's a tie.
It's 11.
Okay, it's 11. It's 11, all right, let's go. We got first blood, we got to get in the game. Team Liquid will come back, the curse is broken, let's get into it.
Very nicely done from Blitz. I have to say, we've seen the first blood already for Liquid, so, I mean, that was after. Or, sorry, the first blood was before the push-up center, so I don't know what's going to happen now.
Yeah, I imagine now. Well, they didn't win on the bounty runes, so maybe he shouldn't have. All the things that have happened since have been in favor of Spirit, which is bounty runes and nothing else.
But the good news is Mikke is the one to get first blood on the position 1 Tiny, so off to a very good start for him.
Yeah, and I agree with the panel's assessment that this will be a better game for Liquid. I think last game, I think it was just the level of execution required and the margin for error was really narrow. I think this has more of a natural feel to it. You've got a better balance between heroes going in and following up. You've got better overall lanes, I would say, on paper, and you don't have to worry about the profit this time, which was ignored in the draft. Yeah, I just want to say,
when I looked over at you during the draft, you're like, they're gonna pick profit.
Well, I was like, there's still Hoodwink, there's still profit, and well, we got one of them. It's gonna be Rue playing the position 5 Hoodwink this game for the side of Spirit. And a different archetype hero for Laurel here as well. Lina and Pango play completely different games. Pango very much up in the face of the enemy and setting the tone for the fights. Lina is more of a ranged assassin, so they're going to need somebody else to play that role, and that's why Not Me is on a Clockwork this time instead of the Shadow Demon. So Spirit making sure to maintain their draft integrity and the overall read they have on what makes lineups function right now. Also, I can't believe that this was the... Was that true that this is the first game of
Foxy in a bit of trouble. Looks like he'll be taken up by Yatoro. Pops the Fairy Fire, but falls nonetheless. Rue getting chased by the Wolves. Could be able to survive. Go ahead, Cinderella.
Didn't it surprise you that this is Nisha's first game of Puck of the tournament?
You're kidding.
Wasn't that what they said? Did I misunderstand? I thought they said he hasn't played it yet.
That's crazy.
This is maybe his best... It's in contention for his best hero of all time. It's probably between this and Ember, right?
I think it's still Puck.
And yeah, sure, the hero is not quite where it used to be right now. I think it's not as good, but it's a really good Puck game. Winner was harping on this quite a bit, that Spirit have no way of killing this hero.
Yeah.
So if Nisha gets off to a good start and this game goes into the favor of Liquid in the mid game, I think the Puck plus Lycan is just going to run down the supports super easily in the fights, and eventually Lycan will transition into making Tiny an absolute monster with the Ags. So I'm pretty hopeful for Liquid here. For the side of Spirit, though, like T-Gov was pointing out, perhaps the idea with the Terrorblade pick is twofold. Obviously, you're good against Lycan, but also maybe you just play the map differently. You just constantly split pushing waves with yourself, with rockets, with Lina just killing them from the tree line, with Hoodwink, and perhaps this whole Puck play together with Lycan doesn't really come to be all that often. That might work out.
Yeah, the crowd was actually really excited to see Terrorblade pick.
I think they love Yatoro Terrorblade.
They just love Yatoro.
It's a classic.
He'll pick whatever. But yeah, this is one of his strong... I mean, I don't even know what I would consider his strongest heroes. The Bushwhacker's going to find its target onto Ace. Slowed up. Metamorphosis. It's enough. Yatoro's on the board now. Well, he already was, apparently. This is his second kill. Off to a very good start for the Terrorblade. And your thoughts on, other than the Lycan Ags into Tiny combo, Lycan in lane, how should he be doing?
He should lose. It's a hard lane. You're playing into Terrorblade Hoodwink. So the thing is, what Lycan can always do, you can pull the waves with Wolves. It's obviously a huge problem that Boxy died at level 1 on Wind Ranger. I would say that should not happen in this lane, so they must have made some sort of misplay to get to that position. Now that he has Wind Run, that is unlikely to happen again, but the damage is already done. Yatoro's lane is... This lane is all him. He can't lose from this position. Damage down to Boxy again here by Rue, really pressuring him up.
So then with that in mind, the other side of the coin, with Mickey getting that first blood, how's his lane supposed to go in that 2 versus 2?
It's a good lane for the Mirana in particular. You're playing against 2 melee heroes. It's Mirana that's super easy to navigate. Tiny with first blood advantage. I still think they will struggle to really box out the Centaur. I think he's still going to get a good amount here. Tiny doesn't have high enough consistent damage in the laning phase to really get through a Helm of Iron Will Centaur, which Collapse has now picked up. So that in turn means that Not Me is free to make some other moves if he wants to.
Bushwhack again going to set up a kill. Man,
really?
Hoodwink is absurd in this tournament. The fact that it's being ignored occasionally is crazy. Bushwhacks have been very, very effective in all stages of the game, too. It's not just like in the laning stage.
Boxy
Game winning in some cases.
Boxy cannot be happy with this so far. This is... I think if you asked him, he would say he shouldn't have died in this lane, and now we're up to 2 deaths in 5 minutes. Taking a beating here, and obviously Ace is suffering from that.
I mean, you can kind of look, hold that thought, as Liquid have 3 members up in the top lane. Blood Grenade into the power shot onto Not Me. Will pop the Lotus to try to stay alive. Collapse with a nice hook stomp onto 2. The tree does hit Not Me, but he is going to walk away from this.
Any power shot attempts? No. Going to conserve the
And
mana.
looking at the CS between the carries,
And looking at
Ace again gonna die. So another kill for Yatoro, 3 kills on the board, has 50 CS versus the 29 of Mickey on Tiny.
It's pretty ironic to throw Light into the wolves, but that's literally what they're doing here. This is ugly. I kind of liked the pick. I knew this lane was going to be hard. I didn't think it was going to be this bad. He is bottom of the net worth of the course.
And what about catch-up potential for Lycan? Is that a thing?
You can jungle. It's all right.
Getting very aggressive. The Arcane is going to be taken by Not Me in the top side of the river. Nisha going to take a full Laguna Blade. Acorn shot attempting to get the Illusory Orb is burning away. Even the Rocket Flare not needed. As Tofu looking to take more damage in the tree line. Another Blood Grenade. So much damage over time. Going bowling. Doesn't need it. As Not Me will get the kill with the Blood Grenade. A 6-1 advantage for Spirit. They're on fire, no pun intended.
Drew is owning. There's no other way to put it. He's found all these kills bottom. He somehow finds a puck kill in a game that we talked about. They have almost nothing to kill puck with, but that's the exact way they can do it. The Bushwhack Laguna plus Dragon Slave. And then the Afterburn gets the kill, the slow burn, excuse me. Man.
Mickey getting pressured now in that safe lane just by the Centaur. And we're getting close to, it is the 7-minute mark, in fact. Yatoro looks like he'll get the Wisdom Frame. So this is going to be 2 for Team Spirit. Starting to snowball against Liquid.
Not even that. The name of the game so far is Spirit are getting kills they're not supposed to times 3 or 4. And now they also get both Wisdoms. So this is the type of early game that I, frankly, could just not have imagined them getting. That sets the terms for a very strong mid-game timing. Look at the net worth discrepancy already. This is a Terrorblade who's up 1,500 against the enemy carry at 7 minutes.
Moxie again getting Bushwhack. This time has the win run, so will survive the onslaught. But yeah, exactly. The fact that Terrorblade, I mean, kind of gets off to a slow start sometimes, but this is a completely free lane. He's getting kill after kill. Yatoro just having the... I mean, if you have him on your fantasy, like I do, by the way, Syndrome, just shouting him out there.
Good for you, yep.
Could be a very good 2-game series for him if he can continue on this trajectory. Especially with the fact, what did he say, that this is the 3rd highest net worth of all time?
GPM.
Or GPM, rather.
3rd highest GPM of all time in Pro Dota.
Oh,
yeah.
Not even just TI. Okay.
It was in all history. Pretty crazy game. Wonder how many of the top 10 are Alchemists.
Yeah, a lot of them, I'm sure.
It's the tower here.
Tier 1 for Yatoro. As Boxy, out of mana, has to pop the Lotus and will survive. So that's all he will do. Yatoro, 5.3k net worth already. You can see Ace just suffering the consequences here.
And the thing that's especially crazy about this is that when you're doing this well on Terrorblade, it gives you the luxury to itemize differently, and you can see he's going for the Orchid that the panel was talking about as a potential solution to puck here. I talked about it last game. I think Yatoro, when it comes to itemization, is exceptionally good, and you know he's making that the call here that is going to be the one problem he has to solve. The rest will play itself. See if it's going to work out for him. It is obviously it comes with a risk. Like when you're buying Orchid on this hero, if you don't find good use of it, sure, it's fine for farming, but Terrorblade is a hero that scales insanely well with stats. And by buying Orchid, that means you're not getting a fast scatty.
Do you think that it is worth the risk? Because we've seen games, like even with Nisha playing God tier on Puck, where I know he's already died this game, but we've seen him lose games with 0 deaths. Sometimes you can just kind of ignore the Puck at some point in the game.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, there's definitely an argument to be made that if Terrorblade's this farmed, you just go Scotty, you get Butterfly, and you end the game. Like, that is definitely something that he could have considered too. Teams don't seem to really bulldoze the base at 30 minutes all that much, though. But I would agree that was a potential angle here when you're doing it this well. Might have been able to pull it off this time, but we'll see. He also hasn't bought any of the components yet. It's currently on the idea stage.
Yeah, well, he's also in the mid lane.
Nice
Bushwhack.
Bushwhack.
Somehow hit. How is that in range?
Who needs Chasm Stone if you can play like you have it?
I was gonna say. I was going to check if he had Chasm Stone there for a moment, but Yatoro joining the party, and this will be another tower for Spirit.
That must have been max range.
Yeah, it had to be.
That was super.
Or it's bugs.
Yeah.
That's why the hero's been so good at TI. Good
All right,
travel
another
for Laurel. He can go everywhere he wants. So with that in mind, if he does complete
Coil.
the coil now, power shot, so this will be a support kill for Liquid. Anything on the board at this stage is something that you just have to take advantage of while you can, because this is going to get worse if you don't pull things back here. But from Puck's perspective, what itemization would you prefer him to go if the Orchid comes out? Like Yules, you have to go BKB in this game. BKB on Puck feels real bad.
It feels like Yules is quite reliable, no? There's no immediate follow-up out of the Yules that's going to ruin him. You can
sets up LSA.
Well, you should be able to phase, right, every time.
Yeah.
So I think Yules is fine. The times that it's dangerous is if the enemy has something that, like, Disruptor Fennec.
Laurel. Okay. Taking a little bit of damage from Boxy. Bushwhack misses this time from Rue. Does force the numbers out. We'll take the Laguna Blade. Eventually they will find
really nice spell casting. Just beautiful. Double bowling hit, a nice light strike array off the first knockback. Spirit are in form.
They
this
really
is
are.
really, really solid from them.
And that's usually the case when they go to the lower bracket, right?
Yeah.
They
Maybe
go
the
to another
secret
level.
to beating Spirit is not letting them lose
That's right.
upper bracket, so they can't learn anything. And then you beat them in the grand final.
Yep, that sounds like a great strategy. Ace just trying his best to get back into this game, but it's going to be a struggle for a while. Has the helm now, of course. And how fast do you go Ags? I mean, I feel like after the helm, he is going to upgrade the helm, it seems.
Yeah. He might buy Ag's second item, though.
I was going to say, like, is this the game to go second item Ags?
His BKB will be that impactful, for example. I mean, AC is definitely good to have for Tiny in the team, but I don't know. The thing about this that's tricky for me is that I don't genuinely know how good the Ags feels when you get it for Tiny at, let's say, 30 minutes versus when you're 5, 6, right? Like, because it depends. You're sending 4,200 gold into another hero. So with AC, you're boosting both of you, and with Ags, you're boosting only him. So he needs to be confident that by turning Tiny into a wolf, he can take the fight to Terrorblade. I don't know if he can.
We're going to find the initiation onto Boxy again. Seems to be in the thick of all of these kills for Spirit lately.
You see Boxy going 5 at 13 minutes, having a really rough day in this game.
Spirit will group up to take another tier 1, so they'll have the set for themselves.
Yep.
Toro didn't even have to come for this, as he is just completely free farming. Has the Manta, gonna go for the Shard, get that Demon Zeal, and then, if he stays true, will be the Orchid.
I love looking at Toro's quick time. You see what it says, bottom right?
17.
He's queued up so many items already. He's like,
oh yeah, he's ready.
It's a mind map. He's got the order. I wonder what he has after the Scotty. Currently it's Shard, Orchid, Scotty, and then I guess Butterfly or BKB.
I mean, do you really think he's going to opt for BKB this early, Cinderin?
No, I mean, it's the order, right?
No, I know.
Get them in order.
I know, but
oh, you mean after
then,
Scotty?
Yeah, even then, of course. When you're up by this much,
maybe.
Absolutely.
The thing is, it has to be annoying for him to redo his order, right? He has to put in 20 items every time.
Yeah, if you put in 20 items, you're less likely to change the order. In fact, as again, Boxy in the thick of it, able to walk it off thanks to the win run. As Mickey joins the party this time, Ace in his Lycan form. Nisha gets off the coil onto 1. It is a very important one in the Lina. Pushback coming up, but it's not enough. The Stampede too late. Nisha gets the kill onto Lara, looking for the hook stomp. Nisha in the tree line, gets stunned up. Do they have the damage? Do they have the control? It doesn't look like it. He's finding the distance as Boxy getting bounced around by these cogs that are just all over the place. Another beautiful pushback onto 2. Finally, Boxy will take a tumble, and now Toku taking the right-click damage. The avalanche coming out from Mickey with the toss to follow, but the hook stop is there, and now Mickey all alone, and Yatoro and company should be able to finish him off as these cogs just continue to rain upon Liquid. The bowling is out of control right now for Not Me. And they get the rocket flare kill on top of that, Root, trying to survive. Nisha going for the last right-click. It's not enough, though. In fact, it is.
It is.
Nisha.
Which blade will do it.
Indeed. Does Switchblade apply the damage the times he misses? The hook shot comes in from Not Me at the last moment, but Nisha will take the rocket flare. Laurel is on there just in time. Beautiful coordination. The blood grenade. He put up, but Foxy will die for it. What is happening this game?
Oh my god. I was just going to say, I wonder if we're going to get a replay of that fight. Mickey just said, Foxy, that you're not surviving a single fight in this game. You just tossed the Wind Ranger into the fight. Like, what is happening? Just literally completely sacrificed his teammate for seemingly no benefit. I don't think there was any shackle shot follow-up. There's just nothing. He comes back alive, finds a blood grenade kill, and, well, Death Taxes and Foxy dying in every possible engagement. So he will take another tumble, 1-7 now. Crazy fight, and worth keeping in mind that Liquid did manage to kill Laurel to start that. Yeah. So with him off the board, you would have thought Liquid could maybe get a better total exchange than that, but they didn't quite have what it took to finish off the Terrorblade afterwards. Now Collab's getting backstabbed by a pack of wolves.
Indeed, they get the Avalanche to start things out. Arrows coming, clean kill on the Collapse. Yatoro TP's in very deep. The tier 1 is actually dead. They're going to try to chase him out. There's other reinforcements on the way. I believe Laurel is coming. Yatoro at half HP. Bisha trying to get the connection. Gets the foil onto 2. Looks like they're going to try to snap it. The silence comes out. Yatoro snaps it after the fact. He gets Avalanche and killed off. Big mistake from Spirit as they will trickle back to base. That was a very, very rare mistake for Yatoro.
Liquid really needed this to happen.
Yes, indeed.
That is going to stabilize things in a big way. They kill 2 cores in the tower and lose absolutely nobody. And as you pointed out, it was Yatoro's choice. He could have canceled that TP. The Centaur was already dead.
And he broke the coil like just as it was about to expire. Very, very close call.
If he waited just half a second more, he might have been able to walk it off.
Yeah, possibly. Liquid given a gift to come back in this game because it was spiraling. Toro obviously still with a pretty big net worth advantage. This sets him back a little bit. Shadow Blade there from Mickey.
Gonna get Ace his shard now. So upgrades the wolves. It summons 3 wolves and they get the hightail ability. This is a major upgrade and a major issue for supports a lot of the time in particular to deal with. But obviously, just in general, more scouting power, more pushing power, better utility. Really feels good shard to get. Now let's see what he queues up next. I think this is what's going to be telling. I think it's going to be AC, but Axe is definitely a possibility. Oh, clock is deployed.
Yeah, past the hook shot. Yep. Even the bushwhack being used.
The bot tower is gone as well.
Yeah, Farvon the Dreamer gets the kill on the tier 1. Looks like he'll continue to dream. Stays alive, just barely. Good old Farvon.
I'm trying to remember where that's from.
Artifact. Where else would it be from?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that is the same model. I think even.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah,
it's not as recognizable because it's a green card.
Yeah.
He's purple in this game.
Yeah.
Great trivia for you guys out there.
Thank you, Squidward.
There's Laurel about 600 from his Aghanim Scepter. And Liquid definitely have stabilized now. But again, like in terms of pace, which team is going to be happier with the progression?
All right. If you asked Spirit's coach before this game if he would be happy with a 2K lead at 20 minutes, I think he would say yes. But with the first 10 minutes, he would say no. Yeah. So overall, it depends if you're looking at it through the scope of theory of what this game should look like right now or what it could have looked like with the way Spirit started the game. I still think they're in a good position.
This is the Orchid reveal. Unfortunately for Spirit, you can see Nisha on the opposite side of the map right now. Very far away. But any kill is a good kill.
Has queued up the AC. So any Ags hopes for the fans out there to see Tiny turn into a wolf.
Some of my favorite memories of TI.
Delayed massively.
Well, Ace might be the recipient of this gank, although believe Mickey is going through the gate. It's going to meet potentially.
Oh, he's trying to solo the Torm.
Okay, doing it quite nicely, I have to say.
Got it.
Indeed. That's a nice steal as Voxy gets Gale Force as well. Nami's blocking the path though. With the cogs, gets off the hook shot. Oh, unfortunate, and Nami gonna get chased down in all likelihood. Not that many reinforcements. Well, I say that, but Toro is kind of close by. Not sure if he wants to fight though. Yeah, they get that kill. Laguna Blade finding a target. Looks like Tofu will take it home. So it's a 1-for-1 for supports. Spirit now on the run. He would get silenced as Orchid revealed, but the Yules comes out. He didn't realize that was in his inventory already. The Shackle coming out as well. It's really low as Zulu gets bursted down. And Yatoro gonna run out of resources here pretty soon as Nisha is going to be A-OK. Did he get that like roughly the same time the Orchid came out?
Yeah, I think so. There's barely been any opportunities. It's funny, Voxy finds a sick two-man Shackle, immediately dies.
Okay, he's out of mana. Orchid on him. They have the vision. Stuck around too long. That's a big kill for Spirit.
Yeah. Just about to say, a great sequence for Liquid getting the Tormentor into 2 kills. But with the Tiny as a collateral damage on the way out, doesn't feel all that bad for Spirit anymore.
Pretty even game now in terms of net worth. I wonder what Dota Plus thinks of this game. Maybe it knows something that we do not. Is that really?
It
80-20.
I think it doesn't like Lycan very much.
That is extreme. That
too
cannot
soon,
be
too
right.
Soon,
That
you
cannot.
can't say that. That's
I don't understand. Again, Dota Plus has not been wrong though, Cinderin.
No.
Not on our watch at least. Nisha. With the help of the Wolves now. Clockwork is getting a power shot. That's the hook shot to a teammate, still getting pursued by the Wolves. And they're going to try to continue on. They get the coil off, but there's the silence onto the puck. Finally, the Yules comes out. He's already at half HP for Nisha.
The
extended. They get the hook beautifully timed as Nisha will fall. Not expecting that at all as Spirit get a huge kill again. And a Triceratops, an even bigger kill. A dinosaur hits the deck.
Oh, that one's an artifact card too.
That's right. Horn of the Alpha?
That's right.
Well, technically they come out with Horn of the Alpha. It's not the actual card. True. The Thunderhide pack is the... God, I'm a freaking nerd.
That is really impressive.
Know it just as well as the Dota names, apparently. You can also sing the artifact song for you if you'd like.
Wow.
Doggy something?
I don't remember it like that, but...
something doggy.
I was about to say they've remastered it. I guess. I don't know if you'd call that a remaster.
That's the new age version. Laurel. This is the beauty of having these Wolves, though, is all the vision. It's almost like having a pseudo bounty hunter in your game.
Yeah.
Except he's not giving you track kills at this point. Toro apparently very confident with this 3K lead. I mean, Dota Plus is very confident in Spirit right now. Hey, if this goes late game, how would you match up the two teams?
I think it's pretty close. I think Terrorblade is a pretty strong contender for this game, even super late, but Puck is a late game beast. Not is a dead hero. Yeah, I think it's anyone's game if this goes truly late. There's just so many variables, so many heroes that scale in a fashion that you wouldn't think was possible a few years ago. Centaur becomes a complete monster in late game. Lina scales in different fashion than she used to. Hoodwink is a late game powerhouse too. So Spirit have plenty of options. And then on the other side you've got the Wolfbite Tiny, Puck, late game beast. Get this for free?
Liquid. Have to go for a rush, but the collapse is in the game. Speed right on top. Nisha actually snatches the Aegis, so Spirit technically gets the kill onto Roche. The focus now onto this big bad Terrorblade gets broken. Gets the Thunder up to the last moment onto Mickey. Has to go to the high ground now because the right clicks are not enough to kill off Yatoro. Laurel giving some space as Ace
Have to be careful what you try to bite off here. Illusory Orb right on top of the Terrorblade. Yator now in a lot of trouble. Getting bursted, getting right click, getting to the high ground now. Has Reflection at his disposal. Nisha, can he continue the pressure here as Ace is going to take the Reflection? Yatoro still staying alive, and finally Nisha finishes the job. Big kill for Liquid, but they've lost 3 heroes. Not me, with the cogs down to slow up onto Boxy. Didn't even bother with him. He's died a million times this game. Nisha takes the full LSA, though. Do they have the damage? Push up, yes! The Aegis is down already. The Liquid would likely break things up, I would assume, as Nisha might be able to get a kill on the way out. Essence Ring will keep the Clockwork alive a little bit longer. Nisha taking out Laguna Blade. It gets off the phase shift. LSA is going to miss, but Nisha gets touched up on the other side. It collapsed out, find the kill again onto Nisha. They could not kill this puck. He has 4 deaths in this game.
Spirit are clutching up so hard.
I cannot believe how long Yatoro lived.
Yeah. I mean, the whole thing is starting with Collapse going for the Aegis. Imagine if he steals the Aegis, too.
Yeah.
Like, at the very least for Liquid, he only got the Roche kill.
That's very uncommon for him, by the way.
Yeah, he just tends to get those through.
He's found, killed off.
A little something the other way, a completely inconsequential kill compared to everything else we just saw, though. It's so important in a situation like that for Nisha to get out. He has to scale in this game if Liquid want to have a chance. Lycan is not it yet. He is about to get the AC. That will be a bit of a help. But Tiny just doesn't, his hero doesn't have enough output to kill this Radiant lineup until he gets multiple additional items. So Puck has to offer that support. And Nisha's damage build is being delayed by having to buy Yules against the Orchid. So he could have had a Parasma now and maybe another 1,000 gold if he gets one more kill there and lives, but not the case. Another dead. Triceratops. Not me will bag that gold.
No, there's the AC for Ace, and I think now surely
have to
is the Ag.
I don't know what else he would do. I don't think BKB is going to matter enough.
I mean, he'll probably get that after, I would assume.
Maybe. I'm trying to think if there's something else. I think Scythe could be an interesting idea as well.
I mean, funnily enough, a BKB just to not get sundered, because you're going to be up close and personal, in theory, might just be worth it.
Yeah, at the same time as Lycan, you kind of have to play around that too. Or you're hasted permanently with your ult, so you can hit him with everything else than your hero.
There's smoke on both sides. Roche is not even remotely close to spawning because it was taken away, or the Aegis rather, for Nisha pretty much right off the bat.
No objectives to claim at all.
Smoke pops through in the tree line. Spot Nisha. Nisha gonna open things up for now onto the Clockwork. Not mean a horrific spot. Has the hook shot away to a teammate.
Oh, good coil.
Coil onto 2. LSA not gonna hit any target though. And already the Clockwork has fallen.
And they forced meta too.
Well, that's forced Lycan ult as well, I suppose, and the Moonlight Shadow. But yeah, Liquid biding their time.
Between those 3 abilities, the most important and the longest cooldown, of course, the non-ultimate ability, Metamorphosis.
That's right.
That,
it's effectively his ultimate, though.
Yeah, I would argue.
It used to be his ultimate, way back.
Very long ago, yeah.
We're old. Yeah. He used to have a life drain ability. It was like a crappier version of Pugna Drain, and it did not require channeling. That was weird.
Yeah, well, he's had both. He had the version that Pugna has where you have to stand still.
Oh, really?
That was the original life drain. You stood still and just drained 20 health per second per level. Yeah, game's changed. Then he was able to move with it, which was insanely broken.
Yeah.
The first version. And then eventually...
Nisha, LSA to... Oh, he dodged something there. The LSA dodged completely somehow. He uses the Yules, but he's surrounded and killed off. So, regardless of the beautiful dodge from Nisha, still dies. And I did not think he would die. I thought even if they lost, I think he would have died 2 times before this game started.
5 deaths.
5 deaths?
Is too many.
Crazy.
It's just too many. Didn't account for that counterplay, though. They have coming out of the Yules, they've Stampede. So they can stand on top of him and he will instantly take damage when dropping. So he can't Yules into Blink, he has to phase into Blink. But phase obviously was unavailable because
He dodged the LSA with it.
Yep.
And collapse. Yeah, very close to the BKB, and then it'll be Aghanim Scepter afterwards. And this seems like an exceptional Ags game, actually. Lina or Terrorblade would love to be in the cart.
Yeah.
In terms of AoE abilities, there's a little bit from Liquid, but nothing too crazy. As Liquid again will take Tormentor, so 2 in a row. Mickey getting the shard.
The old facet.
Crash landing.
Yes. Yes, sir. Not exactly all that impressive, but
well, if he
take what you can get.
If he tosses Boxy in again, it'll do a little more damage, right?
Yeah.
That's good. He's basically tossing a corpse anyway.
You can see Boxy bought Blink Dagger in anticipation.
Toss him and then blink out? Yeah, that's pretty hype combo. And let's look at Laurel's inventory. Going for a Shiva's right now. Has the Arcane Rune bottled.
Recognizing that this game has overwhelming physical damage between the Lycan and Tiny, so opts for some armor. Looks like a pretty solid choice here. You know, also, the nature of your supports is quite different from last game, where they had 2 saves between Cold Embrace and Disruption. Now you have neither. So your cores kind of have to fend a little bit more for themselves if they do get jumped. And yeah, best way to do it here is by armor. Along with your BKB. I've been very impressed with Laurel's Lina this tournament, by the way. I was saying that I think this team works best when Laurel plays in the enemy's face and plays an initiator role, like Tango, Puck, Ember, these types of heroes, but a couple of Lina games I've seen have been definitely up to the level of his other heroes and showing some nice versatility from Spirit. It makes it a lot harder to ban against them if Laurel can start shining on this type of heroes too.
Yeah, it's not just about having a big hero pool, but having multiple archetypes of
yes,
heroes.
Exactly.
Big.
And they're doing a really good job. That's what I want to commend Spirit on is, okay, you're not playing Tango, therefore we are drafting other supports. Like keeping that consistency in making the lineups make sense, which I personally found that Liquid broke in Game 1. I thought their lineup was too one-dimensional. This one is way more well-rounded, but unfortunately, so far, they've kind of just been outplayed. There's only so much you can do with the draft.
And something we have not mentioned yet, but Yatoro, as a Shadow Blade, of course, and when he gets this Silver Edge against both Lycan and Winra, I mean, they cannot run away from you anymore.
It ruins Lycan to get Silver Edge. It is so bad. Capture move speed at 200.
Ace 300 from Axe. So we are going to see the Wolf Rock hybrid. New species here in Dota.
Yep.
Not so new, actually. What was that, TI-10? First time that we really showcased it to the world?
That's actually quite long ago, isn't it?
And we're old.
Honestly, quite surprising that Sir Actionslack's idea has got to stay in the game for more than 3 months.
Very true. You're bound to get something right. Putting all that garbage out into the world.
Was Pocket Ricky also something you talked about? Or
I'm not sure about that one. I just remember he had another crazy one for Ursa that involved a lot of Cubs.
But Gabe takes and gives, well, he gives and takes away. The Slacks obviously lost his favorite version of Techies.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he'd rather have that.
Yeah, he would probably trade half the hero roster to have that back.
All right, Roach attempt for Spirit.
It's the Axe, though, on Lycan.
And it will roar, because technically they killed Roshan. They didn't get the Aegis, though. So this gives Liquid a potential opportunity, but this is going down way too fast. They find a clockwork, but I think Spirit takes this every day of the week. They have the Aegis on Yatoro.
I'm going to try to get out. Good Gale Force.
Yeah, with the silence coming out from Nisha, the coil as well. They'd love to burn this Aegis right off the bat. The power shot in addition. This time he's not going to walk out of it before it ends. He gets harpooned back into Avatos. He's dead. That's life number 1 already. So again, the Aegis expiring right off the bat. And Liquid can be relatively happy with that.
Oh, they're not done yet, I think.
Looks like it. Yatoro just trying to get back to base. Amalgamation's up the deep. Gets off the Manta style. He's at half HP. Still has his Sunder available. There's the BKB from Mickey. The Avatar as well. Looking for any target. The Sunder not going to be there. Yatoro bites the dust. Big kill from Liquid. Foxy likely to be the sacrifice as per norm. That is just the rule of engagement for Liquid. If you fight, Boxy shall die. Rocket, ooh, hook shot misses though from Not Me. Cogs onto the puck. Nisha has plenty to get away though, it seems. Illusory orb. Oh, they actually do clip over the LSA, but the Eon disc does proc. Attempting to run away, gets the phase shift off, has the blink dagger again. The hook stop again from Collapse. He's on top of this all game long. Forced that to keep Nisha alive though, but now Mickey in a horrible spot himself. Trying to get away, already at half HP. They have the vision, the double edge is there with the LSA to follow. This is a dead Tiny. Mickey drops to the deck after saving his puck's life. Nisha trying to kill off somebody. A missed hoof stomp from Collapse this time. That would have been another kill on Nisha.
Yeah, Nisha better not die after his Tiny bailed him out and died
That would be
for it.
very sad for them. As Ace in that Lycan form now. The hoof stomp is going to be there. Kill off the creeps. Ace still in the jungle, but Terrorblade's starting to die in these fights, Siddarin. I'm trying to think what he would want to buy next. I mean, Bloodthorn is obviously the upgrade for Orchid, but what do you replace the treads with? What's your final item? Do you want Satanic?
Don't you want BKB? Like,
Oh yeah, true. He still doesn't have BKB.
I feel like that is worth it at this point. I liked his build-up so far. I think the Orchid was debatable whether that was the right choice or not. They found a couple of kills on Nisha. It doesn't really feel like the Orchid has been maybe one or two of the kills actually specifically because of that. And it comes with the added benefit of making Nisha buy Yule. So you're kind of just trading net worth, right?
Yeah.
In that sense. So it's even if it doesn't kill him, it does stifle his scaling on the hero. But yeah, I would personally think BKB would be nice to grab here. If he had better defensive supports, I think you could play without it entirely. But he is indeed eyeing up the Bloodthorn plus. Is that Satanic?
I mean, it must be Satanic. It feels like he needs lifesteal badly. And honestly, the Dispel from Satanic is pretty good this game as well.
It is.
I mean, really, when it comes to... They do have good lockdown is the issue for Liquid, though, right? They have, obviously, the Coil. I mean, that's just a mini-stun, but... The Avalanche is the big one. Get avalanched into Shackle Shot.
That's definitely the challenge here, right? Is that, yeah, if you have Satanic, I think Liquid is starting to reach damage numbers where they can 100 to 0 you in a chain stun. And since you don't have any reliable saves yet with Collapse not going Ag.
Ooh, actually dodges the LSA. Okay, dodges a lot here. Nicely done. Yeah, only time will tell.
Maybe they're just. I guess he's going to rely on Collapse saving him with Ags, and they'll overlap their next timing of items, where he's going to have Satanic Bloodthorn and they're going to have Ag Centaur. I think Collapse will be his protector.
Okay, that's fair enough.
There's Satanic now complete.
Tofu. This time they find him. And Nisha, oh boy, again, is this going to happen? Down the Essence Distiller. Gets off the Yules with the orb. But LSA finds him and he's dead again.
Oh yeah, you better tip him. That's frame perfect LSA out of Yule.
Disgusting. Filthy human.
That is so much harder than it looks.
Mickey getting chased back to his base. Spirit, obviously no ages to work with. 16k lead though. They're going to poke it. They're going to try to force this buyback. Metamorphosis from Yatoro. These tier 3s are melting now. Roche Banner was still available to them. This tower is certainly going to die. Fortification comes out and they do aggro the creeps.
Yeah, they're going to give them this set. I think it's way too crippling to buyback puck here. The economic damage.
Oh, hook shot. They're not done. They want to go for some kills now. Going to try to force this buyback from Nisha. Getting really low. Okay, they're going to kill off Not Me.
Oh, I can argue he killed off himself.
Yeah, kind of. Still no buyback from Nisha, so yeah, will be the set of barracks for Spirit. They don't lose that much.
Wanted a bit more than he could have there, but they still get what they came for. Elaine is gone, and back to controlling the map we go.
It's funny how small Mickey becomes when he's a wolf.
Yeah.
Just tiny.
Yeah, if he could...
His name is Tiny.
If he kept his relative size as a wolf, that was terrible.
I mean, I think that should be the case. Yeah. Oh, true. MKB from Mickey. Very cool.
Not a common pickup on Tiny, but feels necessary. They know that if they want to win this game, they have to be able to kill Yatoro, because what is inevitably going to happen is Spirit will look for the next Roche. And if Terrorblade has that Nia's high ground, you have to somehow find a way of killing him twice, or you're losing the entire base. So, not really many great itemization options aside from this.
And Yatoro is officially 6-slotted. So I would assume a Consumed Ags would be next for him to get the Fear. Extra uptime on Metamorphosis as well. Just a feels good Ags, but typically is reserved as a luxury for the hero.
I assume on 25 he takes the meta talent.
Then again, you usually do have Blink with that build, right?
Yeah, he could get a Swift Blink later.
Replace what with it?
Swap it in, I guess. The classic late game carry conundrum. It's like, which of my... I have one of everything, which shall I choose? Or you could...
I mean, Refresher also excellent on this hero.
Yep. Do that.
That collapse, he's about 80 gold. One more creep here will give him the gold for the Aghanim Scepter. So we'll have Workhorse at his disposal. Of course, Collapse, I want to call him the original pro player to go for this Aghanim Scepter way back in the day when this was first introduced. When it was actually quite bad.
Yeah.
He would still buy it, and that's why I respect him. The only reason I respect him is they find the connection onto Mickey. The LSA with the Laguna gets off the BKB with a Harpoon. Do they have the vision to chase this? Collapse coming in with the Stampede and the BKB as well. Nisha has the coil at his disposal. The Huston finds him. Collapse gets the kill, and that is a huge one because Mickey does not have buyback. Do they have the connection now onto the puck? Eondis does proc. This time he does get the blink off, getting the Waning Rift as well. Nisha has died so many times this game, but it seems that he will survive this time. But I don't know if their buildings will survive, Cinder, without their Tiny for a full minute plus.
Lena even has an amp damage rune, so she's also getting like a truck. This is stupid fast pushing.
This is going to be second set, and I don't see why they stop.
Immediately.
They're going for Tormentor while this is all happening. Tofu has his shard. Inconsequential at this point.
Good fantasy points there.
Yep, that's right. As they're going to get the full megas. So Spirit in complete control of this game too, and this series. Do they try to finish it right here, right now? Why not? 40 seconds still for the Tiny. And look at these buildings absolutely melt. Tier 4 down. Second one will bite the dust as well. And Liquid going to have to try to fight this out without their Tiny, but Yatoro just focusing on the barracks, already at half HP on the Ancient. No reason to switch targets. As they're going to try to burst him down, the cart is coming. Doesn't have the BKB, but he's inside the cart now. They destroy the Marana, they destroy the Ancient, and Spirit will move on in the international lower bracket. Liquid eliminated.
Man. They look scary today, honestly.
Yeah, they're in form right now.
This is probably the best series from Spirit so far that I've seen. Especially, I think the thing that's especially impressive to see is just how, on an individual level, everybody had like stellar moments in this game. And it wasn't even that long of a game. It's just so many...
Yeah, this was quicker versus a lot of the games that we've seen at this tournament already.
Because you could pick any player in this game and you can look at their POV and see 2 or 3 like super high skilled plays that they pull off. I want to give a special shout out to Larl in this game. I was blown away by his timing on LSAs, by his overall navigation of fights. And it's a very, very good sign for Spirit because it means you don't necessarily have to have that insane pop-off performance from Yatoro, who had an insane lane this game, made a couple of slight hiccups along the way, didn't matter. They still smashed them. A very quick win.
The last 2 champions are now out in Falcons and Liquid. Spirit, of course, 2-time winners will continue. I think that they are, the way that they look today, they can win the whole thing. Yeah. For sure. They are a huge threat. I would put them as a favorites with everybody that's currently in the lower bracket. I don't know if you agree with that.
Yeah, I would.
But Laurel, completely out of control in this game on the Lena. I mean, Yatoro ends up with only 6 kills, but he got the ball rolling to start things. He got the double kill to start the game, essentially, and there's no looking back, other than that one little misstep, I suppose, where he gets killed off, and that gives Liquid an opening in the game, but it wasn't enough. The Spirit will take this series as we go to the stage for an interview.
观众朋友们，大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访。现在在我身边的是来自 Team Spirit 战队的 Collab， 以及我们可爱的搭档主持 Sir Slack Action。 Hey everybody, yes, absolutely. Collapse, so good to see you. In interviews earlier this year, you said that you were losing confidence. You had to take a break. And now on this stage, absolute MVP of that series, you just came back stronger. What motivates you?
Collapse 在之前的采访里，你也说过你曾经失去过一些信心，也休息了一段时间。是什么样的让你能够重新站上赛场，然后又重新发挥出这么好的表现
I mean, 5 hours of sleep. Like the only motivation, I just want to sleep now. Like need to end faster.
5个小时的睡眠就是我的诀窍。对我来说的话，我现在就是非常想睡觉，这也是为什么我一直想很快的去结束比赛。
A man motivated by sleep. Did it feel like you were dreaming? I mean, you're on the main stage of TI. You see Tiny Lycan again. A lot of Chinese fans. Did it bring back any memories for you?
你有没有想过，现在其实是没有做梦的感觉，非常梦幻，因为你站在 TI 的舞台上，很多中国的粉丝们在欢呼，然后你的对手选到了狼人跟小小。
I mean, a lot of flashbacks, I would say. Only Magnus missing. Yeah. I don't know.
很多回忆涌入我的脑海中，不过我想的话，好像少了一个英雄，叫做马格纳斯。
Yeah, we don't say that word in here. That's not allowed. We don't say that. All right. Last question for you, Collapse. Now, you are one of the only people left in the building that can get the 3 Aegises. I mean, your coach, Yotaro, it's up to you. And now, with that legacy in front of you, I want to know, how much would that mean to you? What would it mean to be the greatest Dota player of all time?
那现在的话，其实只剩下你的队友 Yotaro 还有你的教练 Miposhka 有机会能够3次举起不朽盾，所以想问一下，这对于你们、对于你个人以及团队来说意味着什么
It's a good question.
Thanks.
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't thought about it. Like, I just want to meet Prevision again. Team Vision. Yeah. Because like with every series, we're just getting closer and closer to the win, victory.
好问题，其实我之前也没有想过那么多，不过对我们来说的话，我现在只想再次跟 Vision 去做一次对决，因为每一次被他们击败，我觉得我们的比赛内容都越来越接近了。
Well, I want to hear it right now then. Vision, are you coming for him? Are you going to beat him? Is this one going to be different?
Yeah.
Hold on.
我想问一下，那如果真的能对上 Vision 的话，你们有信心吗？下一场比赛会更接近吗？你们能战胜对手吗？
Right in the camera. Come on, give it to him. Give it to him. Yeah, baby! Woo!
感谢 Collab 接受我们的采访，我们把剩下的时间交给我们的分析。
Yeah, Collapse, the undisputed MVP of this game we just witnessed, and it is Team Spirit that move forward through this lower bracket, and they do have a very long day potentially, as they will play in the final series of the day, and potentially for Team Spirit, the choice is, as we talked about earlier, the choice is maybe a little nap while their coach prepares for all the Dota 2. Of course, a lot to break down here with this series being done, and overall here, Rhea, we talked about the puck needing to carry it all, needing to set the pace and the tempo for Team Liquid. It just didn't happen.
How can it happen when we have the best hoodwink performance of all time going on in the bot lane? Yotaro is literally farming the enemy's Ancients at minute 9. He is pushing your mid tower down at minute 10. The calamity that occurred in this bot lane meant that Team Spirit had everything they needed to come mid and pressure this puck and shut down his game all around this hoodwink.
I mean, not only that, it's like when you entered the game, mid-game, sorry, Lyle and Collapse were both just incredible with like their initiations, understanding how they're going to jump, who they're going to jump. When they're going for the puck as well, you had yours into LSAs from the Lena, and then when that was not maybe connecting, then Collapse was like, no, don't worry, I know where Nisha's going, and then he goes for the kill as well. So I just feel like Spirit, they had Liquid's number in this series, and they played so exceptionally well, and you can hear it from Collapse. They are improving series after series, and when you say that for a team like Spirit, at the International, you have to be very afraid if you're to meet them in the next round.
Yeah, I think both games Liquid had the same problem with the off-lane hero. I think this game is a very good example of why Lycan isn't really popular anymore. I think before I came to the event, I thought like Lycan maybe would see a lot more play. But this game, it showed that why Lycan has not seen a lot of play. It's easily countered in the laning phase. It's a very good helm hero, but you generally don't get a good enough start, and you get bullied in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, maybe next to Collapse, we should also highlight another MVP in Rue that just was very instrumental, not just this game, but also the previous game where we did name him the MVP. He had a killer of a series. Maybe Tigov, he just performs a little better with less sleep.
Yeah, I'm trying to work this out. So, like, do you want your players to sleep now? Because when they play the next series, then they're going to have sleep and not be starved for it. So maybe you keep them awake, and then they play doubly better.
Because your brain goes into survival mode.
Yeah. So it's like, because like right now, so they'll be too comfortable for the next series.
I want them to sleep so they cannot fight me when I'm deciding the team strats, you know. They'll just wake up, this is what we're going to do, okay, let's go.
Maybe not 5 hours, let's meet them in like 2.5 hours.
One REM cycle.
Yeah, there we go.
That's very clear, very specific. Of course, have to wait and see what the teams are going to do. It's up to them. It's up to maybe each player individually as well. I'm sure different players need different things. And there's one thing for certain, though, is that there's one team that does have all the time that they want to sleep. Because elimination was on the line with this series, and it is Team Liquid that is eliminated with this one best of 3. They could not get a foot in the door. They did not get a win this series, and they go out. They go home here on top 6 at the International. And, of course, for some final words about Team Liquid, we are going to head over to Boxy.
Yeah, thanks. I'm here with Boxy. Boxy, commiserations on the loss there. Not even Blitz doing push-ups was enough here. He said that your draft was a throwback to a draft that LGD pulled off against Spirit. Was that something you all had agreed to? Was it part of the plan all along? How did that come about?
选完阵容，教练 Blitz 说有点梦回 TI 时 LGD 对战 Team Spirit， 这是你们意见一致的决定吗？
A throwback as in like going back in time to an old draft.
Who played this draft?
You guys did.
Not before.
LGD.
I don't think we meant to like copy some old TI strategy. I think we looked at like the heroes we liked and we picked them, and in the end we didn't play good enough and we lost.
我觉得我们没有刻意去复刻任何之前 TI 的阵容，我们只是选了我们喜欢的喜欢的阵容，我们没有打好，其实这也是我们自己的问题。
It felt very unlucky for you guys to have to bump into a Spirit team at this stage in the tournament that seemed like they're sort of accelerating. Do you feel like this was just a team that was perhaps a little bit ahead of you in the meta and the playstyle of this tournament at the moment?
很不巧遇上了状态回升的 Team Spirit， 你觉得他们对TI 的版本理解有着更深的理解吗？
I think game 1 maybe we didn't really like how the game like played out because we had a hard time jumping and killing this Pango. I think game 2, I don't know, I died a lot. And they played well, but we also didn't really manage to like find a good flow and play aggressive. And I think like the game could have looked different if we managed to make some nice attacks and like get our Tiny really fat with the Lycan Axe. So yeah, I mean they were the better team today.
第一把可能有点，第二把我也不知道。其实我觉得我们稍微状态好点，把自己打的阵容该打的打出来，可能小肥一点的话，我们是有机会的。我们没有打出我们该打的进攻。
And Boxy, obviously we've enjoyed watching you guys throughout the season and here at TI. You've got a lot of fans around the world supporting Liquid. Is there anything you'd like to say to them now that you guys are out of the tournament?
我们非常喜欢看你们比赛，然后也有很多支持你的粉丝。最后有没有什么想跟粉丝们说的？
Yeah, thank you so much for watching and supporting us. It's really like cool to be here at TI, and it wouldn't be the same with everyone cheering us on. We're a little bit disappointed in like how this series went. Obviously, our fans might be too, but we keep trying really hard and you know, stick with it. For here in Shanghai, I think it was a really cool experience, and the crowd was really like energetic and loud. So I really missed being at a LAN with like a nice audience, and that was really cool. So thank you guys.
能站在这个舞台打比赛其实是很酷的，如果没有你们的话，现场就不一样了。我们很享受在 TI 的比赛，也非常感谢支持我们的所有粉丝。可能这一场的赛果不太如意，我们的粉丝也会有一点点失望，但是我们会继续努力，我们也会做到自己的最好。现场如果没有你们的话，真的很不一样。
It's all about the highs and the lows when you're competing, and for Team Liquid, they might feel like they're ending here at a low, but being top 6 at the International is still quite high, and we are going to live through a couple of the highs Team Spirit felt when playing this game number 2. That's the flip side of the coin, of course, because Team Spirit was having a great game, and all they are looking for is eyes on the prize, and they want to beat Team Vision next time they see them. Maybe in the lower bracket, maybe in the grand finals. We'll have to wait and see how that plays out. But this game, a very cool game from them, as we're going to relive some moments. Winter, you want us to look at a fight that happened fairly early on, around the 15-minute mark.
Yeah, it was a very, very cool play. I think it was by the Clockwork. Like, he managed to like kick his cogs twice, and he gets the kill on the puck. I think it starts off here. It was a very, very long fight. They are defending their jungle in the safe lane. Lycan pops his ultimate. He's trying to invade with the puck coming in. I think he has a shield rune, and they were still somehow able to kill Nisha right at the end because the Clockwork made a very, very cool play. And he was just constantly focusing on trying to bounce and burn Nisha's mana off.
It really was searching for the answer to the puck, which we thought was going to have a free game, but it didn't feel like a free puck game.
He had a free game at killing Clockwork. That was the main thing, right? Like he had one job, and that was to make not me feel as sad as possible.
Maybe this fight right here caused Nisha to be like, this puck.
That's my target, but no. I feel like, yeah, Nisha, he kind of did his job. It was more like the clutch moments, unfortunately, Liquid weren't able to capitalize on. There was a Roshan fight where Mickey doesn't get the toss on the Terror Blade, which allows for the Sunder to go off. There was a couple of fights where maybe the supports or Ace could have connected a little bit quicker. Like, everything was just going slightly wrong for Liquid, but that's because Spirit was playing so well at how they're progressing the map, moving around. They put so much, pressure onto Liquid that the mistakes started to form because of Spirit's formation.
Yeah, I think it just all started from the lanes, like the Footwing hero I think Rue just played a fantastic Footwing from the laning phase. He landed so many pushbacks and just kind of made the game so difficult for Ace especially, and Boxy.
Smiles all around for Team Spirit as they will get to play again later today. Another elimination is going to come your way. We're going to have one best of 3 between Boom Boys and Enigma Galaxy, and this is a series that some of you might remember very well because last year at the International, in the opening round of the playoffs, these two teams went head-to-head. It was a 3-game series, went all the distance, and it was Boom Boys that knocked down Enigma Galaxy that still managed to get top 6 through that lower bracket. So they're no stranger to this lower bracket, and I'm sure they're looking for revenge in this one. Also, on top of that, it is tomorrow GPK's birthday. I'm sure he would like to play maybe some grand final on the birthday.
I have no idea if anyone's going to know this stat, but has there ever been a TI winner on their birthday? I swear that's never, I don't remember ever us having to talk about, wow, it's his birthday.
Happy birthday, you win TI. Yeah. It's a nice present.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah, maybe he likes to keep his birthday secret like people on the panel.
Yeah, good point.
GPK, incredible player. I think watching him and how he plays is beautiful. Look at his score line in all of these matches. Even during the losses, it's like 1 death and 3 deaths. And the 174 is, of course, an anomaly, but it's Vision. What can you do? They were very dominant in that game. In general, this guy is just so stable. His itemization is so solid. Like in his Viper game, he had so much impact without even having to buy like the boost of travel. Like every mid hero feels so mobile in this meta right now, and join every single fight. But he was doing it on Viper without that additional help. So this is a guy who has tried his hand at TI many times now, and I think it could be their year. I really think Boomboy's innovation in their drafting is something that can give them an edge over other people if they can just remain consistent in their gameplay.
Yeah, the consistency has been seen throughout the year.
Yeah, I mean, they are a team that, on paper, the individual players and names are some of the highest caliber that you can get from the region and even internationally. I think they're one of the few teams that they need their drafts to go correctly, and then they'll be able to outplay anyone. But if the draft is slightly wrong or there's some little thing going slightly different, I think sometimes they crumble a little bit. But I honestly feel like right now in their form, the way that they fix themselves against Iron Wing, they are to be potentially matching Spirit in that energy of like improving every series.
Yeah, and keep in mind that their road so far at this international, they lost in the first round to Team Vision. They did manage to take a game off of them, and they have grown ever since. Yesterday also a 3-game series against Iron Wing. This series is proving to be an exceptional battle. But first, we need the teams. Enigma Galaxy is back on stage. It feels only like it was a couple of hours ago that they were right here fighting against Team Yandex, where they were dropped to the lower bracket. But this team is just powering up during this playoffs. They have some epic team fights, hoping that we get more of that against their opponents this morning. It is none other than Boom Boys, the team that they will face in a second. To stability. They have been so good throughout the entire year, consistent top placements, and they managed to get their time and time again. Their main struggle is breaching that top 3, breaching that top 2, and making it all the way to the grand finals. Will this be their year is a question we are going to have answered maybe within this very best of 3 series. Their opponents, as mentioned, Enigma Galaxy, they also have long series. They also seem to be very fond of having these long games and long series with 3 gamers on the board, and it is quite surprising to see these two go head-to-head at this stage of the tournament. For Boom Boys, as said, maybe not so surprising for them as we are expecting it from them. But for Enigma Galaxy showing up here at this international and delivering the way they have, Tigov, that was not in the cards. Anybody that did their, their die-hard prep to see how Enigma Galaxy would do before the group stages, they would not have had this.
No, it's like a fever dream, honestly. So since last TI and their, incredible placement, they of course had roster shuffles and absence from a lot of tournaments. They played 12 qualifiers, only winning 4. Their best placement in the season was only 5th to 8th when it's kind of a tied position. Their average position in Tier 1 tournaments that they did get to was in the bottom half of the tournament. And then it's just like exceptional to think that they get to this TI, and now they're here. It's like, again, and also the Dota that they're playing in the upper bracket, the IO saves, the Storm Lotuses, the Enigma Black Holes, the clutch play from everyone, Sumo jumping around on Necroforce like he doesn't care. Like, they are playing some incredible Dota as if like they were meant to be at every Tier 1 event. They should have been at top 6 in every event, but again, the year, it wasn't like that. They're playing good Dota right now, and that's all that matters.
So what's the secret sauce? Is there secret sauce, Rhea?
I think it's the shuffling of players around 1,000 times and playing musical chairs, and now they found what fits. You have like this beautiful clutch factor from Lorinov on the mid lane. I think everyone's had their eyes on him. You know, he's playing his Nature's Prophet, especially is a sight to behold. I also believe that GH is also playing things like the IO support, right? Everyone's kind of transitioned that to a core, but you still have this team playing things like Dazzle and IO, which give them a different angle to the current meta that seems to be throwing some people off. Simultaneously, you just have the king.
The king, Winter. Sumail, you wanted to have some extra eyeballs on him, as if he doesn't have enough.
Yeah, I think he is one of the key reasons why the team is doing really well. Like, he's been part of the team for a long time, but I think in this iteration, they finally figure out how to use him, because the safe lane feels more like his old style of playing mid. Because Sumail, when he was really at his peak form, he was a lane dominator, and now the safe lane heroes, they dominate the off laners, and some of the safe lane carry heroes like the Tiny, the Shadowfin, they are heroes that very fit his style very well. You win your lane, you run around the map, you kill heroes, and you can play very aggressive. And a lot of the mid heroes at the moment are kind of like heroes that he doesn't really like to play. The style doesn't fit him. So the safe lane is where Sumail is very comfortable at the moment.
And it also just complements the idea that when you look at Enigma Galaxy draft, right, there's always layering of tankiness or survivability across all the heroes. Like, you've got the Underlord with a Dazzle, and then Clock and Alk, and then you've got in other drafts like Largo is buffing up with Miranas. Like, there's always little ways, and of course the epic IO Storm game that we saw in Game 1 yesterday that I still is fresh in my mind. But like, all of their drafts have these layers of, we're going to take a fight, we'll kite back, and we'll outplay you at some point because we have one spell or one piece of utility that you don't have. And I'm really excited to see what Nigma will draft today, because that is an aspect that maybe not other teams will lean on every single draft. But every draft that Nigma brings, they have some cool little teamfight outplay mechanic, and it's not always, I have a stun. It's other ways that you can win team.
Like black holes!
And other things.
Like bigger black holes!
Okay, they only had one, and they won. So
and
maybe,
it looks epic!
So they need 2 today.
Alright.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, Divine Llama is really clutched up in that match.
Yeah, he did.
Like, this player, I think, has received a lot of criticism, you know, due to fluctuating results over time, but honestly, I feel like this guy always just manages to claw his way up to these beautiful performances in the end. We should put more stock in him.
Yeah, I think he is maturing, I think, over the years of playing. I think when he started out his career in previous TIs, he kind of choked under the pressure, let's just be honest. He didn't perform to the stage. And I think at least yesterday, he kind of proved to people that with time and not giving up and consistently trying at the things that you love, you will be able to achieve what you want. And I think Divai is a good testament to that no matter what happens in his previous parts of his career, today or yesterday, he is able to perform and hit a level where he's playing with the team and pushing the team forward.
And he's also changed a lot, I think, in the last 2 years. Like, previously, I would see him as a player that he needs a lot of priority. He's a polarizing player, so you need to dedicate the draft, like some resource from the supports in early game for him. But in his time in Enigma recently, I think he's shifted to more of a team player. He doesn't really mind, oh, my team is sacrificing me, they're helping Lorinov because Lorinov is more important in the draft. It's fine, you know. I think before he couldn't really do that. Whenever he gets sacked, he just doesn't really know how to come back into the game. But right now, he knows how to come back into the game.
Yeah, it's also something trivial where, like, during the game, like when he gets killed, right? And I've cast him a million times throughout his entire career, and it's like every death he'd have some like massive emotion, or he'd slam his desk, or he'd go like, you know, like, and he would do it. It's because he loves the game so much, but that level of emotion in the game, it's honestly like at a detriment to your performance. And then at least yesterday, like, he's doing the okay sign with the black holes.
Very mild.
Yeah, very mild. Like, he's reacting, but it's not to the, like, where his teammates are going to be looking at him like, bro, chill, the game's fine. Like, I think he's shown that he's calmed down immensely, and that makes a great player. Because, like, as much as we love the energy and showing character, DotA is so complex, so complicated, that, like, 5 seconds, 2 seconds where you turn off your brain and show some, like, other emotion, you'll forget what's happening in front of you, and it has hurt Divide multiple times in his previous games. So I think, yeah, maturity is clearly the big indicator for Divide this guy.
Maybe the most mature person on the side of Enigma Galaxy. I'm not gonna say Sumail, guys. I want to talk about KuroKy, because historically, KuroKy, obviously great player when he was playing, and then at some point he fell a little off. But every LAN he showed up to did really great, and I think that is something that as a coach, as this is his first international as a coach, he is able to instill those vibes onto his team, and I think that's super impressive.
No, 100%. And I believe I've seen some like behind-the-scenes footage from Nigma as well, where RMN, the old coach of Nigma, he's also now back here as well at TI.
Yeah.
You kind of have like Kuroki plus RMN both in the mix to try and make this run happen.
We're gonna see if the miracle run will happen with Boom Boys taking on Nigma on the stage here in Shanghai. Only one team will survive in this best of 3.
Nigma Galaxy versus Boom Boys. Game 1.
For this first game, we're gonna have Boom Boys on the Radiant side, Nigma Galaxy on the Dire side. The first pick goes the way of Nigma Galaxy. The overall last pick, therefore, goes the way of Boom Boys. We got a couple of bans on the board already, starting nice and even. And there's one hero we haven't really touched upon too much. Well, we talked about GH playing it yesterday, but something everybody should be aware of is that the IO that I'm hinting at is also very much a hero that Boom Boys likes, especially in the hands of Kiritich, Rhea.
Indeed, the Kiritich IO. I think this hero goes really unpunished most of the time when I see it played. I think the way teams have kind of tackled it instead is sort of addressing the rest of the team and trying to shut that down and gain more of a map advantage, so IO doesn't really get the chances to relocate in. Because at least when we covered the games with IO before, it felt like they weren't like blocking the camps or invading his like farming space, as IO was being allowed to get items. And hero is terrifying in the late game if he gets there, but it seems like teams have other ideas of how to shut it down.
Yeah, but it does feel like if you're in Boom Boys' shoe, you want it to be in the pool, because if Nigma picks it, it's going to be a support, and I feel like the support IO is just not really a big deal.
Did you watch Game 1 of
yesterday?
Were you asleep?
You know what? No, you know what the team heard this? Like, Winter, we're gonna prove you wrong. Goodbye.
They proved it wrong yesterday.
They'll do it again here. But I must admit, this Winter Wyvern is popping up left, right, and center. This is also a hero that was used to great success against Nigma Galaxy by Yandex in the 2 games that Yandex won yesterday.
Guys, all I'm just saying is a support IO is more beatable than a core IO. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Yeah, that's fair. Sure, that's a spin. That's a spin. All right.
I mean, if we
You're media trained.
If we do want to be a little bit going towards that, it's not like Nigma were in a good position in that Yandex game. It went to 1 hour and 14 minutes, and it had to be a really heavy comeback that relied on multi-hero black holes. The IO is nice, but I
no, sorry.
But I do agree. I think IO is weaker as a support, and I've much preferred Wyvern throughout this tournament. I think in terms of like healing and then just other utility,
+1.
Yeah, Wyvern is fantastic. If I had this trade, I would be happier as Boom Boys.
That's fair enough. The stats are very much there to back you up with that as well. As we are done with our first phase of picks, so there's only 1 ban left for Boom Boys in the second ban phase, and they only get the 1. So maybe here you want to remove 1 strong pairing you don't want to see with that IO, or potentially you want to remove something else from the pool that will counter something you're planning on picking. They'll go for the Necrophos, which is probably both a strong combo with the IO and maybe something they just don't want to face.
Oh my god, Ember is still in the pool.
Yes, he is.
I also feel like Nigma, because they do play the support IO, the combinations you have to think about are the divide pairings. Like, does he want to play an Axe or a Slada, or something to utilize the IO to chase down the lane, to apply a lot of pressure to Kiritich, a player that has been having incredible net worth in any game that he plays. So I am looking towards Kiritich to maybe protect him a little bit, just because of the pressure that is inevitable in the laning phase.
I mean, I like the idea here from Boom Boys. Against the IO, you don't really want to split up and play the map because he ganks you. So you want to set up in a way where you are strong as 5. So with Willow and Wyvern, you have very, very big team fight, and it's going to mean that most of the time you'll be easily gathering as 5 and you push down towers, and that's the type of game you want to play against IO.
And so if you see Relocate, it's like I put Bramble down, I put Terrorize down, I put Curse. Like, you never want to make any move if you know the supports are left. Yeah, very, very good response to IO.
I mean, usually the counters to Wyvern and Willow are like heroes like the slippery mid heroes, like the Parks I think you guys mentioned about Ember still in the pool. Yeah, so those heroes are going to be very, very good selection here for Nigma Galaxy against the Wyvern and Willow.
They'll get the combination of the Mirana and the Centaur on their side.
They didn't want to reveal too much because they only see 2 supports. It's very difficult in a draft to then try and pick anything too flashy on middle
at the
carry.
same time, I think whenever I'm drafting, when my opponents pick 2 supports, I generally feel like the counters to supports are usually the mid heroes. I would want to pick a mid hero that's really good against their heroes.
But you close the phase here, so do you really want to give GPK suddenly draft value, where it's like normally you force GPK to reveal his hero, then you counter it. Like it feels like you're giving a bit too much. So Devi's happy to sacrifice himself in this position.
Yeah, he's the person that is probably the best person to sacrifice among the 3 cores here in Nigma. Usually, I would say that their mid pick gets a lot of protection, for Lorenov.
No, for sure.
We get treated to the Miero Axe on the side of Boom Boys.
Yeah, again, the hero kind of speaks for itself. We've been seeing it utilized with Wyvern, with Willow just throughout the entirety of TI. For a curse, you then have the cool to layer up. So not only do you have the curse duration, you then get, cool, it's awful, plus Dark Willow, the laning phase with the Bramble spam, the Shadow Realm spam, the Battle Hunger spam. It's just really, really oppressive. So I kind of like the aggression from Boom Boys. It's kind of like pressure through the lane, through the off lane. Wyvern will protect any carry, and then you'll stabilize the game to have to do what your cores present themselves.
I think it also pushes their tempo slightly faster than Nigma, right? Because I don't remember the last time I saw a Centaur get like a second item blink. It feels like every game they want to buy like a Lotus against your Willow, or they want to buy a Heart to tank up more, or they want to buy the Axe for their ranged core. With Axe, I imagine we'll just see one item into a blink, and then they can start making plays with the Willow, with this Invest bomb, and just move a lot faster.
Yeah, Axe is definitely a lot cheaper compared to Centaur. You don't really need to farm as much. You especially enable your supports, so you can run around with them. You have a BKB piercing disable, and you're very strong in the lane here. So it puts a lot of pressure onto the opposing team. And I would say that for Nigma, they most of the time would really prioritize Sumail getting a good lane. So I think this Axe below, like just picking a strong lane by default, you don't know what hero he's going to play, but just picking a strong lane, so ensuring that he's going to get pressure is a nice way to approach Nigma.
And that's where like the Axe is like, it kind of stops the Clinks pick, the Wind Ranger pick, the Nature's Prophet pick, right? Some of the big ranged heroes that Sumail's been leaning on. And then when you look towards like the melee options, you don't really want to pick them into like the Lifestealer, like he's playing some Sven or whatever. Okay. Lorenov mid Huskar?
Yep.
Okay.
You know, one of the reasons I was like, oh, they haven't picked Ember still, was because I thought, oh, I wonder if someone wants to Huskar the other team as soon as they take the Ember.
But why do they need to pick it here?
This is where they can protect it with 2 bans.
Yeah, but I feel like if they wanted the Huskar, it doesn't really indicate they were going to go for the Huskar with the picks they have. And probably they would be able to get Sumail his hero and still get the Huskar.
Yeah.
But right now,
there's nothing that's exactly. There's nothing screaming Huskar.
Right now, you could probably say that the chances of Sumail getting what he wants is significantly lower because you see the 4 heroes and they kind of tell you that Sumail wants like some kind of like, I would say like melee hero, another frontline hero, and they are going to get banned. You know, 2 of them are going to get banned.
What if this is his IO debut?
Sure. Yeah.
I don't think
we shouldn't count it out.
No, yeah, I'd like to see that option because again, the Huskar just feels like you're picking it to go to GPK. We don't have enough bans for your heroes because we've looked at other options. Therefore, we're picking this just to shut you down, and we just want to stop your hero pool from excelling, right? So I feel like it's more maybe like a draft pick rather than it's perfect.
But third hero because they are assuming that okay, we have 2 bans, we can ban 2 heroes that can play against Huskar. So it's probably what, Sniper and Viper.
Yeah. So
they are saying that there's no third hero for GPK.
No, but it's more like they didn't want to think about Pucks and the Storms and the Embers, right? Because like those 3 are very scary in the game. So if you pick a generic Sumail hero here, you ban 2, then they're going to get one of the other big playmakers. Maybe that was the fear?
I guess, but I think there is a third hero. I think Wind Ranger can be a mid hero against Huskar. It'll be okay.
Sure.
All this is being talked about right now by Boom Boys. They took so long for their first ban in the series. They go still for the banning out of a Sumail hero in the alpha.
The melee hero that would enable the IO here, I don't know if there's Maybe Tiny would
into the.
But it's bad against lifesteal.
Yeah, but good into Axe, but bad into lifesteal. Yeah.
There's no one nice pick they can get here.
Do you not think they can just pick some overwhelming physical damage like SF and then just rely on Centaur, Cart, and Io to be able to survive them through the call?
Yeah, they could. They definitely could. But the lineup is very wonky.
Yeah,
you have SF and you have Huskar and Centaur, and it's gonna force the Centaur to buy a very early dagger to play with the team because no one else can.
Do you not just want to not buy a dagger and just like ball up with like your minus or armor auras?
But you gotta be able to kill heroes to progress on the map, and they don't really have a way. If the Centaur doesn't have dagger and you have SF, Huskar, and Centaur, it's very hard for them to get kills on the map.
I see. Do you think it's that important versus, for example, just like smoking, clearing out an area by like walking and pushing them out and then taking like Roshan and then just using the Aegis?
Yeah, it's important to kill heroes because if you don't kill heroes, it means the map will not progress. They're going to be pushing the waves against you and you have to go back to deal with the waves. But if you push the wave and you pick them off, and then that creates opportunities for you to then go for the Roshan or get the objectives. So I would say it's very important to have a very simple way to just kill heroes on the map.
Didn't people used to buy Blink on Huskar?
Yeah, they do.
They do.
I'm looking towards like, I mean, he's not really played it since like 2022, but like a Doom or something like this for Sumo. Like into the lifesteal, into the Wyvern, you don't care, but they go for the Wind Ranger. And instant pick, Boom Boys don't even care, just locking in the Shadow Fiend.
Is that a mid Shadow Fiend?
Yep, it is. Woof. Taking a step back into the past.
I guess Nigma was thinking maybe the Wind was also a counter to the Huskar, so they banned the Viper, they banned the Sniper.
Yeah, and they take the Wind.
So how does Shadow Fiend versus Huskar do? Because it's been a long time.
Yeah, some years. Well, I think it does really well. You are one of those heroes that can actually play in the lane and can kill him. It's not a common lane, but I do feel like there's a lot of potential here. And the downside is you have to be careful of getting ganked because SF is very susceptible to ganks in the mid lane.
I'm also I mean, as much as Shadow Fiend's going to have Raze to clear the waves, there's also a world that Huskar gets good lane position, gets like level 3 Burning Spear, 2 points in Burning Spear, and holds like a decent time when he's like playing around the Raze cooldown. So I think Huskar honestly can also just win the lane if GPK overplays himself or does something weird or there's some gank, but the snap picks at the end, very interesting.
Very volatile lane for sure. This is going to be a very spicy mid lane here. I expect a lot of kills happening in the lane.
And a lot of people rotating in there for mid on the support duo. How mobile in the early stages of the game is an Io?
I think it's reasonably easy, right? Because you can just TP from any position and then your tether just brings you right into it.
Yeah, it just depends on how the lanes go, right? Because if Sumail's under a lot of pressure from the Axe and the Willow, you can't really allow the Io to make any move, and if Omar's having to pull waves for Devi or something because Lifesteal's chasing him down, then you know, everyone's going to be locked into the side lane battle, whilst also there's a Huskar Shadow Fiend situation. So yeah, the lanes in this game are going to be incredible. But Boom Boys, when they win games, it's because they are one of the best laning teams in the world. And I feel like they have the type of setup to be really obnoxious, to then come and help the Shadow Fiend and amplify him in some way.
Yeah, if you look at the 3 heroes against 3 heroes, Io, Mirana, and Huskar, like how are they going to land the arrow and compare that to the SF, Dark Willow, and Wyvern? That looks a lot more scarier.
It's looking scary, looking entertaining from our perspective, though. I think we're going to have quite the treat here, especially if it's going to be as active as my panel makes it out to be. Back and forth in the early stage of the game, we'll see how that transitions into the mid-game and then who comes out on top. But before we see all of that played out, we are going to hear from Kuroki, who's with Slack.
Thank you so much. Yes, we are here with Kuroki. Kuroki, it is such a pleasure to see you guys in this tournament, still kicking so much ass. Are you proud of the boys so far?
Oh yeah, very much so.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about lanes. It seems like that is a big part of this game. We have so many strong heroes, so many strong lanes. Do you think you came out ahead in the matchup?
I mean, we have Huskar mid against SF, so that's spicy.
Spicy? I need more than spicy. Do you guys think that he is going to be able to take it? I mean, that's a dirty Huskar right there, but GPK could screw it up.
I have confidence in Lorna.
All right. Good to hear. Is there any particular player that needs to do well in this game to get you guys a victory, or is this a team effort here?
Well, at this level, everyone just needs to do well.
All right. Did you say anything to the boys before coming here today? You have been under this stress. You have seen this before, and a lot of guys in that booth have, but some of them are new to it. Any famous Kuro speeches?
I mean, mainly to keep their calm.
Keep your calm, carry on. There's no more calmer man than you, my friend. Thank you so much. We hope to have a fantastic match as we throw to our casters.
Thank you so much, Slacks, indeed. A man of few words, but a lot of ideas.
That's
Karo,
right.
the legend. Inspiring some confidence, which is what you want to have in this like high, tense, emotional game potentially. We're already potentially going to have a
trading some blows there already, it would seem. Yes, yeah, keeping it a little bit low key. You know, he left it all in the boot right there. Okay, he came out very early as well. I'll say, Wolf was still in there. He's talking lots of team, pacing back and forth, describing what was going to happen. Kuro, he just gave him the, all right, guys, relax. I'm heading out there. You guys got this. So he's putting a lot of faith here in this Huskar pickup. And talk about faith, sending GPK on the Shadow Fiend mid versus the Huskar.
That's pretty crazy. Yeah, I mean, everybody has said it's going to be a little bit spicy. It's going to be interesting to watch what happens. We'll see how it plays out, but this is definitely going to be one of the lanes to watch, the main one, I would say. A little bit of a missed raise there. But it's important, too, right, to sort of reiterate. This is what these teams have been working for this entire year. Both of these squads have been hungry for a victory. Boom Boys have been here so many times. Top 4 was their ceiling last year, trying to push it further forward. And, I mean, for Enigma Galaxy, it's been years in the making for this squad.
Yeah, we live our lives by TI in Dota. That's how it goes. You base your whole roster, your seasons, your identity of how you perform there. And last year, both of these teams were in this situation. They're coming in to this point in the lower bracket. Boom Boys, they got the win last year. Enigma, they did not. They weren't able to progress any further than top 6. So, yeah, that is the question. Who has got it here today? A very late night, it's worth noting, for Enigma Galaxy as well. I think that, coming into the series, you're sure you're feeling that on their side. Unfortunate way to go out. Like, despite losing that series, they did have some incredible plays, which certainly showed their potential. So I hope that they bring that in here today.
Absolutely, yes. I'll be completely honest, I fell asleep after game 1.
Yep.
Since we were ready for the earlier games of the day, but we did get to see some of that earlier on as well. And an amazing game number 1 it was indeed. Cold Embrace now onto Kiritich. Divai trying to stay aggressive onto the life stealer. They bite off more than he can chew. No. Divai draws first blood.
It's a very favorable trade there for Divai. You really don't want to go down on that one. And end up handing that over to the life stealer. I mean, Kataomi, he is the Wyvern OG. You're seeing lots of teams just last series. First overall pick with this Wyvern. People are really seeing the value that it has here, particularly in that laning stage. And of course, whenever you're considering up against these IOs. Even more so in this matchup, since Enigma are one of the few teams that play at support, but you saw why last night. GH, incredible relocate plays to give them opportunities in those team fights that just should not have been.
No, absolutely. And, GH, you go back to, like, their original Liquid days. When he was playing and he first came onto the scene, it was GH IO, GH Coddle, these types of heroes that were difference makers. And he came in and won his first tournament off the back of them. It was Star Ladder Series 3, if I remember correctly, way back in the Elden days. And Divai, though, going to get chased down, goes for the double edge. It's going to bring Kiritich low. Omar trying to clean it up, but that Cold Embrace, pesky. Does Omar have enough damage to kill him on the end of it? Doesn't quite. Well, he's going for it. The leap, he's healing, but it's not going to be enough to get Kiritich away alive. And well, now Omar tries to ring around the rosy. Not gonna happen. Kataomi cleans up.
Needs another moment there. Got some regen delivered by the courier, but it wasn't gonna be enough. So he'll go down, take the return of his health and mana with that death. He'll be all right with it. And lots of action on these side lanes in terms of the mid. What has been happening? GPK bullying a bit here with these raises. Obviously, you guys have seen plenty of matches where this Huskar bullies the enemy mid just out of the lane. They have to retreat back to the jungle. Shadow Fiend has quite a bit of tools to deal with the wave, of course, with the raises, and if you're not careful, you might get caught inside of them as well.
Yeah, it's one of those lanes where Lorenov has to pick his moment very carefully, right? If he goes all in, it has to be a kill, because there's no running from SF. Especially if you use like the middle raise and then have that third one queued up.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, we have Nero just farming the polywalks. He's in, grabbing the bounty runes, waiting for the waves. He has kind of just quit on the lane at this point. The IO, maybe just too much sustain and regen, and couldn't find anything beneficial. TP's back home.
Yeah, that is not what you want to see. Axe still, a lot of CS, at the very least, this wave is pushing in a bit.
Yeah, those are neutrals, though. He's relatively low.
Yeah.
I mean, not too. I mean, he's the same as Ascent.
Yeah, Divai also having to TP out after the pressure was on him, but now nowhere to go as they bring in a third hero. It seems that Boom Boys also recognize Divai as the game changer for this squad, but barely getting away from him there. Do they have anything else to finish him off? They're trying to dive underneath the tower, but they won't quite get the kill on the Centaur.
Yeah, it's almost as bad as the Jets, to be honest, though.
You're not wrong.
Like, what is there to do? He kind of just has to run home anyway. How does that? Oh, okay. I thought he was small for a second. He's got to just run back to this camp, farm it up a little bit, and then retreat back home anyway. So Omar takes the opportunity to get some wards down. He's going to TP up top now. So trying to mirror some of this pressure that came up from the Willow. GH is farming a hard camp stack right now. They surround him.
Yep, they find him, and that axe, nowhere to go now, does manage to at least clean up the creeps before he goes down dead to GH.
Right, so interesting dynamics here. We have a Huskar rotating for a kill because he's losing his mid lane.
Yeah.
Not what you tend to see. GBK standing tall with this catapult. The Mirana's not here to arrow it. Omar's getting in here now. Will they tank the arrow? Yeah, you can see Dave's positioning. He knows. He's watching out for it. They get the next wave in.
Goes into the root. The heal is there, though, from GH. And off, able to back away. Omar, now the hit. The good shackle latch and the kill onto Katomi. Omar does not have that much left in the tank, though. The double raise does some damage as Sumail makes that movement in. They're going to stop any extra aggression. Gage retreating back with Sumail.
This Shadow Fiend, really a bit of a wonder pick here. Like the way they set it up on the side of Enigma, you saw with the bands of the Viper, the Sniper, and then into the pick of the Wind Ranger. I feel like they kind of had it all figured out, but this SF was a great call.
And Divai continues to be hounded on this bottom lane. Kiritin, the slow coming from the Wyvern, and the Life Stealer manages to find that kill. This is right about that 7-minute mark, too. So we'll see if Boom Boys decide to contest for the Wisdom Shrine, or if they're going to leave that one and just focus on the farm. Arrow also trying to play a little bit of catch-up on this axe after getting killed with the Huskar rotation.
That could have been an opportunity, but they were even ready to cover it. Omar did TP over to the Wisdom just in case, knowing that Centaur would not be there in time, or else he'd have to waste his TP. Make sure it's there. Katomi did not try and sneak it. And you were likely to see some stacks beginning to form here for both teams, I would think.
Definitely. The way that you can play catch-up for these off-laners. And, you know, I think another thing to sort of mention with these two teams in terms of their road to this point in time, Boom Boys were basically invited to a lot of different events this year. They only had to play in 3 qualifiers. On the other side, Enigma Galaxy, they played in 10 different qualifiers to be able to make it here in this point in time, and have really been tested over and over again. We'll see how that type of resiliency is going to be able to make them push forward in this tournament. But, you know, very different paths, even though there were similar results last year in terms of the international.
Yeah, and they were playing in like the hardest qualifier. They had to go to Europe and play in them, so Hero now rotates in from Lorinov.
Shackle latches, good damage out from the power shot, and another kill for the Huskar.
Desperately needed. He is catching back up to GBK. You know, not typically the way you see a Huskar recover, but he is finding it with these kills. GBK is rotating back. He's under this ward that was placed from Omar earlier, but at what point will you actually be able to utilize his vision?
Right, found again. Punk fakes the hook stomp. Trying to keep himself alive, will back away some more. And they decide not to chase any further. But I mean, it's just been so much damage. Relentless onto Divide, trying to shut him down. I mean, thankfully, at least for the side of Enigma, they've been able to keep the axe pretty much as hampered.
Look at the scan, though. Seeing if anyone else is nearby trying to help him, they bring in GPK.
Mark immediately leaks out, realizing this is not going to be good. Boom Boys, they bring numbers, trying to take this early tier 1 tower and continue to just pull the Centaur around the map.
What a weakness they found, right? Centaur's very close to 6 to 5.5. GH had no health or mana on this IO right now, as he was kind of moving through the jungle, so he can't do any sort of a play down here. So even though Omar was down here trying to like dissuade them from making this push, they kind of get the tower for free.
Save, hunting Omar. Did have a ward down to spot that movement, and going to be able to find pickoff onto that courier. Save, hit by GH, who has been quietly having a pretty good game with some solid rotations.
Martin's sort of finding something on the Mirana here by stealing XP away from GPK and just stalking him through the jungle. This is the best he can do right now. Friends are coming in, though. They're going to try and set this up. Will this ward finally pay off?
Oh, understanding what was going on.
There's a sentry down bottom that sees Devi as well.
Yeah, and that might be the difference.
Yeah, off sentry combo gave away the Moonlight Shadow. Now they instantly turn on Devi. He's forced to TP. My guy is still level 5, Lyrical.
That feels really bad. I mean, so this is going to be the nice counter move that you can make, though, at least for Enigma Galaxy. We'll see if Boom Boys leave them to it, but the pressure is now coming in onto this tier 1 tower in mid.
Yeah, the Willow being dead definitely hurts. No threat of just the opener Bramble. They hit an arrow in the back of the GPK plus a blood grenade, but no one's willing to make the dive with them. Homer kind of had something there, but Lorenov's just laser focused on this tower.
Well, and that is going to be a TP away, but yeah, Lorenov gets good damage. They rotate in save, and that stops the pressure onto the tower. It did force some rotations at the very least, and you get out alive on the Mirana.
Oh man, their Lifestealer is set to have just an absolute banger of a game right now. Like, that tower is gone, the Centaur is very weak, the ability to rotate in is pretty low right now. So the Moonlight Shadow plays, the relocates later on, that's what they're going to have to look for, but they just have so much catching up to do first. And that's what GH is trying to set up here with these stacks in the jungle.
Definitely a game where he is happy with how it's been going on. The difference maker is probably going to have to be Sumail to try and really mess with them. Huskar, not necessarily known as being the best against the Lifestealer.
Yeah, we get the Specialist Array coming out here already for the Wind Ranger. A little faster than usual. Tends to be an item that is currently usually just bought to head into the Hydra's Breath on the Wind Ranger, so that's why you're seeing that time being so much faster. The only hero that often gets in position 1, I'd say, is Avenge. It works a little better with that hero because of all her quirks and whatnot. So Sumail going for something a little more middling here.
Again,
how it goes for him compared to the Maelstrom.
A little bit of calmness before what we're anticipating to be a storm of action once these items come online. A Blade Mail done for Axe. Omar finds the arrow onto save, does go into the Shadow Realm, and that stops Renoff from getting anywhere close to finding a life break. Again, managing to escape from that one.
Very difficult game to be a Huskar behind, though, just because you are playing into this Axe. Yeah. You know, you're not this bully, so you're worried about coming into these fights in the mid game, and you're going to be around the same net worth, which means, like, he has the Blade now. He's going to be probably into the Blink by the time that you and the team are really trying to pressure forward.
And there is, to be fair, a lot of good save potential. You know, the panel talked about it. Late game, you've got the Centaur, Aghanim Scepter. Io, obviously, very good at, you know, being able to jump in there and keep somebody alive, but the window that you have to make a mistake is so much smaller against an Axe, and you've got that Culling Blade at the ready.
Yeah, GH, I mean, if I'm going to put my faith in anyone to save me so far in this tournament, it's GH. So him on an Io with a mech, that's definitely a massive boost of health that is available.
Towards that one right now. It's not been able to complete it yet. You can see pretty steady stuff. You know, it's interesting also, seeing the Huskar for Devi right now, it reminds me, one of the games that stands out to me most in terms of how he played is, like, a couple of years ago, he was a Centaur over near the Tier 1 tower mid, and he just, like, blind blinked up a hill, couldn't see anybody, and found like 2 to 3 heroes with it right up there on this hill.
Yeah.
It was a big jump, and it just was emblematic of how he plays these games around these blink heroes.
Yeah, so he's going to need some of that energy here for sure. Like, he definitely showcased that last night. The patience that he has, you know, that's kind of maybe the difference of who we have now. He tends to be a little more patient, right? Back then, he was very hot-headed, both on and off the keyboard.
Right.
Now he's chilled out. He's finding these more intentional maneuvers, or waiting very, very late in the engagement with his BKB. That's what he showcased last night. We'll see which divide do they need right now. Might be a little bit of a hothead.
Well, right now, it is Enigma going in under the Moonlight Shadow, and we'll just go for the D-Ward.
Hard to make anything too aggressive from out here without Sumail really leading first, honestly. Kind of need some sort of a shackle play set up into an arrow. Sumail's going to TP down bottom with the Invis Room, grab the Wisdom, and his friend is being chased right now. I thought maybe they were going to try and rotate onto the Lifestealer, because they would have the damage. But it's certainly not easy. And again, that Ob Sentry combo, the same one that spotted the earlier Moonlight Shadow attempt, now catches Sumail moving in here, and there's no creep wave, so he has no idea.
little bit of counterplay potential. They don't know exactly where he is, but yeah.
Yeah, he figured it out.
Seeing all these people come down, realizes the danger. And Blink Check just has it done now on Divide. He's playing close to GH, so if there is a battle that could start popping off, there's a chance there for a relocate.
Bullied a little bit here by save.
The damage.
Throws out the longest arrow.
The tower goes down to Divide and his troll, and they still have that blink coming in behind Sumail.
Yep, Miro not close to his yet on the axe. It's about 250 gold to go, so this is a good window for Enigma Galaxy to try and find something.
Miro gonna head into the jungle, try and go farm, realize that Divide's there, and well, take Ancients at the very least. But
yeah, I like this. Divide using the Helm Creep to push in with the rallies, right?
Yeah.
Bullying down the tier 1 tower. Best thing that you can gain right now. Mechanism getting closer as well for GH. Would love to have that up again for that first fight into the Axe Blink Dagger. He dumps the creep.
Does put it on a cooldown, but I think he gets charged. It's all good. Worth noting also, the Shadow Fiend in this game going in for the Kaya build. So we've got a magic Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, we'll get there, Yasha Kai. I'm sure we'll get this like middling build that kind of goes both ways, you know. Can do a Hurricane Pike after, perhaps. Pretty decent game for it. I mean, he has Life Stealer to back him up with some pretty heavy damage.
I gotta say, Boom Boys are one of the best teams in the world at like picking exactly which fight they want and then just not giving it to Nigma. You know what I mean?
Yes.
They're out there, they're like, well, this is our time to fight, we got the Blink Dagger ready to go. They go entirely into the Ancients, and Boom Boys still manage to farm up the Ancient camp with Miero while not taking a fight.
They're very good at playing a static game.
Yes.
That has been a Boom Boy staple for quite a while.
Nigma gonna try and create some chaos. They can punish.
I like the low stakes push though, right? Like the catapult, the helm creep, they're lurking around in here trying to just find that first shackle. It's what they need for the arrow, you know?
They're just not giving it to him. Look at Miero. How patient is Miero in this game?
Look at this. TP's down bottom.
Yeah.
They instantly TP Centaur, Huskar, Marana down bottom when they see the Life Stealer this close. Forward vision, they don't have any.
They want this fight. Oh, that's the blind blink. Divide having an inkling he could be in that area, but not able to catch that time.
That's a heavy rotation from Nigma. I mean, there's obviously some camps to farm here. It's not the worst thing in the world, but you've got to imagine that's a net positive interaction here for the Boom Boys. That Radiance into Armlet nearly done. Kiritich is just hitting all the timings he wanted on Life Stealer. That said, Smail's not far behind. You know, he's got his Specialist Array, he's got the IO to help out, he's finished the Hydra's Breath, so this is the benefit, right? You go Maelstrom, you don't really feel like you're going to get much out of the Mjolnir perhaps in those first engagements, but Hydra's Breath into the Axe, into the Life Stealer, it's going to have value all game. I like this idea from him.
Now keep in mind, they have that relocate, so Boom Boy's deciding now is the time to fight, and it's Nigma that are backing away, not presenting a target as of yet. They are all the way back behind their tier 2 towers.
One thing they've done very well, though, is that they have this consistent lockdown through the Stampede. Like, Stampede save isn't really going to help you. The best thing is that it might give the IO the positioning for a relocate save.
Yeah. I mean, these teams, this is an elimination match. You can feel it in the air a little bit.
Oh yeah, they're hesitating more in maneuvers. They're definitely playing safer moves as well. I'd say the drafts also are... They have a few more outs in their draft where, like, the game doesn't end necessarily just because you didn't stomp your lane as Husky. I don't think it's that kind of a game for Enigma Galaxy at all. And same thing for the Boom Boys as well. Like, there's definitely some mid-game, some late-game. There's a little bit of team fight on both sides, a little bit of pick-off. These are the kind of drafts that are ready to head into the late game. So... buckle in, folks. I mean, you guys have seen this event. You know how the games have been going. We're heading later and later every single day. Every single day that goes late, I think, well, surely the next day can go later. And I think that again today. We've had a 2-0, so if anything's going to curse us into an even longer day, or bless us, let's be honest.
That's true enough.
Kadomi.
They find him over in the river, and the shackle is there. So the first kill in a very long time goes to Sumail. 4-7. And I think, again, if you're Boom Boys, they seem to be very, very confident going into the late game, not needing to do anything, and I think it's just a matter of like not wanting to sort of give up a stupid mistake.
Yep.
Because that's the type of thing that could really catapult you into making more of them as the game goes later too. So BKB for Miero, easy as can be, and also they get a Yule Scepter done on Mirana. That is super nice.
Such a useful item on Mirana. Like, especially in a game where you don't have the best setups, like no like really cheap initiations to set up for an arrow. You can go for the Yules for yourself, but also versus the axe.
Yes.
Very good tool to have. Try and bail some of your teammates out of a really good call, especially if you get a preemptive cast on him. It can just absolutely devastate a team fight. Many good reasons to opt for. Here's Omar. You see Omar, he's Moonlight Shadowing and he's walking in between. He's playing the Vanguard right now where he's just saying, okay, if they are smoking at my Huskar, I will die, or maybe I'll even get out, as we saw in the previous series. The Miranas where, you know, Tofu particularly helped tank a lot of smokes and still managed to escape while protecting his cores. That is the hope for Omar. He can also pick up a bit of farm. I would guess with how this game is trending that he's going to be looking for an Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing is that he might even be thinking to the next one after that, getting a Wind Waker.
He instantly just queued it up, by the way. Like,
he's ready.
Because, like, the way the saves are going to work is the Cold Embrace coming out, right? And if you have that Aghanim Scepter on the Mirana, that's a ton of damage. It is a good way to cut through that save.
You know, I also feel like the BKBs coming out from Boom Boys is going to be another one of these windows that hurts real bad. You know, you've got the Blink Requiem coming out at the moment, no way to save against that for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah.
And so any type of like axe call into Requiem.
I mean, it's relocate, I guess we could say, right?
I guess
there is that save, but that's a tough one. That relocate save is more of the the level 25 cast delay save, you know? It's gotta be, I mean, it's GH. He is very fast, I'll give him that.
And he's getting a BKB immediately too. So he's understanding the danger there. And he's getting the shrine. Yeah, get me to 25.
That's kind of scary though, right? Like you got so much BKB dependency between your Wind Ranger, your Io, and your Huskar into an Axe and a Wind Wyvern.
You're not wrong. It definitely makes a difference.
Yeah, I mean that I think in terms of what has changed the most in Dota in the last couple of years, and I'm sure many of you have noticed it, it comes down to your BKB usage in the late game. Because we can't refresh it anymore, it is just so crucial to force out BKBs now. It's how the whole fight revolves.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, he BKB'd early. Now, you know, we cut our fight for 5 or 6 seconds, and then we go back in.
Well, I think a lot of that is because we're not seeing those like initial big blow-ups of killing just one hero in a stun.
Yep.
I think Boom Boy's lineup has the potential to kill people in just a stun. And that might be something to watch for.
Yeah.
They jump, meanwhile, up on the top side of the map and find Miero. So Devi able to get a Blink Hoof Stomp for the kill. Did get the Tormentor, saved getting the shard for himself, and now into the pit they will go.
All right, so trading some objectives here. Not the best way to start a game for an Axe. Obviously, he has some utility for the entire match because of his Color Blade versus the Huskar, but this is an Axe who's now 0-3 and 0 and has not found an aggressive maneuver with his Blink Dagger yet at 23 minutes.
Not, like you said, what you want to see, but also not altogether unexpected, given how we've kind of seen these teams play in these elimination matchups. I mean, we saw it even just a second ago, you know? Yeah. Miero, he sees the Centaur on the lane, thinks about going forward, is like, oh, there's no way he would be there alone, which he was correct about, and then backs away and ends up being picked off.
Yep. Well, big Centaur doing it again. Heart is done for Devi. It is into a Lifestealer, of course, so that hurts a little bit. A Lifestealer who, by the way, is nearly done an Aghanim Scepter. So getting it a little bit on the earlier end, right? But it kind of is another save in a lot of ways, right? This ability to jump inside of the enemy just opens up so many more possibilities for surviving longer in these engagements as the Lifestealer.
Right. I mean, another Aghanims we might end up seeing late game would be the Huskars as well. Always super nice to get if you can get that talk off. But at 24 minutes, a bit of a slow one, only 12 kills so far. And not what we were anticipating when we saw the SF versus Huskar mid matchup. Devi ran off, finding save. Now he gets the silence. Devi has the hoof stomp, cancels that TP away. And the second Centaur too, his little friend is there to help.
outside of the arrow combos, there's your Moonlight Shadow. There's your Mirana value that you're finding in these drafts. Difficult support to kill. Hero that just gives you constant pressure on the map because they have to be worried about these invading forces just constantly coming through. You spend more detection on these ob-sentry combos, trying to keep an idea of what parts of your map are safe or not. That pressure eventually gets the catch onto save. Hero unafraid, he's willing to show himself in the mid lane after that death though, and now closing in on his own BKB for this Axe.
We did see that, Wind Ranger and Lightstealer right next to each other underneath an aggressive ward. And that ward feeling more like it's just telling where Boom Boys are safe to farm as opposed to where to go for a fight. Because they are not interested in fighting at all.
No.
They are mode chill.
Yeah, I'd say that kind of goes for both teams here. Like, there's been so much discussion this whole TI about this ability to, like, get deep vision down and watch courier wards and keep an idea of where people are going so we can go for these invading plays. And well, this is, that lines up.
Yep.
Back to 50-50.
I mean, they're making a move now, though. Boom Boys, they see the Wind Ranger.
Use that ward, but, I mean, you know where she's going to go, right? From those two camps.
They have...
Omar messed this up for them, though.
He comes over and does. He interrupts. That might have kept Sumail alive. It is going to be Omar trying to make the leap play away. Doesn't have any more leaps, though. And will be killed. So they lose one, but it's not the one that Boom Boys wanted to find.
Nothing of value to gain right there.
Whoa! Davai?
Get him!
TP out, the arrow. Oh, he catches him. That's the call. And another brought down. Boom Boys.
That was quick. They immediately knew they could catch him when they saw that vision.
Yes.
Davai kind of gifted one away here.
Trying to cut the wave. Still very, very even GH farming. This boys sticking together.
Will they get this top tier 1 Lyrical? At 26 minutes.
It looks like it's going to happen.
It is going down.
Yeah, this is very much just wanting to make sure they get their items, play safe Dota.
Been such the antithesis of so many of our matches here at TI. Even when it gets into a stalled out period, it's usually like after so many more objectives being taken.
A lot of heroes on the map right now, grouping up together.
They're baiting Kiritich.
They're trying to bait him. Jump forward, find it immediately. Run off in some trouble. GH, that's already one life dead. Now they do have the Centaur who's coming to join them.
He's looking for a Blink Infest.
Okay. Has the Requiem ready, but not going to let it fly. So there's only a minute left on the Aegis, so the kill that happens doesn't even end up really mattering there.
We're not putting that one on the board, folks. Sorry. Still 6-9.
Can they get anybody here? Do they want to? It's again under a ward, so they find him.
What a raise.
He gets out.
He's so ready.
Very, very clean stuff. Save trying to escape. Miero also. They manage to catch, and now Miero going to blink away. The rest of Figma is focused on save at the moment. And he manages to get out on the Axe. One more kill gained as GH says, fine, I'll farm.
Yeah.
I'll get the Axe.
Make me do it? I guess I just have to, huh? Come the core myself, says GH. Sees the way this game is going. Honestly, there's not much you can get that's going to be better. I mean, you could go Locket, I guess would be the argument, right? You could go like into the Locket now instead. If we felt like we really need to win some pivotal fights over the next 10, 15 minutes.
Star? Goodbye, Shadow Fiend. I thought he might go for it, but no. Too crazy, has the BKB.
But instead, GH says, hey, this game is trending late, and I want to be there. I want to be like one of the strongest heroes in this game. So I'm going to get a second Scepter.
And I mean, to be honest, if he could get to 25, he's at 15 right now.
Yep.
Not often that we talk about support level 25s, but with Wind Ranger, there could be some magic there.
It's Nigma versus the Boom Boys. We can talk about 25s and tier 5s, I think.
He said, buckle in.
Yep.
It's going to be a good one. Omar cuts out some of those creeps. I mean, they were here only, what, like 10 hours ago or something like that, playing up on the main stage. I'm not sure how much sleep they were able to get.
I think they just tucked in under the stage, actually. I
Yeah,
saw
a little bit.
tent set up down there, some sleeping bags. They roasted some marshmallows, and they just hop right back in the booth.
Not a bad way to live. Arrow has the shield room. Going to take out that camp. Splitting the sides of the map. So here's the other thing that's funny about this, right? This is a game where it's like, our late game is the best, we just need to farm.
Yep.
Other team is like, our late game is the best, we just need to farm. Somebody's wrong. Somebody is going to look a little silly.
That's the beauty of Dota. But
Exactly.
the thing is, you're not necessarily right or wrong. Sometimes it's just who plays better, too.
That's fair.
That is an important thing. It's not purely draft.
As they find that stun, save the sacrificial lamb left behind. And sometimes that difference of, who's playing better comes down to an individual call, an individual decision of where they run on the map. And that's what's so tense about it, is that, like, it could take just a second of, misplaced thoughts or distraction, and suddenly you're out. An entire year could just be wasted like that from how it feels to be a player.
Yeah, exactly. There is a journey, there is growth, there's good things that happen, but that's not how you feel up here on the stage. Right? The second that throne falls and it's not in your favor, it just all comes crashing down. Okay, hoping to avoid that here, as I love this idea. Just get a little more defensive on the hero. Make sure that he's, kind of a little aggressive, a little defensive, picking up this Lincoln Sphere. Wants to utilize a lot of his magic damage. In order to do that, he needs to be free.
An MKB done for Lightstealer. Have they farmed enough? Find out soon as he's going into the Abyssal Blade next.
It's kind of crazy that you can go into the Aghanim Scepter, never even fight, and still stay ahead of this wind range. You know what I mean? Like, he didn't get anything to improve his farming capabilities, but neither did Sumail, because they're both gearing up for potential fights that just haven't been occurring. This is a big part of the game, because the Boom Boys have moved into Nigma's territory, they have planted a ward, and we are setting the seeds that we will water and grow into the potential for a fight.
A chance, a hope, a dream. That ward, will they deward it? That's the other question.
That's really where we're at in this mid game, for sure.
I mean, there have been, I think, 2 kills in like 15 minutes, somewhere in that neighborhood, and they were both saved.
Can I just say, time flies when you're having fun, Lyrical. I mean,
true.
It doesn't feel that way.
4 saved.
I really do feel the tension that is happening here.
Yeah.
After a long journey of no structures really falling, objectives not being taken, they kind of quickly take a couple towers here. Sumail gets one, Kiritich gets the other. We're willing to expand the map a little bit more on either side, but the map side that they've taken on the Boom Boys, it has a Roche right now. They are in the pit. And vision-wise, for Enigma Galaxy, they've got pretty good read. They're pushing in on the bottom. Like, look at this giant wave hitting the tier 2 bottom.
Yeah.
So they know.
Yes. That's going to get some good damage onto that tower and take it low.
In a while, the arrow's going to come in, but it's going to be too late by the looks of it here. It does stun Kiritich.
Pretty annoying, but with Roche so low, they're not going to be able to do anything but just sort of look as he takes the Aegis. And so with less than 1,000 gold just about separating these 2 squads, it's Daedalus next. Katomi infested. Now he, decides, sorry, go.
Sorry, misclick. Sorry, miss, yeah.
Trying to pass you something. I was trying to, what was he trying to pass the banner?
Moonlight Shadow. They're ready for an instant smoke maybe coming in from the Boom Boys, because the way they backed out of that pit and the vision that they still have considering their waves, like, no one has come bottom yet, right? So, as Enigma...
Yeah, they saw Shadow Fiend on the top lane, so they felt like they could make this move. Divide pops BKB. We're not thinking about chasing. GPK is still moving over, but it's slow. And it looks like he's going to go back to farming while Kiritich pressures this mid-tier 2 tower.
And they still have that key ward above them right now, so it's giving them some extra confidence here. It lets Save position more boldly here. Now, we've got GBK running his way back to make sure he can join with the team. What are they doing in response, though? We got Sumail down here, farming his way down. Again, they still never pushed out this bottom wave, so the tower took a lot of damage. They want to maybe push this in a little further, but you're going to lose your tier 2. You're not fighting that. You're going to come down and probably sweep through and clear out, push out bottom. There's a Tormentor, but Enigma don't feel confident enough to go for it.
No, and this just feels like it's Boom Boys getting the 2 tier 2 towers. This is the benefit you get from...
Oh, look at this stuff, Saul. Yeah, dragging it into the Mirana. Doesn't have the Aghanims quite yet. It's very close. Could really use it right now.
Yep, not going to happen.
Because that's a big wave.
Omar finds the root, and just like that, needs to leap. Doesn't have another one Yule Scepter, and like you thought about it. GPK,
all right. They're not throwing the Requiem on that one there. And the wave survives. Well, thank you for this absolutely gargantuan wave you've given to us, Divide.
TP away. Just back inside the base, waiting for Sumail to come in and help him. He can tether out afterwards.
Kind of funny he used the relocate over the TP itself.
Yeah, he
the Basher. The Basher's swapping around, so that's
and there it is. Arrow tries to go for the call, not going to land. Heritage, good damage, save. Thought about the jump to buy, finds GPK. Great reaction with that BKB, and now the Stampede out. Did not get the Requiem out of it.
Used a lot now.
Oh, and Heritage does manage to kill him. So Heritage goes, but there is going to be the Winter's Curse. And now the call comes in from the X with the Lincoln Spear. Blocks it, doesn't matter. Gets that finish. Divide buys back, wants to find a stomp, misses it on a GPK. The Shackle, oh, it's not good enough. Boom Boys, they find their targets, and now a Yule Scepter looking for the stun. Jump forward, and Heritage keeps them alive.
Infest inside, nicely done. They're going to back it up here. They got a buyback on Divide. They've used their BKB on the Shadow Fiend, but they're still holding this Aegis. Maybe considering poking around a little bit here when there's no Huskar out.
Showing the power of this Life Stealer.
Right, Banner is down.
I mean, they really do not have answers for this at all. Power Shot goes out, and right now Boom Boys seem to be the ones that are...
Sumail, though, he's got this damage. He's got the Hydra's Breath. We saw what Watson did, right? You know, the Smoke Fire damage is unreal.
He's doing it. Little bits. Tickling Heritage. Cold Embrace, and then the Force Staff.
I'm worried about a potential arrow maybe coming in, but it's on cooldown right now.
He gets the call. Find him down low. Almost dead, but the heal and save is there. Keep him alive. Focus Fire still on Heritage a bit. The Shackle didn't quite latch, and now he's back inside of a creep.
Look at he's running out.
Back alive and healing up again. GH somehow gets caught all the way to the side there and is going to be brought down. He does have buyback. The Huskar returns to the game. They do have another minute left on this Aegis for Boom Boys.
He wants to take a few licks to this tower.
I mean, this is just really clean play coming out from Boom Boys.
This Lincoln Spear from GBK passing it over to Heritage. I love this style.
Devi looking for a stomp. It's going to be really hard to find one. Heritage has been on point.
He's not even willing to give up the Aegis. He just wants to infest and keep it going here.
Good
healing back up.
Dodging the silence that came out. The Shackle does latch.
Where's Devi?
Save. Stomp. Then the stomp lands on a Heritage. The silence is there. This is the turnaround that they needed. 30 seconds left on the Aegis. He's going to come back at full HP.
And they find a Shackle.
Thinking about it. Opportunity to latch, to turn, to hit. Good damage there. The stomp on the backlines. Nero, he jumps away for a second, but the heal is there. It's not enough. And GPK finally popping that BKB. They do kill Nero. Now Sumail infested, backing out, has another Focus Fire, but as he comes out and gets stunned, Sumail's trying to retreat. It's not going to happen. They take down Sumail, relocate out, and GPK, he's just waiting. Is the timing right? They come in with the buy, find the stomp, but as the only core left alive, they find a good arrow. Cold Embrace, not going to matter. Heritage, too strong.
It won't be denied. This is the most electric Life Stealer we have seen, Lyrical.
Ultra Kill, keep going for more. Heritage has played this immaculately.
The 20-second cooldown on the Infest, he is abusing it unbelievably well.
And Omar, nowhere really left to go. Can't even come back into his dang base.
It's going to leave him.
Why not?
Get back in there. Get the structures.
GPK takes it down. It's still so long before they're going to be back up. And at 37 minutes, with very little done for a long window, Boom Boys finally got their items, feel comfortable trying to end this game out as Heritage hits onto the Tier 4 towers. Now, we've moved a while from 50-50.
Yeah, we are further along than that. Feeling a little confident here. Still won't off the Tier 4s right now.
They're going to take down that first Tier 4 tower. Maybe one last gasp from Nigma. They have 8 seconds left until the Wind Ranger's up. Trying to find an arrow. Trying to find anything.
I feel like GPK's begging him. He's like, do we need this?
I mean, we have barely even seen a Requiem this game. There's been no fights. They're just taking it.
Like, I want to have some fun here, man. Like, wait for the team. Like, let's have a nice big blow all ourselves out.
They've thought about it. The Infest is there, but they keep hitting the buildings. And now jump in, find that call, connect. Lorenov tries to go into Heritage, but eyes on the prize. They're turning onto the Ancient, and Boom Boys take game number 1. Just a complete dominance once they got their items. It was not close.
The way they played this high ground is something that we have not seen so far this tournament as well. Like, this has been the real struggle, is that even when you garner this big lead, which obviously wasn't even that large this game, but even like this really strong idea of having the Aegis and trying to push forward. I really think that Lincoln Spirits did so much work with how they could position Kiritich, and then just his own individual play with the Infest was unbelievable.
It was a very good recognition of the limitations of the draft. What was the BKB piercing disable? What was the way to deal with the lifestealer? Uncontested, and Boom Boys go up 1 game in this series over Enigma Galaxy.
I know that Kuroki, when we heard him talk about the draft after he came out of the booth, he said he told the boys, stay calm. I don't think he meant this calm. I don't think he meant that, because I feel like T-Gov, we didn't see them do much. I'm trying to phrase it really nicely, okay?
That was the weirdest game of Dota I've seen at the international, all the internationals that I've been to, because I basically watched one team farm and just slowly walk to the enemy base, and then the other team kind of go, we want to try and kill you, oh, we can't, and then run away, and then suddenly the Ancient's dead, we're going to game 2. This was just not the game from Enigma Galaxy.
This was a massive outdraft, I think. Just based on the draft, they can't really do anything. Like, I don't even feel like they played badly. Like, if I look at the game, it's hard to point out any mistakes the player made that kind of caused the game to be this hard for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, I just felt like passive into death. And they had a switch up on the Centaur Iron build, right? Like we talked on the panel about the typical build is to go a lot of things before the Blink. He went Blink after Helm, and it wasn't enough for them to ever catch anyone on the map.
Yeah, I mean, like, when you think about the lanes, you had Axe getting shut down through Huskar rotations, you had the Centaur getting shut down because of just natural lifestealer shenanigans. I think both of them caught up quite nicely. Like, everything felt like it should be going okay, but the Shadow Fiend and lifestealer just having complete free farm. It just went when Enigma wanted to go make a move, in the back of their minds, like, is this going to be successful? Will we go even? If it was even or lost, they didn't even try making it, and I feel like the reason why Enigma are in this position is not because of this type of draft. They're not picking Huskar to prevent GPK's hero pool. They're not banning 2 heroes, picking Wind Ranger to protect a Huskar. Like, you've invested so much stock into a Huskar, and then you haven't played your draft to move forwards across the map, to cross the river with conviction, to take down all these towers. Like, but if you look at the minimap state, like, obviously not at this clip, but there's still, like, towers alive early in the game when they should have probably been taken if you are playing a Huskar type lineup.
Yeah, this was why I was so critical at the junction when Boom Boys, they showed the Wyvern and the Willow, and then on the Enigma side they picked the Io, Mirana, and Centaur. I was really critical there because I felt like the Centaur was a bad pick. You picked the Centaur, they exposed the offlaner, he got countered right away with the Lifestealer, and the draft just became really difficult, and a lot of the bans were used to remove the mid heroes, and Loranov, maybe he felt like, I guess there's nothing else other than Huskar, you know, then he just couldn't really find another hero. That's why it was really critical to actually pick the mid hero, in my opinion there. They had some options, pick a mid hero to counter the supports and then protect the off lane hero there.
Couldn't they just pick the Wind instead of the Huskar? And then you have 2 bans, you pick a mid laner, you just play like a normal game?
They definitely could, but maybe they were worried because they had 2 supports, and if you pick 2 supports and win, you cannot change the Wind, you know, the Wind cannot be moved around. Maybe
you also can't change the Huskar. I mean,
the Ember was literally right there on ban. They could have just picked that and been way more stable.
But I think he also mentioned probably they were worried that GPK would Huskar their Ember, so they were like.
But they had Ember on. They had last pick of the second phase. So where they put the Huskar, they could have done Ember and then just banned the Huskar.
They definitely could. They definitely could.
There were so many options then to go down, and I think as long as Enigma can have this conversation after this game, identify at which point in the draft they feel was more like in conversation it might sound really good, but in execution it doesn't work out. And some teams, they sometimes fail because the ideas don't match with the gameplay, and I think right now that is where they need to identify that and just throw this away, bring us back yesterday's playbook.
On the bright side, Boom Boys had a smooth sailing, great game from them. MVP-wise, there's a lot of players you can make a strong case for. It is GPK that gets the overall last pick, so you could go for him, but Winter Wyvern for Kataomi, it is a signature hero for him for a reason, and this hero, we have seen this in the first phase of bans in the previous series at least once, and I think after his performance here in this first game, I would not be surprised to see it be moved back there in this series as well, because Rhea, you had a great game on this. It was smooth sailing.
I really love Kataomi's Wyvern. I think if you are a support player at home and you want to learn how to get better at the hero, watching his replays is 10 out of 10 choice. Like, yesterday I was singing his praises. The way that this man positions is perfect. The way he itemizes, he usually always gets the rush on the Blink Dagger, and then is able to get off the heals in the fights, he's able to get off the ults in the fights, the exact perfect targets that he needs, he will find them, and it also means that he can play back and in positions where the enemy will not be able to find him and start the fight, because Wyvern is probably your #1 target in most games.
Yeah, this hero needs to be dealt with, and I think like the games that we see yesterday and today, somebody picks Wyvern and the hero kind of just like, nobody picks Hawk, nobody picks Night Stalker, or even like some Snapfire. Like, these are heroes that are really, really good against Wyvern, and all the games that it's been overall first pick, it has literally gone uncounted.
Yeah, and also it's like, I know this game wasn't like the most like, wow, oh my god, team fight game, but I think if you are a Boom Boys fan, like, you want your team to win in this style, because they saw how Nigma was playing, they asserted their dominance, they knew exactly the timings, and when they wanted to win the game, they just won the game straight away. There was no messing around, there was no like accidental throw deaths, there was no like shenanigans in play. This was just oh wait, they're doing this? Whatever, we play our game, we win. So I think for Boom Boys, it just shows that they are still very, very strong.
It would have been so easy for them to just start running at Nigma Galaxy to try and get kills, because it did not feel like Nigma was going to give much gas back. At the end of the day, Boom Boys, they, as he said, knew what to do. There were a couple of moments, one player in particular did get a little bit of heat here on the side of Boom Boys. Ray, you're going to give him some more heat here.
Well, no, not heat at all. In fact, you said the support Kataomi is the MVP. I would argue it's safe. I asked for this compilation of deaths. Not because I want to flame him, but because I want to show that this was literally the only play that Nigma could make. They would bring here, look at this, they brought so many, all 3 cores are wrapped around this Dark Willow right now, and they're getting nothing else. Like, I think these were 3 back-to-back cores. They're using smokes, they're using moonlight shadows, and Save is always positioning himself in the more dangerous areas of the map to either break those or to draw attention on the map, whilst the rest of his cores can play like in safer areas. I think Save did a really good job of just dying this game, genuinely.
That's what the best plus forwards players in the world, that's exactly what they do. They always want to go to get extra information, to extra little things. So props to Save for making this life more animated than it was.
Break the smokes, tank the ganks, he did a great job.
You guys have no idea what he actually wants. He actually wanted the urn charges.
Wait, oh, no one's dying. I'll do it myself.
Free TP. Oh my god.
No, I think the game boils down to what we saw happening in the final stages of the draft, having the Huskar taking on the Shadow Fiend. Tigov, it's a matchup that we don't get to see every day.
Yeah, I just want to confirm this is not a bug, guys. Look at that, game time 30 minutes. Your Shadow Fiend is 1-0-0. I promise you he's not AFK in the jungle. He's just farming, he's happy, he's living his life, and I just want to show that it's just such a weird stat line for everyone. Like, Loranoff and GPK for hero damage as well. At this stage of the game, the highest hero damage for any hero was like 8,000. So it's just, I just wanted to show the weird stats of this very weird game.
It is a weird game.
Props to them, you know, they figured out the SF so quickly. We were like trying to figure out how many heroes can deal with Huskar. Oh, like they need to pick this, ban this. Everything happened so quickly and instantly clicked the SF. They already knew what was coming.
They knew what was coming, and that it has me wonder, because we wonder like why pick the Huskar at that stage of the game. It has me wonder how much of this was planned in a way. You're going into game 1 of your lower bracket series. You know you're going up against Boom Boys here. So you're coming in with a crafted plan. Tigov, do you think that that's kind of like the plan for Nigma Galaxy was too rigid and they stuck to it, even though
it feels like this
is figured out?
Yeah, it feels like something where they had a conversation and gone, this hero forces these type of bans, this hero and like they got to the position when, okay, we're gonna go for this because it closes out more heroes, and it just felt very textbook and very like something that you have over prepped for.
Yes.
Because like other teams in the draft, they let the draft breathe. When they get to later picks in the draft, they see everything. They find the hero for the moment. This very much felt like they were fixed on this idea in a previous conversation, and they were like, we're doing it. It's like, it just didn't feel right, and like, it didn't really, when they picked it, we're not like, the Huskar! We're just like, what, the Huskar? You know, okay. Sorry, my apologies for your, the displacement of your products there, but yeah, it just didn't feel like that impactful. So clearly some prior analysis was incorrect, and just forget the Huskar. That was...
I mean, it's also they got trapped with this Io Mirana. I think this support duo just doesn't really do much in the early game. I mean, we mentioned that they didn't do anything, but I think it's because they just couldn't do anything with the heroes.
So they tried to gank the Shadow Fiend. They just walked up, looked at him, and went,
Yeah. How do you land the arrow?
No, of course, that's why it's funny as hell, because the Marauder walked in to Moonlight Shadow, like, stood next to Shadow Fiend for a second, looked at GH and went, and then just walked away.
Yeah. What do we want to see game number 2 then, Rhea? Because it should be easy to just say, you know what, this is game 1. We just brush it off, go next.
To be honest, I just want them to give their best. I think this kind of gameplay is like fine. This felt like, of course, because Boom Boys won, what they wanted, right? They know that this team on Nigma, they cannot outscale their heroes. They know that how to like block their plays from happening. And to be honest, Nigma probably could have been more like ballsy. And I think they won. I think they were scared. In that case, I want Nigma to give a little bit more gusto.
I don't know if they actually realized they needed to be ballsy to actually have a chance to win the game. They sat back and felt like they were saying that it's okay, we can go late game, but in fact they couldn't.
Yeah, that's like what I want to see them just try and push themselves to their limits. Like, this is your elimination game for TI. You don't want to have regrets. You don't want to be like, oh, I wish we just tried to go for like one more smoke gang. Like, really push the limits of what you can do. Don't let these games like stagnate into what we just watched.
And then we have to point out how the draft started, because we all know how it ended, and we did have some criticism. We love GH on his IO, don't get me wrong. But if you first pick IO in your team Nigma Galaxy, there is no flex potential there. And everybody knows that. And even though we love GH's IO, we know that right now he's stronger as a core. And that means you are spending your overall first pick, which we've discussed, is at the moment maybe at a stronger position to draft from. And you're spending it on a support IO.
Yeah, I mean, as you see from the graphic here, IO is a common hero between both teams. Nigma, they want to take it themselves. I personally don't think it's too much of the IO problem, because GH is so exceptional at the hero, the best in the world over multiple years, that you probably can just find a different way to draft around it, that you aren't forcing yourself down this, last 2 pick situation that we have been, talking about for the last like 10 minutes. So I kind of feel like that's fine because of how important the hero is between the 2 teams. Because if you do ban it out, suddenly you're letting through a Lena or a Bounty or a Tree or an Earthshaker or a Kodo or some other, TI winning hero to the other team.
We're going to find out what's coming and who stays alive at the end of this series. Boom Boys 1 game up in this best of 3. And we heard yesterday from Kiritich, and we saw him on his lifestealer in the first game. He is having an absolute blast. He is so happy playing on the main stage of the International, and we see it back in his game plan. He just had the freest game. I think that's the best way you can think of to start your series here against a team that has pulled out some crazy moves. And on the side of Nigma Galaxy, we are waiting for those crazy moves, because game 1 was not it. Maybe we have to get some Enigma coming out. I know, I mentioned it before. It's just, I think that on the grand stage like this, having the power of the crowd helping you out, you need those big teamfight ultimates, and you really can play on good vibes. And we know that for the Vi, even though he's tempered himself, we know that he thrives on those moments.
They should try and throw them off. I think Boom Boys, Kiritich especially as a carry, when he gets a stable game like that, where there's no one threatening, pressuring him, he is very reliable. He will get the farm, he will hit his timings, and he will play exactly where he needs to on the map. When you throw him off, that's when we start to see moments of anger, like when he flashed his table. In that game, you had such a high-pressure team lineup on the enemy, right? They're running at him, they're under his tier 2 tower, they're forcing him to show up when he doesn't want to show up, and he doesn't know how to react to that. I really think if you throw off this man's tempo, that's how you get him. And this is with Sumail on Nigma, who's willing to play these carries like Clinks and Necrophos. Heroes that can be around the map, playing more like assassins or playing with boosted travel. You can definitely be more mobile and active if you want to be.
Yeah, you don't want to get eliminated from the International with a game like that either. You need to show your best Dota, as Rhea mentioned earlier. Winter, what is the best Dota you feel Nigma Galaxy can bring to the table here?
I think they just need to play standard, and not try to get into their own hits too much with some kind of like prep strategy. Just play. I think they're more than capable of just winning the game, just playing normally. Play to their strengths. Certain heroes should be prioritized more. The support duo has to be a very solid one, so to ensure that the early game, there's some stability in the early game, so they don't get pressured too much. I think they're just overcomplicating things too much in the last game. Sure, it's the first game. People will always say if you have an idea, you want to try something, always do it in the first game. You have some leeway. But right now in the second game, just go back to your roots and do what's worked for your team so far.
do what has worked so far. And so far, we have seen Enigma Galaxy do good work. Also, when they're down, we of course had them start this main event bracket run in the upper bracket, and they were coming out victorious, and that was a long series. They know how to come back after losing a game on this main stage, so I am not worried about that. I want to see them play their best Dota. We want to have a competitive back and forth clash, which we did not get in game 1, which is a shame. And hopefully we'll get our hands on that very type of Dota 2 that will soon get on our screens. 1 game up for Boom Boys. Enigma Galaxy backs against the rope. Good speeches from Kuroki incoming, I would imagine, and heads together. Get the best strategy out there and just play some good Dota. And guys, just win. Easy.
Enigma Galaxy versus Boom Boys. Game 2.
And we're already quite deep in it, might I say. Enigma Galaxy Radiant side, Boom Boys Dire side. Enigma Galaxy overall last pick, and we had an overall first pick, Keeper of the Light. New one from Boom Boys there, and instant answer from the Ember Spirit. I think when we're talking about comfort on the main stage, Lorenov on the Ember, a lot of people have called him the best Ember Spirit of this year's International, and that is big praise considering the mid laners we've had on this stage, Tiga.
Yeah, and now it's, when you pick it in this position, of course, against GPK, he will happily try and counter that to oblivion. There's Slardars, there's Huskars, there's so many options, so we'll see where Boom Boys go for that. But yeah, the Keeper of Light, it was banned in the first game. Very high priority throughout the entire tournament. So also interesting to see what type of partnership Boom Boys are going to present with that one. Of course, there's so many options. Mainly, I actually prefer Coddle for the sustain and push forward. I don't really look towards the hero now for like, oh, you need the chakra combo, oh, like, I'm not trying to pick like Ember Coddle. I'm just like, go forward, run through the map and just kill everything.
Yeah, but at the same time, I do feel like when you mention these counters, this hero counters to the Ember in the lane, they don't really like playing with Coddle. Like, sure, the heals are, like the chakra is not just the hero, but you do want to have someone that you can play with in the early stages as Coddle. And I do feel like some games that I've watched when you have Coddle with, for example, with Huskar, they don't really do much together.
They haven't banned Slark on Enigma, so...
Oh, that's one we've been seeing quite a bit in that mid lane against Ember.
Yeah.
Successfully so, of course.
And also is the same draft that happened before where Boom Boys first picked Coddle, Aurora picked Ember, then Boom Boys picked Slark +1 as a response.
Personally, I've only enjoyed seeing Slark with IO. I think otherwise, the hero, it doesn't necessarily ensure you're going to win your lane. Like, if you play Ember versus Huskar, the Ember has to do gymnastics around the mid lane to try and like drag waves and stuff, right? But even when I've seen Ember face up honestly against Slark, sometimes it can still go even.
Envision game 1 against Spirit in the upper bracket. No one put on a bit of a clinic at shutting down the Ember.
Yeah. But the laning phase, I do feel like it's not really the be-all and all. As long as you have a draft that can allow you to play later in the mid-game with your support, your Ember has something to do. You can lose the lane, it's fine, it's not the end of the world, and you can slowly find pixels of the map, like with Mirana, you can walk around, chains, arrow, get a kill here and there, then you slowly come back into the game.
Oh, they've gone for the puck, right? It's a hero that can play very nicely into the Ember. It punishes both Ember and Mirana, who are ability-based heroes.
Yep, very good with the Coddle. You can chakra and abuse the puck even more.
A very honest mid matchup.
Yeah,
it's
that's what we want to see. A real game, you know, we want to see a real game.
A real game, a real mid battle between Puck and Ember Spirit. Let's see though, I mean, I'm sure they're going to get some helps from the side lanes, already having Keeper of the Light and Mirana there. And now the Undying here on the side of Boom Boys.
A lot of aggression in the early game. Like Undying plus Puck. Basically, in all the early team fights, in the rivers and everything, you put a tombstone with a coil, you're going to win those team fights.
But there's also the flex, right? The idea that if, you know, someone wants to take like a Tiny or something here, now you're potentially playing into Undying off lane with a Keeper like, you know, 4 position, and you're going to get completely shut out of that lane. You cannot even go near it.
I think they cannot really pick, or they shouldn't pick the carry here, unless there's something that can deal. Okay, they go for the SF, so they're not worried about the Undying going to the off lane so much, but it is still indeed a very strong lane, Undying off lane with the Coddle. Like, it could potentially cause some problems for the SF, but Shaman is This is not a very, very common hero. I guess they just wanted a Hex against Puck.
But they might not go Lion.
I mean, Omar has played it so far in TI, so most likely just the 4 position, and he'll be running around and hoping to stop the...
I mean, to answer the question, why not Lion? I think laning phase-wise, Shaman is more solid against the compared to the Lion. And the other thing that Shaman has here is you can actually kill the Tombstone with your snakes. So that's like some added value there.
It's so annoying thinking about this lane. It's going to be like loads of kill threat if you don't pick the right hero, because I see these supports. I want to pick Lycan, but I don't want to do that lane. I'm wondering if there's ways for them to pull and get advantage out of it that way, because whilst Ace struggled on the hero earlier, it felt like these summons were still such a pain in the ass. It doesn't matter anyway, they'll pick Underlord, which is much more sturdy. And the Axe Rush against Ember is so good.
He does get bullied by the SF in the lane. And with Kotal, like some supports can allow the Underlord to play the lane, like Underlord plus Rubik, Underlord plus Lion, any stun. But with Kotal, it can be quite complicated.
They're gonna stack though.
I mean that's mainly where Mirana I think helps the Underlord pick, right? Because Mirana isn't this like explosive kill laner. It's more like a lot of chip and poke over time. So Underlord, by the time you get to level 3-4, you'll have your point in pit, and then you can distance yourself from the Shadow Fiend. I mean, Boom Boys, their entire draft, it just feels annoying to kill. You jump a guy, there's a Tombstone saved from Undying, or there's a keeper like Hill, or Puck has an Aeon Disc or some Yules or whatever. Underlord with the auras, it's really just obnoxious to fight into. So Nigma Galaxy, luckily for them, they do have very clean damage once they find a hero. It's just a matter of like, just pretty much stop Undying and you can burst anyone.
And that is hard. Like, their initiation being like Hex and Shackles from Shaman is just going to be completely stopped by Undying's Shard Tombstone. So but it's hard to kill this hero too. I think when you can react to any go with Underlord Portal, and like if they're also playing the map correctly, you have Puck coming in to punish as well. It's so quick how fast Boom Boys can collapse onto a fight.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying here. Like, it's gonna be more complicated for Nigma to play the map around, finding kills, whereas Boom Boys, you have the global presence of the Underlord. It's easier for you to set up. And right now, the team fight, they also have very, very strong team fight with the Undying and Puck.
That's why you always need to kind of respect the Mirana. So like the map play of Nigma, even though it's quicker for Boom Boys to get around, like you are going to have the invisibility, the speed to play on the runes. If you set up the Mirana at the rune with the Shaman, you get the Puck kill, it's going to feel quite nice. And they do ban out the Enigma on Boom Boys because Divide does have last pick in draft priority. So based on the last game where he kind of got sacrificed on a Centaur, now he's going to see all 9 heroes in the game before he locks in his own.
Yeah, you need that X Factor, I think, in a game like this. What is still in the pool that would lane nicely? We only know so far that it's going to be the Undying he lanes against, but of course, by the time Davai gets his say in, we will know which hero Kiritich will play against him. And normally you go for a ranged carry when you have the Undying to lane with. There's a lot still in the pool.
Yeah, you kind of need some stunts. I don't know, like, there's still Win.
TA.
There's Lina still even in.
The TA is still available, but yeah. There's so, I mean,
all like World Choice.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of heroes, but I would prefer something that has some stuns. Like they do lag.
Yeah, of course, stuns.
They do lag a little bit of, like...
Oh, Tiny, that's good.
Tiny has stuns. Not ranged, though.
Yep, not ranged, but has stuns, so he takes one of the boxes at least.
Yep.
Yeah, I kind of forgot they were lacking stuns, to be fair. I look at Puck, when I see Puck, I'm like, she does everything, it's fine. But yeah, no, that does kind of complete the draft.
And it's the issue of having Kotal and Undying as your double sub, right? You do lack stun, so Tiny does nicely to complement that department.
Let's take a moment to appreciate how much bonus time Nigma Galaxy still has left at this stage in the draft. They've only used 20 seconds of it so far, meaning that the game plan and the draft has played out in a way that maybe they were very comfortable with. And they get a lot of time to think about what they want to do with this overall last pick, is why you see Divide talk here, because he gets to decide against the Undying and the Tiny, what does he want to lane against? What would you want to lane against?
No one wants to lane against Undying.
Yeah, that's fair.
But
if you have
to. I might just try and buff up like the damage from my Shadow Fiend. You can pick a Slardar, and then it gives you your ability to take your Roshan. You're going to have your Shaman help you take towers. I think it just gives you every tool you need to do objectives.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Device, like, you can Slardar, or you can, like, Night Stalker for, like, the meta, or you can do, like... Yeah, actually, no, to be fair, I think I like Night Stalker a bit, just for like the puck and the fact that Undying Puddle, just you look at them.
I would love that, genuinely.
Yeah,
and you just keep chasing them down, and then you give this like insane vision for Shaman to find the jump. So it's like Divide will then complement the lack of like clean initiation from Nigma, because like one player, he can fix it for his hero. But there's also like, he's such a specialty player on like Primal Beast and stuff, like even into Tiny, he doesn't care. So he might be like, you know what guys, trust me, I can do it.
This is the game.
I think Night Stalker is like, that's where my head sits.
I mean, does he... Oh, there's no Timber. I was going to say.
Yeah, that's gone, that's gone.
3 strength heroes.
I think you can trust your Shadow Fiend to be able to kill Tiny.
It will be the Slardar.
Yeah, it's a very, very nice pick to complement the whole lineup. They are just thinking because they're worried about lane, because Undying is very annoying for Slardar.
Is it too annoying?
Only for the early stages.
Okay.
I think later you don't really mind it that much with the sprint and when you have your BKB especially. But in the early game, it is very annoying. But I do like the pick. I like the overall setup here. I think it's back to basics for Enigma Galaxy. The last game, it was maybe a little bit too cheesy for me. This time, they're trying to play normal Dota. They have the SF minus armor, Slardar minus armor, a lot of damage. They have some team fight with the Shaman. They have some good stunts with the Ember Spirit and the Mirana. I think their draft ticks a lot of boxes, and I like it this time.
Yeah, I agree with Winter. I feel like Nigma has just improved their draft immensely. Like, you look at it and you go, yeah, that can play any stage of the game. It can play for Roshan. It can take towers. It can end the game in 30 minutes. It can win a game in 90 minutes. Like, it feels like it can do everything, and that's what you want to see. Because, like, we didn't watch a game of Dota in the first game. That was just, you know, Boom Boys farming and then just tripping over the Ancient, and suddenly we're here, right? So it is a lot better from Nigma this time around.
Yeah, I really love Nigma's draft. If they're going to win a game, I do believe that it can be this one. That said, I do want to give a little credit to Boom Boys. I think GPK on his puck is a force to be reckoned with, and I think this coil kind of breaks apart Nigma's entire lineup. Like, it's so hard to play into this route, and they have so much combo with it. The Tombstone on top, the Tiny can toss out. I think that they have a lot of things to play with on Boom Boys' side. But yes, this game should be a lot more fun.
Want to touch upon that puck versus the Ember, though, because this is Lorenov's best hero. So we got GPK puck versus the Lorenov Ember. It's an absolute treat with those two on the mid lane. Tigo, this mid lane, is it that puck favored, or will we have a nice back and forth brawl here?
It's going to be back and forth. It's mainly who hits level 6. If puck hits 6 with coil and supports rotating, you can kill the Ember, utilize catapult wave, take tower. So I think it's more on the supports, because between the CSing, it should just be a bit of a slight Ember favor, but puck killing eventually.
Slight Ember favor. I think that's all Lorenov needs maybe to propel his team into victory. Can this be a 3-game series, or maybe Boom Boys will take this one in a 2-0? I know someone who would really like this to be in a 2-0, and he's standing by with stacks right now. Let's head over to Bull.
Absolutely. I guess I'll ask that as my first question. Would you like this to be a 2-0, or do you want these guys to put up a bit of a fight?
Хочешь ли ты, чтобы это была серия 2-0, или пусть они посоревнуются с вами?
Я хочу, чтобы это было 2-0.
I would like 2-0 for sure.
I thought you would. All right, well, let's talk a little bit about this team. Nigma Galaxy is a team that a lot of people, you know, maybe don't respect enough, maybe don't research enough. It seemed like you guys were extremely ready for this match last game. Did you prep a lot? Were you ready to come in?
Многие недооценивают Нигму как соперника. Подготовились ли вы к ним специально в этой серии?
Мы больше фокусируемся на своей игре.
We are focused on our own game more than preparing to some particular opponent.
Oh, so you don't care about them at all?
То есть вам все равно?
Да?
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Can you talk to me a little bit about Puck? We're seeing a resurgence in Puck now. Nisha Puck came back. Not as good as GPK. But what do you think about this hero? Why are we suddenly seeing it again?
Много Пака в играх. GPK на нем играет, Ниша на нем играл. Почему мы так часто его видим?
Хороший герой.
Just a good character.
Just a good character. No other reason.
Никаких других причин.
What is your favorite color?
Какой твой любимый цвет?
Зеленый.
Green one.
Green, it's green. We got an answer, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and get into the game.
Slacks tries to get anything at all he can out of Volk. It's just not going to happen, Trent. Man, they really did not want to say much more. Good character.
Yeah, I mean, his favorite color is green, but it's red for now. They're on the Dire, and they got first blood. So Boom Boys already off to a hot start. As he said, focused on their own game, and so far that worked out very well for them in game number 1. Nigma Galaxy maybe a little too focused on their own game, going for that Huskar draft that didn't quite pan out the way they'd hoped. They've gone for something a little more even-keeled in this game number 2.
And it's worth noting again, like we talked about a little bit in the game itself, it was Boomboy's understanding like the single-mindedness of the Enigma Galaxy draft, and when it was that they wanted to make moves and then just dodge, they backed away, moonwalked out of there. There's no issues at all. This time around, though, you have a little bit of a different dynamic. Obviously, Slardar being played out of the off lane. This time for Divide, going to be looking for how early do you think we're going to be seeing a Blink Dagger from it?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty early last game for a Centaur, but, you know, Centaur, you can still just have that confidence you're going to buy the heart and scale much later and later. Slardar, not quite as good in that department, for sure. So you are definitely encouraged more so to get your Blink, get your Shard, get into the battle. So definitely early moves, for sure.
Omar going to get punched and pummeled, and the crush to try and keep him alive. Kill a zombie, maybe. He does go into a little sheep form and then runs out of there. Gets some separation. Divide getting pressured underneath the tower here with that early tombstone drop down.
Keeping it going. No relaxing here from Kirtis Kataomi, just right under the tower and such low resource left here on the Galaxy. But they managed to survive this time. Of course, he will not have that foul play again for another minute and a half, so have to be a little bit more cautious in this one. Mid lane already off to another good start here. Of course, for this puck, because of that first blood, GPK is going to be able to abuse the resources a bit more, get some better trades, faster levels, something Lornov's going to have to be considering the entire time. But Lornov, you know, a combo hero this time. He's going to have this Ember, and he has the Mirana on his side, which we've seen paired so often as GH is already in trouble, though, forced to leave out.
You know, it's interesting, too, because, you know, they're talking about the 2-0 dynamic, wanting to get it early. The other thing to keep in mind is that for Boom Boys, if they win this, they've got to play another series later on in the day. Would love to be able to go take a little bit of a break, get some grabs in before that happens. There is still going to be one more lower bracket game to be played on elimination day here. Divide finds a crush, trying to keep it bullying the Undying. That's not going to work so well.
No, this is still the best 5 in the game right now for securing a lane. I think that is the peak Undying gameplay here in those first 5 minutes. Constantly in your face. It's like very happy to die oftentimes just to get your resources back up, right? Like you'll see these the mangoes just ferried out to the Undying. They're happy to get a positive trade. Even if they die first, I feel like Undying players don't care at this point. Keeping the enemy cores off the farm as much as they can. For now, though, they're doing fine. Mike Divide, 15 CS, he's all right. A little bit ahead of Kirtis.
And a really nice-looking draft by and large. You can see Divide, they drop down the tombstone now against Katomi. Going to decide to go for the Undying, but deny to the neutral. Very good. Miero in the other side of the map goes down to Sumail. Now Kiritich takes some more hits, and they have another round of the shackles. They will indeed. A few more punches, and Kiritich, the menace of Game 1, is going to go down.
Yeah, finds the positioning there for the body block. On the other side, yeah, we had a full-on other battle happening as we had a double kill picked up by Save on the bottom half of the map. So, action all over the place as we settle at 3-2 right now in Boom Boy's favor.
Renoff playing it very low against GPK. Does still have that water rune ready and is going to heal back up now. Up on the top side of the map, though, Divide, who's been playing pretty aggro, does not have that much HP at all and is going to have to retreat back and salve up. Courier is even brought down.
Oh, that's tough. Yeah, they are certainly at a resource disadvantage here. Divide is just like backpacking, getting a salve out, and will have himself healed back up in time for the wave. So, last game, you know, they had to roll for initiative on the side of Enigma Galaxy. They somehow found a 0 on a 20-sided die. I didn't know it was on there. They managed to do it. This game looks a lot better. Like, the idea of being able to actually start a fight and feel like you can create some sort of problem for your opponent, it can definitely happen. Last game, it mostly didn't happen because you had a mid who never got into the game. The Huskar just like, he made some cool moves, he got some kills, but you have to be so far ahead to make those plays happen. And they also weren't even able to get the plays going with their IO. Like, there was no attempt to like make a relocate play or try and get like an outnumber situation going their way. This game, it is Boom Boys that are working in that department in terms of being able to outnumber their opponents with the Fiends game. We've seen that be used plenty of times in this tournament to just keep getting the edge in these fights. And of course, this Aghanim's rush on the Underlord has looked so strong this tournament.
Speaking of gates, you're going to see Undying comes through the twin gate there, realizes there's not really much of an option to make a dive happen, and then leaves. There's also going to be a TP over for the 6-minute rune, so Puck will likely be denied this. And especially actually with the Remnant down. They do manage to scan, and it is going to be down bottom where Lorenov bottles up the amplified damage. Omar walking aggressively at the Puck. Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, GH can use that opportunity as well to get a ward down there in Boomboy's Ancient area. Keep an eye on any sort of stacks they might want to build up here. Omar even runs in behind the tier 1. So he is saying, I'm going to go over towards that that Wisdom. Are you guys going to fight us, or what's the plan? Miranda's backing away. Is he still going to go for this?
Omar's here. Save will now run into him, and Omar, realizing the error of his ways, is going to back out. Now they're bringing over the Ember. Sumail is also here with G8.
Okay, they're committing.
They're in the area. Again, 10 seconds. Are there going to be any follow-up rotations? Save found.
Another ward.
They got him. Arrow out connects, and that's going to be enough. Now on the other side, Devi is able to keep back the Undying, so I think this is just going.
Yeah. Moranov's going to get one of the Shrines of Wisdom on his mid-Ember here. Feels really good. GBK takes the opportunity to invade a little bit here and finds a stack that they've got. So, you know, a little bit of value being stolen away now by Lorenov in punishment for going for that Shrine, but...
I mean, it's one stack, like...
Yeah, no, it's...
fine with this.
You're very pleased right now if you're Enigma Galaxy, right? I mean, Ember top of the board and boosted XP.
Immediately going to be going into an urn. Lorenov steps forward, he's going to right-click GPK, right-click save. The remnants of that amp damage still there. They pop the coil, arrow in the area. Katomi moving over. Lorenov doesn't manage to get out. Just an unnecessarily aggressive play, gets punished.
I mean, you gotta think though, like, oh, I'll be fine. I have 4 points in Flame Guard. Like, but then the Underlord walks out of the jungle. You're like, okay, well that's not good. But I'll get out of the range and snap the coil. And then suddenly Undying is there too. You know, like he's trying to play to the absolute edge of his hero because he's very good at Ember.
Yes.
He just didn't have the read that there were that many enemy heroes here from Boom Boys.
And there is a little bit of a counterplay. Immediately they take down that tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. True. Sumail now steps forward. Omar and GH nearby, Shackle, and the arrow follow-up. So they move in with the Shadow Fiend, and Sumail, obviously very comfortable on this hero, playing it so many years out of the mid lane.
And you can see GH immediately thinks, like, they have wards here. They just barely missed the one by the Ancient, and then there's also one that's in behind the tier 1 down bottom. So they have complete control over this space. Omar just doesn't even want to leave it alone. Like, he's still playing up on that hill right now.
Yeah. Kiritich gonna need to get a little bit back as GH is consistently a menace. But they will stack up these camps, it looks like, try and build that piggy bank from the arrow.
Now look at GH. He arrows one of the creeps, and then he body blocks the bottom camp as well, so they don't get the stack. And he's going to sit here, soak a bunch of the XP, and steal some of the gold. And what can they do? He's got a leap. They don't have the catch to punish him right now. And this is, as you heard Winner on the panel saying, like, they brought out this Tiny, they have the Puck. A lot of what these two heroes do, and even the Underlord, is they're making up for the support to having no catch, right? Undying, Coddle, you got nothing you can do against these pesky little supports. They just want to come in, poke around your side of the map, and leave scot-free.
If they can keep this momentum going on Nigma and take some more of these towers, we're already seeing the ways in which you might be able to sort of build up a pretty substantial lead for Nigma Galaxy. Just need to make sure that Lorenov doesn't take any walks through the woods with Underlord nearby.
Yeah, it feels a lot like these Bounty Hunter games that you're seeing, where they're spending so much time having to keep up with what these supports are up to and these little ganks from Lorenov that you don't have any time to deal with the Shadow Fiend. At the same time, your Tiny is also free to farm right now, but he's not going to farm as fast as Shadow Fiend ran out with Radiance.
Oh, Lorenov gets the bottle. The Shield Rune is there. Gonna pop it now, trying to stay alive. Double round of hits, and do they have enough to kill GBK? Not quite, but he gets caught by the fear. And that is going to be enough. Now Lorenov steps further forward, finds Katomi. He has chains, but with no arrow follow-up, they're just going to take down that tombstone and then move for the tower.
I mean, this is a catapult mid. Keep it up. Who cares about a catapult? We're dropping the snakes.
Lorenov. Case Katomi won't do much more beyond that. But with those snakes down and buildings hit, it can do some serious damage. GH backs away from Miero. The Remnant
Again,
forward.
The two wards,
The
man.
chains. Oh, is there anything else for Miero? They don't have any way to save him. The Underlord also goes down.
That sentry missing by just a couple units has destroyed the early game of Boom Boys. The snakes do get cleared out. Omar still sticking around, threatening a little bit around here, but Sumail willing to even hit the tower a few times here with his Dragon Lance. He does not necessarily want to leave.
I mean, they don't have coil for another 10 seconds, and maybe understanding, as you can see, that ward being the difference maker.
Yeah, it's so painful. They just keep getting him over and over again with it.
How do Boom Boys respond to this? They had a pretty dominant game number one once they decided to finally get online and start fighting.
They decided it's that coil. It's back up. They're smoking right away. Finding Sumail would be great. Do they have the damage to deal with him, though? I mean, I guess the Underlord Gate is back up to 15. He might have to join in on this. Tiny is coming through.
If they find the Ember, it's pretty bad. I don't know if they can do much.
Look at this. They're hoping that Sumail was down here farming, but they miss with the scan. He's too far back.
Oh, and he's just a little ways away. Yeah.
I mean, you can take the tower. It's not the worst, you know, but certainly not the dream.
We're looking at Miero. He's going for a little bit of a different build than these other Underlords have gone because it's been so painful for him. Going Atos first.
Yeah.
And, you know, we were talking about this, I think with Cinder the other day, like potentially seeing Lightyear out of these heroes instead of the Shivas. Is this going to be the first time in a while that we've seen it from him?
I mean, I'm wondering if he just doubles up and goes Atos into the Aghanims, you know, like,
yeah, honestly.
Maybe he's just thinking we need this lockdown. It's good versus the Slardar. It's good versus the Ember, the Mirana. Like, it could be the difference maker, but it would be a very heavy investment. So, yeah, that's a bit of a tough call. It definitely speaks more to me of saying I want to get this Atos and then go into some sort of an aura to help my team.
Enough will get the bounty rune. Kiritich taking the same walk that Sumail did, but up on the top side of the lane. The scan hits onto Katomi, so not who they wanted, and as the smoke breaks, will just be undying.
He's got 1,600 HP.
Yeah, are they? Okay, they ward trap him, so they decide we're going to take this kill.
I was thinking, you know, TP's kind of healthy, or the tower rather, we could TP in and maybe fight for him, but no, they'll just knock him down, so the surge means he's immediately back up, but that ulti has a very long cooldown, so dying to be a bit weaker for a while as they successfully take the top tier 1 tower.
All tier 1s down across the map for Boom Boys. Igma trying to get into their next set of items. For Omar, it would be pretty huge if he can get into the Blink Dagger, but he's decided to go for the Aether Lens first instead.
Yeah, a little bit more consistent on the Shadow Shaman. Obviously, all of your spells benefiting from it, so it feels very good on the hero. In 14 minutes, this time they're really making sure they get their wisdom, huh? They bring 4 heroes here. So, assuming that any aggressive maneuver, maybe they saw part of the Moonlight Shadow in a ward, I'm not sure. They thought, hey, they're coming for our wisdom. We want to fight, we want to make sure we get it. Does not end up being the move made by Enigma Galaxy, and perhaps seeing, hey, they didn't come for the wisdom is why you're seeing Kiritich way back here. Farming near his base, too worried to go anywhere else.
I mean, it's a good read of the map, right? And recognizing that there's just not really a safe place to be in your own jungle, at least for now. And these, like, very deep wards, he's going to walk into them at this point. I do wonder if Enigma are going to try and play a little bit more aggressively again, or if they're going to feel like this lead is enough to sort of sit on until they can get enough things to go for the rush. Like, how quickly do you want to play with this Shadow Fiend?
Yeah, there's no real rush. I think trying to secure the area around the Tormentor would feel very nice to them. I mean, they've obviously already pushed down the tower. I'd like to see them keep pushing that wave out. The Tormentor with a Slardar, very easy thing to do. Having that available 5 minutes from now will be great. Atos finished up, but also the Yule down here for GH on his Mirana. Had a great game so far, top of the supports. 0, 1, and 5, providing a ton of vision and just uncertainty for his opponents whenever they drop these Moonlight Shadows, forcing him to group up, waste TPs, and slowing down their farm.
15 minutes in, that 4K gold lead, Miero getting closer to an opportunity to battle with the Atos done now. it feels weird to sort of just sit on this and not be able to find a fight. But obviously, if you're sort of waiting for those bigger items on your other cores, it's like, what are you really going to be doing? I guess like the hope is maybe you can find a pickoff on the runoff if he steps a bit too far forward. But this is not what you want to have happen. A solo kill between the supports, gifted over to Sumail on a silver platter.
Yeah, those wards doing some mad damage into that Underlord.
Liking what Omar is doing for him.
Yeah, I mean,
he didn't even have to leave his farming patterns.
Definitely one of the benefits of Shadow Shaman over the Lion, as we were discussing in terms of like this counter versus the puck, why you pick one over the other. Kind of only going to get found out here first.
Right there, bringing in numbers. GPK coil connects onto 2. Tombstone down. Are they out a bit too far? Actually, didn't get the coil onto the Ember, so only Divide is found there. But with the Ava toss, now Lorenov Silence in trouble, not able to escape. Boom Boys, they strike back.
Their patience pays off. This is what I think you're waiting for as Boom Boys, because you know the Slardar wants to make moves, because that's how the hero wants to play the game. He can't just sit back and farm stacks right now like your offlaner can. So there's this innate pressure on the Slardar to try and make these moves, and they caught him. Like, they've been kind of dangling out Kataomi a little bit, and this time he was not free. Last time, he was all alone. It was totally fine. We can just kill this guy. This time, the backup was there, instantly punished on a Lorenov, and I mean, it's going to slow down his BKB. They're going to have to start thinking more about the objectives, perhaps, and less of these kills.
The Blink Dagger on the way for the puck is now going to set up these kills even that much easier for them on Boom Boys. Sumail still yet to be really touched, but Kataomi, they run into him again, and this time, Omar in hand, it will be enough. A little bit of retribution.
Up a greedy searing signet. Start moving into our second round of the neutral items. And also jump to Sumail, though, big items.
I think those kills are super important mentality-wise for Nigma also, right? You already are down 1-0 in this series. If you like lose the Slardar and the Ember and then you're not getting an immediate kill afterwards, you could start feeling like tense in these moments where there's not much happening.
Yeah, you don't really want to be the Slardar being like, guys, can we go do something? Because like my farming ain't that fast right now after losing 1 kill.
Heritage, they find him. The Hex is there.
The friends are here. They gotta bail.
Yeah, they gotta go. Okay, so they bait out the Fiend Skip. Okay, then they'll get out.
Renov trying to keep this mid lane pushed in here. There's GH backing him up. They don't really have a kill combo though, with just these 2 on the Underlord.
I don't know. I'm starting to get worried for Nigma here.
Feeling the dread.
I am
typical Nigma fan. When their team is up, they get more worried. I believe is how it usually goes.
I mean, what can you say? After that last one, got this aggressive style. This would be a nice catch for them if they can find him, and yes, they do. Oh, the Tumbler's toy into the control, and yes, they find and kill GPK.
Oh man, he is really punishing the lack of stuns on the 2 supports. It's very good. He's just getting full-length shackles.
Omar having a standout performance on this unorthodox hero, the Shadow Shaman. Opting to go just straight into that Aether Lens and making good use of the Tumbler's toy.
BKB nearly done for Renov as well, so it gives him a nice focal point in these fights. He can get up ahead, provide some vision, let Sumail just run on in. He's close to his Force Half as well to pair up with his Dragon Lance, and already has a Manta versus the silences of this puck so that he can stand tall and threaten the Requiem. Which means that if you're on the side of Boom Boys, you are waiting for Kiritich. He's only a little bit behind the Shadow Fiend. Definitely growing to a larger and larger threat over time. But you're going to be trying to get some sort of a Shadow Blade play once that's finished.
Yeah, and you know, it really is like when Sumail shows up, that's the big commit that happens in the Shadow Fiend, right? You've got like the little crush coming out from Divide, you've got Ember's things to sort of start fights, 2 different heroes to start fights, and then one that's definitely going to be there to end it. Get the right type of control out.
Alright, 20 minutes here. Slardar lineups. Tormentor and Roche on the menu right now. First, we're going to check for the rune. It's going to be a regen up top. They instantly smoke. The circles are being drawn on the map here, I believe, by both teams right now.
Yeah.
Radiant going to scan. Dire going to scan.
Takes out the wave in the mid. And as that shows, maybe this signals to GPK to be a little bit careful. Broke in. Get him. He's over to the side, but no, backs away. Now Remney forward, Lenovo
got
wants
one
to find
more.
something.
Last one.
Good Yules, keeping him alive, and save. He gets caught by the root. The blinding light pushback needs a few more hits, and Sumail, he takes it.
They had to spend a lot for that kill, but there was no idea of counterplay here from Boo Boys. We saw previously they would just instantly alt TP, you know, so they clearly have very direct and clear communications as to when they actually want to fight, and that one was just not happening. It means they're going to get this wisdom. They go back. Kataomi tries to sneak it on the other side of the map. He gets pushed back out by Lorenov. They are not letting you get something on them right now.
That's right. Going to use the Tombstone Shard. CH starts to hit it. Yule's Scepter giving the last hit over to Lorenov. Misses the arrow. Don't worry, nobody saw.
It was zoning.
Yep, exactly. And Katomi eventually goes down to Lorenov. I mean, he's living for a long time. There's no way you get out of this one, surely, but he's going to make him work for it, if nothing else.
Well, fortunately, because they have a Slardar and a Shadow Fiend, they did not need any help on the Tormentor. So they were fine to just deal with Kataomi at the same time. It's going to go over to Omar on the Shadow Shaman, the Ernaconda.
Yeah.
Do you want some? That is the question.
5,000 gold lead. 12 to 6. PH stacking up camps. Try and keep building that piggy bank up for the squad. Omar, no, it's interesting. We think about this like answer for the puck, but usually it's off the back of a blink dagger. He's been making GPK feel pretty afraid with just the Tumbler's toy, and now going to be going into the fourth staff. So thinking more about like saving his own team from these problems.
I think part of it is that you already have some other tools that are causing like a mental stack issue for the puck between like the Slardar Crush, the Slardar Punch, the Ember Searing Chain. So he doesn't necessarily have to be the first one in.
I'll also mention, we keep looking at Miro. The Atos has not felt like it's been helpful.
He's an Atos?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I've seen him use it even. And going towards that Aghanim Scepter as soon as possible could maybe help make this Ember feel a little bit less comfortable.
I mean, it feels bad, though, because he has a BKB.
It's true.
And you've gone Atos into Aghanims.
Yes, yes.
That does not feel great.
Well, Omar there to try and help take down Roche. So the first Aegis of the game is going to be going to Sumail. A few heroes and players in this.
Under a sentry, they missed the coil.
Oh, that's not what you want to see if you are a Blue Boys fan. Now Divide getting closer to a BKB as well. Everything this game too seems to just be going Nigma's way.
It is a very balanced lineup. They did very well in their lanes. Maybe they have relaxed into an even further state of nirvana, thanks to Kuro, do you think?
A zen state, if you will. Yeah.
I mean, Lernov looks pretty relaxed right now. He's chatting up a little bit here.
See if they can keep that going.
Aegis here on Sumail, looking into a Satanic. No BKB for the King. Does not need that as a crown. What is a Satanic?
It's like an axe or something, right?
I always envision it as like a mask.
Okay.
But you know how you just have this idea of what the
down
item
bottom
looks like in your head?
They find them one. Yeah, the save is just gone. A mask?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. It kind of looks like something goes on your head, kind of like the Mask of Madness. You know, I feel like it's a similar thing here. It saves deaths last game. Great deaths. I think Ray brought up on the panel as well. I was thinking the same thing. Like he had some fantastic feeds last game. He was always in the right spot to prevent any sort of like a comeback kill from Nigma. This time,
comparison.
they're more of deathly. You know, they're just like, okay, well.
That's unfortunate.
These feeds aren't quite as good, unfortunately, because they're more forced feeds of like, I'm just trying to delay things, you know? Whereas before, it's like, I'm getting a good trade out of this.
Drop down snakes. Kiritich as they step up and smoke up.
All right, here it is. Let's see the double roots. How many roots does Miro have? He's an old gnarled trees. Atos. Aghanims.
He's going to be going for the Crozier next. But as they see GPK on this ward left behind, Nigma realize we're not in danger. They're not chasing right now. It's an amp damage puck.
Okay, the Crozier could go kind of crazy, though, if he catches Sumail with the Satanic, because that's his defensive mechanism right now, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right? It's Manta Satanic, so
True.
that could be beastly. That could really turn things around, because he sees all this magic damage from Boom Boys, and he just says, all right, well, I just Satanic. They don't have enough to save us. We have clearly seen that this game, so
what
I'll
you're
just
telling
heal
me,
through it.
Boom Boys just need to keep farming. Just keep farming and everything will be okay. That's what I'm hearing here.
Is that? I don't think that's what I said at all.
The Crozier.
I was describing
the Crozier.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. All right.
GBK up on the high ground. He Anacondas and just finds him. Oh, man. Understanding what was happening, and they take the tier 2 tower.
He's a little stuck right now. It's okay, though. Don't worry about it. You got Blink in a few seconds.
5k gold lead. This whirling dervish of damage that is going to be Sumail's Shadow Fiend. And Boom Boys do not have an answer.
No, I mean, trying to go back to that fight right now, it does not feel great with an Aeon Disc available on your puck. Gonna retreat back here.
I mean, that sucks, right? Because you're going for this big play with an amp damage, and you've got your new item, and then now they are all under a ward, but okay, not any longer. Omar, he's on it. Great game from Omar.
Yeah, he has definitely stepped it up this time. The Shadow Shaman getting a bit of a comfort pick here, had an excellent laning stage, and consistently finding on these fights. Look at the way he's like linked up with Divide. They got the M click on each other, just following each other around right now.
Other thing is that this next agent
they are
that
hunting.
Get, as Niero may be in a little bit of trouble here.
Oh no.
Wait. When they end up having the banner, I mean, that paired together with Shadow Shaman is super nice. Drop the wards, get out.
Omar, he's got the read on this. They kind of saw the way that GPK's been playing this map right now. He does not jaunt to that orb.
Oh, GPK, he sees them and they find it. The Hex is there. Miero, you are not going to save your puck, sir. As they get that kill, Aeon Disc 15 seconds away from salvation. It was too late.
I don't even think they had a ward down here. That was purely based on how the puck played up top that they managed to find that. They figured that he had pushed out top, gone to the Twin Gate, and wanted to farm those camps. So they pincer in between with the two heroes that both, like whoever finds him first, will chain into the next, because he's still at 20 seconds left on the Aeon Discs. Really well played and well coordinated here from Enigma Galaxy.
Feels like that last game and all of the frustration long forgotten for this team, as they have looked like an entirely new roster without Huskar. Hero is terrible.
Did not work well from the previous game, it's true. Things much brighter this time for them. And the bright side for Boom Boys, you would think, would be this Tiny.
Yeah.
He is still very farmed. Kirtich is a big piece this game, but he has not found any way to get involved whatsoever. He is 1-1-1 with 399 last hits. The creeps fear him, but the enemy team don't even know he exists.
You're not wrong. It's just been basically nothing out of the Tiny so far. And you think about this game, and it's still very possible that any high ground push that gets made there, as you can see, 3,300 damage for the Tiny. At any high ground push, this could all turn around. One toss back underneath towers.
Aeon Disc again here, perhaps close by. Sumail gonna realize, oh, I believe there might be the trick here.
But it also speaks there underneath an entire ward with Puck right next to them. They don't feel like they can fight. And off. Steps forward, the silence is there. No follow-up.
No force the BKB either. That would have felt like... I think even throwing a Fiend's Gate might have been tempting there to try and bait up the BKB.
Tries to hit the pit. It takes too long. That ward untouched.
Kirtich, he picks up his Hyperstone here, but they are close by. Kataomi's backing him up with the shard if they go for him. Oh, but he's out.
Instead, trying to find Kataomi, maybe?
I mean, that is the problem of no blink, though.
Yes.
As he brought up before, right? He tries to force that and Tumblr Swipe. It's not enough reach. Kataomi, though.
Easy catch. Easy kill. No Ceaseless Sturge this time. And an AC is done now for the Tiny, so they've got a lot of physical damage.
Does
together.
Yeah, obviously helps a lot versus the Slardar. You need help when your allies not get burst down. Have this help up the Aura.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, goodbye. I mean, the good news is they're going to use the root on the Slardar mid.
Divide does not appear to care at all.
They're trying to so desperately burn his BKB, and
he is not doing a thing.
Zero cares. And, you know, they had this off-center combo for the longest time. It's going to be expiring here soon. I mean, they might even de-ward it. Yeah, there it goes. so many potential opportunities of lurking near this board gone. That this was your best chance as Boom Boys. Finding a fight up there with GPK in that area, and they could never find quite the right moment because of this positioning coming out of Enigma Galaxy.
I mean,
very defensive.
Maybe like a coil tossback is the option.
I mean, they've had the blinding light a couple times. They've managed to snap the coil. Something like that is definitely what you have to do.
But it doesn't feel like GPK is comfortable coming back to it yet. Now he's going to TP in, actually right on top of the Shadow Fiend's courier, interestingly enough. And as they see GPK TPing back, now they leave. Enigma not wanting to go high ground without the Aegis. 15 seconds till we don't know how long it's going to be.
How have we found 2 games in a row where one team seems like they can't make a move?
You know?
But I feel like Boom Boys are trying more, but they are failing equally as often.
Yes.
All right, they have vision on this Slarder. He's still sticking around. They're like, this guy farm's pretty slow. We move pretty fast. Can we make it to Divine in time? It's like a tease right now. He's going to get this range creep. He's going to get out, isn't he?
I mean, he also has a BKB, so like, he's not going to die.
He's getting away.
He's just going to run out.
They've smoked across the entire map, and he's gone.
They've scanned. They see that he left, and now there's not a dang thing they're going to be able to do about it.
Double scans used too. The pain.
At least they're in position to come and contest for Roche, if nothing else. But yeah, this does not feel good for Boom Boys right now.
Okay, but
tell me, give me something, anything. Need to find something
honestly,
for these guys.
I just clicked the HP pools of Slardar, Ember, and Shadow Fiend, and I just stopped dead in my tracks. They're each like 3K plus HP, like 2,800 on the Ember. They are tanky.
Yeah.
Like I'm trying to think, like, can Kiritich really burst them down? Like, does he have the damage to maybe have a big impact? And it's tough because the reinforcements are going to be quick.
Yes.
I mean, they don't have a mech or anything like that. They don't have a traditional save on the side of Enigma Galaxy this time, right?
But what's our Crozier check? All right, we're getting there. Oh,
I thought, no, he gave up on it, didn't he? Yeah, he gave up.
Halberd instead? Ugh,
yeah.
God.
No, the Crozier was a bridge too far, he said.
Oh, man.
It was 3,300 gold too much.
Well, I mean, he's even with the Slardar in terms of farm.
Yeah.
That's an Aghanim Scepter done for the Mirana.
Gem coming out as well, just to secure their position on the map.
10,000 gold lead. It still could completely turn around with, just a little bit of bad positioning. I think that you can't underestimate how crazy these late game scenarios can turn into, particularly on the main stage TI.
Yeah, and if maybe you get forced into a play with the BKBs being down with Enigma, that could be doing something. Right. Mail again, though. No BKB. Maybe they hit everything perfectly. On the side of Boom Boys, you have the Undying save with this Tombstone. We don't have a similar tool on the side of Enigma Galaxy. Maybe that's what can do it.
Now tell me. He's hanging out by the trees. I mean, Roche is going to move in a minute and a half. Maybe we're just going to sit here until then. In the meantime, Shadow Fiend is getting bigger, by the way.
Yeah, they are not really losing out too much on the side of Enigma Galaxy as the Butterfly is now picked up for Sumail. And with a minute 20, yeah, they are good to head into the pit. All right, Kiritich, he has waited, but a sitting rock gathers moss, so he wants to roll.
And Roche roars. They get some vision. They see Sumail, very, very tanky. Roche, half HP.
Kiritich calculating, finding his angle.
By damage is there, ready for a jump. They drop down the snakes. Now the walk-in, but he's not going to be able to do much. The jump forward, Avatar, and he snatches the Aegis. Kiritich trying to put his team on the back, but I don't know if it's enough to carry. It's a hard one to make work. The Requiem comes out, and Sumail destroys the arrow. Kiritich also going to fall. You can take the Aegis. You're not winning the fight.
You're not getting out of that one alive. At the very least, you remove it for a potential high ground push, but obviously things still going very much in the way of Enigma. Male king of that fight. No concerns about not having a BKB. Yeah, it gives up the Aegis because of it. That's A-okay for them. They're now pushing up high ground. No snakes available. Chuck the Anaconda.
Building goes down. In spite of the creep wave being gone, they are still going to be able to take.
Oh, and look at Divide down bottom.
Set of racks.
He's stalking GBK.
The hunt wants him. Jumps forward, crush, bash, damage, trying to get out of there. He's nullified. They find him here.
He's just gonna watch him farm.
Yeah, I mean, he's waiting for his Blink Dagger to come back up again. Wants to chase this guy down. GPK over to the side. GH is there. Arrow out, and hello, there are more friends. As GH finds that kill, another set of racks taken while that was happening.
I mean, what can you do? There's no option, right? You're just dead.
Well, as we have seen many times, it appears that this TI is for 3 games on the big stage, barring some type of miraculous comeback for Boom Boys.
One would certainly be a banger of a comeback, but I mean, they had their moment. They tried. They set something up. Did their calculations what the best option was.
Jamil's completely alone.
Okay, well, will he get punched?
This is what they need. They've got to get something here. Can they blow him up in time? No! Satanic turn the disarm. Well, the Halberd not doing what he wants. As the fear is there onto Miero, a couple more punches, saved by the tombstone. But Sumail, the king, he's strong. A triple from Renoff, and GG is called. Nigma push it to a game 3.
If they don't have their tools available, they're not going to be able to win that fight. They needed the coil snap there. Everything else was set up, right? They got the big toss back, but with GBK being dead, they don't have enough to take them down. The BKB list build from Sumail still makes them very powerful here. And he really did king carry on that one.
An impressive performance and a big comeback in this series. And now, for Boom Boys, you can see Save not really too flummoxed by that one, understanding that there's just better luck next time. It feels like, again, the draft playing a huge role in this and really determining whether or not they were able to make the games happen as Nigma tie us up, push us to a game 3.
There you go. That's what we want to see. The Lorinov Ember Spirit having a great time in this game, and both teams getting to play their game. Well, one team maybe a little bit more than the other. Nigma Galaxy take this one. We're tied. We're going to a game 3. Like, to be fair, we were kind of expecting to the way the games have been going on this main stage. A lot to break down here with Rhea, Winter, and Tigov. Tigov, this game looked so much more comfortable for Nigma Galaxy. You could tell that comfort was the name of the game.
Yeah, I mean, the roles were swapped this time around. I feel like the game that we had in game 1 kind of was the same for 2, but, you know, Nigma, they were the ones finding the pickoffs instantly. I'm just going to give a massive shout out to Omar. I'm probably going to highlight him later on as well, some graphics, but I feel like him on his Shadow Shaman, a hero that we don't see picked up by many other players. Of course, Into the Puck, it's kind of like a historical matchup that allows you for the pickoff, but the way that he kept hunting around the map, finding these kills, enabling the SF, or the Slada, or the Mirana, or the Ember, I think he played an exceptional game and did such a good job at keeping his team alive in the International.
Yeah, of course, you know, the Shaman just had a lot of openings set up for his team. He was able to, you know, get the towers as well really, really quickly, use the Anaconda, and yeah, created a lot of pressure on the Boom Boys side here.
Yeah, this was a cool game to see where we saw everything come together for Nigma Galaxy. From the start to the finish, it did feel smooth. It was still not the fastest game, Rhea, that we've ever seen. Still a bit slow here and there.
36 minutes.
Yeah, it was faster than the average, but it was but it was slow. Yeah, I think it's difficult to push into an Underlord, first of all. It's also not like Boom Boys were kind of getting crushed and had no net worth. I think they were still gaining items, just obviously at a slower rate than Nigma. So you just want to play it carefully and slowly. I think Nigma were trying to place their wards more offensively on the side of Boom Boys map, whilst if you looked at Boom Boys warding, it was very defensive. So they were just stuck in this idea of we have to farm. We're just going to like try and defend our areas and get what we can. And then Nigma did look for those picks, and they did get them, to be fair. They just were a little bit staggered out.
Yeah, Lorinov as the MVP.
On
You got it.
No, I'm not standing for this.
Oh,
Omar,
wait, he got first pick. He got first pick, and that meant that GPK could choose what he wants to play against December, and he still won.
There.
Oh my gosh.
Alright, he's the GOAT. 4-0-10 Shadow Shaman, sorry, my golly gosh. No, this is the true MVP. 31 wards placed, 6 wards destroyed. That kill participation, probably if you look at the first 20 minutes, was like a lot higher, but still, he's my GOAT. No more Korf, happiness, and Lorinov this, Lorinov that. Let's give a bit of love to the other lads that make Lorinov look good.
You guys are coping. The true MVP is the person that clicked the heroes, Kuroki.
Oh. Yeah!
Without him,
we got a game 3 for Kuroki.
Without him, none of this would have been possible.
Right.
The draft was very instrumental. I mean,
Yeah.
we saw in game number 1 as well that was part of the reason, maybe the only reason, why they didn't do so well. I mean, we got to give them credit where credit's due. If we're going to be critical of a game like game 1 to be draft related, then this one wins as well.
Yeah, I think on the Boom Boy side, they had kind of like a very small window. I don't think their draft was like bad or any means. I think everything looked logical. They have some decent heroes in the lanes. They just like, I think, lost one crucial fight in the rune and everything just snowballed from there.
Yeah, we can take a look at a couple of the moments that we had in the game. First things first, though, if we're talking about supports being MVP, you got to talk about the vision they provide, right?
Yeah, and this one comes not from Enigma Galaxy, it actually comes from Boom Boys. They placed this really nice ward. I think the Observer highlighted it in game especially. They basically placed it on their mid tower. Like typically you'll see people place vision like on the river to catch the runes, but this one was placed on the tower, and because of that they kind of see Omar's movements behind the tower. You see it get pinged out. This would not be possible without that ward, because usually there's a blind spot between the tier 1 and tier 2. So it's just, I think it's a very cool ward. It's very interesting because it's not that typically placed.
No, you have to place those wards, and the little things definitely do matter, and big things matter too. Fights matter too. You highlighted the fight you were talking about just a little bit earlier.
Yeah, it was a little bit after that ward. That ward was at 6 minutes, but at 10 minutes, the rune fight, we expected a lot of fights happening because of the runes when you have a Puck against Ember matchup. I think here, the key thing was Nigma, I believe, brought more heroes. The SF came over, whereas Kiritich didn't choose to come. I think they really needed Kiritich to be here to just throw a spell, throw a stun or do something, or tank, The Puck, he needed to win this fight. I think if they won this rune fight, they got the rune on, maybe just get some kills, the game could have been completely different, but because Kiritich chose not to come and Sumil came over to help his team, and that was the difference maker in my opinion. That started the snowball.
Yeah, and then from there on out, it's rough goings for Boom Boys, with one person in particular that we talked about a lot already. Got one of the MVPs there as well. Here you go.
We're doing it again?
Yeah, you
No, come on.
You got it. You got it.
Do it again.
Do it again.
Do it again. Omar. Hey, see, look, kill participation, 80%. I told you that it'd be better if we looked earlier in the game, and that's why production was like, you know what, let's help this lad out. Let's show bigger numbers for Omar. I've already made my case, lads. I'm not going to try and do it again.
Okay.
He's my goat.
I mean, with that logic, if I'm playing Zeus and I have 100% kill participation, but I'm in the jungle farming. So
yeah, luckily they nerfed that.
Alright?
Okay, they nerfed that for a reason, because you fake, pad statin players, we got rid of them. So yeah, we're in this live.
Okay, well I'll give another point for Omar then.
Yes, please.
I think Winter actually pointed this out while we were just watching the game together, is that on the dire side of the map, right beneath their base, there's those two camps, right? You know the one Lone Druid always farms in with his main guy? Yeah. They placed a ward there on the side of Enigma Galaxy, and they saw the they can see heroes move through that, so they know where they're going out onto the map. And as a result, Omar is able to go and hunt for Puck at the bottom side of his map, because typically you don't want to be giving up map space by moving all the way back there, but because they know heroes are going down there with their amazing, excellent warding, deck use supports, they're able to go look for that kill, snatch it up, and then continue on their way to victory.
People say it's quite difficult to choke out the map, but it's like once you take the tier 1 towers, the best vision to place is at the entry of the river spots, because when you die, you're not going to TP back to base. You're going to run to the river and then go down, or you're going to go to a jungle camp. So it's like having that type of vision is the best way to choke out the map, to have that type of pick-off understanding and to have the heroes to do it. So yeah, just great understanding from Nigma to utilize it.
Yeah, not a lot of plays for Boom Boys to make during this game, and with that in mind, we're going to find out a little bit more about how Miero tried to play this game as we head over to Purge.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, Miero had two rough laning stages in both games, actually. In this first game as Axe, he left the lane early against a Wind Ranger and didn't really come back, but eventually caught up farming. And we have kind of a similar situation here in game number 2. Miero focused a lot on blasting waves, which normally you don't actually want to do against the enemy carry because it pushes the waves into them. It makes it safer for them to hit last hits and things like that. So you're going to see him using Firestorm on this. It's going to do a little damage to Shadow Fiend. Some of his creeps are going to get denied, but he'll get some of the farm. He's basically conceding, like, my lane sucks, I know that going into this, I'm just going to do the best I can, and I'm going to try to catch up in farming later. They even had one really good kill opportunity against the Shadow Fiend a little bit later after this, because they had a good opportunity to go for this kill. And this was a decent opportunity for them. If they did kill Shadow Fiend, this would have been great, but Shadow Fiend just has so much more damage than most offlaners, so you just can't really trade with him in most cases. Save ended up getting a nice double kill here with the blast. So that was really good for Save in the lane, but if we see the pressure that comes from the MVP Omar, he's looking for disables, they're going to have arrow follow-ups. It's very, very difficult for them to respond to this. So the pressure that's coming from Enigma Galaxy is making it really hard for Miero to actually lane stabilize. Now, we're going to jump a lot later in the game. His net worth was much lower. Look at it now. It's decent. He's sitting the same level as Slardar, which is good, because he can farm a lot. But the problem is that, yes, he caught up, but at some point he needs to impact the game in a really positive way. He did that in Game 1 as Axe, but in Game 2 it's a lot harder. And this was the probably crucial point of the game where Boom Boys had spent all of their catch-up time looking for a good fight. And this nice catch from Omar, throwing the shard up on the high ground, spotting the puck, breaking his Aeon Disc. This broke Boom Boys' attempt to team fight, because now no Aeon Disc on puck. All the farming that Miero didn't really accomplish much at this point for the rest of the game.
Thank you very much, Pert. Now both teams are fighting for a survival here, with Game 3 coming our way very soon. Before we get there, though, you know, we have got a little time to breathe, a little bit of time to maybe check out a certain website where you can get yourself a mini Largo or Rhea.
My little Roshan.
Not that one in particular.
Turn it on. Invoker wasn't doing. Invoker wasn't doing well today, so we'll show Snapfire instead. The Roshan is amazing, though. That is probably from the ones. Yeah, it's Roshan and Kura are.
That's part of the Roshan. You took his honey.
I am so sorry. I can't walk. There you go. Take it. There you go. I was wondering what it was. I was holding. Yeah, there you go.
I love
Beautiful.
you.
Also, this is a bag. I took it.
Look, what do I have?
It's a bag. You can.
And there's bags on the bag. They have clips. You can actually put stuff in the little orange bags.
You can, but it seems like that actually closes pretty well. So I figured I'd not open it as to not. It's actually a shoulder.
Where's my gem? Give me my gem.
1 second. I'm looking inside. No, no gem.
No gem. Maybe
not yet. Can't afford it.
Maybe it's one
I haven't actually. I haven't got enough gold to upgrade the courier.
I think it was Saksa stole my gem.
Yeah, of course, right.
I would like no violence towards the couriers, please.
Yeah, this is the bag strap, by the way, guys, not the guts of the courier, just in case.
Stop!
You can get your own. Of course, you'll get not that one, but you know.
You can get this one.
If you go to the perfect world.
Yeah. There you go.
You know where to find it by now. Make sure you check out our secret shop as we are preparing for our final game in the series of this elimination between Enigma Galaxy and Boom Boys. We've seen both teams take a game off each other. Very different styles, and that leaves me with a very simple question, Rhea. What's happening next?
Game 3, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened over there, but there was a little bit of a moment shared there with Omar and GH.
That's awesome. To be fair though, after game 1, Croaky was giving quite an important speech. Like it felt like he was like honestly speaking from the heart.
Yeah.
Obviously we don't know what he was saying, but
I know. I'm gonna tell you, guys. It's my fault. I messed up the draft. You guys are the best.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
But that's the thing. I love the fact that after the defeat, Kuroki stepped up, had a conversation. You could see it on camera. Now after game 2, the win, there's no need for that speech. It's just kind of like back to, you know, why we're here. We know what we're doing. There's no need to overthink things. It's just calm. You can let the players do as they wish. So it's like you talk when you need to talk, and then you let the players do the thing when it's going well. So yeah, I think it's just, you can just see the vibes going well now for Nigma.
Yeah, we see Save talk a lot on the side of Boom Boys. Of course, a very experienced voice. He seems to be having a smile across his face also while he's chatting. So I would imagine pretty good spirits there as well. It's not the first time they've been in this situation. Not their first rodeo with the 1-1 on the main stage with elimination on the line. I'm sure that they also got what it takes. Same thing for Enigma Galaxy. One game to decide who takes it home, or rather, who takes it to the last series of the day, because that is what is awaiting for the victor of this third and deciding game. Two very different games have been played so far, and I would imagine that we're going to take the best of both worlds essentially for that third game of this series to decide which one will come out on top. And Winter, where are you going to look to? Because we've seen in that second game, which I think we can learn maybe a little bit more of compared to game number 1. We've seen Enigma Galaxy, they insta-locked that Ember Spirit for Lorinov. They prioritized that comfort. Do you want to see that again?
And I didn't really like Boom Boys opening with the Kotal so much. I felt like that kind of really didn't work out. Maybe they had some other plan in mind and it got messed up somewhere along the way. But they need to do something different here, and I agree. But the Ember needs to be higher priority.
But I don't really get with Boom Boys in game 2, right? When you first phase the Coddle, in the next phase, like, why are you going for like, the puck there? Why not go for like the Slardar plus another support that has some catch? You can flex the Slardar a little bit longer between offlane to mid. You then see what's happening elsewhere in the draft, and then you utilize GPK. I feel like taking the puck so early, sure, you see the Ember, but now there's a Shaman and a Slardar to deal with GPK. The way that GPK thrives is like, if there's only one solution to him, Boom Boys can find ways to deal with it, and GPK can take over games by himself. The amount of times that we spoke about his puck just being auto-win is insane. But the fact that they kind of sacrificed him so early because they saw Lorinov Ember, if anything, that kind of, you fall into their trap. Like, so I'm not too impressed with this, like, early phase puck. Like, if it was later in the draft, sure. If it was on 18, great. But the fact that they put it straight away in that early phase, not my fan.
I want to talk about Devi, who was just on the screen as well. I don't know if this man is a genius or a fool, okay? We've seen everyone being so greedy on the offlane hero builds. I spoke last game about the Centaur going Blink second item and how that was a little bit faster than usual, but he also went Blink second item on Slardar this game. He didn't opt for anything smaller or more team-oriented in terms of, like, there's no drum, there's no Echo Saber, there's no, like, scaling item here, it's just straight Blink. And I think we saw in that game, it didn't always go well. One of the nicest fights that Boom Boys got was when he initiated on Kotal and didn't have the damage to kill him because he had not, built to have that damage. And they got like 2 kills off of that. But at the same time, he is getting involved. He is not taking money from his other cores. It's like, I don't know if this is...
That's Devi in a nutshell.
Yeah, like, what is going on?
I mean, he always wants to be aggressive. Like, every time you play against him, even when he first started playing Dota, like, his enjoyment was, like, he wants to beat you in the lane. He wants to take a 5,000 gold lead and then just obliterate you. Like, the reason why he was on D2 Hustlers leading the charge, bringing them into DBC, was because of his mindset.
And you need to know when to do it. I think he's so far matured a lot. He's improved a lot as a player. Like, he can be sacrificed, he can be the priority in the draft, and I think he is a totally different person right now.
Yeah, he got overall last pick in that draft, and it showed that he felt comfortable on the Slardar, and it showed that Enigma Galaxy took this one. Let's find out what's going to happen in the last game.
Enigma Galaxy versus Boom Boys. Game 3.
It's over or under, do or die. Deciding game 3 of this lower bracket match. The International getting eliminated here. Still top 6, still not bad, but of course making it top 4 at least for Boom Boys would be rivaling their same position that they were last year. For Enigma Galaxy, it would mean surpassing that same result they got last year. And I know you didn't like the Keeper of the Light first pick, but we get it again anyway. Book says that was not the problem.
Oh, they left through Earth Spirit instead.
They did. Ooh.
I think maybe they want to put Lorinov on it so he can't play his like Embers and stuff.
Yeah, that is pretty much the kind of the bluff Boom Boys are playing. We've seen your Earth Spirit from yesterday. We don't think we're very impressed. And
they don't fall for it.
Exactly. Well, they also don't care.
Yeah. How does Ember do against an Earth Spirit? I would imagine actually we're going to see Enigma Galaxy banning out their Earth Spirit in the next phase.
In the lane, Earth Spirit does, I think, slightly better. I think Ember is kind of good against the Earth Spirit maybe later in the game when you have the chains to catch him and when you have the Mage Slayer. But in the lane itself, I think Earth Spirit is a little bit happier in the matchup. But he just has a lot of damage, so he can win the lane.
Again, for me, I just don't want to see Boom Boys early pick their hero. Here, I was like, I want the Slardar. I still want to see this concept be applied. Like the early phase part, giving Omar and Devi all this information, it just...
I mean, it's not just that, it's like the combination of heroes. Like, what are you pairing with the Keeper of the Light? Was the Undying the issue, or was the Puck the issue,
Probably both, to be fair, and so depending on who you're talking to.
Yeah, whatever it is, they need to come to the same conclusion as a team. Like, what do we do? They're going to make some adjustments here, and we're going to see it.
Beastmaster once again gets removed.
So if they were comfortable with it, they can take the Mirana again.
And they probably will if, I mean, they won the game, everything felt good.
Yeah, on the side of Enigma Galaxy, why would you change anything? You are expecting maybe a curveball to come out from Boom Boys?
I think the only difference is now they don't have a Shadow Fiend to work towards, and Nature's Prophet's also gone. I think Drow has felt worse, so I'm not sure if I would want that.
Yeah, they'll probably be leaning towards like Klings or an Elk, you know, for Sumio.
Yeah.
I mean, those are heroes that he's really, really comfortable with.
I mean, you take the Mirana because if you lean towards Omar's heroes, like a Clock or something, then you are going to struggle a little bit at kind of counter-picking, down the line.
Okay.
Hey, there's that Slark.
Sure, okay, so they go for the Slark that was spoke about in game 1 against the Ember, and that it doesn't need to be with the Eye based on what Vision was doing, and Boom Boys go, you know what? We can do what Vision does, and they're going to do it as well. So yeah, Slark to the mid lane to counter the Ember. It is an instant response, but the difference is picking Puck to Ember, and why I didn't like it was like it doesn't crush the Ember in the lane. Slark, it crushes it in the lane, so sure, you can...
Not necessarily. Not necessarily, genuinely. I think it was literally Boom Boys who played it against Aurora in group stage, and they both had the same amount of net worth by the end of the laning stage.
It's a volatile lane, I think. If you play well as the Ember, you definitely have a way to maybe even kill the Slark.
Just create those problems. Force Enigma to make Lorinov go, what am I doing? Am I dragging waves? Like, don't allow him just to play a normal game, because that's when they will shine.
And I would say that it's more important for the Slug to win the lane. Because if he doesn't win the lane in this matchup, then he's going to contribute less later into the game. Like Ember Spirit, you get your levels, you don't lose your lane, you can set up for the arrows, you're going to be way more useful than the Slug later.
Does have a 100% win rate, so there's that.
Yeah, I think Aurora threw the game that they played against Boom Boys, because they had a really big lead against the Slark when they last played it, and they had a Night Stalker in that game. Like, I think looking at Boom Boys lineup already, I really like the idea of a Night Stalker. It's so good against Koddle, Slark, and Bane. You want to be able to see these two supports because they are extremely position-based. Slark gets his regen from hiding, right? You're kind of exposing all three of these heroes if you can have that night vision.
It is a very good option. Yeah, I mean, for both teams. I mean, I feel like a lot of these drafts, like, you look at the hero and go, why is Nighttalker not played more? But
right.
It's probably certain players just aren't as comfortable on it, and maybe the teams that got eliminated in groups, they would have looked at it.
Yeah, and we've heard from Saber that it does feel a little extra bad if there's just one item, the Essence Distiller, that just kind of ruins a large portion of the...
Hey, that's my vision. Why'd you have it?
Yeah.
Gives a big advantage. I mean, it's just a classic Bane counter. Unit heroes, like Bane doesn't do much, you know, against unit heroes. Yeah. I mean, the Kotal is also kind of vulnerable, even though it's not as bad as Bane. But Boom Boys are going to have to address this unit hero in the next pick.
And also, Slark wants to naturally play at nighttime, Bane wants to play at nighttime, so now you have Lycan, so you can play around How at nighttime, and you kind of like, if Boom Boys are playing for pickoffs, Lycan can help
it's
anywhere.
also annoying because of the Wolf. The Wolf is just going to follow you, and then you don't get your regen and stuff.
Wow, okay.
Okay, that's the Lycan counter.
More fish!
Yes, Shiva. Are you hungry or have you had lunch?
Go for Slaughter as your offlaner, and then you got the trifecta.
Woof. I'm sure there's a stat on that somewhere, but yeah. For Boom Boys, though, taking the Kiritich Nagasari in the carry role, when you think about Lycan, of course, earlier Yotaro played the Terrorblade against it and was able to beat it quite nicely. Nagasari slots in quite nicely behind the Terrorblade as the solution to Lycan. You kind of put him on a timer. If you don't break my map within the first 30, 35, I will eventually be so unkillable that your Lycan does nothing.
But it has a 0% win rate so far, and it is a very unorthodox hero to pull out, and especially ballsy considering this could potentially be their final game.
Yeah, you also have a Naga Slark core duo right now, which I don't like at all.
It's very weird the way their heroes are going to function. I mean, with the Bane, I think it's still fine. You run around as Bane alone to look for kills, and then the illusions are around. You grip someone, maybe you can kill him. So I can see that maybe working out. But in the early stages, it won't be so easy for Boom Boys to play the map compared to Nigma. It's very straightforward. You have Helm, you follow the Helm hero, he's going to push towers, you have team fight and save with the Ringmaster, and you just group up and you attack. Very simple. Whereas for Boom Boys, it's definitely going to be on the harder side to execute their lineup.
No, for sure. I think it's on Miro to find his hero that can just enable some of this aggression from their side. And by aggression, I mean Slark beating the Ember in lane and then getting to play through the off lane, and then you have a game to play. Oh, and you look back over your shoulder. Oh, thanks, Nagasaren. You have your items. But Lifestealer is a good ban, especially when Miro wants to naturally play these kind of like beefier, tankier heroes. That's kind of just what they need. Someone to stand there and go, I can take your tower at some point, be it through Helm of Dom, whatever. But I need to look towards Miro having like this kind of 15-minute window of the game that he is like a main character for Boom Boys. He can't just be some like AFK scaling hero. Otherwise, then yes, their draft will just look quite lost.
Can he just be a tank, like a Tide Hunter, like some team fight hero?
Yeah, if he rushes like Ag's first item, doesn't go wraps, that type of thing, then I can see it working out.
I really like Tide, mostly for the shard.
Yeah, against Ember.
Yeah, against Ember especially. I do want to lightly touch on the Lycan again, is that even when Ace played it earlier and it didn't look too hot, I think the number one thing it was able to provide was vision. Like, I was looking for a Night Stalker or something that could find the supports. Lycan does the same thing. Even after getting horribly stomped in lane, this hero has 2 wolves that are invis, and you can set them to follow command on heroes, and they will just, you know, follow them until they die. And this is something that you can use to scout supports in fight. This is something you can use to block ancient camps. It's something you can use to have impact even when your lane is bad.
And the Tidehunter that was mentioned is now eliminated from the draft, as Nigma Galaxy had the same read on the heroes as you would. Actually, you know what? Tidehunter is also a big fish. It would have also fit. That would be nice, but no.
He eats the fish.
Yeah, but he's like also a creature of the depth. Sort of. Oh, definitely.
So the only thing remaining definitely has to be Slada.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
No, which other heroes are coming to mind? Because we want something with the stun. We want something that is allowing Boom Boys to be active early.
I mean, so Centaur isn't like crazy active, but you buy Helm of Dome, you can play on catapult waves and take towers, and then you eventually have this like Heart and Crimson Guard. How do you kill anyone?
How about an unpicked hero, Bristleback? Cosmo Bristleback. Bristleback is great against Lycan.
All that Boom Boys need to do is buy time for Naga to get like 3 items.
We have
so
said
pick anything that can do that.
Miro is the most versatile offlaner of this international, with the deepest pockets that he's actually shown on the main stage. And it will just be the stable Centaur. All right.
He reached very deeply, a whole half a centimeter into his front pocket.
I'm so sorry for the boring one, but it is.
It's boring because it's good.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, makes sense.
The damage on Boom Boys, though, is extremely lackluster. Their entire concept is we are going to outplay you in lanes that enables us to get to our items.
Ooh, new hero!
Oh, this
all
is
right.
nice.
Yeah.
Sumil, Lash? Harry Lash?
Yeah.
They're ramping up the tempo here. They see the fact that Boom Boys, they don't have the damage. They don't have the way to like take the fight to them after the laning phase. They need a bit of scaling. So that's where Nigma, they take the carry Leshrac. They have an offlane like an Ember. Like, these are heroes that will just run through the map and try and take over a game.
Do you think they're going to lane swap here and put the Shrek against the mid Slark?
It is possible. I mean, the way that Nigma lanes is like, they could technically do anything because all 3 cores are willing to do anything for the win. So if they see the lane matchup and go, yes, put Lesh into Slark mid, we will win that lane, they're gonna do it.
Guys, the stars are aligning.
The stars are aligning.
The stars are seemingly aligning.
They're so cool for this, honestly. I think Lesh is it'd be so fun to watch.
It's such a great pick. It's really good against Naga. It's really good against Slark. It works with their lineup. There's a save. Like, whenever you play Lash, you want to have a save so that you can play aggressive and you can always be bailed out. And I love this combination here from Nigma Galaxy.
If the Lash goes mid, is there any other lane shenanigans that Boom Boys can do to try and, you know, move their Slark away? Because it's not just bad, it's pretty horrendous, no?
They don't really have the same fun and flexibility as Nigma does. So I feel like it's just kind of like you have what you've drafted yourself now, you've got to deal with it.
Oh, you remember we had the mid-Centaurs? Put mid-Centaur offlane Slark against the Ember?
Between Slark, Naga, and Centaur, none of them are going to go to the Lesh lane and go, haha, we got you, Leshrac. You know, it's like,
that's true.
There's no value, you know, so they might just have to accept it. But, I mean, for Nigma Galaxy, they've got heroes that they want, they've got the pacing that they naturally play for.
Yep.
My only concern is, like, I'm going to start a timer, and when it hits 30 minutes, the game will get, like, infinitely harder for them. So I am, unless they have, like, of course, like some 20,000 gold lead, but yeah, I am looking for them to just dominate the early to mid game. This is what their draft is for.
So average game time, for people wondering, is like 46 and 46 minutes, 55 seconds. You want them to halve that, and then they easy win.
If they get to the average TI duration, I'm worried.
We're going to find out. It's one game in between advancement and elimination. Let's see who comes out on top as we head over to our commentary duo of Trent and Lyrical.
Thank you so much, Shiver. Man, you know, I'm not going to lie, Trent. I was worried. I saw this Slark, I saw the Naga start, and I was like, oh god, this is going to be terrible. And then the Leshrac comes out at the end.
It's very exciting.
I cannot wait to watch this game. It's going to be so awesome.
Yeah, if you are not in the know, it's an absolute classic for Sumail to bring out this Leshrac. And also, it just has a lot of historical counters to these heroes that they picked up on the side of Boom Boys. So, a really good pick here.
A really awesome one indeed, and out across the map they will go. Let's see what the lane dynamics end up looking like, if there are any of those switch ups.
Yep.
As it looks like he does have Fairy Fire, all the normal things you'd anticipate. And the Niagara Siren illusions go out. They find them immediately. Gonna kill them all.
If you are newer to the world of Dota, back in the year of TI5, when Sumail won his TI, this was the hero. It was Leshrac. Not necessarily for him specifically, because the hero dominated so much, it just got banned over and over again until we reached that last day. And there became this battle of who can actually play the Leshrac. The forced out ban occurred, and well, we found out Shiki couldn't play Leshrac. Am I correct on my lore here, Lyrical?
I mean, I think that sounds about right.
There is deeper lore, though, folks. For when they invented the Dota Plus levels, I was watching some Chinese pubs one lone night in my basement, and who do I see as a Grandmaster Leshrac?
Who was it?
Ashiki.
Oh.
They left a scar on that man.
Well, this
all right.
might be the last time that Shiki is ever mentioned on a Dota 2 TI broadcast, but it shouldn't be.
The king here, Mr. Sumail, though, he is back. He is on the Leshrac, and he is taking it to the safe lane. There was a lot of questions. Where's he going to go? Because historically, lane matchup into the Slark, game matchup, it's a very bad time for the Slark. You have a lot of damage that's able to catch this hero through his more evasive techniques of his ulti. But they are going to get the matchup that they had hoped for. And learn off handle the pressure of the Slark versus Ember.
Something to watch for indeed. And this is for anybody that didn't see some of the earlier games. I mean, I'm seeing people all over Twitter and just like all over Reddit saying like, just ban the freaking Slark when you're playing Ember.
Just ban!
Just get it out of here.
What they sound like?
Apparently.
Okay, yep.
And I mean, Lorenov feeling like, you know what, we have what it takes. We're going to be able to battle off against it. We'll see if they're correct. Is down in that top lane, there's a lot of pressure already being mounted onto Miero and Save. But of course, this is the other thing about like Ember as a hero, is you mainly just need to get those levels up. So as long as every creep isn't being denied out, like GPK is doing, things will be fine.
Yeah, you get a better time here. But they've got their heroes. It's locked in. It's game 3. It's elimination mode. Lyrical, we got to lock in. This is potentially the end of the road here for these two teams.
Right. And I mean, if Sumail is to believe potentially the end of the road, that player as well, who's to say? But we will get ourselves into this match, and GPK already good start to this 7-5 versus the 3-0.
With the wave coming in, this is looking like the counter pick so far is doing a good job. He gets a dignity deny on Lorenov, but boy, it costs you half your health.
That does not feel good at all. Level 3 already on GPK. But this is what they sort of knew, that this at least was possible.
So what have they gotten in return, though? They have this Slark versus the Ember, but what are the problems that exist in this draft? Aside from that, for the Boom Boys, I think part of it would be the Bane, to me, I think is pretty heavily countered this game. He's laning into the Lycan, which is a bit of a classic counter, because you can deal with the Nightmare. You've got summons, so that's always a very handy tool. He's going to be trying to roam around at nighttime, trying to set up these kills, like you heard the panel mentioning. The Wolves are going to be keeping an eye on this guy. They will be stalking him through the jungle, and Bane's value oftentimes in the mid-game is almost entirely roaming around setting up Fiend scripts. So if you have your own tool of vision on the enemy team and you catch him going for these plays, especially when he doesn't know that he's been caught because there's an invisible wolf following him, suddenly he can be wasting minutes at a time.
They're having a good time, as up top they're moving on to save. GH chasing around the tree, and Miero keeps his buddy alive. That was very close to a kill. Wisely, GH backs out from the Centaur.
Even passing them a tango.
The helper.
Beautiful stuff there. Caught him. Also gets a little bit low here with the illusions following.
And just a lot of summons hitting away. You know, Lycan, definitely a hero that we have not seen a ton of at this tournament. We did see during the earlier stages, WS play a couple of really good Lycans. Omar now being chased down by the Naga Siren Illusions and gonna maybe hope to back out, but they do have a Nightmare here. Throws out one dagger, now the blood grenade, trying to buy it, the fear, the catch, and woo, Katomi dodges away from that one. Wolves close.
The Wolves are coming.
And can they eat him alive? Katomi, you gotta run, the Wolves.
Got a tango.
He has a brain sap too, doesn't want to have to use it, but they're actually blocking him all the way in and almost
Omar's back.
managed to find it. Yeah, the dagger comes out, Katomi needs to run away. I mean, he has no resources at all right now.
Omar had a whip there, but was a little low on the mana, I guess. And, well, he ends up using it now, but maybe he felt like the dagger was just going to get the kill. I think he could have ran in for the whip, too.
All right, lanes. Mid, not good for Ember. Only 6 last hits.
Yeah, oh boy, maybe we shouldn't have looked away, huh? That is, that's a bad time. Counterpick success.
I mean, it's 3/4 of a level ahead, 18 denies.
And, you know, you're stuck on this 2 points of the Flame Guard for quite a while, obviously. Get all the way up to that level 5 before you can be a little bit more confident heading into the jungle. What kind of tools do they have to actually continue that pressure in the jungle? The Bane, maybe a little bit later on. I mean, the Coddler's position 4 isn't that threatening, so maybe he'll get a little bit of space. I wouldn't mind seeing those camps get blocked out if they find an opportunity on the side of Boom Boys, but seems a little unlikely with the lineup they've got.
Illuminating Blast as Miero tries to run him down a bit, but GH not going to run into any issues there. Hasn't leveled up the arrow, actually. Just all Star Storm for the damage.
And you can see they don't have any vision on Katomi for a while. They start scanning their twin gate on the side of Enigma Galaxy, so they're worried about this Bane rotating through. He's going to drop a ward down that looks like a Bane rotation. So they're going to try and set something up here onto Sumail, or not. Back he goes.
Just setting it up for later.
Yeah, just he's thinking about it.
I mean, it would be appropriate that we're 5 minutes into this and no first blood with the way these two teams have played.
Yep.
It's been very chill. Oh, is this an opportunity?
I mean, they're trying, hoping maybe they force it a Dark Pact or something, but I mean, he's 2 points in the Slight and 2 points in the Flame Guard, so Lornov doesn't have a whole lot to offer you right now. Just the hope of a rune would be great.
Yeah, because it has been, he's hungry, you know. Only 11 Haslets to the 24 denies of the Slark, while Katomi takes out the Observer Ward. So this was the plan. Boom Boys, move in, shut down that mid-Ember.
Check.
The second part of that plan, get Kiritich items, make him into this, like, impossible to deal with force. How long does that take?
It's kind of a never-ending journey, really. You know, as all Naga Siren players know, there's no like end to the farm and you know, consuming that Nasiro wants to do. But in terms of being like a full-on force, I think you want to flex that force once the objectives start to come out here. You know, first Roche, first Tormentor, maybe you're not quite there yet. But heading into the second Roche, that's when you really feel the power of the Naga Siren to be like, oh wow, wait, like if she just left alone, can't really fight. And she's hoping to take over the game around that like 30-minute mark, I'd say.
Wow. And towards mid, BK gonna pop the ulti, chasing Loren off. They force out a TP rotation. Keeping that pressure on. It's gonna be the tower taking some damage as the full wave is gonna go into it. In the meantime, some battles potentially a brewing. Miero goes down, Sumail takes the first blood here at the 7-minute mark, and in the meantime, Katomi comes in and tries to get, he body blocks him off!
Nice.
Oh, wow, that was so well done. So Katomi be able to dodge away from that, but now GPK comes in. Omar, where you going, sir? Tried to get denied, not gonna happen.
Body blocks.
And Devai, he wants to escape, but there's nobody there to help him. The TPs are not coming, sir. As GPK makes the move around, the lane bleed has started. Although,
it's Sumail.
It's moving in, and with that TP, it's enough to force Boom Boys back.
Costly, though.
Yes.
Having to bring your carry all the way down here. I mean, there is some farm nearby. I guess no one else on the team can take it, but he's not even level 6 yet. He is just going to straight up run back up top.
That feels bad.
Yeah. Not what they were hoping for.
This is what you got to do is Loren off. Like, just don't give them an easy way. Cut the waves. Yep. Try and find something for yourself. Find a better life.
Got to get a little bit creative here. I mean, net worth-wise, not the worst, but yeah, that one really hurts. That's how you get back into it, right? Picking up some of these runes. Obviously, the mid-Slark, not having the bottle, not as concerned about runes necessarily, so Coddle happy just to make sure that you were stealing that one away from the Ember Spirit. Out there by Save. How do you feel about Save being back on the Coddle again?
I'm not the biggest fan, to be honest. I really like him on either the save heroes or something like his Rubik. That starts to feel pretty good. But so far, it appears to have been working and setting Nero up for a good time. Also building up those stacks.
I think Coddle is very Rubik-esque in some ways, in the sense that there's a lot of items you can build on this hero, and the Aghanim Scepter some games as well becomes this like dominant team fight control, especially paired with the Naga Scepter. The AoE, just security that they can have in one space is pretty ridiculous. Much like Rubik, like knowing all the enemy spells as well for the spell steal, I find Coddle's very similar too, because in the middle of a fight, you want to be tracking these spells for good chakras, you know? Like, you don't have to like talk to your teammates, you know? The fight's busy enough already. We got to keep the clear comm, so when you can notice exactly like what a good chakra can do to turn a fight, that's all really important to get the most out of these heroes.
Katomi there interrupting the Ember, who was going in for some pressure, but this is a nice move as Lorenov has level 6. They're ready to start pressuring and taking down that tower. Divai has had a very good game so far.
Yeah, this
BK.
Is the Lycan hack tech of taking the Dark Troll Summoner. It is by far the best creep you can get on this hero because of the Feral Impulse, and you can knock down a tier 2 tower so quickly.
Oh, nice light dodge there for Lorenov.
Okay, he's gaming.
Able to do some good stuff, and he can't deny all the creeps.
And look at the Dark Trolls. They're just running in mid here with the Lycan.
So this is, you know, granted, Ember feels real bad to be him. The rest of these heroes seem to be having an okay time, and in fact, as they wrap around onto Save, Blinding Light back up in a moment, and that's going to keep him alive. But then Divide just decides, I'm going over to the towers. They do lose GH.
And this is the cheese of this hero. Summon some Skellies, have a Feral Impulse, and just knock down tier 1s and even tier 2s. They will bring enough heroes to drive him back, though. Of course, with a Keeper of the Light, you'd think, oh, we can defend these towers, surely, but it's just a very cheap play for Divide.
And in the meantime, Sumail goes up top. It is going to be a deny on the tower from Miero. But you notice, I mean, there are a lot of ways that you could have gone. Centaur has obviously been very strong this tournament, but going into this Helm of the Dominator, he's not going to be providing a ton. It's going to be on GPK to really run this game, it feels like.
Yeah, you're not looking for an 11-minute Helm of the Dominator. This is not a good Centaur game so far. You want this thing out like ASAP, you want to be pulling waves, you want to be a total nuisance. Not the best game out of him thus far, but scaling later on in the game, we've all seen the power of this Centaur. It certainly helps a bit there for the Slark in terms of just like securing him to slightly better fights. And that tool is always going to be available, and it is a consistent way to initiate into these fights heading later. Yeah, I would like to see him, as the panel mentioned, maybe reaching a little bit deeper to his pockets with so many heroes that he's able to play. But at the same time, Centaur's been really good.
Yes.
You know, you can see it scaling later. It has a certain element of security that you know that later on in this game you can become this beast. I mean, we saw Collapse earlier. It just dominating every single fight on this hero once you have the heart.
And you know, there is another element to this, the psychology of like the last game potentially of your tournament life for Enigma and playing on this timer and like the pressure to keep things moving and to keep trying to take objectives. Will they succumb to that? Will they sort of hit their timings appropriately? How is that going to play out is the other thing to watch for, as it's going to be a Shield Rune taken for the Ember now. And he's going second. First item, Ghost Scepter.
Yeah, he is trying to find a way. I mean, this is kind of a funny thing that can happen to Embers sometimes. I remember back here in Shanghai in like 2018, we had the mid-1 first Aeon Disc Ember.
Right.
You know, running around the map, just trying to make plays happen because he was just so countered in some of those games.
Omar, not a great way to get out of here, and will be leashed and killed. Save takes him out.
Mornov doing a similar thing, trying to find an item that lets him play the game. And, you know, if we think about Leshrac as a hero in terms of when this hero often looks successful, it tends to be with some sort of a defensive tool. They are going to have that escape act. That's pretty good. It's a very new age thing, obviously, because Ringmaster is one of our newer heroes. But it does do a lot of those same tools that, you know, it's very similar to, like, you know, Oracle going for the ulti, the false promise or something, because that damage is still going to be pumping out from the Leshrac despite being shoved into the wall.
Have to watch and wait if they're going to be be able to take these good fights. So far in this series, Boom Boys have seemed to be very good at dodging when they don't want to engage. And we haven't seen either squad really able to push that tempo as of yet.
And I'm
just farming.
Getting a little nervous, I gotta say. I think Boom Boys holding their tier 1 tower was huge. It has given them some very quick TPs back to the mid lane. They're keeping this pressure into the dire side of the map, partly because of that. I think had they succeeded on that earlier push with the Helm of the Dominator and Divide to take that tower down, I think they would be in a better spot right now. Again, Lorenov in here very deep, farming up these waves, feeling pretty confident himself.
He's got to be playing this one as best
Shadow that was spotted. Sumail was on the wave.
See, respecting it. Boom Boys back away to their side of the river.
Yeah, it just forces Katomi and Miro to just run them on back.
Yeah. No, it's true. And I mean, now with these Boots of Travel online for Lesh, there is some interesting dynamics that you can have with like TPing onto the wolves too.
Yep.
And Sumail can just sort of like power farm for now and then eventually join in those fights.
He's doing his best Spectre impression, essentially. I wondered if maybe there would be some sort of a similar tool coming out here for the Boom Boys, like that Dawnbreaker or something last. But they're, I think, a little bit more inclined towards the just like slow it down a little bit state. I don't think they're trying to necessarily like rush for a bunch of kills. I think they're going to be more objective focused in that regard. But this is a pretty free looking kill.
Easily done. GH goes down. GPK building up those stacks on this Slark, running the game. 4 stacks of the permanent Agi so far.
Lorenov has done a good job of finding this farm. He has not opted to dive into that Ghost Scepter. You know, it has been queued up for a while. He's going to pick up the shard.
Okay.
Delaying the game a little more. Getting some extra charges. Oh, Miro. Keeping an eye on what the dire side are up to, just running his creep through here. And now moving into his mid tower.
I mean, getting into this hard is going to be very hard to bring down. The damage... I mean, look, that's a play right there where if it doesn't hit, it tells you something about how they're feeling.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit anxious to be making these moves. GPK easily gets away from that one.
They're very dependent on their Ember to set anything up, and unfortunately that's part of the counterpick here of the Slark, because it's not just the laning stage, it's this mid-game where you have these classic Ember Mirana combos. Slight into the Searing Chain, into whatever stun is following up. Slark's getting out of there. He's going to press one button, and the follow-up's not going to hit. He doesn't need a friend to get a 4-stab or something to bail him out. He can just take himself out of the situation.
Katomi finds another, and this is just a little bit of a bait, trying to force some TP rotations, which are then canceled.
They go for a Moonlight Shadow as well. They do get that mid tower finally, though, pushing it with the dragon here that battles against the Centaur and the Wolves.
Renoff finally gifted a good rune. GPK off the Stampede after a bit of a jump onto Sumail. Sumail liking what he's seen out of Omar. That Nightmare is not going to turn into anything.
All right, well, the Hightail is out and online now for the Lycan as the Shard gets delivered to Devi, so this gives the Wolves a lot more power, and that potential for the TPN from the left track that you mentioned becomes a lot more real.
I mean, this is the moment right here where I feel like I would want to see Nigma making some type of a play, right? You just get an amp damage on the Ember. I mean, granted, it's got the Ghost Scepter. It's not exactly like the fighting item that you want.
Not the intimidation that you're hoping for, is it?
No.
Oh, he's got the Ghost Scepter, guys. Look out.
He won't die immediately. Net, now the reel in, finds the stun, backs away. They do get some damage out from Devi. It starts to hit into Katomi. Chase forward, amp damage there, but the song already used, and the TP away. This is why it is so frustrating to play against this hero.
Mean, GPK was still showing on the wave down here. Is there any way he can't get out here?
They're hunting, trying. He does have ulti TP. So rooted, but if they're able to bring in the Lesh in time, now he can't TP if Lesh finishes in time. The arrow is there anyways. They find and kill GPK. Devi with the tip.
I mean, that's just a pure greed tip right there, right? Like, there was a song, there was time.
Yeah.
And he stuck around for a little bit more farm and thought, oh, I can waste their time. How many times have we seen that, right? People chasing, wasting that time, and these slippery heroes still escaping. GPK not successful in that one, and that one hurts.
And if Nero comes in right now and shows on this wave, Sumail shows first. They can't make any play there. But has the Sanj and Kaya done. Omar is trying to build into a Blink Dagger. Again, elimination games. You think you're safe on the Slark, not so.
Yeah, this 5 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes, this nighttime has been so pivotal in this tournament because this is where you can gain enough of an edge that makes it so the enemy can't fight you with a Tormentor or can't fight you with the first Roach. Or you find the little holes in the vision to get in and drop some wards. Sumail leading the way here.
They do have Miero, they also have Wolves. Tries to get it, the Fear not quite going to connect. That was almost enough for a kill, and now GPK coming in from behind. Does have a Lotus. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive, though? The damage is out, the silence is there, the heal comes in, and now the arrow dodges away from it. They bring
get
down Sumail.
There was no escape act in time.
Omar not able to keep his buddy alive, and the Tame the Beast will not matter.
Tried to max it like crazy. I think he had a Lotus as well that they got through that, and then the Lotus.
And they find another. GH next down.
What a response here, bringing in Kiritich. A mistake maybe from game one where they weren't able to get him involved as early on. This time he shows up. He has an Orchid, and Sumail is out of it for a while. Because until he is a BKB, he's going to be very worried about coming back into a fight. And that goes for the Ember too, obviously. Like, he cannot afford to get Orchided. He just got gripped up to his death. An Orchid being in these fights, this game is not for him right now.
Kiritich. Panel was talking about getting 3 items, but him being involved that early definitely spells some issues. By the only one not to die in that last little battle. Too is trying to, after the Helm of the Overlord, go in for a BKB and then the Nullifier. But will it come online quickly enough? Now a 5k gold lead.
Arrow's going to have that heart in just a moment on that Centaur. And I don't think you have the damage to deal with him and then everything else is left there from the Boom Boys.
Okay, this Mage Slayer, the Diffusal Blade. Definitely an issue. Nearby, GH. Back out. But yeah, I mean, you can see some of the ways that this stuff could work, and it could look good for Enigma if you get everything working together in concert, but it feels like slowly and steadily, this Boom Boy roster kind of has what it takes to control the game.
Yeah, it's worth noting that, you know, a historical counter that Last Track was to Slark, Mage Slayer didn't exist back then.
Yeah.
And Mage Slayer, obviously, it reduces all damage that you're dealing. So it's going to reduce that pure damage. It's going to reduce that magical damage. It's just by sticking on top of that Leshrac. And that's where the escape act can really come into play, too.
Yeah.
Just removing the possibility of attaching that debuff.
Again, I think right now, it's tough, right? Because, like, on the one hand, for Enigma, you want to go in and fight. You want to try and sort of punish this Naga Siren, but you know if you make that move, you're missing out farm on the map. Well, the rest of Boom Boys is farming, and if you make that move and you don't have your BKB, she just songs TPs. Like, the fight, the ganks that you make have to be so perfect.
Yeah, their draft relies on Ember starting these fights, and Lernov is still just in catch-up mode.
Yeah.
He's got his Ghost Scepter. He's not ready to be the front face here, so they've been trying to do it through Omar, and it's just unreliable in the end to go for these whips into the Wheel of Wonder. It's incredible when you hit them, but every single time it's not a guarantee. It's a straight up question of just like, is my support going to hit this? Like, are they going to walk in the right way that this ends up working? Very, very hard to make it consistent.
Damage denied. Thing that makes the game a little bit scary at all. Boom Boys are going to try and shut down, not give them the ability to take that fight. Now this is going to be a completed BKB on the way for Devi, and when BKBs are there, that is another way to make sure the Naga Siren does not TP out.
Radiant are scanning.
Really tough.
Smells is getting there as well. I mean, he's kind of nervous. Like, look where Omar is sitting next to Smell right now. There is not a Radiant hero for miles, but they don't know. I mean, he's just camping right next to him in their river, just sharing all the farm together because they're not sure what Boom Boys are up to. You know, you're hoping to have vision control and a really good idea of what the opponent is up to when you have this Lycan on your team, but part of it also means dealing with the split push that a Naga Siren provides. Yeah. And that's also going to take some of your resources. So they are able to get the Tormentor here, even with just a couple heroes. The Mirana nearby will device
Not what you want to see, and the grip in the BKB. Just to add insult to injury, can they even kill Katomi? He does have a smoke if he needs to use it, but they're not going to need to, and GPK tips him back.
That's deserved, let's be clear. He earned that tip right back his own way on Devi. GH, he was nearby, but wasn't able to help his bud. So he will get the shard rewarded to him, but mid lane, Miro forces a zip back out of Lorenov, and a smoke now coming out here from Boom Boys. They want to keep the ball rolling.
This is not what you wanted to see out of Enigma Galaxy at this point in the game. 2 kills. Almost nothing done in this match in a series that has been a whole lot of nothing for one team or the other. And now you're taking a look at 71% chance. Feeling it. Dota Plus for the Boom Boys.
Look at that. Stomp and no chance for the save.
Got him.
Okay, gets the last touch.
Tough stuff indeed.
This Slark pick, it did exactly what they had hoped. It has just, like, Lorenov is 24 minutes in and just still trying to find some place in this match. 0, 1, and 1. They haven't been able to do anything on his team because he is the one who needs to set it all up.
Oops. All right, you ready for this? The TP, oh, they're dead. Wait, no, they're still alive. Okay. Arrow goes
Roche
out.
is close to moving here.
Yeah, it's going to be very close. They might actually be able to hold this off.
Yeah, no, they're definitely not going to finish it right now.
Okay. So with the Wolves coming in, I mean, there is that TP onto the Wolves potential for an Aegis steal.
Lyrical, she has a heart.
You're not wrong.
2,700.
That is, oh man.
Like, I don't know.
Kiritich is definitely farming up a storm. And it does not feel like there is anything right now that is worrying Kiritich.
Look at the positioning from Enigma Galaxy. They're smoking behind their tier 2 right now.
They need to find a kill. They've got to get something. You can't go out like this on the main stage. They're trying to find somebody, anybody. Now,
Omar
GPK
using the smoke to get a good defensive Roche ward. So if the fight happens down here, they have this vision kind of onto the bottom half of the pit. Mel waiting, prepared to answer the bat signal here.
Make sure once he TPs, there's no resummon on those wolves. That would be
That
real
would not
bad.
be good. Aim for the big creep, maybe.
Yeah,
you know?
that's right.
Go for that.
Bounty rune gets taken, and Roche hit the other creep with Revise.
Problem is there is no rush for Boom Boys.
Yeah.
I am not in any way concerned. I mean, they have gone for the Aghanim Scepter on the Slark next to just continue his domination over this map. You have to be very concerned about his ability to just lock you down and force you into a bad fight when he picks this up. Naga Siren is just going to keep on scaling and scaling. Now, she is the infamous vacuum, you know? She sucks up all the farm into herself, often denying a lot of this gold from her teammates, and often leaving the XP just into the ether, thanks to the illusions. So that thing has hurt the Slark a little bit. GPK's a bit behind. He's only a little bit ahead of Lorenov, but obviously with the Naga Siren, it doesn't matter too much. So when does the counterplay of the Leshrac matter versus the Naga? And to me, that's like late. It's like talents have to be fully out for the Leshrac.
Scepter.
Yeah, like it's got to be everything. I mean, he's going Shiva's guard, which is great. Obviously, just any chasm buildup is going to be very good on the Leshrac. So eventually, it does loop back around a little bit, but it comes down to how big is the lead at that point.
Good vision here with these wolves. They walk into the sentries, and now they see him. GPK thinking out that vision.
All right, there's still no answer to this Orchid right now. So Lorenov he can't come into this fight.
Yeah,
well, it is coming right now. The BKB's on the way, on the courier.
Okay.
So they can delay this a little bit, but
it's not going quickly.
But there's still the song. They got to find some answer to this.
And the BKB is a pretty good one. Roche gets hit by the arrow. GPK over by the wolves. Boom Boys.
Galaxy, only 2 kills this entire match. This is their fight.
I mean, listen, if they get an uncontested Roche, I don't see how they really deal with the pressure that's coming.
They're doing too. They're setting up. They want them to walk out here a little bit.
GPK breaks the smoke. Steps in.
Devi holds up.
Going. Ulti out. Roche down low. Roche is low. They're running into the pit. Devi the stomp though from the arrow. It's perfect. And now the BKB is used. Sumail on top of the Aegis. GPK there too. They find the stun. The Wheel of Wonder. How much damage they have? GPK in some trouble. He's hypnotized. Pull back in low. Not low enough though. And with Kiritich holding the Aegis, Enigma Galaxy The hopes, the dreams, they are faltering.
They got both supports for now, but can they get out?
Divai, you're in trouble, sir. The stomp is there again from Miero, and Divai will eventually drop. BPK cleans that one up. Kiritich, you're too strong.
Yeah, heartbreak on that one. Even has to leave the Shrine of Wisdom behind. The Wheel of Wonder, they tried their best. Thought they might have had a moment there, but the damage it's just not there. It's not enough to deal with the Naga Siren at this moment. She's a little bit too big. Hearts on 2 of their cores, and Leshrac just can't match that damage yet.
Death by 1,000 cuts. The Naga Siren. Forgotten. No wins so far in this tournament. I think they pick at 4th or something like that. And just a backbreaker of a pick.
That Slark was chewing them apart right there. GVK, you know, he might have been a little bit lower on the net worth, but he has now caught back up quite a bit, and he was just non-stop right-clicking that fight. He's got the Shard, he's got the Aghanim Scepter for the multiple pounces. Once the fight starts turning in their favor, you're not getting away.
They gotta try and hold this one out somehow, some way. For Nigma, and for Boom Boys, just don't throw. That's the only thing you gotta be worried about.
I mean, how's the high ground? Slark, real bad. He don't like hitting buildings. Centaur, Naga Siren, it's a little meh, you know. The illusions obviously are not the big tower pushers they used to be. However, they're very good at killing heroes, and it's really easy to take the enemy base when there's no heroes. Particularly if you get like a Blink Dagger play into the Naga Siren later on. That's how you just end this game right now, I think.
Oh yeah. Well, also, I mean, potentially, if you get this Katomi Aghanim Scepter done, find a grip onto anybody, and it's hard to deal with.
Kiritich is also going for a sight. That's the other game, right? You just sight people and kill them. Bloodthorn plus sight. He already feels strong enough defensively, offensively. He just wants to ensure he can actually utilize all his skills. He's going to take down Device Courier. No Aghanim Scepter for you, sir. He's only 250 gold away. Now he's going to wait 2 minutes.
That is super annoying. No chance there for that one to work. To be honest, it's not even like the greatest heroes in the world to go for the Wolf Bite, though.
It is interesting. I mean, the movement speed is pretty good.
Yeah.
But the lifesteal aspect is not going to be very fantastic with an Ember or a Leshrac, is it?
No. I mean, so Sumail, getting this Bloodstone, it does make a difference. I think that eventually that late game Aghanims is going to be there too. I'll also say one of the things that has been at times Boom Boys sort of failing has been really putting the pressure on and trying to end games. There have been times where they sit back, they wait for the next stages, the next stages, the next stages. If they give too much room, there's a chance that Nigma could potentially pull things back in that super late game scenario, but as of yet, we've not seen that from Boom Boys.
I mean, they're getting some very good securing the game items right now, though. We're hitting like level 20 talents from the Naga Siren, the BKB is done for the Centaur, the Scythe is coming out soon as well. So they look like they're aiming to put this one to bed. They want to be done here on the main stage for today.
I mean, this does not look like a lineup that wants to have to deal with going super duper late game. The Tame the Beast is not going to happen. And Kiritich hits, the silence is there, Diffusal Blade saved for a moment. Well, thinking about throwing out something there. They kill off the catapult. Good Manta dodge, backs away into the stomp. Sumail lives through it. Lotus Orb out for a moment. Kiritich continues to hit buildings. Divai creep is forward. Now Divai getting punched and pummeled by GPK. Lorenov rooted for a long time.
All right, the creeps are coming back in a moment. Backdoor now down.
Couple more slights. They slow down, but again, eyes on the prize, taking down these melee racks. They finally get the Aghanim Scepter done. Again, put into the box. GPK backs away. Now the jump. They find no stun.
All right, he's fighting the Ember. Here we go. Let's see some slights.
Ember wanting to chase. I mean, this just does not feel like it's going to be doing enough. They've still got Song if they need. He's got Aegis for another 30 seconds. They pull back in. Stomp there onto 2. Omar, where's the save? They don't quite have it. Sumail, BKB out. Good damage onto Miero, but this man has a heart. He is so taken. Now the connection, the leash, Divai, gone. No buyback. Boom Boys smell blood in the water with all these fishies. They want to keep chasing. And a building to fall. As Boom Boys want to put the exclamation point on this game.
Sumail's going to buy out here. He gets the Veil. He's desperately trying to find damage for his team. They got to clear these illusions and have a hope at killing this Naga Siren. Now the Aegis is gone, but there's a Bloodthorn there ready to tear you apart if you get too close.
They need something. They need anything at all just to try and stop the push, but the push will not stop. They have a coddle behind this. The stun is there. They don't even need to run at Sumail if they want to, but they can. The root, the control. Boys, are they finally going to back? Doesn't feel like it. Arrow actually out connects. GBK brought somewhat low.
They got to throw that wheel just defensively, trying to keep them alive right there. I mean, they're getting silenced on Omar. They have to trade over the Lotuses. They're playing so well to get their spells out, but it's just a little bit more time that they're buying for each other. And Save, yeah, definitely getting the value out of the Coddle in this game, keeping up this pressure. They will finally take a second to reel in their aggression.
I mean,
get a few more spoils.
It does feel like with the Coddle Naga Siren, they could just like keep spamming mirror images in and, you know, hitting buildings, but I guess a little bit wary of pushing too far too fast.
Yeah, there's some cooldowns, like BKB on the Centaur is down, you know.
Yeah.
Take a breath for a second. There's no massive rush here. Get the creep waves going in your favor. But big upgrade. Renov finishing the Aghanim Scepter.
I mean, you need, and you can take everything that you can get, but everything doesn't feel like enough. Enigma need more. More items, they need more time. They need different heroes, it feels like, the way this has been going. But level 20 there for Sumail.
That's big.
Is this going to be enough with the Bloodstone almost done?
It's definitely the spell you're trying to boost, obviously, is you're just hitting everything, right? That is the, compared to the Edict, so trying to deal with all these illusions, this is the one that can really pay off for you. But obviously this is not just one of those games where, oh, as long as I clear the illusions, the fight's going to be fine. I mean, the Naga herself is still a beast. The Slark is a second carry, who you also are just struggling to handle, and essentially has 2 lives with the ulti and the Death Shroud.
Has that to save the Naga Siren too, and then they've also got the save from the Centaur. The Aghanim Scepter completed.
It's a lot of layers to get through, even some of the harder ones there, like the Nightmare, maybe saving in a clutch moment. So many tools available for the Boom Boys. Vlads to back it up as well on save. Items ready to end this game. Prophet's Pendulum to boot there on Heritage, as if he wasn't hard enough to kill already. That is really going to be a struggle for the Leshrac to handle.
I mean, again, all these things in a vacuum seem good for Enigma Galaxy to try and get these items and hope for a defense.
I mean, I know
actually taking a fight.
I know it feels bad. I feel like maybe the Shard on Leshrac could be good too here, you know?
Yeah.
This idea of it's so good defending high ground, creating opportunities in these fights, but obviously he really, really wants to finish that Bloodstone first.
Sort of the Spellcaster Satanic. It's a lot of damage amp as well. Of course, too, for the Mirana trying to get into that Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, have a chance at pushing out these waves. Having a bit of damage in these fights. Already having the Aghanims, though, for Lorenov means that into the Refresher next gives him this ability to jump to the back line, try and create some issues for saving Captain Omen.
Sumail would also love to get to his tier 4 neutral. If he can get Conjurer's Catalyst, that has proven to be one of the more insane things that you can get. But it's just hard enough trying to deal with these illusions. We'll see if he can make his way out to go and farm it up, though. They do get a Timeless Partisans brand, so a little bit of damage amplification from the Ember.
And buff there, not too bad. Jump back from Omar will keep him up.
And the Bloodstone done. So the persistent veil that's there for the Lesh. I mean, they're starting to get the things that they need.
They are, it's true. But
if Boom Boys just didn't hit their buttons, Enigma could probably kill them.
Maybe. But the backbreaker is picked up. Like, the Naga Siren with the Blink Dagger is just so devastating going high ground. Like, you just wait for your moment, you sing, you get in, and it's like the whole team gathers around the campfire. They're like holding hands and singing and just waiting till the end of the song to pick their targets and blow them up. 28k lead here. Enigma Galaxy desperately pushing back every Radiant enemy from their base, trying to find their win.
I had Kiritich for their fantasy. 800 CS right now. And that Blink Dagger, like you said, done.
even the full upgrade to the Swift Link is already finished. That is ridiculous.
Listen, it's a 28,000 gold lead, but if they kill Naga Siren, think
yeah.
about that, Trent.
Then they're only up 10k.
Yeah, exactly.
That's usually not how this looks, folks. I can tell you that much.
Nail just, I mean, he's on illusion duty. Really would love to be able to get that tier 4 neutral.
I mean, he's got Bloodstone. He's going for the shard, so he's figured it out.
Yep.
That Roche pretty much guaranteed, though, for the Boom Boys. Kataomi's been camping in the pit. Sees it spawn now. GPK comes on over, brings Garatage, so this will go down quick. They have an Arcane Rune.
Now with that, be able to finally finish it. Omar standing very close to his buddy.
There is a buyback here on Ember. That, they're going to try and go for the steal. They're going in. They need a wolf bite first, though. Give him the bite.
Unfortunately, no chance there, and it's not going to happen. They actually give the Aegis to GPK.
They still go for the bite.
For a run-in.
The gem around here.
On the lane. Just trying to get onto the map, I guess, to go farm the other camps.
Gems on GPK.
So no Conjurer's Catalyst for the Lesh. They're cutting the waves. Save gets one, though, because that seems fair.
This is a nice ghost push, though.
Yeah.
Okay, they did notice on Bane as the wave was just suddenly being obliterated by nothing. He kills it while smoked up. Worried that he's being chased, will go down and then head back.
Eyes to see.
Nice smoke up here from the Boom Boys. Have they decided it is time to put Enigma to bed? Is Enigma going to go out at the same position as last year, and will Boom Boys once again move into top 4?
History repeats itself sometimes. Katomi, they see that ward placed down. Sumail starts to build up the stacks of the split earth. Now they jump. Stomp is there. Catches him. Where's the save? They need it right now. Right now. Nullify. Hit. GPK still sitting pretty in that BKB. Now BKBs have been expended. The stun connects onto GPK. Another one is there. The ulti wears out. The root comes again.
Get the banner knocked down. It's a good start.
Okay. They hold their high ground for the moment.
All right. They dangled at their Lesh rack, but they have that nullifier, so there was still a lot of layers happening there, but they keep the Aegis. BKB down on the Slark for a minute. We're going to push back that next push.
No BKBs used for... Lesh did have to use his. Okay. Renoff. Bound. Omar still nearby. BK, the stun connects. Now the Tame the Beast of Fear. The arrow it hit! The Force Staff trying to keep him alive. They don't know. And actually gets saved by the cart, too. Now they run in, find these Naga Siren illusions, try and kill those off.
There's also an infused Agnes coming for the Naga Siren. That lockdown.
It's so much damage. It's really hard to stop this push that keeps coming in. The arrow there finds the stun onto 2. The catapults stand strong. Finally, they're going to be able to force him back. Well, look at Kiritich down on the bottom. The arrow is out. GH throws the arrow to connect. Now the follow-up stun, the fear, immediately keeps him away. GPK onto Sumail. Still not a lot of mana. GPK keeps hitting these ranged racks. It feels impossible to find a fight into this lineup.
He's all alone.
There's nothing to do here at all. Enigma Galaxy, they have been stuck on 4 kills for so long in this game, not even finding a way to take a fight. And GPK continues to hit away on the melee racks. Where's the answer? There is no answer. They get the root control onto Lesh. Now finding this Ember. Lernoff, he goes in the wolf fight, trying to find the backline, but there it is, the grip, but still managed to kill off the Bane. Okay, the first signs of potentially a decent fight. Sumail still getting focused and taken low. Miero chased down with the Naga Siren to the side. GPK gets hit by a freehand arrow. What a connection from GH, but the buildings are gone. The mega creeps are coming. They find their man. Nowhere to go. Omar is gone. They have only taken one more kill, and the TP away, not gonna happen. Supports pairing together to bully back this Ember that just has not had a prayer.
Got a buyback here. They're approaching onto the throne. GPK hasn't given up yet at all on this push.
Boom Boys, they know what's coming. Although, if you lose this, well, Slark, it doesn't matter. There's the silence that comes out onto Sumail. Tries to find the stun timing, doesn't connect. Nullify there onto the Slark. He backs away. Nero finds the stun. Kiritich onto Sumail. The GOAT taken down on the GOAT as he is gone. No buybacks on any of these heroes. Enigma Galaxy, there is no salvation in the well because they are taking your tier 4 towers. Lorenov tries to find a moment. He remnants away. But as the Ancient is exposed, Boom Boys, they get the grip. They get the triple kill. They go into the fountain. GG is called. Boom Boys, top 4.
Congratulations to them. Another game where it felt like one team just figured out how they were going to operate, how they wanted to play this game, and the other team just didn't have an answer. We had 3 straight games of that, where one side just knew what to do, and the other could not find their moment.
Issues in the draft feels to be a consistent concern in this series, and then the play that came out, I mean, what a good pick. Sumail going to be left thinking, what could have been? After he didn't even get to play that game, it felt like devastation.
Yeah, it's a long history of TIs for him here, and obviously he said, you know, this will be my last one. That's what he claims. We'll see if that ends up being the truth.
And on the other side, Boom Boys, they come in, they do their job, they go to work, and they take down Enigma Galaxy. Impressive performance from the squad. We aren't done yet today.
No, they got a little more work to do, and they got some questions to answer because I think for both teams, this series did not go the way they had hoped. Neither really leaving here with a whole lot of confidence, as some of these games just felt wrong in a lot of ways, right? Like, you got to go back, examine, and figure out, you know, why did some of our games go so well and other games just go so sideways?
Boom Boys definitely getting the love from the crowd in this one as they are continuing on in this tournament. Still a lot more to play through for them. I mean, I think for Enigma too, it's this team that obviously has such a pedigree, such a history. We're this close to being able to make it through to another series. Had us all thinking maybe they had a chance to make it, but Boom Boys shut the door on that one in this game 3 in a pretty spectacular fashion.
Yeah, they got themselves a standing ovation here from the crowd right now. So lots of friends and family here. Very happy to see them win here as we head to the stage.
观众朋友们，欢迎来到赛后采访。那现在在我身边的就是来自 Boom Boys 的 Save 选手。
Oh, I had to wait for the applause to stop there, Save. You have made a lot of new fans here. You guys have fought tooth and nail all season to make it here, and here you are yet again. You fought tooth and nail in this series to make it through. So I gotta ask, my friend, do you still have the energy for another battle tonight?
首先恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利。整个赛季的话，你们都在奋力拼搏，取得了不错的成绩。然后在今天这场比赛呢，你们也是奋力拼搏，然后拿下了这个系列赛。但是我想问你的话，就是 Save， 你还有没有足够的精力去应对接下来还需要去打的一场硬仗？
Yes, I think we have a lot of emotions left. We knew that we don't need to waste much here because we have a game against Spirit, so we'll see.
是的，我知道我们还有一场硬仗要打，我们其实还有很多的精力，很多的充足。我们在这场系列赛里面并没有浪费太多。我知道后面的 Spirit 比赛才是更艰难的赛事。
Absolutely. We did have a chance to talk to Spirit earlier today. They were excited to see who would make it through, as both of you have fallen to Vision, of course, as well. So you have a long road ahead of you. Are you excited to get some revenge on both of these teams?
我们之前也跟 Spirit 聊过，你们两个队伍的话，其实都是输给了 Vision， 然后掉到了败者组。想问问 Save 有没有信心，然后想不想去完成更进一步完成自己的复仇？
Yes, I mean I want to win every series and go through the until final or something and get the revenge against Vision.
All right. We will see if that revenge is coming.
我想我们可以一路走下去，然后说不定我们会在最后来终于找到 Vision 去完成我们的复仇。
All right. You and your team have come such a long way. You have now achieved the same placing that you did last year. You and GPK in particular, 1,000 games together. Is there anything that you'd like to say to your Boom Boys about your accomplishment already and about your journey to get here today?
你们的话其实已经追上了自己去年 TI 的成绩，尤其是你跟 JPK 在一起已经打了超过1000场的比赛，有没有什么想跟我们现场所有支持 Boom Boys 的粉丝说的话？
Yeah, I mean, JPK is a player that I played the most, I guess, in my career with. We have super synergy together. And yeah, we are waiting for match against Spirit. You know, it's been a while, 5 years, I guess, since TI 10, when we played against them on TI. I guess we'll see what's going to happen. I mean, we're super ready.
确实，我跟 JPK 的话也是一起打了非常久了，然后跟 Spirit 对决，其实我如果没记错的话，上一次我们两个队伍交手是在 TI 时，已经过了5年的时间了，非常期待这场比赛，我们也希望能够有一个好的发挥。好的，那也是感谢 Safe 接受我们的采访，我们把剩下的时间交给我们的分析台。
5 years since they faced each other at the International. Boom Boys and Team Spirit, and Save is already looking forward to that one later tonight. But for now, they can relish in their victory. This was a very well-deserved win, Rhea.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think this is maybe a complete change up from every other series we've seen so far in this tournament. It was so much slower pace, much less kills, but it's interesting to see how methodical they could be when they needed to.
Yeah, it was a very strong showing. I think you mentioned the timing already after the draft. We knew that if Enigma Galaxy was going to be good here, Tigov, they had to start strong.
Yeah, they had to start strong, and unfortunately, they just weren't able to do that across the entire 3 games. I think Game 2, it was immaculate what they were able to generate, but they just didn't have the same ability in Game 1 and Game 3.
They did not, and with that, of course, Boom Boys, they get the same result as last time, and maybe more. Enigma Galaxy get the same result as last year as well. And for some final words of the top 6, Enigma Galaxy, it's over to Sumail.
Yeah, thanks. I am here with Sumail, the king himself. Just hear that crowd response. Sumail, I know you're bitterly disappointed, and thanks for doing the interview. I feel like this Enigma team has gone from strength to strength in the last few years after what you might refer to as a sort of wilderness period. How far do you think this team can go? Obviously, you finished so well at TI recently. I know you're disappointed today. Is there still more to come from this team?
Enigma Galaxy 这支队伍在过去这几年一直在进步，虽然可能对这次比赛的赛果有点小失望，但是我们想知道，我们日后能不能期待更多 Enigma 的比赛
I don't know, we tried our best. It looked pretty good. We were 1 game away from top 3 last night. And then today was a good series. I don't know, something went wrong. As far as for the team, I'm not sure. This is probably my last event.
我们昨晚就差1场比赛就打进了前3，我们尽力了，但是这个比赛应该是我职业生涯的最后一个比赛。
I know that was something you spoke about before the tournament. You said you were thinking this might be your last TI. Given how well you guys did, is there a chance you might reconsider that?
来上海之前，你确实说过这是最后一届 TI， 但是拿到了前6这样的成绩，足不足让你重新考虑一下？
I mean, I will have to give it some thought for sure, but I don't see it, to be honest, unfortunately.
我肯定会好好的想一想，但是目前来说，暂时不太可能。
Well, I'm sure we're all very sorry to hear that, but a lot of people, myself included, who have supported you throughout your career have enjoyed watching you, the fans out there who've supported not just Enigma, but you as well. Is there anything that you'd like to say to them if this is your sign-off?
很可惜，因为我本身也是非常支持，现场也有很多支持你和队伍的粉丝，有没有什么想跟大家说的？
I mean, thank you for everyone, to be honest, for these cheers, for the support throughout the years. It's been rough the past few years, you know. And at the end of the day, I said it, I'll say it again, you guys make it. You guys make Dota great, to be honest. We are just playing video games, so really appreciate it, and yeah.
非常感谢大家多年来的支持。 我说过了，但是我还是想说一遍，如果没有你们就没有 DOTA， 我们只是打游戏，但是你们是社区很重要的一部分，谢谢你们的支持。
A lot of love in the arena for Samil, a lot of love from online for Samil and his career as he announces that he has no plans on returning, resuming in 2015. That was his first international, and he was a Royal Roader at just 16, 17, T-Gov, which is incredibly impressive.
I mean, you cannot understate what Sumo did for Dota, has done for Dota. So it's like, again, like hearing him going for retirement, ending his career, it's like, it's just sad. It's just like no one wants to, you know, everyone wants to watch Sumo play. Like the fact that Nigma weren't informed to see them at every LAN, it was sad. And now after this performance, how they played yesterday, unfortunately didn't work out today. But it's like this the type of player, the type of team that you always just want to see at every single event. Like they captivate the world with how they play the game.
Yeah, and impact the world, impact the mid lane, Rhea, as well.
He impacted the mid lane. He impacted my heart.
Yeah.
I mean, Samil's like, you know, one of the old god of players that like I grew up with Dota with watching him play. So, you know, to have him at the CI was a treat. I'm so glad I got to see him pull out the Lestrak, even though it didn't work out. You know, it's a hero that has been wholly ignored this tournament, and it's something of a beautiful classic. So,
yes,
it was nice to see them at least try.
Poetic in a way, absolutely, as this game did not go the way that Nigma Galaxy wanted it. And of course, we say goodbye to Samil here from the scene, and of course with Nigma Galaxy now also from the international as a whole. They end top 6. This game was not meant to be, Winter.
Yeah, it's very, very sad. You know, it looked really good. I thought the stars were aligning, but I mean, this Lash hero, he's not really picked for a reason. You know? He has a lot of glaring weaknesses. His window in the game is very small. You have to snowball really hard, and this Mage Slayer item kind of just makes it so difficult for this hero to enter the game. I mean, it was a really good try, though. I genuinely thought that there was a chance that this strategy might work.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I just want to say I did take a look. We talked about the Slock and the matchup mid against the Ember Spirit. So GPK has played this matchup twice, and last time it was against Mikoto Ember Spirit, and they did go even on net worth at minute 10. The reason for this was simply because they tried to get a kill at level 1 on the runes, and he skilled Pounce. That is literally it. Because he did that, the Ember Spirit was able to gain 5 CS and 2 denies on the first wave, and was able to get a HP advantage, and then literally, that was it. That was enough to make it so the slot couldn't dominate Ember Spirit. In this game, we see that GPK has replay reviewed. He understood. We skill our E, we shiv the Ember, and he cannot lane. It was unbelievable advantage. The CS was just like, he had 20 pluses.
It was not even close. And the 95% kill participation. Granted, there weren't that many kills in the game, so that definitely helps towards that percentage for sure. I also want to touch upon what we heard Save say, T-Gov. He said they didn't feel like they needed to use a lot in this game, energy-wise.
Yeah, I feel like, honestly, this series comes down to a lot about draft, in my opinion. I think the team that had the better draft just kind of walked through the game. In game 1 and 3, of course, Boom Boys had the better draft. I think Nigma did get the edge, of course, in that second game, but it didn't really feel too much about big play, big team fight, the synergy of communication, all this stuff. It was just, what do you have on paper? Throw it into the game, and as long as you click your buttons, you're going to naturally win the game.
Yeah, so unfortunately, the prep was just, I think, what made the difference. You know? And you could say that maybe yesterday they ended really late. You know, it kind of made it really hard for them to have enough time. I'm sure they had time, but whether it was enough, we don't know. And the result clearly showed that it was not enough for them to get a victory here.
It was not enough. This was still hard fought. They tried their best. They tried to delay the game, even knowing that that draft was going to be so difficult. The later it went. They went late anyway. Fought valiantly, but Nigma Galaxy, the stars are lining on number 6 for them. 56 is where they'll stand. Now, I know we have heard Boom Boys and Team Spirit that are facing each other later today. They both talk about facing Vision. So they're kind of already eliminating each other in their heads, which is cool. And they also have in their heads that they're going to face Vision in that grand finals. And there's still another team that would like to say something about that, because we do have 4 teams remaining. We'll have 3 by the end of the day, because either Boom Boys or Spirit won't get that chance to face Vision. But maybe they'll face Vision a little bit earlier than they thought because they might be in the lower bracket. I'm talking about Yandex. I'm talking about the upper bracket finals. We have got Team Vision taking on Team Yandex after a little bit of a break. It will be Natty and her team to take you through that one. Before we get there, we are going to explore the venue with Slacks.
Hey everybody, I thought I'd give you a tour around the arena. Sir Action Slacks here with a little walkthrough of all the different sights to see around the old bowl, as they say. We're going to start things off with this embroidered Aegis. This is a real embroidery done by a master of embroidery in his own specific style, specifically to the Aegis that you'll be seeing on people's backs. Here we have our haul of different jerseys and rings throughout all the TIs. This is where it all started, baby. TI 1 over for the free-to-play pin is there, the original shirt, the original ring, and there's so many beautiful designs. We've seen some of these before, but just seeing the growth of Dota 2, all the different rings, you get to pick your favorites. I know mine, one of mine used to be this guy right here, just a standard Team Liquid, got a bunch of gems and stuff, but I have to say, oh, this is a cool one. If you want to say this one is Tundra, and they made the ring itself look like the logo, very cool. But I gotta take you to the new edition. This is last year, Team Falcons, absolutely beautiful purple ring in there. I can't wait to see what next year's ring will be, but we'll have to do that on next year's tour as we keep going onto the attractions. Do you want to take a little seat? Well, come on over to the Secret Lab booth. You can see a beautiful replica of the Aegis, partake in some stuff, and go look at some chairs. Now, Secret Lab has been one of the only sponsors with the International here, one of our official partners here. We have had custom chairs every single year, and they are beautiful, dating back all the way to 9. Look at this purple bad boy. So yeah, I personally love this year's chair. I think it's fantastic. We've got that nice logo on the back celebrating our embroidery theme this year. A lot of Chinese stuff, but me at home, I'm a classic boy. Dota logo for life. Hi, hello everybody. Yes. What's your name?
My name is Scarlett.
Oh, fantastic. Welcome. This is our secret shop area. We saw you hanging out here, admiring it before we came. We have all the stuff in the secret shop in this glass case. What did you like? Was there anything interesting for you?
I buy this one.
Oh, the chess set? This thing is massive.
Yeah, and this one.
Oh, and the mouse pad? You went shopping today. Not the Ogre Magi cape?
No.
No, not the big Chungus Froggy?
No, I have a small one.
Oh, you got little Chungo. Okay, no problem. Well, that's a very good selection. I can't believe you got that whole thing. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
My favorite thing got to be this gigantic Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, I love this too.
You got this?
No.
No, but you want it.
Yeah, I want it.
Well, congratulations. I hope one day you get to have it.
Yeah,
the secret shop has many cool things. Can you give us a go buy stuff?
Yay!
Here we have some never, I believe, released art from the game, and it is very, very interesting. You got some creeps here firing lasers and stuff. Got some beautiful rivers out there before it actually got out. I know this one was a preview to the back of TI-10 on Roshan, which was cool. We've got some massive lane pictures. Now, you might have seen stuff like this Anti-Mage background picture before, but this is the full-size one. I never knew there were Radiant Towers behind Anti-Mage. This is early concept art of Dota 2 heroes and other things, and it is fascinating to see stuff like early Underlord, early TA, Arc Warden, Monkey King. These Slark before and afters are absolutely unreal. Did you know Abaddon was supposed to ride on the Haunted Gryffindor? I never knew that. But yes, absolutely fantastic. And this one I know I've never seen, the early concepts of Aghanim. So if you're a lore nerd, come and check out the early concepts. It is super cool. Welcome to the secret shop, my friends. There he is, the shopkeeper and his beautiful pet. Do you have anything to say, shopkeeper? No, it's a picture. Don't get crazy, but you can absolutely come here with your friends and have a beautiful picture. Bring your friends if you have them. It's a lovely setup. And there you have it, our little tour around the bowl. So if you guys are here, I hope you have fun. I hope you explore a little bit. There's lots to see and lots to do. And if you're not, you should be here next year. We'll see you guys again. Thanks for watching.
What a beautiful and fantastic tour Slacks gave us there of the arena here in Shanghai. It has been so much fun already over Thursday and Friday, our day 1 and 2 of the main event here. But we continue on in our day number 3, where we still have 2 more best of 3s, where we do have our first grand finalist to be decided, and another team that we have to say goodbye to, because just a couple of days ago we started off with our top 8. We have our top 4 for now, but we're going to be looking towards who makes it to that final day, who will be in our top 3. And to walk me and you guys at home through the rest of the day, it is going to be Quinn, Mira, and Insania joining us here. I'm going to start with you this time around, Quinn. I've gone in order. How are you feeling for day number 3? The weekend feels like it's officially begun for TI?
I'm feeling great. It's the most exciting part of the tournament when the pressure really mounts. There's such a sizable difference between the beginning and the end, and how it feels for the teams, how it feels to be here. So I'm just enjoying the energy and how special this tournament is. I love it.
Yeah, it's been amazing and also very emotional. Today was quite the emotional day of eliminations for me, but we're getting close to crowning the champion. I think any of the top 4 teams could take it, and this is the best part of the tournament.
Yeah, I'm a little bit sad that Sunil interview kind of went hard, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, that's what TI is all about. It means so much to all of us that are here, and it's always sad to see people go, but that's also what makes it so special to win.
Yeah, TI just marks such a crazy moment in the Dota season, in the calendar as well. It really is where a lot of people decide for themselves what is going to be the future, not just as players, but also in this tournament. And for 4 teams, there is still that future on the horizon. More importantly, for Vision and Yandex, it's looking like it could be their year. Both of these teams having amazing journeys, but very different. This is just how the bracket has looked for them. Vision so far have not dropped a single series, not a single best of 3 have they lost, but they've been pushed to the limits. We've seen them go to that game 3, be able to bounce back. But on the other side, Yandex come in day number 1, extremely strong 2-0, a little bit shaky again, seeing maybe more of that group stage performance from them against Enigma Galaxy. And now you wonder, does that continue in a day 3? Does it reset for themselves? Are we going to be seeing an amazing clash of teams that belong in the top 3 of TI, one of the most competitive TIs we've had?
I think so. I think these are very, very strong teams. They're in the upper bracket for a reason. I look at Vision as the favorites. They were the favorites coming in, but they're just a different beast. I think they are incredibly high skill, incredibly consistent in all their players. But I think Yandex have the means to beat them. It's capable, it's possible, but they have to perform very well because Vision is they're just monsters.
They really are. But Yandex's journey has been pretty awesome. As we watch this TI progress, CJ in particular, I saw him regaining his confidence with every win, and this main stage to me has really energized them. They are a team that I would never count out, while Vision are the favorites coming into this. If you can look at the history of these 2 teams playing against each other this year, it's pretty even. You have 1 series win for both teams, 2 draws, and then 1 Yandex 1-0 versus them. But this is closer than it looks like.
I mean, I think the cool thing about these teams is, and Vision they look like the unbeatable team right now. They've been the most consistent. They don't really make any mistakes. They haven't really been challenged, I feel like, in the same way that Yandex had. And Yandex has had to prove themselves and every day come in stronger. Like from the group stage to day 1 in playoffs, they had to improve and be stronger. And then they managed to beat Liquid. Then they come up against Nigma. Nigma proves to be a very fierce opponent where they get challenged in the draft. They have to play against Enigma that nobody has played against in this tournament, I think. And they've constantly had to overcome challenges, and I think this is just like the biggest one so far. So I think at the level coming into the series, I would give Team Vision the edge, but Yandex has just kept improving, so it'll be interesting.
There's a lot to learn from on the both sides, right? The way that these teams have played, the amount of series. Poppy even alluded to it, where we haven't actually played that many games in his eyes at TI, and so the inverse can be said that Yandex might not necessarily have a lot to work on with how Vision want to tackle what's currently happening throughout TI, because we are seeing this weird cycle happen. Everyone comes in day 1, and it feels like the carries, the mid lanes, they're the really important moments, heroes to look at. And then we shift a little bit over the last 2 days, where supports are more in that first phase band, and I'm wondering which direction are the teams going to put their faith in?
I think for these teams, it's different. Like, I think for Vision, the cores are really the backbone. They're what's important. They're what they play around. All 3 of them are absolute monsters. Or when I think about Yandex, you have to talk about Soxon. We always do, because he is such an instrumental part of this team. And so I think their focuses are actually on different parts of their team, on how they prioritize heroes and draft and just the general priority of things. I think that's what makes it interesting, is they're not quite the same. They are different teams that are very strong at their own things.
Well, we're going to see just how strong these 2 teams are, as we're going to be seeing them take to the stage and see who makes it to the grand finals.
Vision!
This team has not yet dropped a series at TI 15. They come out of group stage 4-0, and whilst they've been pushed to the edge and pushed to the limits, they're still sitting in this upper bracket. A top 3 at the absolute minimum for them, but they're not going to walk away happy if that happens. They want to make it to a grand final, and all that stands between them is this best of 3 and their opponent, Yandex. Throughout the season, but they want more than just standing on the podium. They want to stand at the top. They want to make it to a grand final. They want to lift the Aegis. But the biggest question about them isn't if they can do it, it's how they do it. Are they going to be consistent in the way that they play? Are they going to be showing that strong, dominant Yandex we saw of day 1 main stage? Or are we going to be seeing that hard to fight, hard to crawl back into game style that we saw them play yesterday against Sigma Galaxy?
I think so. I think we're going to see the strong, dominant Yandex of this year. Earlier, a graphic came up actually comparing the podium finishes at Tier 1 events for both of these teams. And because of their group stage performance, a lot of people forgot Yandex were cooking the entire year. 3 first places. They had, what, 4 second places, was it?
Yeah, I think so.
Something like that. Whereas Vision, they've peaked at the perfect time. They didn't have the best season, and they kind of became the raid boss, final boss energy in the last 2 months.
Yeah, 100%. It's a team that have undergone a few roster changes, and they've just found their footing. And sometimes that happens. You get the right roster. They've had the coach swap, and things have just looked incredible for them. They're in such form, and TI can be. It's funny as you go through the upper bracket like this. It's such a blur. One day to the next, you go from suddenly you're like it's just group stage, and now you're top 8, and now you're top 3, and now you're about to be in the grand final, and it sneaks up on you. There's such a crazy quality to it when you like step back and you realize what's happening. And so I hope they savor it, and I hope they are locked in and show us the Dota they've been showing us this whole tournament.
I feel what is so poetic about it being Yandex up against Vision, fighting for that first spot in the grand finals is both of these teams have had those first place moments for themselves. They've had podium finishes, but when you go down to it, they've had an off-lane swap, essentially. There was this movement that happened for Vision where they go, we're not really comfortable playing with DM anymore. We want to change it up a little bit. We want to shift it around. They temporarily have an off-laner SSS, and that's when Yandex themselves pick up DM to be a stand-in. And when Notice is essentially, quote-unquote, released, that's where Vision go, actually, we want Notice. And so we've seen them do this 1-for-1 trade, whatever you want, blurred in the middle there, and we can have a look just how similar they are in certain ways, but also so different.
It's cool because they kind of fill different roles for the 2 teams. I think DM has this quality to him where you can pick him really early on and he'll be fine in almost any matchup, even though you saw some of the heroes that are completely shared. So they have a similar understanding of the meta, but the way that they approach the draft is very different. DM, more sacrificial, more someone that's willing to tank it and give Saksa space to move around, whereas Notice can be more of a counter pick guy. He can be your guy to pick a Timbersaw or pick some sort of clutch hero and try to carry the game for you.
Yeah, Notice is very much an all-rounder in terms of offlane. He can play everything, and he can make it work, but when you need him to carry the game, he will. Vision have styles with him where they'll enable him on lane, and they'll give him the Timbersaws that you mentioned, or his summons heroes, and I've seen him completely pop off. We've also seen him be, you know, kind of left to the wolves when 9 Class plays Pudge and just doesn't exist on his lane for a lot of the game, and he also makes it work there.
Yeah, these are also, between Yandex and Vision, they're his first Tier 1 teams he's ever played on. He played in the Tier 2 scene for a long time on mediocre teams. There's sort of a guy. You don't really think of him as anything special. And since he's been a part of this year, he has been absolutely something special. And the ability to go from like having that potential and it just needs to be unlocked, I think is a testament to how good this guy always was, that he just needed the right team of players who can actually use his talent and his skill.
I mean, he has to be the standout player of the year, I think.
Yeah.
I think Notice has definitely been that guy for this year.
I think that's easy to say for the side of Vision, but when I look towards Yandex, I would almost say CJ is that person, their mid laner, right? We don't know what to expect from him. Every time we see a hero and we go, is that something CJ's willing to play in the mid lane? I don't think we should ask that question anymore. We should just start saying, yeah, CJ is comfortable playing it in the mid lane. They will very easily give him a hero, even if you haven't seen him play it before competitively.
Yeah, it's a great quality to be confident, just pulling stuff out, even if you haven't practiced it a ton. And I think that's the role he adopts. He's got a very greedy carry player. He's got a Saksa on his team that wants to play what he wants to play. And you need soldiers on a team that are willing to do what needs to be done to play the stuff that maybe isn't as flashy or isn't what they necessarily want, but it's what's good for the team. And they play that more sacrificial role in terms of the heroes you play and how you function. And I think he is one of the best mids in the world at being that guy, that solid rock, that foundation who's not flashy, not crazy, but he gets the job done.
To me, CJ is one of those off-the-map players, and that's what he really excels in. When he has heroes that he can hunt you with, like his Invoker, for example, where he's running Ghost Walked around, that's where he really shines, and you can see his star quality as a player. When he's not on some of his signature heroes, like that Invoker, like that mid-Slardar, he does kind of take a backseat in terms of his role within the team. Yeah, he is part of the tempo, and he's the one pushing it forward, but he's not the win condition. That's what Watson is for on this team.
Yeah, and that's exactly how you build. You want some sort of like solid foundation to your team where like you have these guys that can pop off given the right positions, given the right roles. They can be the guy to win you the game, but when they're not put in that position and they're not able to do that, they're still stable and the team functions without that. And I think that's really what makes him so valuable for Yandex. Look at all the heroes he's played this tournament. That's crazy.
Yeah, there's a huge degree of flexibility there. And I think like that is a big stylistic difference between the teams, is I think Yandex is channeling a lot of their stuff towards Watson. They are more focused on the carry team, whereas we've mentioned it before, Vision, they may have the carry of the year or of the past 2 years in Satanic, but I think it's not all about him. And we've seen their best results when it's not about him, when it's about all three of the cores combined, no one is highlighted or noticed. And I think that is sort of a difference between the teams, and it'll be really interesting to see how that actually manifests in game.
But no one's got that veteran status. We saw that pop up on the graphic just now, 7 TI attendances. This could be his first win. I mean, he's just been so good throughout the year. And we've talked about him time and time again. It's so impressive that he went from the best mid laner in the world to kind of falling off to kind of okay to bad to being the best in the world again.
Yep.
And he's also talked about his growth as a person too. And I feel like that's where a lot of players can start to feel themselves excel a little bit more. When you're here for the journey, when you're here to take in every moment, when you're here to realize you've made it to a top 3 of a TI, that you could potentially be making it to a grand final.
Team Vision versus Team Yandex. Game 1.
Now, it all starts with a good draft. That's what everyone knows when it comes to competitive Dota. And we do have our Game 1 draft coming up on our screen very soon. It's going to be Vision having the first pick. So pivotal for these teams. You want to be able to open up with a strong foundation, but more often than not, we've seen what that foundation look like change. Some teams love it to be a support, and others want it to be a strong core that could potentially be flexed.
Yeah, both approaches, I think, have their pros and cons. A lot of it depends on how these bans go, and I think we've also seen both of these teams shift their priority decent amounts, especially Vision. The hero that they first pick is quite hard to predict. We saw Willow first pick, the Shadow Fiend, Nature's Prophet. Like, they're willing to pick a lot of different things, and so it's honestly hard to call.
Yeah, I think they want to look at a Lone Druid this game. It's a hero that fell out of popularity, but if you look at their bans alone, with the Wyvern gone, with the Enigma gone, it could be a sneaky hero that pops up later in the draft.
I think I like Vision the most when they start the drafts with something very defining. Like we saw them pick Willow the other day on first pick, and I think that was probably, from my experience of watching them, the weakest first pick I've seen from them. When they've dropped like a hero that actually sets the pace for the draft, that's when I think they've looked the best. And Lone Druid, you know, he sets the tone. There's this very specific way you need to play against him. If you want to beat this hero, you're going to have to bring heroes to his lane and try to kill him early on. Otherwise, he's going to absolutely demolish your offlane.
Yeah, I think this also illuminates the Enigma ban. It's a hero that we haven't really seen them ban, or many people banning its Yandex early on in the draft, but I think that is why it was banned here. It's a hero that they prioritize very heavily against Lone Druid. It gives you a chance to fight him in the lane. You've got 2 units, well, I've got 4 units when you spawn the Eidolons, and even more when they multiply, and we've seen them use it to pretty good success against Lone Druid in the past, so it's sort of a setup ban saying, hey, we're calling your bluff. If you don't ban this, we are going to prioritize it, and you need to have another answer.
Satanic, to me, has been the most, if not the second most impressive Lone Druid in this tournament. A lot of teams in the group stage tried their hand at it, and it didn't look so good, but Yatoro and Satanic had pop-up games on this hero and made it seem like a main stage menace. It just changes the way that you want to draft, it changes the way that you want to play, and it's going to put Yandex in an uncomfortable position.
I feel like...
So I just want to quickly mention that Yandex do have a very good track record against Lone Druid, though. They consistently beat this hero at EWC. They were the one team letting it go and just drafting to beat it.
Yeah, I do think Vision is one of those teams that they thrive off of having pressure. Like, if they have 3 pressure lanes, then that's when they feel impossible to play against, because you have some of the strongest core players in the world, and you're being attacked everywhere, and you can't do this game where you can bring numbers to one side, because there's so much pressure happening all over the map. So for that reason, Lone Druid fits perfectly into their playstyle.
Yeah, it's a disgusting hero in lane. You just, he walks past the wave and he just hits you relentlessly. He keeps rooting you over and over again. And so I think a key part of how you fight back in those lanes is you have to be able to fight back. There's no hiding. There's no, honestly, even really pulling waves that much. And so I think that's why they picked the Hoodwink. They want something that can come into the lane and battle. We saw the Hoodwink Underlord fight against IO Necrophos the other day for Yandex and did very, very well. And I think they'll look for something similar, a Centaur Hoodwink or some lane that says, we're not going to just give you the free lane. We're actually going to bring the punch to you a little bit, look for gate rotations, and you don't give this guy that free pressure you're talking about.
And in order to get those rotations, I think it's important to have crowd control in your lane, right? You need to be able to buy enough time for your heroes to connect. So having like stuns on the lane sets that up for your team. Even though maybe like Centaur doesn't do super well on his own, it provides the opportunity for supports to come in through the gate or the mid laner to rotate over and set up that play that way.
Yeah, no, I fully agree, and I think this makes a lot of sense. It's the combo I've seen them do the best with against the Lone Druid outside of the Enigma, and they really, really love the Hoodwink against it. So even though Vision sort of set up for this, it's interesting because I think Yandex is also okay with it. Like, it wasn't, I don't think this is a surprise. It was, they considered it as a possibility, especially when you see the Enigma. These bans, they trigger matchup knowledge in your head, and you think, okay, now this is a possibility.
And just to backtrack a little bit in terms of Yandex's history versus Lone Druid, so at EWC, they were the only team that were willing to let it through, or one of 2 teams, and they beat it consistently against everybody except Team Vision. Like, they lost in the 3rd game of their series that dropped them to 3rd place at EWC to it. But they didn't have the heroes that they were beating it with all of the time. They mostly beat it with Slardar plus Lina or Slardar plus ranged carry, and versus Vision, they didn't do that. So maybe we could see that come up again. Lina's still in the pool.
This hero feels like a potential Ducalis classic. We talked about how 9 class came up playing this hero, but I think the last time I saw Vision play this hero, it was played by Ducalis, and they did this really cool thing where they just placed a bunch of mines all around the gates. And modern Dota functions so much around abusing the gates to make the map small. Essentially, it connects the 2 side lanes to each other and changes the way the map flows. Usually you were forced to play through mid because that was the connecting point between all the sides of the map. And when you play with techies, he kind of removes your ability to gate. So it's an interesting dynamic shift in the game, and you have to suddenly play the game so totally differently when he's here.
Yeah, it's a great point, and I think because the hero's not picked that frequently, it's hard to actually adapt to that, and it can mess with you in more ways than you might expect. Suddenly, you move in a certain way naturally. You push a wave, and you just walk in a certain direction because your intuition tells you to do so. You're not thinking about the direction you're moving, and now suddenly those mines are there, and that's going, oh, now you have to walk back the other way. And you're burning time here and there, and that adds up and can make the game feel very weird because your teammates are not in places you expect them to be in.
It does seem like if we were going down the route for Yandex where they take range damage versus the Lone Druid, it's one of the better things to play against techies though. Like, if you have a means to kill heroes from a distance, like with the Hoodwink Sharpshooter plus a Lina or a Drow coming out with this Undying, it can be a way to throw the wrench into the techies.
Yeah, great call on the Lina. I mean, it's a classic. Undying Lina. It's the melee blob guy plus the range turret. You've got a really strong secure lane and a shield for Lina, and it's a hero that Watson absolutely loves. Even when this hero wasn't good, he would pick this hero all the time. It's just one of his favorites.
They stole the Slardar. This was their combo for Yandex. I think this is a very cool and heads-up thing, and it shows how the teams have a history of learning from each other and respecting each other. Because while we did see Vision play Slardar mid 1 or 2 times this TI, it hasn't been their go-to.
I also feel like we've seen Lone Druids kind of fall off as the games have progressed sometimes, where it really struggles to connect to the team fights and like actually have impact, and eventually just turns into this like split pushing hero. But when you add amplified damage, you kind of shift that dynamic, and you're giving him like a steroid that's going to make him so much stronger in the fight.
Yeah. Lina wants to see you coming and hit you the whole way you're running to her, and so that you don't actually get the chance to hit her because you're dead before you get there. But Lone Druid can buy a Blink Dagger, Slaughter is going to buy a Blink Dagger, and now you've got these double assassins that can try to kill you so fast that you can't get Tombstone saved or Centaur Ag saved. And so there's a dynamic at play there where Watson has to be really careful of not getting insta-bursted because he will be the priority.
I also feel like Lina doesn't naturally buy any armor items. There isn't really, she's not like a generally, what do you call it, like very obvious AC hero. She's not really obvious Shiva's hero, so that there's also that element to it.
We're operating under the assumption that this is a Watson Lina, but it very well could just go mid. This doesn't have to be the case, and it seems like Vision are accounting for that. They're covering their bases. They're taking out Watson's Wind Ranger that he completely popped off on 2 days ago, which is pretty heads up.
It is. It's good to consider these things, and I think it's also interesting to mention that both teams still have a ton of reserve time. We've seen a few of the teams that have been eliminated already burning through tons of the reserve time before they even get to the last pick, but these teams know what they want. They've done their prep. To me, this is very logical, very quick, solid thinking, which is why they have so much time to really consider things. And even if you know what your pick is going into the last pick, you can sit there and think about, okay, what are we going to do on lanes? How are we going to rotate? All these little things, you have extra time for that you've saved by not burning it earlier on in the draft.
I love how Slark has become a last ban, because if Ember comes out, you have to think about it in Sania.
It's also an interesting idea of like, you ban the Slark, so now maybe Yandex has this idea, we're going to ban Earth Spirit plus something else, and now you have to reconsider. Because it's like, they want Ember. Do we want to ban the Ember or not? So it can kind of throw you off of whatever path you're on already, and I think this is something that like Puppy likes to do a lot, where he kind of challenges the ideas that you come into the series with, and he presents you with something that you didn't really expect.
Yeah, whenever both the last picks are also mid-heroes, there's a funny mini-game where you're considering, if we ban this, then they want this, they might ban this, and so you run through these possibilities of, if all these heroes get knocked out, okay, I pick this, what counters are remaining? And at the end of that pipeline, they think it's Pangolier that is the hero that doesn't have great responses. And, I mean, I can see the rationale there, and it's a hero that no one is also very comfortable on, and Coddle helps this hero a ton, because it means you don't have mana problems anymore. It's one of this hero's biggest issues, and what slows down his farm is that they've just nerfed the mana cost of his spells, but with Coddle, you've got more mana, so you can farm way faster and get to that diffuse at a crazy timing.
There's also something we always have to mention when it's there. There's a lot of minus armor, and a lot of synergy between those spells. So this Lone Druid even further gets amplified by the Pangolier being there. So a lot of physical damage coming out from Team Vision.
I do think this will most likely be a no-one Pango, just because he's so comfortable on this combination with Coddle, but I think something cool that Team Vision did in their draft was they made it so that their last pick mid was also flexible to the offlane. In case there's some abysmal matchup that comes out, you can always throw Slardar mid and have Notice play Pango. He's done this before. And this is a really cool thing to do when you're responding to a last pick draft.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely very solid, and I think Vision is happy with what they got. The NX still have the choice of where they put the Lina, and I'm not exactly sure. I think both things are valid. It is a little bit weird in that you have Undying, and Undying wants a ranged hero in his lane. So if you put Lina mid, you're sort of compelled to pick another ranged hero in a lot of instances, which then means, okay, we've got double turret. We've talked about that before. It puts a lot of strain on your draft and a lot of pressure on your Centaur to be the one guy who can go in and start things.
And the heroes that kind of can fill that second turret role, like I think both Nature's Prophet functions a little bit different than something like a Drow Ranger or an SF or something like that. And Wind Ranger, I would say, falls into the same category. Both have been banned out. So I think, for me, I'm leaning more towards the Lina safe lane, but Watson seems to be talking, so...
Is Muerta a dead hero? Because typically she's a really good... Okay, Terrorblade. Because she used to be good against all these physical damage lineups, but so is TV with his very high armor.
Yeah, it's interesting, because I feel like... So Vision, they were amping up the physical damage, right? And Lina kind of, as we mentioned, doesn't really have any nice ways to deal with that kind of situation. And Yandex also mentioned before, they really are all about Watson. So this is their way of doing it. They decide like, okay, you know what, this Lina is going to have a tough time carrying this game and staying alive. So you know what, CJ? It's time for you to tank it, and we're going to pick TV for Watson, which ultimately has like, he's going to be the raid boss in this game.
Yeah, I think they're asserting lane dominance for Yandex, because this Lina versus Pangolier lane sucks for Pango. Like, you have to play extremely well to even do okay in this, and because of that, I think the Terrorblade will have a good lane against Slardar. So you're looking for early towers being taken and early map pressure, because if you don't get that, well, suddenly there's a Slardar blinking on you and a Pango blinking on you, and these squishy dudes who don't buy armor, like you mentioned earlier, they will explode.
I really like this last pick from Yandex. I think the physical damage becomes negated, and Terrorblade's a hero that stands its ground and fights from a distance. So in a sense, he's not really scared versus the techies. And because he stands his ground, if Slardar blinks on him and they don't burst him, he's just going to Sunder and be able to stand there and fight, which also counters Coddle, who wants to Solar Bind your primary target. He wants to make it so that he can't win the fight for you, and it's a really good pick in this position.
Is there an answer to the Lone Druid as well? Because we always have to come back full circle. That's what they opened their draft with on the side of Vision. That's their foundation, and that's what they would love to be able to win through. But is there enough of an answer on the side of Yandex?
I feel like they're trying to create a scenario where this TB is going to outscale the Lone Druid, and that's what they're trying to play for. And I would say it's absolutely possible. So, yeah, I see it.
All right, we see the avenues in which both teams could potentially get a Game 1 win for themselves, but someone who hopefully gives you a little bit more confidence for all the Vision fans out there is going to be Puppy, who's joined with Tsunami.
That's right, I'm standing by with Puppy of Vision. Now, as the man who has attended 12 different TIs, I was hoping to get a little bit of a history lesson. How do you think people are going to remember this TI's meta? As TI3 was like Rat Dota, TI4 Deathball, 2022 was Auras. What's this TI about?
I mean, like last TI. It's about team fights, very similar to when Team Spirit first won their TI. It's just a lot about team fights, engagements, and just a lot of, you know, five men.
So then in terms of how the tournament has evolved since group stage to now this late in the tournament, I know that a lot of teams had eyes on you, and you were maybe defining a bit of the meta in terms of your heroes and picks. Can you see that still, or have the imitators kind of fallen behind and the teams that remain are the ones that had their own ideas?
No, I think everybody started realizing that a little bit of split push is always good to have. And as you can see, like in these games, we have Lone Druid, they have Terrorblade, they have some Centaur Dominator, we have some Coddle pushing waves from afar. So it is true that people are getting the concept of what's actually going on.
And then for this opponent specifically with Yandex, what do you think is so unique about this team that's allowed them to get this far in the tournament so far?
I think, in my opinion, they were the ones doing this stuff first in the whole year, and they were always kind of like figuring out the meta, how to split push the enemies. They're lovers of Invoker, they're lovers of Naga, Terrorblades, and they know how to like make the map huge for themselves. So, you know, they are the pioneers this year at least, and we learn from them too.
And what's your signature, would you say, over this year?
I think we enjoy team fighting a lot more than they do, so we add both flavors.
Let's see if your team fight superiority gets you the win. Good luck, Puppy, as we get into game number 1.
Thank you very much there, Puppy and Tsunami. Yeah, time for the upper bracket final here between Vision and Yandex. And as sort of Puppy alluded to in terms of their strats, Yandex, earlier in the season, they were the first to sort of start...
Bit of a dictator.
...doing the new stuff, you know, starting to sort of set the meta. They looked a bit shaky in the group stage, but now here on the main event, they're seeming to be back at that top level. The question is it high enough of a level to secure that first spot in the grand finals and take that opportunity away from Team Vision, knocking them down to the lower bracket? Have they got back to that point, Fox?
I mean, that's got to be the question, right? Is it going to be big enough to be able to deal with Vision, which not many teams have been able to deal with them. They have been such a powerhouse in terms of pressure, in terms of team fight, and I'm so glad Puppy did say it, right? I'm obsessed with team fight currently this patch, and looking at it, I think we're in for a pretty decent treat. You could see Vision having maybe a slight edge in some of these team fights because they've got this strong Pango and all this, but Yandex, kind of, like, they also have strong team fight too in particular, but it's a lot revolving around this Pango. That's one of the big ones that I'm going to be looking at, how his lanes ends up going versus Chira, because if Chira ends up having not that big success in the mid lane, I have some worries for the Lina, because Watson, we did see yesterday him playing the Terrorblade. This hero's strong, don't get me wrong, and it's good versus this matchup versus this physical damage, but there's also other amplification that comes in. Techie's amp, Solar Bind. There is other ways of being able to bring him down early, so curious to see if Watson's going to be able to be that full solo carry, because it does look like the scaling could get a little hard, but we'll see.
Because overall, how would you say things look for both of the carries? Because both picked in very different positions, right? We had the Lone Druid coming out for Satanic as the first pick of the draft, whereas on the side of Yandex, Watson was able to save that TB for last pick.
He got his pick of the litter, right? He sees, okay, they're going for a semi-minus armor draft, right, with the Pango, with the Slardar, and he is getting to see his lane immediately as this Terrorblade playing versus that Slardar, so he does have a bigger benefit, but I'm not sure how well the address Lone Druid is going to be, because so many times I've seen Satanic when he plays this hero, even if it gets addressed a lot, he ends up having a really good game. So curious to see if it's going to be enough in this game, since he does have the backup of maybe not the most ordinary support,
But Ducalis with the techies, it's a hero that just prevents you from getting aggressive onto a carry at times. The taser, you know, blast off, it always ends up being that kind of protective hero, but also a very good aggressive hero. So let's see how the lane goes. I think this top lane for Yandex has been so important for them so many games. How much Saksa can do. Have to say his name probably 100 times in this game.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's the one to watch.
We saw well the other day, right? Again, just the first 10 minutes of play, you can expect big stuff from Saksa, and if it's not there, you know that the opponent, in this case Vision, will have done a hell of a lot to stop this Saksa hoodwink being able to make those sort of early plays.
I'm just going to be looking at top lane for the start of things here, right? Because, like you said, Saksa has been so instrumental, not just what he's able to get, but how much he sets up for DM to have a good game. And DM's been, having some really solid ones for the team. And yeah, let's see how this lane ends up going down. Saksa just continuing to just harass Satanic. Does have to be a little careful with his positioning not to get rooted. He should be just fine. Yeah, let's see how this mid matchup goes. Chira should have an advantage versus No One in particular, but looking at No One too, the Pango, I'm glad we're getting to see this one a bit more because the win rate has been insane, and he's got a coddle, which is one of the best combos.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, roll back kind of a few months, that would have been a combo that wasn't being let through the draft a lot of the times, and maybe the fact that Pango in a...
Oh!
He's going to be all right, only just. He's out the tangos, so we'll be sitting pretty low. We'll see what coming out in the corridor. He does have the bottle on the way. And we'll have to make sure he doesn't get clipped by another Dragon Slave. But yeah, maybe the fact that Pango's sort of been forgotten in a lot of the drafts that we've seen has sort of just benefits it in this sort of situation. That you're actually able to get it through with such a strong kind of 1-2 combo with the call.
Malady getting low here. There's another bash. Illuminate won't connect. He's sticking on him. He's got another crush.
And a decay. The crush. I mean, Malady will get the tombstone off.
First blood.
Yeah, they'll get it, but Watson will be able to make sure they get the trade, taking notice down in return.
You take that as the Slardar there. You're in a matchup where you're playing versus a Terrorblade Undying. This is like a double counter pick versus Slardar. His CS is looking rough, so he just like, screw it, I'm committing for the kill. So you'll take that all day on notice. Watson also will say the same though. He'll be, good job, I got a kill return, but I think the Slardar is quite happy because this lane can be tough.
Now Watson, of course, being left pretty low, just down to the last tango. Very far on one charges.
A lot of good chakra combos. Have to mention the Slardar as well, too, right? 9 class can do quite a bit here. These blasts are connecting.
They're adding up.
Watson is starting to get a bit low here. Doesn't have Soul Rip. Does he have extra regen coming? He doesn't.
No, that was the last tango he had.
That actually is going to be very dangerous for Watson now. Notice is going to be able to free farm perhaps in these next few waves because of it.
I mean, if you get caught in a crush of the blast, it's going to be pretty painful for Watson.
Mid matchup, we're seeing that disparity. Chira is playing it very nicely here, shutting down No One, getting these extra denies as well, as he needs to in the matchup.
Bottom, with the crush, into the blast, not quite enough. He's got the 1 charges, but continuing to just sit on incredibly low HP down on this bottom lane, Watson. He is not having a fun time.
I hope he does have a salve coming out. He really does need it to be able to reset that HP. But notice, after getting first blood, he'll be able to get this extra CS secured for him. Doing a good job down there.
Already seeing signs of the 2 supports of Team Vision being suitably annoying.
Oh, yeah.
9 class down here on the Cottle blasting away, and the same's going to be said obviously for Ducalis on the top on his techies. 2 supports that you don't want to mess around with.
Yeah, Malady, he's got the tombstone.
See if he can survive. Looks like Notice doesn't want to try and chase underneath the tombstone to finish Malady off. Respects the fact that Malady is holding the stick charges.
9 class really wants to try to commit for the tombstone to kill it, but has to be careful himself for a second. Now he's actually going for the blast onto Malady.
Malady's going to be able to face him off pretty safely. Can't really line up another blast, even if he did. Unlikely to hit.
Watson!
Malady makes a mistake, but maybe indeed Watson's going to be the one to take the hit. No, not quite. Angle's not there. They're able to dodge it.
They're doing some decent work down here. These blasts are very annoying. Seeing more people go for this skill build on the Coddle recently, at first people were just always skilling the Blinding Light, but in this lane matchup can absolutely see the reasoning to just go for this Illuminate with the stuns.
Honestly, gotta say though, considering how much Watson and Malady are having to dance around, look at the CS.
Good. Yeah.
16 and 8 on the Terrorblade. The amount of pressure that's being put onto Watson is high. They're trying their best, Vision, but they're not massively slowing him down. He's keeping his cool throughout it, still able to find the CS.
But it's a lane where he should be, like, on paper, right? This is the design to have total free farm. So the fact that they're doing this is pretty big. 9 class gets the catch there, of course, onto the Undying. We'll be able to get the D ward as well. And looking on the flip side, too, right? Satanic, he is getting the So it is that 25-8. They're not able to pressure him as much with the Centaur and the Hoodwink just yet.
But that mid lane. Look at the CS.
Shira's playing it beautiful.
Yeah, this is a painful laning stage for no one. But you said, what, not necessarily a surprise, or
Not a surprise.
even to this extent, you're still kind of signing up for this.
Maybe he could have a couple more CS on the Pango, but this is to be expected. I think these Lenas have just shown they can dominate. But the Lena is not the safest in this hero, as we were mentioning. She could be super fragile. Yes, you could be, speedy and all this, but there's so much damage that's coming out from Vision that Shira is going to have to be careful in the mid game of his positioning. It has to be perfect. He's got saves, he's got Stampede, he's got the Tombstone eventually, but in the early game before those come out...
It's going to take a lot of damage here. The Tombstone's down as well as the Blood Grenade.
Bushwhack.
It's going to connect. Saxa, he don't miss. Yandex bringing in the numbers mid and ensuring that Chira Jr. around that Laguna Blade to take him down. The blast not enough to finish Chira Jr. Will lose his courier to 9 class.
He's got another blast. Is he going to get this connection?
I mean, that would be pretty crazy.
No way. It hits him.
Oh,
what?
All right, 9 class. That...
All right.
Quite the moves there. He's been annoying down bottom lane, and now he's come over to mid, and he's only just gone and helped take out Chira Jr., who was having a fantastic time in the lane.
You want to have a little fun one? Look at the net worth right now. 9 class is ahead of his Pango now because of these 2 kills that he's been able to find.
And honestly, not the worst support hero to have this sort of boosted net worth on, right? A Cottle, there's a reason why we see Cottle Core as well sometimes. This hero can do a lot with the money.
He can do an absurd amount with this Holy Locket for sure. It's crazy how much potential you have. And as you said, has great chakra targets in this game. And all this meantime, too, the Undying had left the bottom lane. Notice is able to get that extra farm. He's matching the farm as a Slardar versus the TB lane and Undying. So very good start here for the side of Vision. But Lena, as we see Chira still at the top. All right. Yeah, we all love to see this.
Gonna do the classic bear things here around the Wisdom.
Yep. And this is because, I was actually just speaking with Arteezy in the backstage too about this, but this is because he's won his lane. He's able to just play, farm, send the Baron, has no threat right now since they have the backup to go for that Wisdom. Pretty even on the numbers though here, but it is this Pango, right? No one, very tough entry into the game. He's gonna need some help.
I mean, where's that help gonna come from?
9 class.
Just 9 class being constantly ready to swing over to mid, throw out a few blasts.
It's a chakras, blast, and then it's just stacks, right? If they can get some of these stacks in order for him, that can also be really nice. Of course, Cottle being one of the best ones to be able to set up those stacks for something like the Pango. So I'd like to see some stacks being formed from Vision to get no one back into this.
Saxa. Eyes on the mid again. Swashbuckle pause straight away. They come in with the burst. The Laguna, no one is dead again.
Chira, another connection. Won't get the haste rune.
9 class will be able to get away, but the pain and suffering continuing for no one here in this mid lane on the Pango.
This is going to be very early boots of travel here for Chira to get involved around the map. And the tower, too.
It's going to be gone here. 8 minutes in.
Kyle is trying for the deny.
They know he's there.
Oh,
nearly gets it, but
wow,
I think rolls a little low there on the right click.
0 damage.
Tower gone. Mid lane. Couldn't be going any better, really, there for Chira Jr. And to do exactly what he'd hoped to against this Pango.
When you get an early tower like this, too, when you're playing versus a hero that's behind, you can start contesting those potential stacks as well, too. You know that they're probably going to start forming those. Malady walks into triangle, puts a sentry down to block some of the counts and check something out. He's going to get instantly dewarded, but they are aware of the move that Vision is doing. Great preparation here from Yandex. Double bounty rune now, too. Saxa is going to be able to steal these away. That is essentially the boot to travel finished up here for Chira Jr.
Very, very fast timings. That only sort of hiccup being caught by that Illuminate from 9 class. Outside of that, it's been an easy start for Chira Jr. Mid lane. Malady tries to pick up some XP. They'll have the 3 of them here, and I tell you what, they won't have the burst even with the 3 of them.
9 class going for Tombstone. Might get the last hit. He will. Didn't want to commit for any type of kill. No one does not want to die again at this point in the game. He's trying to catch back up. The bear looks like it will be just fine.
Yeah, they don't want to chase it too much here, even with Chira Jr. They'll return back over the mid lane. Get that box TP'd out to him.
That's a clever move here from Vision. Instead of farming on their side here, they're playing in a more aggressive, unexpected position. 9 class now his level 6. Pretty early that he does have this Spirit Form available for the Solar Bind. Could look to get aggressive in these lanes. Stampede is available though, so DM, he has the bailout if they do get caught here. And the Bear, They'd be able to kill it.
I mean, some nice little moves there from Saxa. It was coming in with the body blocks to make sure that the bear was held in position long enough to buy time for Chira Jr. to swing over and get involved with taking the bear down.
Chira's going to be so farmed this game. If he continues at this trajectory.
And that's scary, because this is a Lena. And Lena quite the hero right now at this international.
And he has heroes to be able to go in first for him, right? He has the Centaur, has the Undying. Maybe not the overall craziest amount of initiations, not multiple different ones, but the Centaur usually ends up being enough in a lot of situations with that plus the Stampede.
And the scaling of this mid laner and safe lane Terrorblade feels pretty good if you get away with this early game, and they certainly are. 10 minutes in, they've already taken 2 tier 1s out. And as we see, Chira Jr. in that top spot on the net worth, no one having to still do his best to try and catch back up.
He's pretty much playing off lane from the mid lane now at this point on the side of no one, which is kind of good for them this game because noticed he's kind of playing the mid, right, from the off lane. He's going to have this super early timing for his Blink Dagger on the Slardar to look to accelerate things. And the Lina can be vulnerable. That's going to be the main thing for Chira, is protecting him when the Slardar Blink Dagger does come out to keep him rolling like this. A 2K lead now for the side of Yandex in this early game.
Vision, at the least, have been able to keep Satanic out of the danger. He's now outside of losing that tier 1 tower in his safe lane. Still able to farm pretty safely without any threat to his own life.
He's got the Maelstrom done, so his timings will start to accelerate. But Watson also, now at this point, is starting to accelerate himself.
Satanic.
These 2 early towers are very important for Yandex to continue this pressure, to continue shutting down Vision's early game. The fact that DM was also able to get that top one is important.
It's just with these creeps he'll have. So would you imagine this Blink Dagger comes out, they're straight away looking to make moves?
Oh yeah, definitely going to look to be aggressive with this one. He didn't even go like the Soul Ring first.
No, he rushed.
Usually we do see some Soul Rings picked up and then they look to play around with afterwards, go for that Blink, but I think he is going to look to make moves, make some space here for no one.
I mean, yeah, he's going to know that mid was a bit of a tough situation for no one, so Notice knows there's going to be this sort of section of the game where he's going to have to step up and sort of make the moves that no one can't at the moment.
Nightclass is still very high level, though. Something that we do have to keep pointing out. He's almost level 8 on this Coddle. His Holy Locket is pretty much finished up, too, so can be a big difference maker in these early engagements. And here comes the smoke. I'm really happy that Notice didn't go for the Soul Ring this game first. He has a Coddle. You don't need the mana as well. So you don't want to be able to, you don't want to slow the pace of the game down.
Yeah, you could go back for it, but right now, right here, they need this Blink Dagger timing, and they need something big with it to sort of shake up what's been, for the most part, a pretty smooth early game for Yandex, getting the objectives that they'd hoped for. That beat's going to come out, and that Blink reveal is not going to get them too much. DM's fine, able to run away.
Malady, can he play his ways out? He's got Tombstone.
It's a bit messy now from Vision. They have to start backing off because Watson's turned up with a Metamorphosis. They're going to look towards the Carlis here, Yandex, as he'll lay down the mines. Won't matter. He's going to fall. No one does TPM with the Swashbuckle. Looks towards Malady. Will get the trade.
But no one. He's just dead.
Destroyed by the Metamorphosis right clicks of Watson. So
I love that move from Watson.
And that move there from Vision around the Blink Dagger of the Slardar goes horribly wrong. They don't get anything with it, and they end up losing 2 heroes themselves, and not just to anybody, but to the enemy carry, to Watson on the Terrorblade.
Great responses. Yandex looked super prepared for this move. Don't get the connection. It's a hard one to really get on the Centaur as well, too, so just ends up naturally making the rotation to the tier 1s. But Watson, I love that move that he does. Gets involved. Something you don't see a lot of Terrorblades do, but Watson, he always gets involved early, I feel like, when he plays these heroes.
No, he knows his strength, and he knows if the meta's up and there's some action going on around the Twin Gate, he'll be there.
Very strong at this point. Getting another kill into no one mid lane. Saksa will go down. No one will get a kill for himself.
That puts some pressure onto the tier 1 tower themselves there, Vision.
This is a big rune. No one does find the amp damage. Stampede still on cooldown for about 15 seconds. DM getting into a more careful positioning. And like you said, now it's fine for Notice to go back for the Soul Ring. It's such an effective, efficient item on the Slardar. We'll have that one finished up. And is continuing to beat on the mid tower. This is surprising that they're not reacting to Notice. Slardar being able to get, I think he got like 500 extra damage onto that tower there because nobody wanted to swing over for a moment.
Axer and Chira Jr. will turn up. Make sure that Team Vision don't get away with a full push in the mid.
So far, pretty solid here for Chira. Dies the once to that Illuminate, but besides that, having a great entry into this game. Level 12 has been hit.
They're ready to go here. Mine was laid down, though, so Will
might be aware.
Suggest that there's something going on in terms of a movement from Yandex, so Vision should be careful. See how greedy Noticed is as he tempted for the wave. Hanging around a little bit, but as soon as he sees Malady, will be ready with the blink. So nothing to be found there with that smoke.
Most of the aggressive moves in this early game, until they do have the Centaur, until the Centaur wants to get involved, right? It's going to be revolving around Saksa getting a Bushwhack connection. Well, for Vision, I feel like their aggressive moves can be a little easier right now at this point.
They want to come in with the counter smoke. After they sort of read that move from Yandex, Vision, they want to try and punish. They're going to bring no one. They need to try and find some positive action for the Pango, and they might get it here. As they found Watson, he's going to turn, get a Sundrop to get him back up to full HP, but the blast off comes in from Ducalis. The mine saved down. Stampede's there, though, to help.
Nice save.
Watson, he's out of there for now. No one's going to try and roll on forward to chase him down, but the Rolling Thunder comes to an end.
What a response.
Picks up the double. And Watson barely takes a scratch. They couldn't fully connect onto him. He's just able to sunder and get stampeded out of the action. They take another tier 1 tower. They're 4K up. Vision, they're struggling to make moves. I feel like we haven't seen Vision struggle like this in any of the games.
Their movements are getting read, and just the overall spell casting from Yandex is far superior. That quick sunder was genius. Right? Some people would hesitate for it. Nope, again, no hesitation from Watson. Survives, team is there to back up. Instant responses. They are not hesitating on those responses. They want to take every fight.
TP's into this, but have to be a bit cautious. Watson's pretty terrifying.
And it's cool that they're doing this, right? On the side of Yandex, they know, okay, Satanic is not going to play. He is going to AFK farm on the side. If we bring the numbers, we're going to have this advantage a couple times here. So taking advantage of that nicely here, and taking advantage of some missed spellcasting there from Vision. Not coordinated perfectly. They didn't have Notice connecting at the same time while the Pango comes in. Can't get that finish up onto Watson.
I mean, how strong is the Lone Druid in this overall sort of outlook of this game when you look at it against the lineup of Yandex? Is it strong enough that Vision can be like, well, doesn't matter if we make a few kind of rough moves, this Lone Druid is going to carry us, or is that not necessarily the case here?
I do think it still can, absolutely. It is a pretty dirty game for the Lone Druid because he's got the Amplify. If he didn't have the Corrosive Haze from the Slardar or the Lucky Shot from the Pango that's going to come out later, perhaps I would say different, but he absolutely can sneak into the back lines, and something like Alina can just get evaporated, so
there is an element of space created throughout these kind of moves that are just miles away from the Lone Druid.
Yeah, I mean, some. Of course, they wanted to get these connections with kills with the Slardar Blink reveal, but now it's 2 back-to-back ones that don't work. So now Vision maybe do slow down a little bit, let the plays come to them. Have to see how they want to react. No one does have a Blink Dagger himself, but he is so fragile, Owen. This is a 1200 HP Pango at this point versus this Lina Burst. You're seeing how quick he can just die.
Oh yeah, and it's going to get even easier, obviously, once Watson's got the Dragon Lance. Anytime he's able to put the Metamorphosis, stand his ground with the illusions, you can't be rolling anywhere close to him when you're sort of an item or so behind, still struggling to catch up as this Pango.
Right now, he's the strongest hero on the map for sure. Watson playing this, play this early game to utmost perfection. Continue to be on the aggressive frontier. Saksa scouting things out. DM, Lotus is finished. DM's just chilling. Chilling and farming. Gonna go back for a Blink Dagger this game now. Not a game where you go hard, of course, because you're playing, not at this point yet. Now he can after later, but you want to go for these armor items early this game since you're playing versus the Pango and the Slardar. 9 class. Looks like he's scouting. Does get the information of where the word is with that. That was actually pretty smart.
Let's have Vision want to try.
Double Blink Daggers, so looking to get that connection, plus the Chakra.
They're going to go for the jump on DM. They are, but tell you what, he got the hoof stomp off, and that means he's going to be able to get the Lotus off and run away.
And now the turn.
Thunder. They'll turn towards Malady.
Oh, he's deep.
They'll bring Satanic over to get involved in this, and that will grant Satanic the kill. So a little bit of something for him to pick up.
How did Malady get? He was so deep forward. Vision, though, trying to get these connections multiple times now with the blinks. Sure, they'll get an Undying kill, but they really want to try to get a core kill to slow things down from the side of Yandex at the moment. They're not connecting.
I think the only core kill they've managed to get so far this game, Vision, being that one where 9 class was able to clip Chira Jr. with a blast in the mid lane. Outside of that, the cores of Yandex standing strong.
And now Yandex, it feels like it's easier for them to make aggressive moves themselves. Ducalis looking very dead. They have the Ags on Chira Jr. They have the Blink Dagger now on the Centaur, too. I feel like they can start ramping up the aggression themselves, too, rather than just having to react to these moves. even though the reactions have been very successful for them, they can start to make their own elements of moves and maybe even hunt Satanic. Watson on the top side will be scouted.
Satanic. Still hoping that time is going to continue to be bought for him.
I mean, now he can get involved. It's time for Satanic to start playing the game. Aghanims is done, but DM, as we said, his blink is finished, so Yandex now going to get on that aggressive posturing. Heroes can just die in an instant. Noticed, does get caught. Do they have a follow-up stun?
So he has Stampede to surround him. Nothing to be done to try and save him. No one was thinking about a Rolling Thunder.
Scared to go into the full squad. Watson is there with meta.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing, right? He knows that if there's Terrorblades around, he can't really roll in.
Yandex, one step ahead, it feels like this game. Tower as well.
Yeah, 20 minutes in. On for tier 2 here.
Does Satanic want to get involved with the bear? He's just farming for the moment. Doesn't look like he wants to send that bear toward the mid lane. Meta, halfway expended.
Difficult to get them off the tower unless Satanic wants to get involved.
Niklaz is trying to get the blast from the angle, but too many illusions. This tower's dead.
Relatively early. And 21 minutes in, Watson able to finish the tier 2 mid.
He did warm up yesterday on that Terrorblade. He ended up not winning that game with it, but he was an absolute beast.
And it was a close one, and it was one that they nearly did win.
The bear being hunted, a blood grenade. It'll be able to sneak itself away. Now Malady.
He's going to go for the jump on Malady. Malady will be able to get himself into the tombstone. Looks like he's going to get left behind, though.
Did he deny the tombstone? I think he actually turned and denied it before dying. That's actually pretty heads up. Nothing to give that extra gold to them. Instantly respawn, so can't look.
They want more.
Aggressive.
And
they want more.
For it. Diving in between the tier 1 and tier 2, they get the jump onto DM. They've got the full chain control. They'll take the Centaur out. Chira Jr. though, lines at the light track onto the two of them with the Lagoon and the push back as well. Catches the both of them.
Chira?
They can now go up and notice he's in on top of Chira Jr. Is there anyone here to bail the leader out? There's not.
Now Malady potentially dead.
Bear on towards him. They'll not try and push it too much here, Vision. They're more than happy with what they got there. Sure, they lost no one, but no one's already having a tough game. The job's done, though. They get both DM and the big kill, getting Chira Jr.
This Stampede is...
Notice,
another catch.
For more, gets the jump on a Malady, they get another.
Oh, they're starting to get the ball rolling.
They're finding their footing here now.
The Stampede seems to be the biggest answer for them, and during that whole entire situation, it was still on cooldown, so taking advantage of it perfectly, getting the double cold kill, sandwiching. It looked nice from Chira. He does get the connection of the double stun to bring down no one, but Vision will take that all day. Satanic now able to get involved, gets himself a kill. He almost has that Shadow Blade finished up, and that's really the biggest scare for Yandex, is when the Lina can just start getting hunted even easier from just a bear hiding behind.
Yeah, the bear's going to be scary. Not that there was ever going to be any doubt when it's in the hands of Satanic. 0 deaths on him. And honestly, very, very few times that the bear itself's actually been fed. Satanic's been very careful with that.
But Watson going for stats, going for the Scotty again in this game. There is some healing that is going to be coming in, of course, from the Coddle, the slowdown also for Slardar, and versus Pango is good. The stats, too. Going to be a strong pickup for him. Maybe goes for the Butterfly next, since he is playing versus these physical cores. Could be an option for him.
Yandex straight back out with the smoke. DM, Saxa, ready to lead the charge. They've got Chira Jr. coming in to provide the burst right behind them.
Feels like every time Yandex, they have Stampede at the ready, they're in a very good position to either look for aggressive or defensive plays. But if Vision can bait the Stampede, they can always look for these aggressive plays and get these kills.
Yeah, because at this moment, outside of that, not the easiest ways to get this Lina out of the fight.
No, not yet. They have the Tombstone, of course, right? They do have that shard that was picked up from Malady, but gonna be quite some time until there's an Aghanims for the Centaur, so really is just that Stampede to bail him out at this point.
Panic. They're on the hunt.
Bottom.
Gonna find Saxa. No one's in with the jump. Fuel Scepter will buy a little bit of time, but as soon as he's down, no one finishes the kill.
These next 5 minutes feel like the most dangerous time for the side of Yandex. If they just start to hemorrhage these kills, it can get very scary for them. DM taking a big blast there. 9 class trying to force the Stampede. They might just be able to get the kill.
I mean, he's got to pop it. Stampede's there to help him get away.
And he disengaged.
I mean, Notice is going to be ready to chase him down. DM, he's got Malady by his side here with the Tombstone. It's a little bit more complicated for Vision if they want to try and push on for the kill, and they'll hold back.
Forcing a lot of reactions, though. Well, in the meantime, Satanic's starting to get the push on bottom. Watson looking for the bear. Can't go for it.
This bear is going to be so annoying. We're seeing it already. Satanic really getting into the heads of Yandex. Not a lot they can do to really catch the bear. It keeps showing up and then disappearing, and they can't really react quick enough to ever kind of punish this sort of play. The power of the lone druid very much in show here.
And I would say overall, right, when you look at it, the bear a little, not like so much so, but more enabled than the Terrorblade is because of the minus armor with his draft in comparison to the TB. Yes, he's got control with his draft, but he doesn't have any of these buff ups just yet.
And it's just the kind of comparison between what both of these heroes do, right? The bear feels like it can be everywhere, whereas with the Terrorblade, you have to be so much more particular about when you want to turn up and get involved into the fight.
You have to be careful with your meta. You have to be careful with how you turn up. A lot of times, Bear can just resummon, send it again.
Go wherever he wants.
And Watson,
up and
so
down the
far,
map.
He's been very solid in this game.
He has.
But has to be very careful with these next upcoming moments, it feels.
It does just feel that much harder for him, even though this was sort of a situation where the carries were picked in such different parts of the draft. Watson getting the option to do this at the last pick. Absolutely possible with the Terrorblade, but it does feel like it's that much more difficult to execute the game plan perfectly, as opposed to this lone druid, who's been a pretty terrifying hero through and through the international.
No one, Aghanims is finished. So even more team fight potential. Satanic.
We'll get in the tombstone. Might get out, but I think he's going to be in trouble on the way out. I mean, here's the back.
Watson.
Chased along the Watson, the back as well. Watson, going to get out of this one. A further stone comes in, they blow him off. They've taken Watson down, and now underneath the tier 2, they're ready to dive over for Sax. They'll try for the TP out, and they've got a way to stop it. They do. The fear comes in.
Uh-oh. And now it's the Roshan too.
They had such a promising early game, but maybe the bear is just too much fogged.
The bear, the minus armor, the control, love the itemization too, right? Notice just rushes the BKB. Watson's like, I got nobody to go for a Sunder play here. It's just a bear, two heroes that are immune to that Sunder right on top of him.
And the save, of course, already being used on himself, Malady. Without that tombstone, they don't really have any other way to break Watson out of these chain stuns.
This was the most concerning time for them. This timing when the bear is able to get this Shadow Blade. Now he's got Silver Edge on top of him too with the Ags. They're hunting. Chira's game has slowed down massively on this Lena now at this point. Is going back for some armor items. Feels like he needs it. Not the thing that we do see from most of these Lenas nowadays, though. Usually they go for that full aggression, so this is already a pivot that perhaps he didn't want to have to do in this game, but something that's necessary versus all this minus armor.
No, I mean, because it's just one of those sort of situations in which when you pick the Lena, right, you just don't want to have to itemize for this, because this is not where you want to play it. But as was mentioned in the draft, this was just sort of the sacrifice Chira Jr. was going to have to make in the overall game plan to sort of make the other bits of Yandex's lineup work.
Oh, and man, 9 class, have to mention him. He is having an insane game right now. Look at how he's creeping on the network. He's going to have a Hex pretty quick in this game as well. Pretty devastating. Yandex, they need to break this type of these movements somehow. They're going to go for a smoke themselves.
All right.
Kira.
Notice. He's actually going to jump back in on them, but DM's there with the counterplay. Comes up the Hoostomp.
It's a big kill. That's a gem.
They'll bring Notice down.
Do they see it? They do. Soxa grabs it. That's a massive pickup. He didn't get the BKB.
Can they do anything off the back of this? Where do they look next? 40 seconds without the Slardar.
Maybe go toward the top tower if you can. The creeps are starting to come toward it. It's a nice aggressive move. They did use a lot, though. Stampede was used, so I feel like Vision, as soon as that Slardar respawns, they're going to look to punish this movement. So we'll see the positioning of the map afterwards. But a great hit. I mean, getting a gem, it was just purchased, so being able to deny that away from the side of Vision will be very important for the map control and very important versus this annoying bear.
They need everything they can to try and find a solution to this bear play from Satanic.
And Chira, even though he, I have to mention, right, he is going for the Shivas, which will protect him a lot versus this physical, but not having a BKB early, of course, you don't want to versus physical damage, but the control is still annoying, so we'll see how much he wants to stall out for that one, too. Said goes BKB, it does suck in this game versus that Vision lineup. You don't really want to have to do it, but it could be something necessary because they have so many ways to just get on top of him. No one will get that connection.
Talking about BKBs, it's going to be Satanic's done here for the bat.
Kind of having this like triple BKB now for the side of Vision.
It's strong.
Not allow Watson to get the Sunder off. If they get all three of those things collapsing on top of him, that is just going to prevent him from getting it. How's DM doing? Yeah, he's going for the Krullas this game, so wanting to steal some of this healing, but that does mean it's going to slow down the timing of that potential Aghanims that, you know, could be very useful for both of his turret heroes. I love this item. You know, not saying it's a bad choice, but it does mean that it is going to call out that potential.
Yandex ready to meet Vision here. Still 2 minutes or so under left on the Aegis for no one.
They have a full hex on 9 class. This could catch them off guard.
It's a similar point of the map where Watson did suffer before. They might get the chance to jump him again. They're going to find Union step first, and that's the easier of the 2 kills straight away in with the combo. He's going to get hex poured out. He's gone. Malady will hide in the tombstone. Yandex trying to push back against Vision, but Vision, they'll hold the high ground.
That's meta used as well, and they're unable to take the fight on the side of Yandex. Chira, never wanting to be the first point of entry into these team fights, walks up just way too aggressively. Died in an instant. Couldn't get the save. Malady also tried, but wasn't quite in range to get that tombstone. Needs the blink dagger.
Tier 2s aren't going to stand long against the bear here. Satanic ready to clean up the objectives.
And there's going to be downtime now as well, too. Meta won't be up for the next bit. The Vision wants to keep punishing with that information. This hex from 9 class, it's one of the earliest ones I believe we see on a Coddle. With this type of earlier pickup that he also has. He has the rest of these items, too. Another hex.
With DM by his side is Daxa. It doesn't matter, DM's already bailed on him. Daxa trying to juke through the tree lines, but looks like the bear and no one's going to find him.
Oh, you know, this hex is really problematic. The way that he can just get this little extra disable, as we said, Chira, he's not, I mean, now he's queuing up the BKB. You absolutely are going to have to get it. It feels bad to get it, but you need to do it in this game.
He just can't fight without it.
Nope. 6K lead, Vision getting more control on the map. And they have a techies on their lineup too, so when you get more control with the techies, he ends up being able to control even more with those mines that he can place down. Satanic on the hunt. Is spotted under a sentry.
So many items Watson's going to need to carry this game.
He is.
Looks for the damage next, obviously the Daedalus queued up.
But there's a lot of preventative things that can go on him, right? There's taser, there's a lot of things that are just going to disarm him from just hitting these targets.
I mean, Satanic's very close to having the money for the butterfly as well for the bear, so not going to be easy to sort of target, prioritize in these team fights for Watson.
And Watson's just going full aggression. He's not going for the butterfly himself, even though he's playing versus all this physical damage. Is just going to be going for this Daedalus build. He wants damage. He is starting to feel perhaps that pressure that he needs to be the one to dish out all that damage, because Jira a couple times now has just struggled.
Starting to step out again, Yandex. They're coming in with the smoke.
They can't find, there's bombs all over the place though, so they are probably reading this move, right? Saksa runs into another one. Vision should be aware of this movement.
They need something big, they need to find Satanic, but it feels so unlikely with the way that Satanic's been positioned throughout this entire game. Yet to die still on the lone druid.
Scan will connect, Chira trying to sneak forward.
They know that they're coming. Vision, they're set up. DM's going to go for the jump first. We'll find with the opening, but the Bears ready to push back the rest of the team. 9 class ready to control DM. He'll put the Stampede, but Dakalis jumps in with the blast. They'll get him off towards the tombstone, so a bit of safety. But the Bears ready to take the tombstone down, kill off DM, and now can possibly turn towards Malady's Malady left very low. No one's got the angle to fully control Chira Jr. Take the leaner out of this.
They knew it was coming.
And Watson, he's just got to step out of the fight, go for the away. Are they going to see him up in not in time?
Oh, what a play with the illusion.
All right, he gets
That
down.
was actually a nice little individual play, but the rest of his team...
It's not great. The other 2 cores are dead.
Oh, Saksa at least does find a courier kill, so will, I believe, finish off the kill off the butterfly that was coming out from Satanic, but Vision, they knew this was coming. The mines, the techies just reads it, puts these down, they see it coming perfectly. Great force staff, I believe that was 9 class to disengage the techies. They get the chain stun follow onto DM. It's such a disengaged, such a split up fight there from Yandex where Vision can just capitalize on it massively. No one just zoned everybody.
I mean, it's seeming that... Now, how do you make these sort of moves when there is a techies on the other side of the map?
Yeah, it's really hard.
It's just getting so much information off the back of these attempted smoke plays that are coming into his minds that, you know, what do you do if you're Yandex?
You know how much I like this hero. When you start to play ahead with the techies, it really does feel like he's going to read every single one of the movements if he does have these mines in these smoke-catching locations. So back to back to back. Now Vision, a 13K lane. The game has exploded into their favor. Level 20, I mean, 9, I keep mentioning him, but 9 class is having one of the most insane Coddle performances I think we've seen. Nearly the same net worth as the Centaur, as his cores. He's going to have a BKB for himself as well. Yeah, Chira's game, it has slowed down completely in this one. Just so vulnerable.
It was always going to be a bit of a concern here for him on the Lena. Had a great lane. The lane was fantastic, but that is nothing more than a long distant memory here as the gap's been closed. No one, he's taken over. Now having the lead as the Pango, and so much more easier for this Pango to have impact as opposed to the Lena right now.
Yep, and he gets Shivas now too for no one. The only real concern for him in this game was if Watson was able to just play that turret and hit him during the Rolling Thunder. Now at this point with the Ags, with the Shivas, the barriers that he's getting applied, now Watson can't focus fire him either. So no one, his job in these team fights is just get on top of Watson and just fully control him because they didn't go for BKBs. MKB is done for Watson, as you said, full aggressive build.
I think he has to. He has to play for the situation where he will get the chance to hit them and sort of be able to stand his ground. It's going to take a lot from the rest of his team to set up the fight in that sort of manner, but he's going to trust in them.
It could get pretty sad for him though, right? Because it could be those situations where he literally does just get chain stunned, so we'll see if they can protect him. Yeah, DM still not queuing up that Aghanims. He did go for the Krullas early on. It's been countered, as we saw the Nullifier was picked up pretty early for Notice, but does have the answer bursted as well. And now they don't have that bailout for Watson or for the Lena. The double turrets are not safe at this point.
Even if it goes through after the BKB, it's going to be a long time.
It's going to be an eternity.
Until we see that on DM.
And this current meta at the moment, like Puppy was talking about, a lot of the game is revolved around team fight. One lineup has quad BKB essentially versus 0 BKBs. So the team fights, just the execution can be so much easier for the side of Vision. You only see 2 BKBs, but one has a bear with the BKB, and then the other one is a Pango, which has a built-in one.
And you know, the only hero that's going through that BKB is pretty much the Terrorblade, right?
Really is.
Everybody else, Vision are not going to care about them one bit in these team fights.
There's ways, right? The taser is going to be annoying for Watson in these fights if they don't kill the techies at the start, too. Vision.
Smoke on smoke here. Yandex.
Get the scan.
Struggle to come out on top of these sort of plays throughout this mid-game. Can they find a different outcome here?
Looking for a big wraparound. They're looking for the back line. Do they see 9 class? Don't quite see him there.
At the moment, seems like Vision don't expect this sort of move. Making a good sort of angle.
Ducalis is checking. He does expect it. He will see them.
They're going to know something's up now. And in fact, you know, Vision, they're not scared of Yandex. Notice might just be ready to make some sort of blind blink in soon.
Glimmering in.
3 men done! 3 of them don't just open up the fight. The Rolling Thunder follow comes in. Watson's going to try and react, standing his ground in the middle of this, but they've already lost the Centaur. They've almost certainly just got to try and get out of this one. Yandex, the fight not going their way.
Chira?
Stuck on the low ground. Chira Jr. He's got Notice back in with a close on a Malady. Malady will fall. They'll lose the techies, but they'll get so much here as 4 heroes dead on Yandex. Even a 5th as the crush from Notice comes in from the low ground. They get the team wipe Vision as this game just looking more and more impossible for Yandex. They just cannot make a move against Vision.
They're reading every movement now at this point. The techies, Ducalis runs in, gives full information. A 3-man crush from Notice. You couldn't ask for better. Chira, again, he can't do anything in these fights. He just gets completely followed. Look at this. Gets stunned, tries to run away. His teammate tombstones him, but it's still, at this point, nothing that he can really deliver. Too much damage, way too many ways to sandwich on him.
Just an awkward spot for Watson as well. Only able to try and get some, a few right clicks in, but pretty much from low ground situations for the entirety of the team fight. It's just not the position Yandex wanted to go for, even though they were the ones to try and set up this play. They're feeling desperate now in this position, and it's really starting to show.
Vision's got all the answers now at this point. Great itemization, great ways to punish this, just lack of BKBs, lack of ways to prevent these stuns in particular. Baiting the Stampedes time and time again. That's double Raxes. And even more items now going to be picked up here for Satanic, who did not die in this game. 3-0 and 14 so far. Flawless performance. 600 last hits on this bear. 340 minutes. And now another Roche.
I mean, what do you sort of take away from this game if you're Yandex? Because it's getting very close to that territory where you can only imagine they're considering what to do in game 2. They had such a hopeful looking early game. They were able to outplay Vision in some of those early moves that Vision were making against them, but as we mentioned throughout all those moments, Satanic was having the space, so maybe those moves that looked a little awkward for Vision weren't that awkward at all. Sure, it didn't go smoothly, but space was being created. Satanic's getting out of control, and now everything's falling together as a team, and just constant back-to-back outplays here from Vision.
Chira being stalked. Notice is on him.
He's going to see him. As Chira Jr.
finds him again.
Nobody's going to be able to come and help him. He'll try and TP out, but the Hex is there. He'll be dead again.
I mean, my biggest takeaway really is that Chira, his game it completely fell off a cliff, off of one death, it feels like. One or two of these deaths, and then it was like, he can't really do much of anything. Doesn't just have all the answers. So.
Especially when you look back to what he got from the lane, dominated the lane matchup, took the enemy tier 1 tower down 8 minutes in, didn't matter. That sort of lead fell off so quickly.
Yeah,
Gonna try and stampede, but the Bear's in on top of him. He'll get the blink off. So able to live this time, DM, but only just.
Vision. Doing this to a lot of teams throughout this tournament, just knowing they just know exactly when to take team fights, and their lineup, it is insane to be able to take these team fights with this Pango, just be able to get on these targets. So maybe it will be some type of draft adjustment, maybe something along those lines, but we'll have to see. Gonna go for the potential end of the game here, Vision.
And honestly, maybe you got to even just look at the support duo, right? I feel like...
yeah, 9 class is insane this game.
This is going to be the most terrifying support duo to let them have. Already in zones at the base, the jump's being made as Malady's out for 50, no buyback on him. And no one ready to roll in for more. Straight in on top of Watson, holding back the Terrorblade, allowing space for the Bear to tear apart the tier 3s. Fortification will come out. See Chira Jr. back up in a few seconds. DM trying to start some sort of defense, but they just jump straight back on him in return. He's gone! He made the jump in, but he didn't press the BKB. He's dead for 60 without the buyback.
He's had a really rough game as well, too. Besides Chira, mentioning Chira having a bit of a difficult one after his deaths, but DM, too.
Quiet game.
I do think some of this itemization could be looked at for the next game, too, because just playing into so much team fight. Yes, okay, there's physical damage, so it does feel bad to get some of these BKBs, but being unable to move, being unable to play also feels bad if you don't get the BKBs. Multiple times now they've just been able to completely control these targets.
Ready to go again with the push here. Still 2 minutes left on the Aegis for no one. They'll try and hold the Bear back. Look to burst through. Again, notice he's able to get the stuff straight away on top of the two of them. The buyback will come out immediately from Saxon. No one getting taken out a bit low, but the Rolling Thunder's up. He's looking to get the angle to get back in onto Watson, of course, still relying on the fact that he has that second life if it's even forced out of him. Malady gets caught out by the fear from Satanic. Back straight in. Back the Undying, but can they really push them off these barracks? Top set.
Final one.
Taken away. That's the Mega Creeps out.
Chira.
Exxon and Chira Jr. TM's going to come over with the jump, but the BKB's already out from 9 class and Satanic's Bear. They surround Watson. The fear's there into the root. They'll try and force Watson back to safety. He'll turn with a little bit of a thunder to heal up. They'll bring no one down the once, but he's going to be back with his second life. Sax is gone. 80 seconds. No buyback on him. It's Vision. They still have the full 5 of them ready to go. Notice.
Rolling Thunder's back up in 2 seconds. They're not moving.
If he sees a chance to jump, he'll go for it. Notice coming in with some fantastic blink plays this game.
Watson has his meta at the ready. Can he somehow bring down any of these cores?
Yeah, coming up to a 40k lead here. 43 minutes in.
He's got his BKB, so he can start to actually stick onto some of these targets, perhaps.
No one's in. Doesn't catch Watson immediately with the first connection of the Rolling Thunder. Will turn over towards Chira Jr. instead. They're being respectful, though. Vision not trying to push it too far. They'll play it safe.
He popped meta. They can back up, reset, wait for the meta to go down, and look to clean it up right afterwards. Playing it very smart. This team has been pretty perfect of how they pick and choose their battles in this game.
I don't think we've ever seen them let this sort of a lead slip away.
No.
Unlikely to do so here, but you never know. On the main stage, maybe something crazy can happen. We've seen some crazy stuff. This would probably be the craziest, especially against a team that's 40k ahead. Mega Creeps in their advantage.
My class is level 25 also. Even more heals, even more damage.
Body back up on Yandex. Chira Jr.
They've got these BKBs now on Chira and on Watson, but it just feels it's so late. They now just die in an instant versus these massive physical damage that comes out from Vision as well.
Mega Creeps starting to approach the base.
Meta cooldown still 45 seconds. Full AC now on the Bear too. Absolutely massive on Satanic. Has not been addressed this game. The first pick gets away with 0 deaths.
Happy to just finish off that next round of items before they go for likely to be their final push.
And, you know, I didn't get to mention it much too, but Saksa having a bit of a quiet one in comparison to what we've seen from the game.
I mean,
Yandex,
it
right?
does feel like, 9 class, he's turned up today and he
did.
says, you know what, Saxa might have given you quite a show yesterday, but let me show you what I can do.
Truly, right? That off lane is insane how much of a difference it is this game. 9 class and notice what they've been able to do. Effectively shutting down multiple cores with it. Meta is going to get to come back up for Watson. But looks like Vision's not in a rush. Chilling back, they bottle an Arcane Rune. Octarine also for no one was picked up. Disperser, starting to get these super expensive items as well too. Full Constriction, putting all the wards right outside the base too, so Yandex can't even get outside.
Yeah, it's just, what is it they're going to fear the most after this game? Out of the heroes that Vision are playing with. I feel like it might just be the techies. It just seems like it's doing so much on the map. Like anytime they get a little bit of a lead, your map closes in upon yourself and you're just seemingly unable to get it back against Ducalis.
It's tough to point at one thing in
Sure.
particular. I think it's so many
things. You can make cases
things.
for all of them.
Yeah, because it's also right, like in a lot of these situations, Vision they weren't falling too far behind in a 4v5 situation, and then Satanic was able to get involved. So there's a lot of things to look at for the side of Yandex to improve in this next one.
Saxa gonna get found out on the map.
Oh yeah, 9 class. This is a
on the bears in.
Absolute perfection from 9 class.
Kira Jr. looking to get the BKB off them. Use the Tombstone as well to try and save him. With the rest of the Stampede, will get back to the fountain. Malady's gone. Has buyback available on him. Dax, of course, still does not. Vision. Continue to very carefully approach the victory.
Surgically.
Titanic's in with the bear. Trying to come in with the burst. If they can take the bear down, though, once they can. That's the bear gone. For now.
Got to resummon. Send it back. It's going to take a little bit of time for it to get there. How careful does Vision want to be? If they want, they can just wait for the Roche and then just look to close it out with the bodies. Meta was used, though, again. So perhaps they do look to jump immediately after that meta goes down. We'll have to see which choice it is for theirs. It's a long Roshan respawn. Just no way for Yandex to get outside, though, versus these mines, versus this bear.
And a very, very difficult game for Watson to sort of be able to carry from this point. We've seen him carry, against some pretty hefty net worth leads, but this coming up to nearly 50k. Definitely, I don't know what sort of item pickup can sort of save him from this sort of situation. Slots already filled up. I mean,
they also don't have the similar these control, right? The BKB piercing control, and the Slardar has too. It's limited ways for them to get the catch versus a quad BKB lineup that has been built up from Vision very early in this game. Mines now controlling absolutely everything. Ducalis.
I think, at least especially in the hands of no one, very much seeing why this hero Pangolier still has the win rate that he does, even though it hasn't been picked too many times. The fact that he's able to still do this after having one of the rougher lane matchups.
They're going to look to end it. 20 seconds still on meta for Watson. What do they see?
Is he going to get the jump on him? They could go with Watson. They get an aggressive force onto it straight away. The force into the Hex. I think that was all 9 class there. Setting up to kill Watson off.
What a beast.
Onto the tier 4s, onto the Ancient. He'll come in with a buyback here, Watson. Can they stop the bear? There's some control there with the Yules. Coming down to almost half HP. And we'll step back. Sharpshooter in onto 9 class, but 9 class ready with the BKB. Another sort of force down to Jira Jr. He'll buy back immediately as well. Watson trying to stand his ground and fight back here with a Metamorphosis. Vision, they'll kite that out for now.
9 class just devastating them. Force staff aggressively into the Hex multiple times.
He's ready to catch them. He's having a lot of fun this game, 9 class. 7-0-20.
Might be one of the best Coddle performances I've ever seen. Finding these snipes in the early game, allowing to enable Notice to have this type of game. Enabling no one as well too with his rotations and his chakras. Next level stuff coming out from him here. You look at his inventory, you're like, is this actually a support Coddle? Are you sure this was a support?
I mean, you know, he did at the start kind of overtake the mid farm of no one. Sort of has become that additional mid player for Vision this game.
He truly has been this time around. And as you said, Ducalis, he's done some heavy lifting, some heavy work too on this techies. I was hoping to see this hero a lot more in this tournament. Getting to see
It
Vision
looks good.
play, it does look very strong in certain lineups.
And we do have a fair few solid techies players still in the competition.
We absolutely do.
Ducalis is certainly one of them.
It's such an annoying hero to play against once you fall behind. Because just getting out on the map, as we saw, the smoke movements just get frantic. The base...
Vision ready to close it. They're onto the Ancient here. The fortification will come out. Satanic ready to send the bear over towards Watson. He's caught in the roof. DM will try and get him out with the Stampede. They do kill the bear off.
He's got another.
Yeah, how quickly he wants to send it back in. They've got the pushback on a no one. Sharpshooter as well. Swashbuckle out. Keeping the game alive somehow, some way.
62,000 lead though. Roche now will spawn. They can back up, pick that one up as well. They're all pretty much 6-slotted now at this point. No one can treat himself to a refresher as well. It's just hanging on here for Yandex.
It's got to be the rapier for Watson. Yeah. But again, not always not the best. The dream hero to have it on, but it still does something.
He has done some miraculous stuff. We did see that one win Ranger game that he was able to crazy turn around, but this one would be even harder.
I was going to say, if that was extreme difficulty, this is nightmare difficulty here for Watson. If he's at least able to get the courier out and get that purchase, it's not going to be easy with the position that Vision's in. We'll have to sell something for it as well if he wants it for this final defense.
There's no one. Full refresher for him. Back up, picks it up, resets his mana.
All right, here we go. He's getting the courier sent out to the shop. We'll see if Watson's going to be able to get that Divine Rapier picked up here for the hole.
I mean, they do. There's
a lot of heroes around.
That courier ain't making it.
It's not.
There's no way.
Satanic's ready with the bear. If he wants to make that pickup, he's going to have to get out on the map himself in the next 2 minutes.
That's not
rather unlikely.
He'll have to run through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 20 mines to do so. And a whole team, of course. Not much growth has been here for the side of Yandex. The other two cores have gotten literally nothing. It feels like in the last 20, 25 minutes. It's only Watson growing. While Vision, it's essentially, I mean, it's 4 cores, as you said.
Oh, yeah. And Satanic's pretty much got the bear 8 slotted. He's ready to pick up a moon shard next for it.
And he's got 1,
and
2,
he's got the
3 bears, because he's got the shard.
Vision. Will they catch this time on the jump? Straight in. They're going to look towards DM. Notice, finds the center. Will still manage to get the Stampede out. Satanic gets the bear over towards Watson. In fact, sending the bear over to the base. They're ready to get this game done and dusted with as the ancient will fall. Game 1 going to Team Vision. It looked like at the start that maybe there was some hope here for Yandex, but my goodness, for the majority of this game, it became very clear there wasn't.
Yeah, I think overall for their draft, they have to get more ahead with this Lina and can't have these deaths for Chira because his game completely fell off a cliff. Some of the itemization, too, I feel like left something to be desired. Like, I know how good this Krulla's item is, in particular in a lot of these games. It can steal all this healing, but I really was feeling just this lack of immunity versus these stuns. It felt like Team Vision could just pop their abilities, jump in. They had these triple BKBs themselves, so the team fight just felt that much easier for them, even when they were kind of at that even footing.
Yeah, just another one of those Vision games where every single player pretty much gave us a show-stopping performance throughout that. I don't even know who to highlight. I'll leave that up to the panel. Vision, take game 1.
It was a beautiful play from Vision. The fact that we see them down in the earlier portion of this game, yet they don't give up. There's ways for them to be able to take the game and for it to become theirs. And by the end of it, you're wondering at any point, did Yandex really have the lead or was it an illusion all along, Quinn?
They're just so good at knowing exactly what timing they're playing for because Yandex were ahead in this early game. They had a little bit of pressure. They had some moves going, but Vision is not stressed. They're not worried. They're chilling and they're waiting for that moment. They understand the heroes and the grander scale of the game so incredibly well that if you let the time pass, then you're going to pay for it.
And Vision are so comfortable playing from both ahead and from behind in a lot of situations that they're starting to feel very infallible when it comes to specific strategies. And I do think Lone Druid is one of them. It was thought through in the first phase. Yandex had an idea against it. The best thing that I think Vision did was take the Slardar for themselves and not enable it within Yandex. But it really did feel like an illusion that Yandex were ahead at any point.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just the timing of when everything comes online for Vision, you see the heroes just explode. Like this Lina vanishes even though they're like 2, 3, 4K, even 5K gold behind at some point, it doesn't really matter because when you see all the pieces come together for Vision, there's just no way to keep your heroes alive. And if you can't keep your heroes alive, you're never going to win.
One of the big things that Puppy talked about in the coach interview that Tsunami had with him just as the draft of this game wrapped up was talking about how one of the biggest strengths of the side of Vision at the moment, and especially in this TI or what they've been doing throughout this season, is being able to split push. And I feel like that was also one of the key moments as to how they even got to their item timing, how they were able to stall this game out to be able to get to that critical mass for themselves.
Yeah, they've got so much kill threat. They have so many heroes that can burst you, and when your waves are getting pushed by a bear, by Coddle Blast, by Techie's mines all over the place, you're losing control of the map. And if you look at Yandex's heroes, it's a bunch of squishy guys who don't want to get crushed by a Slaughter. They don't want to get rolled on by a Pango. They're not okay turning the fight around. They want to start it themselves, but they can't because they're getting split everywhere. And then whenever they show on a wave, boom, there's a big fish that stuns them. Like they don't have an answer for this.
I feel like the difference maker also is that if you look at Yandex, they can also match the wave shoving. It's not that, but the difference is that when Vision is shoving the waves, they also have the kill threat on the heroes that show.
Yeah.
Whereas from Vision side, it's so much trickier. You have to combine Lina and Centaur doesn't have a blink until much, much later on in the game. Not to say that it's his fault for not having one, it's the natural progression of items, but they just can't really match the same tempo, and they can't do it as early as Vision can, and I think that really is what helps them get back into the game.
For sure. I do wonder, with the Lina in this game, it felt like with the lane that DJ had, that more would come out of it. And it did look scary at some point. There was a lot of pressure going on in that mid lane, a lot of pressure was going on no one, but it seems like all it took was one CJ death Quinn and everything fell apart.
Yeah, it's a game where you're playing on very thin ice. You're playing against multiple jumpers. It's a game where it's not easy for you to itemize. We've talked about in the past where Lina has trouble buying armor items, and armor items are all you want in this game. He ends up going for an Ags, not the BKB, not the armor item. We talked about it some backstage, and it just feels like, I don't know, his power is just slowly waning and dripping off after an amazing laning phase. Genuinely, he obliterated no one, but it just didn't really come to much.
I feel like it's just tricky. You can look at CJ and say, like, yeah, he dies once and the game's over. But if you want to make this kind of draft work, it requires the team to function at such a high level. And we talked about it in the green room, but there's these, like, moves that need to happen with a TB really early on where you just abuse the fact that you're 2-3K gold ahead and the enemy team can't fight you until they get their blinks online.
Yeah, these gold leads, they matter less and less as more time passes. As everyone's gold goes higher and higher, that 2-3K difference means less because it's a smaller percentage of everyone's total gold. And so you want to seize the opportunity, strike while the iron's hot. If you got a 2K gold at 10 minutes, that is so much more than a 2K gold lead at 20 minutes.
I mean, at the end of the day, that's what a Lone Druid is going to be able to do. If you don't capitalize on the small lead you get at the start, he will be able to farm up. He will be able to close that and will be able to become 6-slotted faster than what feels like almost any other hero can do for themselves. The other one that I very quickly wanted to talk about was 9 Class, just how impactful it felt he was in this game as well, because so often in main stage, Coddle is either getting first phase banned or completely ignored, just teams that aren't playing it. And now we see it in this game and you go, okay, now I finally understand why people weren't willing to call the bluff of certain teams about Coddle.
Yeah, 9 Class is very scary on a lot of heroes, but one of his scariest heroes in this patch is Coddle, and that's why it is consistently banned against him. But for me, the difference maker as well, outside of him just opening up the draft with hero combinations like Coddle plus Pango, is the early Hex that he got. At some point, it did feel like when TV got Scotty that there was a timing for Yandex to be able to fight, but 9 Class matched that with not going for any defensive items early on, just getting that Hex and making sure that the fights are even harder to take.
We talked about it when Nigma played, about like players with killer instinct, Sumail. And I think 9 Class is a similar thing going, where he understands what do I actually need to win the game. He doesn't buy like 4-staff Glimmer Cape, that's always good. He knows that in this specific game, I hex the right guy, we burst him, and the game is over.
It's just adding to more of the overwhelming team fight that it felt Vision were just slowly accruing for themselves. But so much more goes into it. There are small nuances that you don't necessarily catch when an exciting game like that is playing out. And luckily for us, we have Purge to do all of that digging for us.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, a big moment in this game came around the 25-minute mark, and a lot of it comes down to vision, coming from wards. And what these wards provide for you is spotting enemy heroes and giving you good chances to initiate. And that works so much better for team vision because they had great gankers, mainly the bear, this invisible terror guy that's very good at chain stunning once he initiates here. He attacks, he fears you, he roots you, and then you're basically dead afterwards, and it allows your team to set up for a good team fight afterwards, which started off really good. It looked like it was just going to be the Undying, but that bear vision spotted out the Terror Blade. There was a nice stun from the neutrals helping them out, and that chain stun and magic immunity got them this really crucial kill. And the game was pretty close before this point, but that nice jump that they got from vision and from the bear ended up helping them out really nicely. They killed the Hoodwink as well here. And on the other side, look what Yandex has to do for fights. They have a walk up and stun from Lina. They have other stun faults, so it's difficult for them to actually get a disable. They did grab a gem, though, which is pretty instrumental because that's going to help you control the enemy observer wards. And this ward here, this is a weird one, man. On top of this neutral camp, normally Sox is going to feel really comfortable because he's dewarding this whole area and he has his own observer ward of his own. But he's less likely to run this direction because that's kind of a danger territory. So he kind of stays in the area, but he feels safe because his ward spots the enemy heroes that are coming to kill him. So he ends up dodging this gank, vision really mattering there. But later on, they instead kind of use that usefulness to both walk onto the high ground where their observer ward was, but also that's going to make Yandex think that he's safe to run to the right because his observer ward is still there spotting. And then they get to utilize their better stun jumpers. They stun with the Slardar, they stun with the Techies. They do all this burst damage into this fight. They're able to kill Malady pretty easily after he defensively covers himself. I'm sorry, he doesn't die there. But this gives them really nice control of the map. This allows them to push and take control of the tier 2. And once this tower's gone, this invisible bear is an even bigger terror. So it just gets worse as time goes on there for Yandex. Vision really taking advantage of their nice observer wards and their great chain stuns.
Thank you so much, Pudge. It really does come down to the vision game at the end of the day where you're able to put these cheeky observer wards. And I feel like, Insania, when we saw the map of Dota change, that was the big question mark. Where are those pivotal warding spots going to be for yourself? There's a lot of high ground wards that might seem quite obvious, even though they are advantageous. And at the end of the day, you find a spot like that. You shove it in a neutral camp and you go, this is going to be a wide enough cone that we're still going to get great engagements out of it.
I mean, it's a really cool ward, to be honest, because if you pay attention to the timer in the game, it's around 20 minutes. And usually that's when the enemy team has control of your jungle. You tend to swap sides. It's quite a normal thing that happens in Dota. So when you walk past the camp and you see that there's no creeps, maybe a lot of you at home are thinking, well, it's so obvious there's no creep camp, but there should be a ward there. But at high-level Dota, people are so efficient that these camps are just farmed every minute. So when you walk by it, you can't draw that conclusion because most likely somebody's just farmed it, that's all you're going to think of it, and you're going to move on. So it's a really clutch ward, and it obviously ends up winning them 2 crucial team fights that also win them the game.
How often were you looking at that stuff when you were playing Position 5, like seeing other players' warding patterns, trying to find new spots for yourself to ward?
Like all the time. I have like a folder in my head with each player in it, like Snaking wards like this guy wards like that, this Tofu has tendencies to put these kinds of wards. So it's something that as a 5, it becomes like your own little game, and you try to explain it to your cores and get them like on board with like, hey guys, I need you to put a sentry here. And they're just like, stop talking about wards. We don't care about this.
Yeah, it's actually an area of Dota that half the players know nothing about, and the others are like, oh no, you got to place it 2 inches to the right and then 1 millimeter up and get your protractor out. And I'm like, Brad, I ain't touching these things.
I mean, it ends up winning you a game. It ends up putting you one step closer to be able to go to a grand finals of an international. I mean, the energy is so crazy right now in Shanghai. Everyone was having so much fun looking at this bear being able to do what it's supposed to do. And Effie, are we really going to get the chance to see another lone druid when there is vision in the series?
Honestly, it's seeming very problematic letting through Satanic Lone Druid because they had a great start on Yandex. They managed to do a lot of really cool moves, even kill the bear early on, but all it took was a few item timings on that Lone Druid, a few pickoffs, and the game snowballed out of control. I think banning it can make it very easy, especially if you see the Wyvern plus Enigma bans that we saw at the start of the game. It made it obvious that they wanted it. You try to beat it one time, don't let it through game 2.
Yeah, it's scary, though, when the heroes you want to ban start mounting like this. It's what turns a team from extremely strong to impervious, that now suddenly, as a Lone Druid, you feel like you need to ban. As a Coddle, the 9 class has 0 deaths and an insane amount of impact in this game. Well, you want to ban that hero, too. And you've got your preset bans for all the normal meta heroes that everyone else plays. And suddenly, you've got 7 heroes you want to ban, and that's not how the draft works. And this is going to cause some real problems. You have to pick something to beat. It's what all the best teams in recent years, the strategy they use is, we've got this set number of strategies. You have to beat one of them because we have too many to ban them all out.
The silver lining of it is that Yandex should potentially have first pick in the next game here, but then you have less first base bans for yourself. When you're first pick, you only have 3, compared to when you were second pick, you get to have 4. And so they were more than willing to let the Lone Druid in, even though they had more bans up their sleeves.
It changes the dynamic, though, when you're on first pick. Generally, first pick, you have the option of creating, like, this unbeatable draft, where second pick kind of has to respond to whatever you're presenting them with. So that at least changes the flow of it.
We're seeing our teams walking back out now. A lot of cheers for them. And I know everyone here and watching at home would love to see it go to a game number 3. And I'm hoping Yandex could take that time to themselves, be able to recalculate, readjust. We've seen them do it in their previous series where, again, they were having a massive lead up against Enigma Galaxy. And it was big team fights that ultimately led to their downfall for a game. But they fought back. They were able to bring it together and come up with great new adjustments in their draft. So I have full faith that Yandex are going to come in just as strong for game 2.
Yeah, I think they're a team that have a lot of respect for Team Vision. They've played them a lot this year. They were mostly evenly matched for a bigger portion of the season. And I think that in the game 1 in particular, a lot of it did come down to Lone Druid. And I really think that this Slardar that Puppy took and gave to Notice was what threw a wrench into the idea that they prepared today. Because Yandex do have a very good history of beating Lone Druid, but they always beat it with Slardar plus range carry. And here we see a hero comparison of Watson and Satanic. Watson actually impressed me with how he was able to keep up in GPM even while they were losing, but it just wasn't enough in Stadium.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Watson, I think this entire tournament has managed to stay like 10k gold ahead of every single other carry player, even when they're in losing games. But this time around, like Satanic, he's a different beast, I feel like. He matched him and eventually even overtook him.
Yeah, Lone Druid is just, the hero just farms so disgustingly fast because he's farming with 2 heroes at once on opposite sides of the map. It's hard to match, but I agree with you, Nat, that I think they will be able to bounce back. And I think part of the reason why this game looks so dominant from Vision is that it's just easier for them to play. They have the jumps, and generally you want the wave push, and you want some team fight and some jump. And I think Yandex has maybe 2 pieces of the puzzle, but not all 3. Whereas Vision, it's just much easier for them to play. And in a high-stress situation, on a TI main stage, a match that's going to the grand finals, you don't want to have to play at 100% because that's just not reasonable to expect from every game. You want a little bit of slack, that mistakes are acceptable, not, like we said, 1 death on Cheer Jr. and the game feels impossible.
And to be optimistic, I mean, Yandex did play a very solid early game. They've looked really clean in the first 15 minutes of every game they've played this TI. They make really cool moves. They're able to creatively overcome some difficult situations. An example that comes to mind in that game 1 was Satanic was like dragging a wave with the bear around minute 9, and he was going to just do shenanigans that would have catapulted him in net worth. It would have made DM's lane harder, but they just bring everybody. They chase the bear with Undying, Lena, and Hoodwink. They kill it, and they're able to take the top tower off of that, and that is very creative, and that is a Soxa call, and it is things like that that will push them over Team Vision in those first 15 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. That was incredibly clutch. I remember looking at that game thinking, like, when is TB going to gate top? When is TB going to gate top? How are they going to open up this tier 1 tower? And then they find it in that creative way that you mentioned.
Yeah, it's little things. It's so many little things, and I think it just speaks to how high level these 2 teams are and how high level, when you get to the end of the tournament, people, they step up or they step down, and I think both of these teams are stepping up. Vision especially has been just incredible. It's not often you see a team that is so good. It's hard to honestly properly iterate how incredibly skilled and talented these players are when you play with them, against them, when you watch them play. You can just feel the skill oozing in everything they do.
I really enjoyed what we got to see from the supports of Vision as well. It's a cuddle, it's a techies. Whether the heroes are getting banned out, whether teams aren't necessarily looking at them, the creativity really gets to shine through the supports because of how stable the cores are. I'm hoping Yandex brings a little bit of that because we know that their supports also love to be creative, but we don't have all the answers just yet. In fact, we're going to get most of them in a moment as we head to game number 2.
Team Vision versus Team Yandex. Game 2.
A game 2 draft where we are going to be seeing Yandex now with a first pick for themselves. That is the reverse or the inverse, however you want to coin it, compared to game number 1. And so it brings back that conversation that we were having before. What do you still want to prioritize banning out now that you only have 3 bans for Yandex? But also at the same time, what are you hoping to leave in the pool that will become an issue for Vision when you get to first pick it?
Yeah, these bans are to be honest, I think not what you want to see when you're on first pick. You're banning Lone Druid, which a hero was first pick last game. You're banning Earth Spirit, that's a first pick hero. Well, you've set 2 of your bans on what you would expect the enemy team to ban against you. That potentially does not bode well for series if they win this game and it progresses or matches in the future. It's a little worrisome, but it's not totally decided.
That was a great SF ban. I think a Watson Shadow Fiend just crushing the lane and connecting early on would have solved a lot of the tempo issues they had in game 1, and they saw the Darkseer ban. It was pretty telegraphed there. Puppy's on top of things.
I think for Yandex, to be honest, like the map play and everything, I think they can match Vision quite well. And just to tie back to what Puppy even said in his interview, I think at TI you always have to be able to win fights, because when you're playing high stakes, high pressure games, eventually the game just boils down to that anyway. And people are going to ball up more. You're going to have to be able to win a team fight at some point. And I think that's really where their draft was lacking last time, where it just didn't come together nicely for the team fights.
Yeah, and we talk about how Vision is a very, like a solid team, a team that's difficult to break. And while I think Bounty Hunter, it lets you get the first layer of towers down. It lets you slowly break the map down. It's difficult to penetrate when they've got their sort of fortress built up. They ward these wards, they hold these camps, they don't let you take too much gold away, and they keep farming just enough that they get to these key timings. And so I think with these heroes, there's a lot of early aggression, there's a lot of back and forth fighting on enemy sides. And so who's able to close down the map faster and get that early start is really important.
So the trades come out with Bounty Hunter for Yandex, this hero. We haven't really seen much of it after the first day where he kind of emerged as one of the heroes of the main stage, but it was Saksa that brought it into popularity. And for Team Vision, the trade-off is they get Nature's Prophet on Satanic. We talk about some key strategies for this team where they look unbeatable. Lone Druid seems like one of them, but the other has been Nature's Prophet too. A lot of teams have let it through and just not won to it.
And it's a consequence of the bans, right? If we look back and you end up banning Lone Druid, that is a potential first pick hero. We obviously saw that in last game. Earth Spirit's been super dominant in the tournament, but it hasn't looked as confident for Yandex. And the drawback to that is that you're now playing a much more open draft. You're going to have to play against some heroes. And they decide, you know, Bounty Hunter's been really good for them. It was one of the heroes that I think also utilizes Saksa's comms more than anything. It's kind of an underrated aspect of the hero, but you get to move around the map a lot and you're not really playing lanes. So you're a lot more in the mindset of like, how do I enable my team? How do I set things up? How do I actually make things happen? And Saksa is the guy to do that. He can talk, he can make sure his team is moving in the right places, finding those right moves in the early game.
Bounty Hunter really fits into what TI is so about in terms of we didn't really see him much during group stages. Everyone felt like they had an idea coming into the international, how it would play out, the heroes that people would prioritize. And we get to a main stage. We've seen him 7 times now, and he's won 6 of those on this stage. The fact that he's only lost 1, it's just a true testament to what this hero is able to do, but also a testament to the teams and the players that are able to get their hands on it.
Yeah. It takes people out of their comfort zone, and I think it's also an interesting risk Vision takes picking Nature's Prophet into it, because traditionally Bounty and Invis heroes that sneak around and set up on you, are pretty good against Nature's Prophet. He's TPing in random places and farming in corners, and if suddenly someone sees you, scouts you, gets sneaky wards on the sides of the map, while the team can, you know, set up on you and kill you, can have pressure coming through the gate. There's a lot of dynamics to this Bounty Hunter that are pretty good against Nature's Prophet.
And I think they try to match some of the dynamics that you talked about with Vision of their own in Slardar. He's one of the better heroes to play against Bounty Hunter, especially in team fights, and it amplifies a lot of Nature's Prophet's objective taking. Like, he will TP around early and get kills in towers, but when it comes to things like Tormentor and Roshan, he does need a little bit of an extra boost, and Vision feel very good about it after that game 1.
It's also a flex, so you don't have the easy counter pick. It could go mid or off lane, so when Yandex is coming up to the next core picks, well, you know Nature's Prophet is most likely to carry, but the Slardar, it could go either place, and so it's not as easy to just straight up one-to-one counter someone.
I also feel like this, I see the Vision, like for Team Vision, they're trying to build drafts where they amplify each other. You know, it's the idea of this like triple core is going to match up against whatever you present to us on Watson in the end. Slardar, amazing for that. He makes any hero on your team stronger. Everybody that's hitting one target are going to be stronger. And this whole concept that Yandex has been playing of this 4+1 ultimately just becomes weaker against that.
Yeah, I didn't think of it that way, but I think that is a great, very important idea. And I think the Tidehunter combats that a little bit, and now I can purge the Corrosive Haze. You're trying to focus one guy down at a time. Well, last game we saw everyone getting jumped. They don't have a hero that's okay being in the front line, and I think this is trying to rectify that. It's saying we want that ease of execution. We want this hero that can just waddle into the fight, a big watermelon, and you just can't crack his shell. Like, that is a very useful tool that makes it much easier to play.
And it's saying we want that team fight, right, which they very sorely lacked in that game 1. A team that actually did beat Satanic's Furion this tournament was Boom Boys. They were the only ones to do it, and they did it with Ember Marona. They did it with skirmish heroes. They had an Undying as well, but they just essentially kept running at Team Vision, even if the laning stage didn't go so well. They made it so that Nature's Prophet couldn't sit back and farm.
This was how Vision were beating our Nature's Prophet after like our TI win. They kept giving us Prophet, and we're like, oh, free win. Of course we'll take it. And then they would just keep bringing heroes into our lane and just delay that level 6 so much, never allow Mickey to just sit back and farm for a couple of minutes and just snowball the game that way. So it is a great strategy against Prophet. What I do find interesting here, though, is that Vision have a lot of options, right? You mentioned the flex between these two heroes. Prophet could even be a mid hero, and they look for something that actually cracks open the Tidehunter and opens that up too. So it's an early Tidehunter pick. You're assuming it's laning as Prophet. If it gets to be there, great. But Vision, they have options here.
Yeah, they do, and it's something you'll have to consider if you are Yandex. I'm sure they have. No one is a player that is very, very comfortable on carry heroes, range type dudes. He can play the sniper, he's played the Nature's Prophet in the past, so it is definitely not out of his wheelhouse. I don't think he'd be uncomfortable one bit. But I also like the Wyvern quite a bit against the Nature's Prophet and the Slaughter. It's more into, I really think they felt that in the last game. We're getting bursted and we can't do anything about it, and they're picking hero after hero that prevents that so that they don't lose in the same way. We've talked about running drafts back, and losing the same way feels very silly and sort of stupid, and I think in the same way losing to the similar type of gameplay, the same strengths and weaknesses in the draft can feel similar, and so I like that they've covered those over, and they're saying, let's play a different game. If you're going to beat us, you got to beat us in a different way.
Yeah, that's great. It's fundamentally different with the heroes that we're seeing, but it still feels like it's not enough oomph. Not enough skirmishing, not enough running at this Prophet and making him uncomfortable. Like, Tide is going to be farming for a while, Bounty Hunter will be providing vision, and Wyvern can counterplay a lot of teamfights, but there's not that hero yet that's going to set the pace for this game.
Yeah, essentially I feel like Yandex, that they've tried to like fix their team fight, they have this Bounty Hunter to play the map, and now we're looking for something, like as you mentioned, Mira, to provide damage, to provide ways for them to actually also kill their opponents.
And that's where the genius of Vision's draft comes in, where the hero that would do that can be countered by the Slardar mid. It's typically the spirits and the melee type heroes that CJ plays, right? Slardar lanes against them exceptionally if they flex it. And if they try to do it through Watts in the tempo setting, then you can run this Slardar plus Willow off lane, which is so hard to play into for Watson's hero pool.
Wow, very forgotten hero, I feel, in the last little bit. She did get that small change in a recent patch, and so some teams still favored her. There's still good situations for her, but seeing her here on the main stage finally.
It's a good mix, I think, of damage types, and it pairs well with Bounty Hunter. When you've got that hero, he kind of wants follow-up damage, oftentimes from a distance, because he's scouting people, he's finding a random guy. Okay, now Bounty sees them, and you throw globs, and this guy just dies. And on top of that, it's got a great lane against Slardar, and it's just a very solid laner in general, so if they do decide to put Slardar off lane and pick a new mid, well, it's very difficult to beat Snapfire in lane with pretty much anything, so you've got guaranteed a good start, you've got good synergy with your 4, which is one of the most important building blocks of, you know, sort of a draft in general, so I like this, and I think CJ is also very good at it.
Lots of damage as well versus Dark Willow, and we've seen 9 class be an absolute menace on it, and it also doesn't worry about Bramble Maze, which the Spirit heroes would have.
Sox has also been one of the few players that I've noticed on these like really, really early game rotations. Even at minute 4 sometimes, he can TP mid and try to like... We have an Ogre off.
Which one wins, left or right?
Left for sure.
I think left for sure.
Booked, yeah.
Somehow looks more lost than the actual Ogre.
No, but you have this cool thing that Soxa can do where he can TP mid very early on, maybe even at level, like minute 4, get cookied from Invis, and there's like, you don't even see it coming. So I really like this idea from Yandex. I think Soxa is very enabled in this game to be that shining star for his team.
Yeah, and they leave Watson for last pick, but they don't have the absolute last pick. So whatever Vision wants will be on the absolute last slot, which means that Watson may potentially be playing against a counter pick in lane. They do ban 2 mid heroes, so it seems like they think the Slaughter mid is too bad against Sapphire. It's going to be in the off lane, and that's what they're preparing for. That's what they're gearing towards. Sometimes people split their bans, but they're all in on, no, we think it's Slaughter off lane.
I think conceptually that's really smart, because like you decide to counter Slaughter on the mid lane, essentially telling your team that we're going to guarantee that it's in the off lane. And despite not having the absolute last pick of the draft, we now get to ban the 2 best matchups against the Snapfire mid and also get to counterpick the Slardar. So you're setting yourself up for a very strong situation despite the enemy team having a counterpick on you.
Yeah, it's solid ideas all around. I think so much of it will just come down to execution, though, and that you can pick great heroes. I think they had heroes that could do pretty well last game. They had a solid early game, but you have to stick to it. You have to keep that confidence, and that's where I look at last game and how it faltered a little bit. You talk backstage, you come back into this, you've got a good draft, you've set yourself up well, but you need to, the play does the talking at the end of the day, and I need to see that from them because it's not a game that you just waltz over. You'll never outdraft Vision so hard that you'll auto-win. They're just too good for that.
Yeah, they're definitely going to try, though, with their last pick here. And spending a little bit of time because Watson has definitely preferred the Kez and the Terrorblade have been taken out, but Watson's proficient on many different heroes. Is there something specific in a hero that we're looking for here?
Probably a melee hero, something that pushes waves. Generally, Wyvern wants to sit behind people, and so you want something that sort of enables that. Luna's an interesting one. It's great against Slardar and Willow because you naturally buy Manta. It's not a game where you want to BKB a lot. You want someone who can push the waves and also buy a Manta, a Pike, because it's, like I said, it's just not a great BKB game. You want to kite and be sort of fluid. And Luna is very, very cool and good at that. And it's while it may not be a melee hero, it pairs with Wyvern in that you're sort of a manly ranged here. You get in there a little bit. You don't have super range. And so I think it's a cool pick.
Yeah, this Luna is going to play a lot of tempo. To me, Yandex are saying, we think we played a strong early game, and we're just going to push our advantage. We're going to group up with our Luna and Tide. We're going to take objectives before you do, and we're not going to let you get to a point where Satanic carries this game. Because while Luna is amazing on lane and amazing at grouping up, eventually she will lose in scaling to Vision's profit.
Yeah, that's true. She does have a lot of armor that I like. It's a hero that buys items that naturally give you armor. I think Slardar, as a hero, needs to be able to kill stuff like they did in the last game. If things don't blow up to you, once stuff doesn't die to you instantly, it becomes a lot trickier to play. And I feel like this time around, when I look at Yandex's heroes, I feel like the team fighting is completely solved. And the more of the question is going to be, how do we address Yandex playing them out? Or sorry, Vision playing them out.
Yeah, Puck definitely adds to that. There is no way to kill this Puck in the early game. You kind of need to wait for a Hex almost. So it's going to be a game where Puck cannot die. You cannot really attack the mid lane anymore, and you're looking for plate moves elsewhere. You're getting farmed, and you're waiting for that Hex timing later on. And so the splitting from Vision, the Nature's Prophet, the Puck keeping around, like that is going to become the name of the game for the first, solid chunk of the game.
Puck has not had a great tournament, though. Like, this hero has failed to deliver on the main stage, and while it is exceptional in that there's no disable for it, it's also a hero that I'm only going to really care about in the late game, in that scaling. And again, the onus is on Yandex to just keep running at them, group up with their Tide and Luna, and take everything, and I think they can do it.
They definitely have very different tools than they did last time. This time around, I think teamfight is completely secured up, and the question is more going to be like, how are we going to be able to play the map? Are we going to get split pushed to death? And this is, again, ties back to what Puppy said. We can play both styles. We can play split push, we can play team fight, and we're going to prove it to you here.
Is there enough of Yandex's draft that could deal with both those elements? Because you're saying they've really corrected on the team fight, but have they overcorrected in your eyes?
I think there might be risk for that, yes. But to be honest, when you get this deep into TI, these players are so good, and they're able to find ways to utilize heroes in ways that you wouldn't expect, that I wouldn't be willing to bet anything on it. So yeah.
Yeah, honestly, I would back Yandex, and if I look at this draft compared to the last one, I think this is much more comfortable for them. It's much easier. I think their players are better suited to this, and like when you go deep in a TI bracket, being able to fight. Puppy talked about it, we talked about it. Just being able to fight, like sure, they can split push you, but you can't split push to win anymore. It's not TI3, it's TI15. Dota's a different game, and at some point, you gotta knock heads and fight a little bit, and I think Yandex is very well suited to do that.
We'll see if Yandex are suited to do that. If they're able to get the game number 2, we would love to see a game 3, but of course, everything plays out here in this best of 3. We do have Tsunami joined with Yandex's coach.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm joined by Excel, where I had some questions about your mid lane decisions. So we see Slardar get picked. You guys seemed confident it was not going to be a mid lane. You banned out Lina and Invoker in the final phase. If they did pivot the Slardar mid, would that have caused any issues for you?
I mean, I don't think it would be causing any issues because Snapfire is really good against Slardar in mid, and it would be like rough for him to play the game.
And then whenever no one ends up getting the Puck, you guys don't have many solutions to a Puck, but Puck seems to be doing very bad this tournament, like 27% win rate. No one's already lost with it twice. So Are you worried that you don't have any counters for Puck, or it's just not a good hero?
I mean, it's kind of a free Puck game, I would say. But yeah, just like you said, this hero seems to be successing too much, and I think it's also like very harmless last pick we could get. Like we don't get like stomped on lanes or anything, and yeah, kind of chill.
And then how about your mid lane with the Snapfire pick? We haven't really seen it too much on playoffs. It seemed like more of a group stage flavor. Why'd you decide to bring it back?
I mean, it's good against their suppers and gives us very strong early game with tight counters, so looks pretty good as a blind pick. So, yeah.
Perfect. Well, let's see if that works out. Excel, good luck in this game number 2 as we send it to our casters.
Thank you very much there, Excel and Tsunami. Game 2 time, ladies and gentlemen, here. We're going to find out if Team Vision's going to be able to make that move to the grand finals with a clean 2-0. If Yandex is going to have something to say about it in this game 2. They've decided to rally around a Luna draft, something a bit different. You know, we're not seeing a lot of lineups trying to go around the Luna. But then that last pick, of course, from Vision, as was discussed there, it is this Puck.
Pretty
and
free.
This hero, as you say, it on paper looks like a free Puck game, but Puck just hasn't been winning.
Nope, not even no one, right? I believe that they're saying 2 losses for him on this hero as well, too, but playing into some pretty limited catch and disable this time around. Bounty, I think one thing that people maybe, you know, you have to consider sometimes too, they were mentioning a little bit on the panel, is this Invis Bounty with the Snapfire. There is this tricky little plays you can do with the Shadow Walk with the stuns. It's a bit hard to execute sometimes, but I can see them tripping up something like the Puck a couple times here for no one. So I think that's the main thing to look at for me, is the Bounty Hunter. You know, there's so many other things. Yes, the Luna is interesting, all this team fight, but it's a Saksa Bounty Hunter. He has won, I want to say every single game on it throughout this tournament, at least in the main stage. He has been literally the one that's deciding and making so much space.
Yeah,
so
because I feel like if you were going to say, right, we need Saksa to do the most he can in the first 10 minutes of this game, would Bounty Hunter be the top hero for that?
I think so. I mean, it's hard to say because Saksa's had some pretty explosive first 10 minutes on a lot of heroes, but this is a different beast, and it gives you so much information when a team is looking to play this more 4v5 kind of style, have another one TP in afterwards to get some kills. So really curious to see how much Saksa is going to be able to do in this game. And have to talk about the team fight as well, too. They did talk about on panel. This time, Yandex, they double and triple down this time to have that, you know, a bit of a better way to be able to fight into Vision, even if they do fall behind.
Can certainly use some of Team Vision's powers against them. They get the positioning for a good curse.
Good curse can be very strong. Good Ravage, the kisses as well, too. I feel like Chira on this one feels a little bit safer for him in particular, too, in comparison to the Lina. I'm not sure. That one just felt really rough really quickly for him. No one will juke the first cookie. Does eat a blast, though, and he's taking a big beating in the mid lane. And no one, uphill miss, he'll be okay, but my goodness, takes a ton of damage there from Chira.
And how is this matchup? Is it meant to be a bit of a tough one for the Puck early on?
Yep, definitely a bit of a tough one. We'll start to recover, but Snapfire has an 11 base damage advantage or so, has easier ways to play.
Stop! They're going to get him. They've got the damage to kill off 9 class before he's successful with that TP. So first blood coming in for Yandex.
I'm happy to see Luna, too. I'm unsure how strong the hero is in particular overall, especially versus Nature's Prophet. That one I'm going to have to see later down the lines because it doesn't sound too great on paper. The Treants are good versus the Eclipse. The distancing with the Nature's Prophet is good versus the Luna, so we'll have to see. But I'm glad that they're trying something a bit new here because Watson, a lot of his heroes were banned. So looking for an extra option to be able to fight early and perhaps get that early advantage that we do want to see them get in this game. I want to see them getting that early advantage, getting objectives, getting buildings, and Luna has traditionally been one of the better ones to do that, like a Terrorblade style, but not as reliant on the Metamorphosis.
Satanic. Kind of low here. Thanks is going to be able to get the chance to get in on top of him, but Satanic keeping his cool. Only down to the Fairy Fire.
He is being brought very low, though. He's sticking around. Treants are at the ready. He's just going to TP back and come back afterwards. This Tide pick, too, something to talk about versus the Nature's Prophet. Very solid lane, right? Always able to anchor smash the Treants, can just kind of stand there. And this might have been one of the better heroes I've seen for DM in this tournament as well. So he's had a lot of good ones, but some of his Tide performances have been really nice. He's been a rock for the team. See if he can continue to endure this pressure versus the Treants. As long as he gets the anchor smashed on them, he should be all right. But Satanic, very unlikely to be pressured down here in the lane versus this double melee. Gonna have that free farm, gonna be able to TP and perhaps join with his allies on these other sides.
Yeah, the lane itself feeling like very similar sort of vibes as last game, right? Whether it be the Lone Druid or the Nature's Prophet. those extra units, you're going to have a good time in the CS regardless of what they've got against you.
Something for Yandex, a lot of times I've seen them have success is because of how much DM and Saksa gets out of lane of just outplaying in the lane, right? I don't think I've seen Ducalis and Satanic lose a single safe lane in this tournament. I mean, I could be lying, but I feel like I've seen them win 90% of them at least. So that's going to be definitely slow down the potential that Saksa can do on this Bounty Hunter as well, too. If you can't slow down the NP, your movements don't connect, could be problematic very quickly. We'll find a courier. Extra bit of money.
Mid lane, Chiro Jr. continuing to have that little bit of an edge here against no one.
A couple extra denies coming into play here. Top lane. Malady. TP's coming forward. Satanic's getting involved, looking for Watson as well too. Saksa will come in, but
not a lot you can do.
No.
Just got to sit back and watch Malady get taken down by the rotation of Satanic.
This is always the concern when you're playing versus that NP early. He's free farming in lane, and he can sandwich onto these ranged turret heroes very successfully. It's been one of the best answers versus a lot of these ranged turrets. Saksa is
can mess with him a little bit. Watson's coming over to see if they can get a chance to take him down.
It's very good damage.
He's going to sprout, but he kind of sprouts himself up close to the Luna. So Watson, he'll take that, able to kill Satanic off.
Saksa, we said he has to be that clutch factor for the team coming into play. Really bullying that Nature's Prophet rotation there. Great patience from him.
Any slowdown they can get against Satanic, it's going to feel pretty good, especially after a game where they could barely touch him at all.
Oh, absolutely. And it's not just the Nature's Prophet this game, right, too? He's going to have this Bloodlust maxed very early on. Ducalis will get a decent amount of levels because this rotation and Satanic doesn't come back. He's actually higher level than his Nature's Prophet now because of that. Kind of funny, but that does mean that he's going to have this high-level Bloodlust very early on for two really good Bloodlust targets, too, right? It's the Slardar and the Nature's Prophet. Even Puck's is pretty decent, too. It's actually 3. Speaking of the Puck, though, no one.
Scatterblast is going to miss, but doesn't matter. The Shadow Walk hit into the Kisses will do it.
I think the Shadow Walk is going to be a bit tricky for the Puck in a lot of situations. Saksa very good at using the double Shadow Walk to get that extra stun as well, too, as we've seen multiple times in his games.
Saksa.
And for more.
Ready to dive in a little bit for 9 class. Chiro Jr. stepping up. Doesn't want to look the combo yet. Scatterclap still on cooldown.
Rambles will not connect. Quite off the mark there. I think they would have TP'd the Nature's Prophet if they do connect it there to go for that kill. Won't be able to punish the movement. No one, still not quite level 6. Chiro now having an edge.
Definitely getting the feeling already that Sax is going to be able to be much more annoying here in this game too.
Already feeling much more than he did in that last time on the Hoodwink in this early game.
For space, it's going to be there for Satanic. Sax is sort of making these moves up and down the map.
Another move noticed, will just get poked, won't be able to commit for him. But Watson, he is getting that free farm this game. Last time he was slowed down a little bit on the Terror Blade in terms of the laning phase, did end up having a very successful farm afterwards, but this time, getting enabled nicely from Saksa. They can leave DM on an island, similar to that Centaur as well too, so yeah, I feel like a lot of the game, it's eyes on Saksa. How much can he get? How many couriers? How many times is he going to be able to shut down no one and give the information?
Further information being given to Carlos is going to start laying down the sentries, wants to try and put a stop to Saksa being able to just find this freedom across the map.
It's very pesky. Power Rune, 10 seconds. Finding another courier. All these add up, that extra bit of gold. 250 each time for the team. And Chiro will get the bottle too. So it does have the illusion to look for the aggressive play. The reason I like this Snapfire a bit more than the Lina is just because you can play safer from distance versus some of these turret heroes. While the Lina, kind of put yourself at risks in a lot of times. So I want to see how much more success Chiro has in this game as the Snapfire.
Definitely looks to be much more potential and more of a struggle for no one. Again, if just anything, because Puck just has not been doing well. I mean, why do you think that is? You know, why has Puck got such an abysmal win rate this international?
Probably because a lot of these heroes counter him so hard right now, very popular ones. The spirits are, the two popular spirits in particular, right? The Earth Spirit and the Ember are very good versus the Puck as we've seen, so I think that's one of the things for me. But the hero has gotten nerfed as well too, right? That orb cooldown, even though it's 1 second, it hurts. You definitely do feel it when you play it. Teams have also just gotten overall, I feel like, better at playing against it, knowing how to punish it. The scaling from the hero also has, again, been nerfed, right? That 25 talent for some time hasn't existed anymore. It's just harder to make it work in a lot of situations. Some of these other mid heroes, they're just better. They've gotten buffs, this hero's gotten nerfed. Bottom tower, this cheer of rotation, very successful. We'll be able to get the entirety of the tower here for DM.
Sultan not interested in turning up for any sort of tower defense right now.
Top lane, they want to slow down Noticed. He's getting a bit more than I think they want here. Chira,
they've got the combo. Set a bit with the Shadow Wall, loose the beats, keep them out in the kisses.
Done. Saksa giving the information for the team, and Chira with a quick TP over can get the setup. Chira also this time switching the build up, at least from last time when he's on the Lina. Gonna go for the blink to be able to close that gap, to be more aggressive. On the Lina, he just went for the boots travel.
Any sort of gap close against Sultan, it's going to be feeling pretty good early this game.
Yeah, the early burst can be super nice, because Nature's Prophet early can be a bit fragile. Saksa.
The cold embrace. Unlikely to be able to walk away from this one. This Team Vision will finally be able to take Saksa off the map. Being quite annoying for them.
I like this move top in particular. I really like from Yandex, because last game I feel like they gave Notice too much. He still is getting a lot on this Slardar, but last game he was almost getting the Blink Dagger now at this point, and it felt like it was a crucial timing that Vision was able to play around. So slowing down this Slardar can be very important, because he really is that big playmaker for the team, closing the gap versus the Luna, closing the gap versus that Snapfire. So if they can stall out Notice the Blink Dagger, that can be very good for their mid-game timings, because it's a very strong mid-game draft this time from Yandex to force these buildings, force the team fights. Saksa continuing to scout things out, is under some sentry wards here, might just get picked off. We'll dodge the brambles, he's way too fast.
I mean,
JK.
he's so speedy, right, as this bounty hunter.
Yep.
In the river there, going over 600 move speed.
2K lead for the side of Yandex, similar to last time, but I would say, I like the way that they can team fight quite a bit more this time around, forcing the issue, taking these objectives. Something I do want to see them do as well is take those objectives. I feel like last game they had a window where they perhaps could have tried to force a Roche with the Terrorblade advantage, with the Undying. They just hemorrhaged so many kills so fast around that 20-minute mark. 9 class. Shadow Realm off, they'll be fine.
Bottom lane DM, it's going to be feeling pretty untouchable at this point.
Yep, occupying the area. His hero this game overall, right? Not much kill threat onto him until the later stages. It's going to be very survivable versus the just the limited burst damage that they do really have for him.
When you sort of hear that there is limited burst in play, I mean, I think it leans more towards why they felt happy to get the Luna this game, right?
I think so.
If you're not 100-0ing the Luna, there's good sort of team fight potential for Watson to get a lot done.
And it's a very good Cold Embrace game, right? When you look at it, yes, there's going to be some damage from the Puck and the Willow, but those heroes have to get on top of you in order to do that damage. So yeah, Malady, I feel like he can do a lot this game as this Winter Wyvern, just preventing some of that aggression to come onto his Luna, either from Cold Embrace or from Curse, to prevent the Slardar from getting that connection. Because the real threat, the big threat for Watson, is that Slardar getting on top of him in the early game. Later stages, sure, Nature's Prophet turreting on top of him can be an issue. Blink, done for Chira. I want to see them be aggressive. See if Saksa can give the information for him to try to find one of these 4 kills.
I mean, we did see, obviously, last game, the early game, also looked pretty nice for Yandex.
I don't want them to slow down in this game. I want them to keep that aggression going, because already I'm seeing Chira. He's actually behind in net worth versus no one now at this point. No one's just maximizing the farm. Saksa will be able to get some scouting information. Noticed is actually aware of the courier here, trying to sneak it away from Saksa.
Oh, and I tell you what, he's a step ahead. I think he's going to be fine with this. Out of the side of the... Oh, maybe not. Okay, Saksa, with the persistence, will still succeed, despite Notice's best efforts there to try and keep that courier away.
How annoying. And he's actually scouting also that Noticed has the Blink Dagger finished up, so very nice moves from Saksa, giving great information for the team. He knows that the Slardar's not making an aggressive move. They can play chill across the map because of that now. said, a lot of this game is going to be eyes on Saksa, how much information he gives.
So far, it's been a lot. Doing everything that we saw him do before when he's been getting his hands on the bounty hunters.
He is very annoying. He's sticking around here. Potentially even looking for if he can go for a wisdom steal as well, too. The game is very slow paced.
Okay, he's not going to get this very likely here with 9 class and noticed around. Time to let that be here for Vision.
They seem to know that he's still lingering in this area here. They're not really overreacting on the side of Vision either. They're content just hitting the creeps. They do know how hard their lineup scales when you do look at it on paper.
No, he's around, noticed.
Oh, this time they'll find him.
He's going to have his eyes on him. Saxa, best he could do is try and make them work.
He got the courier.
And I tell you what, on top of that, indeed, getting another courier. Honestly, he'll take that.
9 class, that was a little lazy by him. He should have been able to move that one there, but either way, Saksa, he'll be happy to take that one. Watson, that farm pace, it's looking pretty solid this time around.
It's looking pretty crazy. This is some pretty insane numbers early on here from Watson on the Luna.
I want to see, like, when Manta comes out, I actually want to see Watson play aggressive. We did see him on the Terrorblade last game, even before the Manta was done, him getting involved. I want to see similar case this game on him. I don't want them to slow down too much versus this Vision draft. If Vision's just able to sit back, get their timings, we know how good this team is at taking their fights.
I mean, here's the Blink Dagger reveal, though. They're going to make a move straight away with the smoke towards Watson. Would be a huge kill to find if they can make the jump.
They seem to know exactly where he is. Is Watson going to see this?
He's tempted to stick around for the camp.
It's got Manta. He looks like he's in a safe position enough now.
Yeah, he should be. Same time, Shiro Jr. able to take down Ducalis on the other side of the map, so Yandex a step ahead, not to get caught out there by Vision's attempt to make a play around the Blink reveal.
Pretty much perfect timing for Watson to get the Manta done, too. If he didn't have it there, they might just go for the full chase forward, but not able to get the gap closed. Nighttime as well. Luna, very good at nighttime, able to see these smoke movements. Malady, getting baited.
They're going to have the Brambles into the fair. Satanic, he'll TP over to be a bit of the action. Cold Embrace, do nothing against the Nature's Wrath of Satanic.
Tower time. They've stalled this tower push a lot, though, on the side of Yandex. The fact that it's 16 minutes in and Vision hasn't been able to claim this tower is a pretty big deal for them. Mid now, DM just going to rotate over, has the Consecrated Wrath, he's feeling safe.
And got a Blink Dagger on the courier.
He does.
So they can take the tier 1 out. And as you can see with Watson's position already moving over to Team Vision's half of the map to find the farm in their jungle, they could group up and try and do something around a Blink Ravage.
I like, the double Blink Daggers, right? Snapfire having it, the Tide having it too. Not easy for Satanic to just walk and join into a fight. He could just die to the magical.
Yeah, this is where Vision are going to be at their weakest this game. So Yandex, they have to try and hit them as much as they can.
Catch.
Cookie connection. He'll get the Shadow Realm off. Shouldn't matter. 9 class taken down. Track kill here for Yandex.
Keep accelerating things. Keep looking for all these kills. If they can get a big core kill, that's the immediate call I want to see them try for a Roshan. Even though their lineup isn't the absolute...
And they might find another here. Eyes on Ducalis. Another track kill coming in for Yandex. It's all going to add up.
And nothing committed. No big spells used. Just small little pickoffs.
They'll look for the dive, but it is under a tier 2. They've got the silence to make sure there's no Cold Embrace or Curse coming in, but can they get back out of this? The track's out to no one. Further TP's coming in.
They close the gap onto no one. The blink is there from DM. No one, he baits them.
He tries to fake them out with the orb, but with the track persisting, they know exactly where he stands. No one, he's going down. Yandex getting to do exactly what they'd hoped to here in the early game.
Saksa always in the right place at the right time, just getting that little Shadow Walk stun. It is enough to trip up no one. Another death for him. Watson getting that freedom, getting that farm going for himself. I want to see what ability goes for, too. I think it'll just be the standard, right? Just going to go for the Pike. Butterfly BKB kind of style here. But Watson sometimes does throw a little bit of a wrench into the works in some of his builds, so I'm wondering if he is going to deviate from the norm.
River. We'll catch Saxera. Watson's heading over towards them. Do have the curse, and very early timings on these blinks. 18 minutes in.
Wyvern as well.
Yeah, the triple blink dagger online here for Yandex. So very much going for those early plays, those early team fights, as was to be expected here with this draft.
And playing versus the Nature's Prophet, right? A hero that does not like to get gap closed early on. Satanic is in jeopardy of just getting burst early, but Shira...
They're trying to dive him in the mid, and they'll
already
He's going to come in with a counter play, comes in with a Ravage, catches notice. They'll get a trade.
is a Ravage, though. Having to be expended there to get the kill on that Sultan, and they did already lose Chira. Can they get more?
Here comes out. He's going to push back Watson, but Saxa and Malady will still closing on to Carlis.
They can.
Sells more and more of these track kills.
This time, DM is having a much better game. Last time, he was already starting to be pretty slowed down, it felt like. This time, I'm really liking the way that he's built the wraps into the blink, going for the Aghanims next. He buys a shard in between. This shard can be very annoying for the Slardar in particular in the early game. If Notice just jumps in, can't just get stuck in the fights, can't just get blown up. They're going to need early BKBs on the side of Vision. Similar to last time, at least the Slardar will. We'll see how much Satanic wants to delay him.
He wants to go aggressive. Get the Silver Edge online after the Mjolnir Dragon Lance. At least that's what he's got queued up for now.
Okay. It is into track, so they will be able to see him in some situations versus that Shadow Blade, but does look like he wants to go for that aggression and split push. 7-10. 4K lead at the moment for Yandex. 9 class. Gets the destroy.
Cookie not going to quite reach the distance of 9 class, and TP backups come in.
And that's he disjoints the anchor there. The jump back now.
Yeah, he's able to find the 2 squishies. Gets straight on top of Chira Jr. and Saxa. Very quick with the counterplay there. Yandex coming a little too close to the tier 2 on that one.
That was dangerous for Chira. Last game, he did fall off super hard when he did have 1 or 2 of these deaths like that. This one is reminiscent of the one on the lead-up.
It's true. He's already at the bottom of the course on the net worth.
Don't want to see him making too many more of these mistakes. We're already seeing the gold start to shift. 9 class, and he gets the Shadow Realm as the animation of the anchor is coming in, so dodges the dead in the water. Causes that entirely to happen there. That was a very painful death for Chira, losing so much momentum. He had just picked up the boots to travel to, didn't have them on him just yet. Gonna slow his game down massively. For no one, he has died twice, but this is a puck game where there's so little disables, then it can get to a point now that he has the blink that he can be safe. Wondering if DM switches build, because I know he had Ags queued. He's got Shiva's queued now, but there's arguments for an early Hex for him. It doesn't sound like there's something you want to always do, but versus the puck, could be something maybe he accelerates into the build as well. Because then no one's game is super hard. Very hard for him to protect himself until he gets an A on disc. So
that's fair. But I mean, the Shiva's does feel just so
It does. It absolutely does versus the Slardar.
Nature's Prophet Slardar adds an extra element onto the team fight. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him consider it after. Satanic!
Jump!
Gonna be an easy jump. DM just goes straight for it, drops the Ravage. That's the carry gone. A little bit of a surprise there for Satanic. He did not expect that one bit, but underneath that tier 1 on the top lane, honestly, one of the riskier positions I feel like I've seen Satanic in.
There. Yeah, I'm surprised he was actually farming there. They'll punch him. Can they go for the roast threat? It's only 30 seconds when without Ravage, maybe they're thinking they can't just force it.
Maybe just sort of a moment of a lack of focus there, getting caught out in a very unsatanic sort of way.
He better go BKB as that next item, though, after the Silver Edge. I'm seeing he just switches and queues it up. Definitely needs it this game versus the Tide, versus the Snap. We'll just die to the magical damage.
Andex keeping on this good trajectory with Watson in prime position, ready to go for the butterfly next.
He's keeping himself ahead in pace over Satanic pretty decently here. He's queuing a couple different items. I also want to still see him get the...
That's true.
I want either...
BKB.
Yeah, I want BKB Butterfly in particular. That's what I want to see from Watson this game. It feels like it answers a lot of what they're playing against. Saxa...
He's got friends. Not really a whole lot the Vision can do on the aggressive here. I mean, it looks like they're looking at some sort of chance.
Noticed in the back lines. Very sneaky
Maybe
positioning.
if they can get the jump on a Malady. Two-man crush will give them a pretty good shot, but is it good enough? Yes, with the Nature's Wrath it is. They're able to take out the 2 supports, get the sprout on a Chira. The backup collapses him very quickly this time from Vision.
And there's nothing you can do to predict that. Notice just comes out of nowhere and actually able to set up for the Tormentor, something we almost never see Vision do in this tournament, but it's so natural for them this game. They just progress right into it.
And that was very nicely done there by Vision. Yandex, they were not expecting for that sort of jump in to come in as quickly as it did. And for Vision to just be able to turn up like that.
Chira's falling behind so hard, Owen. concerns for him. Even though Watson's having this explosive game again, the snaps game just has fallen off a cliff.
It is looking like Watson's going to have to carry pretty hard. You know, sort of between Watson and the ravages of DM.
And Watson will be able to find a snag here onto Ducalis. Can he get more?
Gonna try. Satanic already sneaking away with the Shadow Blade.
Okay.
Down to just get that delivered. It's gonna save his life.
I think this is a game where Watson can't make any mistakes.
And he has
played this perfect, and he has so far.
He has kind of hyper carried games before. Right?
Sure has.
He has done so here on the main stage. Can he do it here with his Luna?
Got BKB. I don't want them to stall too long for him, because the matchup of the Luna versus the Nature's Prophet,
gets harder.
It does get harder and harder as the game progresses.
Especially because this Nature's Prophet has a Slardar and an
a
Ogre.
Bloodlust.
You know, they've got all these ways to sort of enable the Nature's Prophet and make sure that the matchup goes even more favorably for him in those team fights. So, definitely on a bit of a timer here. Yandex
Silver Edge.
at the bottom. They're going to make the jump on a DM indeed with the break from Satanic. They take DM down easily.
Big
the
brain.
team around Watson, they are starting to crumble. Everything might just have to look towards this Luna.
I mean, this Silver Edge is such a big brain pickup, right? Sure, it sounds kind of obvious when you're playing versus the Tidehunter, but DM in particular, this game has no threat until that Silver Edge comes out, and that's exactly the kill they need to open things up massively, because this is a Tide who has Ravage. They're able to just kill him and reset without any too much of big commitment here. No one now also, he has the Aeon Disc already finished up. He's 3,000 ahead of Chira Jr. now at this point, so even if a Hex does come out, he'll have that protection for the next move. Early days, even though it's only a 1K lead, but Vision very good at playing with just even that small lead, knowing exactly how to play around the map.
It's sort of what happened before in game one, right? Yandex, they were allowed to kind of get this 4 or 5K lead. Similar things happening here in game two. But when it started to slip away, they never were able to reclaim control of that.
Have to start to get Chira back into this game somehow. He can't die before he gets his next BKB. They're going to smoke him, but it's under a ward, and it does get seen.
And as you say, it is that risk because it is before he has the BKB done.
And look at No One. Blinks in, breaks the smoke. He's got the Aeon Disc anyway, so even if he does get caught, was safe. And they don't even know where it came from. Like, wait, where the hell did he break the smoke? Because he did that fancy orbed backwards, blinked on top of them. And look at Satanic. I've seen him do this many times when he's playing as Nature's Prophet also. Look at the trees on the map. 1, 2, 3, 4 clamps were just 4 camps were just blocked by him. So preventing that extra farm for Watson.
Let him go for the jump hit. Towards 9 class. He'll make them work for it with the Yules. Won't be able to get the fear off. They take 9 class out. Ideally, they need to try and find a way to bring this team fight to Satanic.
Yeah, I mean, for Yandex, they need to get a kill into just leading them into a Roche, ideally, to get that advantage back into their favor. Gem now picked up for Ducalis after having his Midas picked up. He's starting to farm, starting to be able to hit these creeps. Yeah, watch the Treants. So watch what Satanic does with them. Sending 1 to the Ancients, 1 to the hard camp. I believe he's going to be able to block at least 2 of the camps here. But this is so annoying. He does this every game when he plays the Nature's Prophet, preventing that extra farm.
So, Sax has been found.
Oh, this is dangerous days. The Bloodlust is so good on these the cores.
It really is.
And Chira, is he about to get soloed by Satanic?
I think he might be. This TP is not going to do him any good. No one comes in to borrow the kill. Satanic will give him a tip for that. Excuse me.
He's like, that's my solo kill. Uh-oh, and this Snapfire, it's truly falling off a cliff here. Yandex not able to find a position where they can force a big kill, get that Roche, get the advantage going for themselves. It looks like they're starting to feel that pressure.
They are. I mean, as we keep saying, Watson's going to have to do something insane.
Watson.
He is going to have to do some of the biggest carrying that he's done in this tournament to try and get Yandex through this game 2 and try and force a game 3.
Butterfly timing is going to be the big one for him, but notice now he has a full nullifier as well, too, for these aggressive plays. Chira does at least have the BKB finished up now, but yeah, it's come out pretty late, and yeah, the tip comes out because this is just blocking the camp.
I was going to say, even then,
he's blocking everything.
He nearly was able to clear them out so he could get the Ancient camp, but still not quite able to fully unblock it. I think even himself having to
Maybe being sort of found in position on top of it whilst it's Kimi last Korean.
There was
very annoying stuff here for Watson.
I mean, there was multiple games I've watched from Satanic where he literally just blocking 4 or 5 camps at a time. It's super annoying to play against. Because, Watson, he had the edge of this extra farm over him, but now it's starting to close that gap with these little extra moves and just the map shrinking for Watson in particular. When he's got Butterfly, they better go for a fight on
I would imagine so, right?
I would imagine they have.
Because they have the team fight. They have this Ravage.
They do.
Curse. Getting, just buying time to get the Luna in position.
It's just Chira's fallen. He's level 16. He actually doesn't even have the BKB and I thought he did have it on the Courier. It's still not even finished for him.
And that death slowed him down a little bit extra.
And no one is level 20 with a full Parasma with the Aeon Disc too, so he's got the protection. His damage is high now at this point. And just the lack of disables for him is going to be apparent. If Soxa can force something here. He's got Blink up.
DM.
Oop, the orb a little early.
They're going to go for the curse.
Might be able to get him. He's got Aeon Disc though.
Let's have a look. They get popped. Dakalis dying to the kisses. The orb's back up though. No one should. Oh, no, it's
nope,
not by the anchor. All right, DM
That's
able to fully lock him down. Not a bad move at all there. Very nicely done. Gem secured.
A bit of a slip up there from no one. The jaunt only a few, just a small little jump there. Is that the option for them to go for this Roshan? I think you go. On Yandex, I think you want to just immediately run to this Roshan, try to get that advantage building for yourself out of this kill. The biggest kill they found in the last 5 minutes or so.
I mean, the thing is they can also obviously push objectives first.
Oh, the Rosh is shifting. Sorry. So they're going to have to wait for it anyway. They're going to push first and then perhaps back up, but the puck's going to be back in time.
Yeah, I mean, they kill it pretty quickly, but maybe not quick enough to try and force it in that window. We'll see what move they want to try.
Playing around Watson with this Butterfly, though. Getting that tier 2. They've got a Solar Crest to buff him up to. I like this formality this game. One side's got a Bloodlust. You got to be able to counteract it somehow. 20 seconds, no puck. Do they start to force it? They're going to smoke instead. Look to catch him off guard again. His Aeon Disc, it will be back up pretty much when he is back up. But perhaps trying to catch Vision off guard here with this movement.
So, yeah, still have the Ravage and the Eclipse.
Treants being sent to scout. He was expecting that Roche. Can't get the catch. Roche on time. He's going to be scouted though.
Yeah, despite the fact that Mechanic had the info with the Treant in there.
Watson kills it so fast and super safe. Will lose 0 HP.
I mean, it looks like they're not making any initial moves over here, so Yandex may just be allowed to claim this Roshan for free.
This is really nice. Getting the gem, taking that away from no one, getting a Roshan. Soxa will end up surviving.
He's going to be fine. Yeah, Notice doesn't want to stick around too long to try for a bounty kill.
Notice?
Because he knows he might not have a chance of getting out. Has to put the BKB to try and run.
He's still being chased, though.
They're going to continue to chase him. He's going to try and turn and take the anchor out. The BKB is about to come to an end, and nobody's coming to save him. Notice gone.
Great kills. Another track, too.
And now, Aegis on the Luna. Watson ready to, I would imagine, lead the charge, try and take some tier 2s. Maybe even try and pressure for more around the ultimates.
He's close to Satanic. He pretty much has it done, actually. Continuing to get that scaling, and Chira now starting to catch back up here at this point as well. And the Snapfire does have a plate mail. They give him the gem, so he's protected to check out these wards.
At the end of the day, as long as he's able to sit back and get those kisses out to follow up the Ravage or the Curse, he's still going to be able to do his job.
Keeping this one much closer than that last game.
They really are.
Rallied around Watson. That is the Satanic finished up, so he is having a bit of that edge over Satanic, a full item here. Satanic has to go for the MKB, so we'll take him a little more time to be able to get that Satanic himself versus the Luna. Chira with the BKB.
Yeah, very quick with the BKB TP there. No messing around for Chira.
Important that he survives too, because he does have that gem. If he gets brought down, can be dangerous in terms of map control for the next few moments. Teams matching each other with the moves. Blink on Dakalis. He's the one queuing up the Hex himself. Very powerful timing when it does come out. It will take a long time though. Let's see how much Yandex can get done. With this Aegis still
They want
3
to do as
minutes
much
on
as
it.
They can at least, yeah.
Get the tier 2s, all of them.
Top lane. Cannot afford to slow down. Titanic. Still a few thousand behind that of Watson.
Soxa is limiting the map a bit for Satanic to play in his usual places, though. That is the thing that this bounty always does in these games. This invisible impact that we talk about is it's not safe to go for these very aggressive, like usually that would be safe positions for you to farm in. This bounty is running around looking for somebody. If he does find Satanic even once in a wrong position, could just kill him. And speaking of Satanic, he's actually really looking for something here onto Chira. Noticed is in the area. They're going to show himself. He's not. And that's what Shiva's done. So decent recovery here for Chira after a bit of a slowdown for him. He's going to have that extra armor. Bigger globs too, but the smoke vision, they're also keen to fight now. Into this Aegis still for 2 minutes. See how they want to approach it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower.
How much do they want to try and push this high ground?
I think he's going to at least poke. He has 2 minutes on this Aegis here.
I mean, just see what sort of happens. One. Step back here away. They get the break. The DM's getting focused down here by the damage of Satanic. He's dead on the high ground.
He doesn't respect the Silver Edge at all.
It destroys him.
Oh, that was a very over-aggressive
Satanic, he's ready to try and push on for more. They look towards Watson. The curse comes in. Will lock down the 3 of them. Keeps Watson alive a little longer here on this first life still. The Aegis will get taken away from him. Round
buyback.
2.
DM comes back with the buyback.
They haven't got any control for no one. No one's going to be able to orb away back to safety. Comes up to the high ground here with the Waning Rift. DM did buy back for this short notice. Is dead for 80. Do Yandex still want to try and push the high ground though without the Aegis?
They do because the BKB is on cooldown for Satanic. They're trying to force things because they have Ravage still.
True. DM has to be careful, but at the same time, if he sees the chance to get him with the Ravage, he will go for it.
They can't just full commit onto Satanic because he doesn't have the BKB if they do see an opportunity.
He's so careful about how he shows himself. Watson. The barracks, Chira Jr. with the jump, they get the full combo on Wolves 9 class, that's the Dark Willow gone!
Nicely done. This looks like it should be that Rax cleanup.
They're getting the objectives here, Yandex. The full set, taken away top, they swing over to the mid. Satanic, he'll show himself, and there's the counterplay, DM's in with the Ravage, but where's the follow-up?
There's no one with him!
In on him, and now the 5 blast down on the DM, they'll try and cook him back to safety. Watson attempts to step away with the Eclipse, but 9 class has the control with the Yules. Watson starting to back away, pops the Manta and runs. Notice, in with the crush, with the fear. Catch anyone immediately. DM goes for the ghost.
Satanic, right in the middle of the wall.
Just turns over towards him. He's dead. They killed Satanic off.
They have vision on him there. He just TP's right in the middle of it.
Very aggressive move there from Satanic.
He didn't have. If he had BKB ready, I could see why he would do that.
It was
but
still cooled out for like 15 seconds.
They're making them feel desperate at that TP forward.
You cannot TP up this close and personal to the Luna. Watson's just going to be able to turn and destroy you. They used, 2 buybacks as well there.
They did.
On Team Vision.
But
they do not get a whole lot at all. They lose the full set of racks top. And Yandex, they even look at a strike again. Saxa, Chira Jr. seeing if they can find anyone out on their own.
DM's buyback ends up being pretty beautiful there because they get a full Rax advantage because of it there. Satanic, a rare, just full TP forward.
A very, very risky play. He did not have the BKB backup. TP's into the middle of the fight under the assumption that that sort of position, I guess he felt that maybe they wouldn't have the full vision on him or something, but I don't know, that's maybe the pressure getting to him a little bit in this game as Team Vision, they're getting tested a bit.
Smoke up, 25 seconds until he does respawn. There is no Aegis now for Watson. Scouting out DM. 9K lead now for the side of Yandex.
They're feeling very good right now, Yandex, but of course, as they know, against Team Vision, still far from over.
Watson now has hit the level 25. His damage is really starting to increase, and I believe he does also have the full data list now for the next fight. Satanic might not be able to stand his ground versus him.
They're going to kill him so quickly.
He's almost 2 items behind now versus this Luna.
Yeah. Watson, as we said, he had to come into this game very clearly coming into the mid-game. You know, it needed to be flawless from Watson, and so far it has been.
And look what he's found himself to, an amp damage in the top side.
Carlos caught outside of the base. He's out for 50. Does have the luxury of buyback. Watson ready to move down the mid.
And Chira's made the full recovery in this game. He's able to play the backline, follow up with the kisses. It just feels easier to play the snap from behind than the Lina. The Lina just feels very dangerous and very threatened. Seeing him have much more success. Push is coming in.
One. Jump forward. Does Ravage straight away. They get the jump on and Satanic. Satanic is
He's gone.
DM immediately with the Ravage. Puts a stop to Satanic. He has got the buyback available. Likely going to need to use it. Dead for 90.
No
and Yandex, they're going to be ready to push on for another set of barracks here.
I love that DM does that. The point-blank Ravage. Do not give him an opportunity to get that BKB off. The burst, it's there. Watson just gets right on top of him.
And at this point, no, catching Satanic, that will do it each and every time with these moves. And honestly, it does feel like I'm kind of seeing why
the puck's damage isn't there.
I don't even know. It just feels like the puck can't really do much. I mean, you know, no one, he's got the farm and stuff, but I'm seeing these orbs flying around. It doesn't seem to do anything at all. I don't think Yandex even care what this puck's doing.
It's not the puck of the past that just jumps in and feels like it can 1v5 in a way. Not by any means. The supports are just too strong too. Like some of these times, you know, for Malady, the Wyvern, that's where the difficulty be when you're playing versus this puck. But Malady has gotten the space to get this Aeon disc too. They actually can't even get to the back lines because of how strong the front line is of Yandex as well too. These moments, massive for them. And Chira now, he has the Hex himself. He's made the full recovery in comparison to no one. Now he's got the lockdown as well to follow up. This next hit could be the end of the game here.
Now, we'll make sure he holds on to the buyback gold here on Satanic. Very much needing it. If they do kill him and he's not able to come back into the action, the base will get taken away from them.
He's gotten no growth though. Look at that, in the last 5 minutes, he's gotten what, I mean now he's old so he gets up to 600, but he had like 200 gold gain in the last 5 minutes or so. Unable to get much of anything. And perhaps, yeah, like that invisible factor of the bounty. He can't go for these type of crazy plays where he's farming. No teams have been able to deal with Soxa's bounty hunter in this one. Perhaps looking like they can take it as well too on the side of Yandex. Ravage coming back up in 10 seconds. Yandex, they'll wait for that before the next fight. Roche in about 90 seconds.
They have to just find some sort of way to ensure that Satanic is not caught by that Ravage.
I'm wondering what the next, I guess it's going to be a Hex from Ducalis. He does almost have it done to give them that extra team fight, because you're absolutely seeing that lackluster team fight in comparison from the side of Vision now at this point. Much more single target oriented.
Next, new approach again here. All the ults ready to press.
No one. He is outside. Be able to jump him just yet.
Yandex, are you waiting for Roche?
Yeah. Unless you catch somebody outside. You should just probably wait for that Roshan. You're still getting so many gains out of the map. Watson now having a 10k difference between him and Satanic.
That's crazy. Watson is, I mean, he has had quite a few games like this where he has been absolutely in his prime.
But nobody else has done this on the Luna this tournament, which is very impressive.
And not a lot of carries daring to try it, really.
Yeah.
Unclass trying to make a bit of a setup onto him.
Trying to force some reaction.
Oh, no one jumps in, but he beats and he gets caught by the Hex. The curse is well to lock him down.
He's
into
on.
the cookies, no one's out. Immediate reactions there.
And the curse dispelling the Aeon disc as well too. That's why he pops it instantly, just to prevent that ability of the save.
Yeah,
very smart there.
Absolutely, because you know he doesn't sort of sit back and go, "Oh, we got him with the Hex. Don't need to do anything." No, make sure that everything required is thrown down onto the puck to ensure he is not getting out.
Yeah, that basic dispel is very important versus something even like that Aeon disc, because maybe no one could play his way out of that one somehow because of it.
Roche timing, hitting perfectly for them here. Aegis on Watson once again.
A hell of a game from him, truly. We said he had to make 0 mistakes. He's made 0 mistakes. It does feel like this time around.
Yeah, absolutely perfect carry play from Watson. And on the other side of things, Satanic, a rare game where a few struggles and a few sort of mispositioning in these team fights.
Got to be careful. If they see him, they'll go for him. He'll get the BKB off this time. The reaction's there. But
the damage.
Watson turns over to Watson. Satanic's got to keep his distance. The Kisses are going to zone him. He'll have to head back to the fountain to heal up. Ducalis under heavy fire here from Watson. He'll fall. He's out for 50. No one at the side has been caught out by the sun.
He's full control.
Cookie's coming in. Satanic's going to move forward to try and help out. But the Eclipse is going to get laid
He's
down.
dead.
Satanic. He's gone. He'll buy back. But Vision, they're going to have to try and defend with just the 4 of them. Round.
Fight going.
Allergy's healing Saxa up. No one's trying to finish him off, but no one. Phase shift off in time. DM. But the Crush trying to get away from Satanic, but Satanic will finish him.
No one is still alive somehow.
Sprout out to Watson. That gets taken down as soon as he comes out of the phase shift, not able to jump over to the orb. He's dead for 2 minutes. That was a dieback on him. In 9 class, trying to bully the supports, but the supports, they've got backup. DM jumps in. Watson's here, ready to clean up 9 class. As Watson ready to continue the push here. Down the mid, the buyback comes out here from 9 class. They're ready to throw out their buybacks as well to try and shut this game 2 down and keep the pressure on whilst no one's out for 100 seconds.
Buying a small Vlad even for Saxa to keep the push going. They want to close this one up. 3 minutes still on the Aegis.
Trying some sort of way to keep Watson off the base, but it's not working. Watson ready to slide in and look towards them. No, this is gone. He's out. 9 class to fall. As Yandex cleaning up the final set. Takes onto Satanic. Chira Jr. will take him out.
GG.
This game's over. We're going to a game 3.
What a performance.
As Yandex, they needed a level up here in this game 2. They absolutely did. They rallied perfectly around Watson, who came in and gave us a show-stopping Luna performance. 13-0-8. You cannot ask for more from your carry.
Can't ask for more from your carry, and yet again, the Saxa Bounty Hunter cannot be beaten. The small information he's gathering, just beautiful stuff from the team. Great plays from them, and honestly, also, right, like you said, Owen, the puck continues to disappoint.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing that one again this series. I don't think it's coming back in game 3. A tough one there for no one. That 27%, probably 26%, some quick maths, win rate after that one. Not showing us any other reason to believe that that hero can kind of fight that win rate. It's not looking great.
They clutched it up. Really like the way that they played the map this time around. Completely constricting and controlling, getting the Roshan, playing the objectives. This time, they didn't let go of that pedal. They kept putting their foot on it, didn't let that space come out for Vision.
Yeah, Yandex striking back hard after being knocked down in game 1. We go into a game 3 here in this upper bracket final. 1-1 right now between Yandex and Team Vision.
And that's the joy. That was what we were all hoping for. The fact that we would get to see a game 3, get to see Yandex come back, have control, and be able to apply that pressure in the way that they were able to for game 2. It was just phenomenal. We already said it. We know that their laning stage is strong, Quinn. We know that they're a team that can apply pressure, but are you able to overcome the hurdles and the challenges that Vision throw at you to be able to close it out? This time around, their draft was phenomenal, and they were successful in that.
Yeah, I think it's the exact kind of game that defines a TI run. You are ahead early, you fumble a little bit, the game is shaky, the game is on even terms, and you clutch it out, you win some big fights, and you win the game. That's the kind of thing you need, the kind of gumption to stick to it even whenever it's tough that lets you win. Aiden talks about it all the time. On the runs, you don't think about these close games. Whenever, you know, if they win the Aegis, they're not going to look back on this and think like, oh, it was so close. Everyone will be like, oh yeah, they did beat Vision, and blah, 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 blah. But no, it was on thin ice, and they clutched it up, and that's what matters.
And gumption is a very good word for it, because at some point it did feel like they were letting slip of their lead, they were letting slip of that early tempo that they tried to set, and they just didn't overreact. They didn't make any moves that would have been overcorrecting for maybe giving away a pickoff here and there, losing their snap here and there, and they just waited for their timings and they executed it very cleanly in this game.
Yeah, I honestly have no clue what gumption means, but probably was the perfect word to describe what we saw. I mean, this game, what's really cool, and I feel like the story of the series has been, whichever team has a stronger team fight, whichever team is able to play those 5v5s, has ended up coming on top. I was watching in the green room thinking, like, oh my god, this is an amazing puck game. I've seen Nisha do it time and time again, where he just split pushes the map, they cut waves, you delay the game, and eventually you're just this unkillable raid boss. But Yandex just didn't give them time to do that. They decided to take it straight up to the high ground. I believe they had a 2k lead the first time they walk up high ground, which is unheard of in modern Dota. That's not what people tend to do. Usually, you don't see that until 80k ahead. So, amazing gameplay from Yandex. They were able to recognize their timing is right now, and they went for it, and they clutched it out.
Yeah, 13-0 and 8. Like it's not easy to do that. I totally agree. Whenever the game is even like that, especially kill score, the vibe of the game, you've sort of been on the losing foot, and that affects your mentality and how the game feels. And so to have the Chad energy to say we're going to walk up anyway, that is really, really difficult. Like it looks difficult, but it's even harder when you're actually clicking the buttons.
Yeah.
Everyone doing so well on the side of Yandex, and I know it's very easy to look at a 13-0-8 Luna there, and obviously everything else that went that well for them, but the Bounty Hunter, again, I think is so pivotal in what helped them in that early game, and another win on the main stage for this hero too. Like, you cannot overlook it anymore. You try and call Yandex's bluff when you're Team Vision, and you go, we're going to let it in, we're going to think maybe a little bit of a fraud check, see if you guys are actually that comfortable on it. You can't do that again. You cannot do that in a Game 3.
Saxa is absolutely the guy that you do not want to give this hero to. He devastated, again, a lot of that laning stage, and he was able to catch people off guard. There was this one moment where Satanic came through the gate to try to pressure Watson, and Saxa was there. They caught him at that gate and killed him, and little moments like this add up to making Watson that pivotal force that he was. You can see in his score, 13-0 and 8, his GPM was 1,058. It feels like he's had 1K GPM this entire tournament in Sanya.
I mean, Watson has been unbelievably impressive. I think, like, we've talked about it, so I won't go too much into it, but he is honestly showing why he has been rank 1 for so long. I think what's really cool now, though, is that the draft script kind of changes now, because we were in a position coming into this game where we were doubting, like, okay, you're banning 2 heroes on Yandex that you potentially could be first picking. And now they've managed to prove that, you know what, we don't need that one hero. This Bounty Hunter is crucial for us. And once the Bounty Hunter ban comes out, Quinn talked about it earlier, it gives them something else. Now, you're going to get your Invoker, or maybe your Enigma is on the table again, or you get the SF. So you're going to get something else that you previously didn't have in your pocket.
And to talk about another reason why I think this Bounty Hunter really succeeded, and it's because they were able to pick this Tide as well for DM. And I think it's really cool that they did this, because not only did Tide have a really good lane against the first pick Furion that you saw, having a hero like that can self-sustain is what activates Bounty Hunter in the early game. If your Bounty Hunter has to sit on your lane, drag waves, try to snipe couriers for you to make it somewhat tolerable, you can't really get maximum value out of that hero. But because DM was on this Tide, he was able to move around. And outside of that, this Tide became kind of a problem in the map. I think it was very cool how they used him. He got that first item, Consecrated Wraps, just parked himself on lanes, and they couldn't run into him. They couldn't bring the heroes to take him down, so they just had to avoid him on Team Vision.
Yeah, it's a problem that you don't really have ways to deal with. And I think if you look at the way Vision pick their heroes and the way they strategize this game, it's very focused around Satanic. They've got Ogre buffing him. They've got Corrosive Haze for him to hit. They've got Puck to keep people controlled, which is typically the way Yandex structures their draft, right? It's all around Watson, and they're experienced at doing that. I think they've had great results doing that. Whereas Vision, we've talked about it, I think they do better whenever everyone sort of has their own way to shine, and they get to show each person's individual skills. So when they focus all their eggs in the Satanic basket, I don't know, I think the basket broke a little bit this game.
There was a lot of weight on the Nature's Prophet's shoulders to do so much in this, especially when we go back to this Puck. I feel like we cannot overstate how rough of a game this Puck is, or just in general, a TI a Puck is having right now. The win rate looking really rough, but it was so confidently called by Yandex's coach, Axel. He was saying that it's a harmless Puck pick. In fact, Puck in itself is quite harmless, and you can see it. It's reflected in a lot of different ways where you would expect with that little bit extra XPM, that little bit extra GPM there, that we would have seen more coming out from no one's Puck, but there were still ways, despite the side of Yandex not having instant stuns and reliable stuns, there were still ways that they were able to ensure that he wasn't as slippery as a Puck loves to be.
I mean, I think it does speak to the state of the hero currently, that he can be picked in a game where there are no instant disables against him and still not be let through. Axel said that, yeah, technically it's a free Puck game, but we don't care. It's the most harmless pick we could have let through, and that's what we saw. I think no one couldn't really get that much done, to be honest. Maybe it's the fault of not being able to run into this Tidehunter, again, tying it back into the draft, but there were some weird decisions here and there. I don't think the Aeon Disc, for example, served that much purpose in this game.
I think no one, to be honest, amazing mid laner, but Puck just doesn't seem to be his most, comfortable hero either, which in a situation like this where Puck isn't that strong, even though it's a free game for it, maybe when in a patch where Puck is more powerful, he would be able to pull it off, but he's not a specialist Puck player like Mikoto or Nisha or some of these other players that have been here at TI, so I think probably stay away from that hero moving forward.
Yeah, I think it also speaks to the understanding of a hero, and sometimes the counters are less obvious than it would seem. In this game, they don't have ways to kill the puck, but they have ways to beef up and be super tanky so that puck can't kill you, and you reach a point eventually where you can buy the item called Hex, and it gives you the disable to kill the puck, and so there's a timing window where, okay, puck has Blink and he has Witchblade, and you can't deal with him, he's a nuisance. But if you wait 5 minutes longer, now there's a Hex, and he spends his next 3.5k gold on Aeon Disc, he throws it down the toilet, it does no damage, and you can run out of damage in these fights. And I think we see it where Yannick jumps in and they go on them, and Satanic is hitting and Puck is hitting, but nobody is dying, and eventually Yannick's damage just pushes through.
Yeah, you've run out of solutions, you've run out of answers there, but fret not, especially for you guys at home. You're going to get the joy of a game number 3, but before that, if you're here in the arena or if you guys are wanting to do it online, there is the secret shop that is still open. There's so many goodies and adorable goodies at that. We have the little froglings. This one's got the, I don't really have a shoulder to put it on, but you can... He sits on your little shoulder. You got your courier Quinn.
His name is Jimothy. He is mine.
I don't think you can name him. He's not actually yours.
No, I named him.
Okay, it's Jimothy. You got Roshan next to you?
I got little bro Roche. It's little bro Roche
Little pup.
What do I have?
The mugs.
Here, have this guy.
You can have Lago.
Have this Johnson.
Yay! Bull Belly Blitz.
Is that your favorite of his 3?
I think so. Actually, I like Hot Feet Hustle.
I was going to say, I think Hot Feet Hustle is my favorite.
Probably.
It's up there, it's up there. But there's a lot of things, yeah. Mugs, so many plushies, t-shirts, yeah, merch galore. So make sure you guys head out and check out the secret shop as well there. And we can look back at what game number 3 might have in store for us here. The winner here, going to grand finals of TI-15. It's crazy to think that you are one game away. We had that pretty heartbreaking interview earlier from Sumail where, you know, just 12 hours ago, 24 hours ago, they were one game away from making it to top 3. I feel like there might be a similar sentiment for a team that feels that they don't make it all the way to a grand finals when it comes to Vision and Yandex. You come in as heavy favorites for this tournament. For Yandex, you struggle a little bit. For Vision, it feels like it's been mostly smooth sailing, and so to put it all in a game 3 to make it there, I got to wonder who stands up, who is going to be that slight bit more confident.
Yeah, it's the most important thing, genuinely. All the draft and the gameplay, these things matter a great deal, but the vibe, the environment, how they feel backstage, how they think they're going to play, they're imagining how they want the game to pan out, these things are so incredibly important. It's a skill that is very difficult to create, but you can see the conversations backstage. People do these things in different ways. Sometimes you want to be involved in the conversation and talk and be energetic. Other people want to recede into themselves and think and go to a different place that allows them to focus on themselves. There's so many different ways to approach it, but it's up to each individual player and the team as a whole to focus on what really matters.
And to fill that role for either team, again, we have to talk about Saksa and how he's able to unify them in moments like this with his veteran experience.
I would say right now, if anything, probably Team Vision are very happy that they were in this position yesterday against Spirit, because they dropped that game 2, which was, I think it's always a tough position where you win game 1 and then you lose game 2, and it's a high pressure stakes game 3, because I think the team that wins the previous game usually comes in with a slightly better mental state. Like, you don't have to reset the same way that the losing team does. So they have this experience yesterday, and they managed to pull it off, and they pulled it off in fantastic fashion against Spirit. So I think for them, it's nice to have had that experience yesterday.
Yeah, I fully agree. And I think it's also impressive for Vision, a team that, I think if you look back earlier in this team's history, they had a bit of a tilty vibe. Like, if they started losing, I think they would keep losing and the game would crumble. But they've shown that to not be the case in any of their games in this tournament. There have been many games where they mess up a couple of fights. Even the game 1 in this series, they were down some gold, but they're okay and they stay strong. They had the fast GG in game 2 against Spirit yesterday. Once again, they bounce back, they win game 3. I think this team is different than they used to be, and I think they've improved a lot of fortitude. And so while I agree there's a slight sort of emotional vibe advantage for Yandex, it's nothing that I think Vision can overcome.
The growth that has occurred between both of these rosters throughout the year, obviously Vision, last TI, they had a top 3 finish for themselves, and it's crazy to think that they have an ex-teammate on the other side, and whilst you both have secured at minimum a top 3, you want to take it that one step further, and you want to be the person that it isn't a right or wrong situation, but justified in the move that was made, knowing that your teammates are that slight bit better than what you left behind, that the fact that you could advance and be in a position that those who you used to play with aren't going to get to be in. And so much more rides on in this game 3 that you're hoping when they enter the booths, whilst that is a fire that burns underneath them, it's not what sits there at the forefront of their minds.
But it definitely is pushing them a little bit, right? You want to be the one who was correct in your decision. You want to say, if you're at Yandex, that we were absolutely right for taking DM. And you want to, if you're Vision, say, look at that, Noticed is a beast, and you guys lost. You know, that does inspire them a little bit. I think even Ducalis had his player profile. He has like a meme of
it's like Saksa kicking Notice.
Kicking Notice.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I haven't seen it.
Seen it. So his player profile is literally that meme of this player getting kicked, and it's just hilarious to me.
There's definitely some tension there. Like, I mean, you can even see it at the end of game 1. I think no one tips DM, and there's no tip back. It's not like a friendly tip. This is a, hey, you lost. Like, I'm coming after you kind of tip. I think you can feel that. To be honest, I think there is definitely an extra level of competition here. And especially with that offlane swap, I think there's a lot of, no, I was the right one. Like, who was right and who was left is a classic Dota story, and I think this is the manifestation of that in modern times.
Also, anyone that tells you that they don't care about beating their previous teammates is just straight up lying. There's always that extra fire when you play against somebody that, you know, old teammate of yours, whatever like that. I think in this case especially, because, like, obviously DM wasn't utilized in the right way on Vision, and Notice wasn't utilized in the right way on Yandex, and they both had like differing opinions from the team. So being swapped over and then now feeling like we found our home and we're being able to play to our maximum potential, that for sure is like lights a fire on you, and you definitely want to prove that your way of playing it is better than the other guys.
Yeah, and since we bring up the swap, like, I do want to talk about both of these players a little bit in this series, because I do think that DM has delivered today and yesterday, and he's kind of gone a little bit under the radar. His Axe yesterday was really good, and part of the reason why they were able to clutch that game 3. And in this game too, his Tidehunter, while his role wasn't very flashy, and it wasn't like the end-all be-all, it was the reason why Watson was able to go 13-0 on Luna.
Yeah, I totally agree, and it's on the biggest stage. It's in the most important game. It's down 1. Like, I think if you're not able to shine in those moments, then when are you going to shine? And he has, and I think they will need him too in the future, because the pressure is on. This next game is only harder, and that's why TI is so exciting, right? We talked about Sumel's exit interview, and the reason why TI is the coolest tournament is because everybody cares so much. It just matters more, and that just creates for way more exciting and awesome games.
The pressure is on. The pressure is definitely felt by these players in whatever regard and whichever which way you want to point it there. And so when you look at a game number 3, we thought Saksa would be that voice for the side of Yandex. Is there one that sticks out for you, Insania, when you see the lineup of Vision, who would be that voice?
I think outside of the game, it's definitely Puppy. And I think Puppy probably centers them a lot coming into games like this. I think knowing that they have Puppy behind him and knowing that he is like, he's been here so many times and he's done it before, it just gives him confidence. I think whatever he says, he has like that aura buff of having all these results in the past, that whatever he says, it's going to speak to them and they're going to trust it. And then I would assume in the game, you know, no one has also been here. He's the guy that they're going to look for. But to be honest, I don't even know if they need all that.
Team Vision versus Team Yandex. Game 3.
They might not need it in the game, but they're definitely going to need it in the draft, because a lot is going to come down to what these teams can get their hands on. We've already spoken about how detrimental it felt putting no one, quite a stable player, on a hero like Puck that hasn't been performing. How Saksa was able to get his hands on a bounty hunter that has almost been overperforming on the main stage. And so now you wonder, how do you correct and ensure that you're not over adjusting? It is going to be Yandex with the back-to-back first picks for themselves. That's the game that they were able to win. And so we look to see if there will be any changes when it comes to these bans. Right now there isn't. An Io and a Treant taken out. And for the side of Yandex, it's still going to be that Lone Druid and Darkseer. And I wonder, it's going to be that change up, and Earth Spirit is going to be left in the pool, and instead it's Coddle that's taken out this time around.
I think for Vision, it's just a matter of responding to the problem that whatever Yandex will throw at them will be. Because in that game too, we saw the Furion, we saw the Slardar. That's heroes that have heavy physical damage and intend to burst, intend to do a lot of damage. Yandex responded with a Tidehunter. They said, we're giving you an unkillable hero for your lineup that wants to kill. What are you going to do about it? And essentially, they just choose to not reply to the Tidehunter. And it didn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, Tidehunter is one of those heroes that if you don't have an answer for it, he just absolutely takes over your map. and he will just sit on any lane that he chooses and just make your map super small. And it's really problematic to play Dota against heroes that are unkillable very early on into the game.
This is I think this Coddle ban is super interesting because my read on it is that they thought Vision was going to ban Bounty Hunter this game, and so they want to leave the Earth Spirit open for themselves because Bounty Hunter's gone, and so we need that extra hero that we want to pick. So instead of banning it, we're gonna have it open, but that's not the case because they don't pick it. So then I'm like, okay, why? Because I feel like Nature's Prophet is better against Coddle than it is against Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit rolls on you, he presses Magnetize, he closes that gap, and he's really good at ganking. So to me, to not ban it and then pick a hero that is vulnerable against it versus a player no one who is very comfortable on it is a strange, like, offering of a trade.
My only guess would be is that they have some hero up their sleeve that they just want to counterpick Earth Spirit mid with, like some old school CJ counter, because I agree with you. I think between Coddle and Earth Spirit has been more problematic this tournament, and no one is one of the best Earth Spirits here. So I don't know what that counterpick will be. Like, typically for CJ, it has been Slardar, but we haven't seen it come out so much. Could there be something else up his sleeve?
I think it might be as simple as, like, they don't know how to deal with the Coddle, and Coddle kind of messes with the way that they want to play Dota. It stacks a lot of camps, it doesn't let them play through their lanes. They kind of maybe want a 9 class on a hero that plays the lane more, or they feel like Coddle open up too many potential pairings down the line. Like, there's the Ember Coddles, there's Pango we saw, there's stuff that you can pair together with Coddle that are problematic and you don't know how to deal with it. But this forces the early mid lane pick. This guarantees that CJ gets to counter pick it with something that they know, like, at least they've seen it before, right?
Yeah.
Whereas the Coddle, they don't have a set answer for.
Yeah, that is fair. And there's stuff like Ember Spirit, there's Slardar, there are heroes that CJ plays that are sort of classical counters to Earth Spirit they could go for. There's also an option to put Nature's Prophet on 4. Soxa is very, very skillful on this hero, so it's an option if they feel like there's a carry pick laid out on the line as well. It's not full committed to carry on Nature's Prophet.
And just to follow up on the Earth Spirit, Team Vision haven't lost a single game on it. So I kind of doubt this a lot.
I mean, they also, on the side of Yandex, have not lost with a Nature's Prophet on Soxa. So what's going to win out? They're not even comparable, but what's going to win out?
It is ultimately, like, that's how the tournament goes, right? You're going to have to play against something that just doesn't lose, but you're going to prove that we are better, we're going to beat it. Like, I'm not sure how many games 9 classes lost on Coddle either, so that's just the nature of the game, I think, when you reach this end point and you have to play up against the best team in the world.
Yeah, it's pretty much never that both teams will have the exact same ideas, and what Dota eventually comes down to is who's right and who's wrong. And if you're picking this, you're making this trade, you're saying, I think we have an understanding edge on you, and we're going to exploit that, and you're going to pay for it because we understand this hero in a way that you don't. That's so much of this. Every hero, you need to understand the matchup knowledge, and if there's a slight deviation there, you get a little bit of space, you get a slight advantage, and you can, continue to build on that, take a gold lead from it in the game, and snowball.
It's interesting to me that they banned out the Slardar. We mentioned it as a potential hero to lane up against the Earth Spirit in the mid lane. This makes me think they're more leaning towards a potential Ember coming out. And I personally saw this matchup once this tournament. I didn't think it was super inspiring.
Yeah, it's not what it used to be because Earth Spirit's base damage is just so extreme. And if he has 2 points in kick and 2 points in pull, he can just insta-break your shield at level 4, which is something that not a lot of other heroes can do. So it's certainly not a lane that Ember does well in, but the synergy with Mirana and Nature's Prophet is very nice because you get in there, you have chains to allow them to hit and also to line the arrows. So, like, there's validity to it, but it's nothing crazy.
The issue with Ember, if it comes out now, is there's still Largo that we haven't really seen be a factor in this series, but it still can be, especially if Earth Spirit comes out. There's always the potential for the combination, and there's this Doom ban in the second phase by Team Vision, which tells me that they're building a heavy sustain lineup, and they don't want that Doom counterpick that we've seen DM do many times this tournament.
Also find Enchantress to be quite a strong hero whenever Ember starts playing on this Flame Guard build. Ench likes to position himself in the face of enemy heroes on the map, and you can pretty much just follow Ember around and just press Purge on his Flame Guard, and he can never farm. So it is quite an interesting pick for Team Vision. It's not a hero I really see them play that much, but I think they have it in mind. They're building heroes that are able to respond to something that might come up in the future.
You're also stacking up a lot of early aggression and gank potential when you pick Earth Spirit and follow it up with Ench, but it's not in a way that's too redundant. Earth Spirit gives you teamfight and magic damage. Ench gives you a lot of early tempo and tower push, and these heroes combine very well together. If Ench walks to the lane with her creep, Earth Spirit rotates, suddenly not only do you get the kill with Earth Spirit's ganking ability, but you get the tower too with the creeps, and so they synergize in quite a nice way that I think is sort of underrated.
Also, if you think about how they teamfight, Ench deals very like single target damage, whereas Earth Spirit's damage is very spread, which is a nice thing to have because Earth Spirit's going to roll in, you're going to catch some people, you're going to silence a bunch of people, and then you will have these like impetus raining in from the back line. So gives you ways to kill heroes.
Yeah, I think it's very solid from both teams. My biggest question still comes back to Nature's Prophet versus Earth Spirit. To me, that's the biggest discrepancy. This is the trade you chose. This is the way you start the draft. And it's very polarizing. Like, Earth Spirit is absolutely good against Nature's Prophet, but it's not fully one-dimensional. And so I want to see how they change this matchup, because other heroes in the game in the draft can shift how a matchup would normally go, and I want to see what their answers are.
Wow, they take a double answer, Quinn, to this Nature's Prophet with Timbersaw. I would be very surprised if this ends up being the carry after having this Earth Spirit that you talked about, but now notice Timbersaw, it's enabled by Dark Willow on lane. It's just going to give so much damage versus this Undying as well that I don't think you want to be playing into this if you're Team Yandex.
Are you thinking about a potential like Undying off-lane angle? Because that's the DM special, right? He's done it in the past. I will say I quite like Undying into Earth Spirit. I remember thinking long time ago, whenever Earth Spirit rolls in, if you're not the target, you just press your ult, you hit him, you drop Tombstone, and especially nowadays where Earth Spirits don't really max the roll, it can be quite tricky to do the whole get in and out thing for Earth Spirit.
Yeah, it is true. You have to play more on the fringe, which is going to reduce your damage some and mean you don't have people going in as much. And when you've got two backline supports, the fact that now you can't commit, maybe Timbersaw doesn't want to commit either. He gets cold snapped, arrowed, there's stuff for that. So it can become difficult to actually run into them, which means maybe the game is a little bit slower. Yandex has more time to get their cores online. Little interactions like this can change the duration of the game quite a bit, which allows Yandex to potentially scale with their two range cores.
I also think it's kind of interesting how both teams this time around are a lot more focused on like making sure they solidify their team fight. They go for the Invoker. Invoker and Undying are quite nice heroes together because you get Tombstone vision. It allows Invoker to press buttons on the right heroes. Invo has a lot of crowd control that allows them to keep people inside a Tombstone range. So it's a nice way to play team fights out for them.
Also, this shot, by the way, we're seeing like the Tundra win that Suxa had back in 2022. It's crazy to see that he's the only one from that lineup that's still playing competitively that hasn't won a second TI, and he could do it this year, which would be right off the back of Skeeter and Snay doing it, which was right off the back of 33 doing it. Like,
That's
it's pretty
cool.
wild to think about, right?
The script says Suxa has to win.
He has to win it.
Yeah.
What's going to be stronger, Puppy getting first place at his next TI, or Suxa winning right after his other teammates did?
That's a good point.
Are you guys concerned at all about Invoker, though, in this game? Because I feel like we've seen Invoker versus Earth Spirit a couple of times, and Earth Spirit tends to out-tempo him, especially if you add in heroes like Enchantress into the mix that we know are going to be rotating mid early on. They're going to be playing around it and trying to shut it down. The only counterplay coming out of Yandex is going to be this Undying rotating to the mid lane and maybe a potential counterplay with an arrow, which can always be good, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be the aggressors. They're just going to be reactive.
I think on paper, the Yandex trio is slightly weaker. But if you manage to time it right, you manage to catch Earth Spirit on the creep wave with the Tornado into an arrow, with Tombstone and Decays, you can definitely kill him. You also have the Nature's Prophet adding in damage from the other side of the map. So if they can find the tempo on the Earth Spirit and never really let him come online, there are a lot of angles there for them.
Yeah, I do think it is an Earth Spirit favored lane, and I think I agree on paper. Vision probably have the stronger 3v3, but at this point, I'm not willing to put my money against Soxa, because this guy has been owning every single early game. They have come out ahead on lanes, in lanes we thought they had no chance. I can't remember the last game they weren't ahead in the early game, and so for me, I look at Yandex, yes, they might be a bit weaker, but I think whenever you're such a good laning team, you can pick weaker lanes and abuse your skill to give you better matchups in the game, and I think that may be something they're trying to do here, that yes, I agree, this is a weaker 3v3, they're accepting a weaker start to the game, maybe they think they're so good at early game that it doesn't matter.
So interesting, they banned PL and Lifestealer, and on the other side they banned Centaur and Axe. Trying to see if there's any obvious heroes. Okay, they just go back for the Tide.
Is it one of those things that running it back in this situation does make sense, and especially added that extra little bit of comfort?
I generally like Tide against almost all the spirits, because he's one of those heroes that just doesn't die to them, and he also gets a shard down the line, which is problematic for all of the spirits.
Yeah.
Once you get the anchor put on you, you're not moving around, and all the spirits rely heavily on mobility to play their game.
Yeah, it's very true. You're obviously against Timbersaw, which is not ideal. He cuts through you and it makes you not unkillable like you were last game, but they needed a hero with the front lines, right? They've got two range cores elsewhere. They want setup. They want someone to help them around, to land arrows. And so I think all those strength tanky heroes are going to tend to suffer versus Timbersaw, and so that's just how the draft goes sometimes. You have to have bad matchups on some heroes, and not all 5 heroes are going to have good matchups.
I would say within the range of strength heroes that play against Timber, Tide is in some ways one of the better ones, because the way Timber deals damage is he reduces your strength, but Tide purges the debuffs off of him. So for that reason, he's kind of tricky to kill, even though you have the Timber against him.
I understand the reasoning that both of you mentioned, but I do feel that it's still a little bit disrespectful towards the Timbersaw in this draft, because I think Timbersaw has the potential to do a lot this game, and we did see Notice in a position where he got an 8th pick Timbersaw and lose, but he was playing against the Doom, so he was essentially erased from every fight. This time around, that's not the case. I think that when he gets his Blink Dagger, this Undying will be food. This Nature's Prophet, if the Earth Spirit rolls on him, will also be food. And Tidehunter can just be ignored. I mean, Enchantress won't die easily, Dark Willow has Shadow Realm, and now that this Tiny's come out for Satanic, it feels like you're not really worried about that either. Like, if you're a Tiny, you're not interacting with Tide much, he's not killing you, you're not killing him, you're killing the rest of his team. It doesn't inspire that much confidence in me personally.
You also get a Silver Edge Fire, and I think that's the big thing. You have a way to eventually crack the Tidehunter. I would say, I really wish Crossfix Invoker was viable, because looking at this draft, I feel like old school Crossfix Invoker with a Spirit Vessel would absolutely demolish this game.
Yeah, it would. It's true. But I think it's just not good enough to go for. So he's going to be the typical Quas Exort one, farming, Sunstrikes, and I think because of that, I like what Vision have. I think both these past games have been defined by who has the ease of jumping in and just bursting people, of taking the fight to the other team. And if I look at Vision, I think it's much easier for them to do that. They've got a bunch of big, tanky, beefy boys who can run in first, and it's not that easy for Yandex to jump them. Whereas the inverse, if they see Nature's Prophet or an Invoker or Mirana, Tiny jumps them, they explode like that. And so if I'm Vision, I'm very happy with what I've got so far.
I agree with that. I mean, for the reasons that I mentioned at length, but I also just think No One Earth Spirit, probably the best in this tournament. He's 4-0 with it, and they let it through.
I feel like I would agree with you guys if this wasn't so similar to the draft we saw yesterday from Nigma against Yandex, where, swap out the Tiny for Alk, and it kind of looks like a similar thing that they had going on. And Yandex proved that they could beat it yesterday, so I have hopes that they can do it today.
To be fair, do you feel that the Tiny could join the fights a little bit earlier, though, and so another tempo being pushed back by Vision could be that break, despite it being, in your eyes, almost a similar run back?
I mean, to be honest, I think the drafts are really even, and maybe even would give a slight edge to Vision, but Yandex has proven that they can beat this kind of lineup before, and I think that matters a lot more than you think.
All right, it does matter a lot, right? Especially the fact that we get the joy of a game number 3 here to decide who goes to the grand finals. The fact that our drafts are split 50-50, there's only one last thing to do. That's to get into it, to see who comes out on top. To take us through that, it is OD Pixel and Pog.
Thank you very much. Now, yes, game 3 time here between Yandex and Vision to find out who's going to be going on to the grand finals at the International this year. Bogged, we did see, game 2, some sort of breakdown in some of the ways that Team Vision were trying to bring fights together. Do you think they're going to be able to recover from that going into game 3, or is this an opportunity for Yandex to maybe strike whilst Team Vision has been weakened a little bit?
I think these two do look like that 50-50 probably in terms of the drafting, but there is this Earth Spirit this time, right? We did mention a lot about No One in this last game. Even though he kept up in farm, he was able to actually be ahead in farm in pretty much the entirety of the game in comparison to the snap. The impact, it just wasn't there, right? The puck, we really did feel the problems for it. This time, he is playing that Earth Spirit, a super strong, if not one of the strongest mids in this tournament. So we'll see how they do whisk down that pressure. That being said, Yandex, a lot of team fight again. That's what I'm really liking that they did go for. Crazy amount of team fight and good global pressure. So I do want to see them again accelerating the pace of things, taking these early towers like they did last time, getting Watson off to that good start. Could be one of those cases where they can run over, but we'll see. Because I do like Vision's approach to this one. They might have less team fight in particular, but the Earth Spirit kind of can bring all the team fight just himself.
That's certainly true. And that last pick for Team Vision, deciding to go for the Tiny, for Satanic. I mean, I feel this is maybe sort of off the back of the vibes of game 2, where, it felt like during those last moments, Satanic felt like he needed to be the one to kind of go in and start the action, which, as a Nature's Prophet, doesn't feel great. He's like, well, if against Yandex, the carry, I need to be more in the front of the fight, starting the action, get me on something different. The Tiny, pretty much the perfect carry hero for that style of play.
We'll have to see whose early game is better, because in both games, even the first game, even though Yandex did lose that game, they were the ones setting tempo, right? So an important thing to look at in this game is how much tempo there will be, and I always have to say, eyes on Saksa. How much can he actually do this time? He's not his broken bounty hunter that he has literally been untouched with. He's playing a Mirana, but in this game with the Mirana, can make some interesting rotations and connections. It's not the one that sounds the most obvious, but I know we saw it the other day. The Invoker plus that Mirana,
they were doing
get the combo.
Yeah.
Tornado plus the Cold Snap into the arrow. There's ways to shut down, go for these kills early on something like an Earth Spirit. So that's for what I'm looking at least in this early game coming out from Yandex to set that tempo.
And for the off lane of Team Vision, noticed on the Timbersaw.
One of his best.
I mean, and one of those heroes that not everybody's playing, but when it is picked in the right situation, it pops off. When you look at Yandex against the Timber, like how good of a Timber game is this? How many answers do Yandex have if the Timber gets out of control?
It can be pretty problematic. Yes, they have the Invoker, the control, he's got some dispels, they have the damage amplification from the Undying, but overall, looking at the Timber, he's going to be off to a good start in this game because of the lane matchup. He's playing versus a Nature's Prophet, he's playing versus an Undying, so he is set up for success in this game. So I would say it's eyes on noticed. He could potentially become out of control in this game.
Yandex. Leave here with the smoke. Maybe see if they could catch out Satanic, but Satanic will be on the high ground, won't get caught out by this move. Does end up being the 3 bounty runes going here the way of Team Vision to start things.
And to mention with Noticed, right, he's going to have this strong support with him as well in the lane. They're actually making 9 class, maybe just wanting to keep me down here. This is the, I guess this is the lane that they're going to end up setting up with here. They're going to have the Willow paired up with the Tiny, and then the Enchantress paired up with that Timbersaw to just grab one of the Treants probably and get that extra bit of control, just beat on the Undying from a distance. Interesting that they do this one. Maybe just feeling that this one is just a bit better, because both feel pretty strong, to be honest. Either the Willow or the Enchantress down there. Maybe feeling like the Willow is going to have a better time versus that Mirana. Sunstrike, it gets kicked.
No, love it. Seeing these Earth Spirits do this against the Invoker players.
So I think every game, no one has done this versus these Invokers. He boots it. I think the other game when he was playing a Largo, it was the same thing, right? You see that Sunstrike, you kick that range creep. You don't let him get that CS. And let's see how Chira Jr. does, right? Because last game, he did have a bit of a hiccup again, but ended up recovering nicely because he's playing a hero that can play from distance. Invoker can be a bit of a difficult one like the Lina, where if you do get caught, you're playing in the front lines at times. So I'm going to be watching Chira Jr.'s positioning a lot here, playing versus no one on the Earth Spirit. And yeah, talking about the Earth Spirit, right? No one. He went from probably one of the best hero. He went from probably one of the worst
to one of the best.
So
I think maybe the worst to the best in terms of heroes that are being consistently picked this international. Yeah, I think no doubt about that.
And the matchup in particular, right? The Earth Spirit versus the Invoker, but also versus that Nature's Prophet. This gap close, it's going to be very strong for no one. All stages of the game, really.
First few waves looking very nice here for no one.
Doxa, he's in trouble. Blood Grenade, he's going to try for the TP out. Is it enough?
He's going to live.
Oh, wow. Picture perfect there. They try to even use, they used the Shadow Realm, they threw it for just like the smallest amount of damage. They grabbed the tree and threw it too. They tried everything to bring him down. Heads up TP. I thought he was dead for sure there.
This lane as well. How long does Maker go here with the Avalanche onto DM or try and turn with the Gush, but the Shadow Realm's back up. DM, he's going down. That's going to be first blood for Satanic. Sticking around.
Another one maybe.
The Bramble catching him. The right click not enough to kill him, but still left so low on this bottom lane. That's going to mean that Satanic's going to have a lot of space to farm very peacefully.
And absolutely seeing the reasoning for that swap, right? I'm watching Ducala's top. Every time Watson spawns his Treants, he just takes one over, while bottom, this effective trading from the Willow is so good versus something like Mirana, and even Tide. You have this high burst damage for him early, unlike an Enchantress would. Liking this approach, actually, this little lane that they did end up going for, this little switch up, even though it's, I rarely see Ducalis get put in this 4 position. Very cool answer here. Kira.
Super low, does have that final tango and a fairy fire.
Got to be careful how far he steps up. Overall, not the easiest to get the Sunstrikes in this game on these side lanes either. Nobody's going to be really low for them. The Tiny shouldn't get pressured. Neither should the Timbersaw in particular. Maybe Noticed can if they get a couple decays built onto it. But overall, this is a hard game to see Chira get set up on these Sunstrikes on these side lanes.
No one.
Chira Jr., he did sort of, you know, you could tell he knows the limits. He was trying to bait no one in, because he is ready to turn with these sort of like cold snap, Forge Spirit plays.
Yeah, if he can get the cold snap, Ice Wall, Forge Spirit, you know that this Earth Spirit doesn't have roll, so he can get him stuck inside of it, but a lot of damage coming in from no one. Titanic, though, full HP. A lane where he's not going to feel any pressure playing versus this Tidehunter, playing versus this Mirana. Has the stick charges, always has mana to threaten as well. Saksa, careful how much you want to trade with this Willow. They're going to pop the glyph. Mid lane, Chira.
They're ready for the dive. Ducalis coming in with a wraparound. Chira Jr. in a whole load of trouble. Blood grenades down on him. He's going to get taken out by the Alpha Wall.
Actually, a lot of damage coming in from it there with the Rabble Rouser, too.
Same time, bottom lane, he walks back into the Brambles.
9 class will survive. Denied from Saksa.
Yeah, able to get over to the neutrals in time.
Now at this point, though, you can see the movements. Ducalis is like, all right, my Timbersaw is going to be chilling in the top lane. We can just go 2 points in reactive armor, and it's difficult for them to bully him. Ducalis is going to be pressuring these lanes very hard. So another reason that they probably did this lane setup is that he has easier angles to sandwich onto the mid lane, as we see there. Malady, let's see what he wants to do with these movements as well, too. Since the lane is broken top, he can leave the NP alone for now.
Coming back over to the mid. Chira Jr. does have this ward down, so decent information. We'll know when Ducalis is trying these plays.
Might still try for the dive. No one is about to be level 6 with the Magnetize. They're pushing him off of the tower here. See where 9 class wants to go. He's going to join bottom, help out Titanic, bring his items, get him back up to full HP.
Can Yandex bring anyone in towards this mid to help out, or is that just not a move they want to do? They just want to sort of leave Chira Jr. to fend for himself.
They don't really have the best heroes to deal with this enchant. Oh, Malady gets hit by the second Bramble. He might just be dead here.
He's pretty dead. It'll drop the tombstone, and in fact, they're scared about running up to the high ground for him. So head up now. Trying to get the decay off, the tree hit, and the shadow round, that'll kill him. They'll be able to farm the tombstone on top of it, so more money for Satanic.
Oh, this early game is pretty brutal so far here. The lane's pretty much perfect from the side of Vision. I mean, shutting down some of the greed that's there from Yandex, yeah, the Invoker.
The switch-up's looking pretty big brain.
Yep, and noticed at some point soon, when he hits 6, Watson can't just sit in this top lane either. You're at risk of getting killed and getting dove from this Timbersaw with this type of start. Well, they're going to have to start making moves, though. We're going to have to watch Saksa, right? He's the one that has to kind of break this map, make the movements around Chira, but Chira is so behind right now. The concern, leaving this Earth Spirit, going for the more greedy Invoker. We've seen it punished a couple times in this tournament. Notice? He's stuck.
Quite a nice little tree and block there from Watson. He does have the TP to respond to it, though, notice.
And Watson's been an absolute beast, right? This guy, I don't know how he does it. Almost seems like AI sometimes, the way he's just playing to perfection in a lot of these games. Nice little trap there from him. Tips back and forth from the two of them. Bottom.
Brambles down onto DM. Not enough to take him out, but still bullying him back, ensuring that Satanic is getting very little pressure applied to him.
They're looking for Wisdom Steal. It's a little late, though, so it doesn't look like they're going to be able to fully go for it here. Well, on the other side, Malady trying to contest Notice, but Notice has hit 6.
I want Watson. Wallace. The setup. Not quite able to close the gap with the roll forward. Notice
gets a free kill.
Free kill on top of securing his own Wisdom.
Malady.
Some good XP burst here for the Timbersaw.
He does instant respawn, but yeah, this early game, it feels like Vision, they have all the answers for the lanes that Yandex has tried to set up for here.
This is, I mean, where does that first move come from when you look at Yandex right now? Like,
that's a good question. I mean, it's got to be
hitting the 6 on the tide. What?
I guess so, right? That's probably the easiest one to see. Besides that, it is going to be the Chira Tornado Cold Snap play with an arrow, but damage is going to be lackluster from Yandex early on in this game. Watson, I don't know how much he wants to get involved. Sure, you want to on a Nature's Prophet TP in, but this is a dangerous game for the NP to TP into. He'll TP in, and a Tiny, an Earth Spirit, or a Timbersaw will be there. These are not easy targets for Watson to bring down in the early game. Very just innately tanky. All 3 cores. Actually, you've seen Falcons do, of course, in the past, but 3 strength cores, essentially.
And honestly, it feels like any game where there's a Willow, it's always a nightmare to sort of TP in and make a play against, right? Because especially once the 6 is there, that whether it be the Fear or the Bramble, so many things that can get idly thrown out your way as the next Prophet and disrupt the attempt that you tried to make when you TP in.
And there's definitely damage problems in the early game.
They should be able to get 9 class here. It will get found. Nice grab. Trying to scout out Watson. Watson at the back of the Malady.
Getting themselves a kill on the board, Yandex.
And Chira not getting damage onto his tower, so just sticking in the mid lane, waiting to get his Meteor Hammer to try to pressure. If he can just sit mid, right? Every time the Earth Spirit makes a rotation, doesn't have to react, try to keep getting as much as he can out of the map as he's playing the lane. Watson playing in a very careful position, but no one is right on top of him.
They're ready to dive pretty deep here around the tier 2. Carlos is coming in to help out. The Magnetize down on a Watson. There's no saving him, and they know it. Nobody's even bothering to TP over. Watson will die under the tier 2.
These movements from Ducalis are beautiful this game so far here. Sandwiching on the Invoker, now sandwiching on Watson, allowing no one to dive without even losing HP because he's got the creep there to tank all of the tower hits. Ooh. We have coming out from no one.
This is a difficult early game for Yandex.
They have ways to come back in games always, right, with all this massive amount of team fight, but this early game is the first time in this series at least that Vision has the advantage out of these lanes. And with very strong heroes to pressure the map as well, too. Satanic probably going to just go for that rush of the Echo Saber into the Silver Edge this game because he's playing into the Tide. They have good ways to initiate the fights naturally already from the Earth Spirit, so he probably doesn't feel forced to go for a Blink Dagger this game.
So many ways to start plays and react to any that Yandex dare bring the way of Team Vision.
The start is very dangerous here with the way that Notice is also coming into the game. Top 2 net worth out of these lanes. And just difficult for them to kill this Timbersaw in particular. Because there's just not that much magical damage until the Invoker's in online. And
it's just already a lane, right, where nobody can really go up and sit there to soak up the XP in the farm. Like, none of these heroes want to sit anywhere close to this Timber right now in the lane.
No, you'll have to bring just numbers in particular, just kill him. But you'll have to bring a lot of those numbers, and the Invoker in particular, who isn't a hero who likes to really rotate out of the mid lane too much.
They need to... Again, it just feels like they need the Ravage to make some sort of a move. DM, he does have the skill point ready to drop on it. He sees a chance to make a play.
It's probably the slowest paced draft that we've seen from Yandex in this series so far. Well, for Vision, maybe the fastest paced one that we've seen. Playing around this Earth Spirit, playing around ways to be able to take towers early with the Enchantress. Bit of reason, by the way.
Reason? See, hopefully everything's all right there. Turn it off and on again. It might just sort the situation.
How much DM can do this game, right? Because DM, he also was quite a rock for the team. I think his Tidehunter, I think I said this like 5 times now, but I think his Tidehunter overall, it's been one of his best heroes in him just coming out of the lane in a good position and then having clear entry into the game to be able to get these setup Ravagers, just occupying an area where he feels unkillable. This isn't one of those games where he's unkillable. He's playing into the Timbersaw every single time that the Timber comes to threat.
Certainly address some of the weaknesses that were getting punished last game.
I'm seeing already they're deciding how they want to itemize in this game too. DM, he had the Raps queued up, but I don't like the Raps this game. It's not going to save you versus the Timber. This Mage Slayer could be an interesting one though, right? Playing versus triple.
It's pretty nice.
Playing versus the cores that are kind of spellcasting.
3 melee magical cores.
He's still debating, so we'll see which one he does end up going for, but I think I could see the Mage Slayer, even though it's not the most traditional nowadays. We'll see which one he wants to try for.
Notice. Certainly going to try and chase Malady down.
This matchup is so sad for Undying. There's just not much you can do. You don't even touch a hero like Timbersaw, and you just get erased from that strength damage.
Keep the pressure on for Tower, Noticed, and again, just a lane that nobody wants to go to right now if you're Yandex.
I'm surprised Malady was up there, to be honest with you. They're trying to at least push off of the tower here a little bit here. Saksa will arrow the creep, but it's just a mud golem.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bottom. They're just trying to mess with DM. Okay, so extra brambles, just some little bit of extra damage onto him here. No one will not get the luck of the rune. Chiro will be there in time for it.
Still, though, continue to be fully evasive. I mean, I say that he is looking towards top, Chiro Jr.
They get the setup here. Nice tornado. Do they have an arrow?
They do. Into the meatball. It's not enough. He's having to tip change up low ground. The Deafening Blast will reach and take him out. Though. I mean, so a well-needed kill.
That's the way they got to do it. It's got to be the tornado, cold snap, arrow combos. And we do see if they bring the numbers, they will be able to bring down Notice. A nice move there from Chira. Instantly with the haste rune. I love that, right? Just runs across the map. Usually not a hero you see do these type of rotations.
Titanic. They get involved quite early here with the Echo Saber alone. 9 class, ready to move him over towards the mid. Looks like no one's eyeing up the chance to dive Chira Jr. and wants to have the backup with him.
They want to get this mid tower. They even clipped the wave to keep the catapult alive. Chira expected.
He's in trouble. The Brambles is there. We'll be able to put a stop to Rolling Boulder with a cold snap. But Satanic's coming in with a wraparound. Avalanche is there to set up for the silence for no one. They take Chira Jr. down, and they'll be able to look towards his tower.
Malady also spotted by the ward, has to immediately run away from notice here. That was a heads-up move there from Vision. Immediately when they have the glyph, or when they have the glyph and they have the catapult wave hitting the tower, they already preemptively make the smoke move to ensure that they can get this tower. Really smart there from it. Panic making that move over. Saksa, even though he's not bounty hunter, will still be able to find some of these couriers, delay some of this timing to the vessel perhaps. He's taking out that stat item. Can he get himself out of it?
He's going to try for the TP.
There's the burst.
Too much. Too much burst here from these two.
Notice.
TP out from.
They notice turning up to these fights. DM. Whoop. Whoopsie.
Little off with the combo. Will force out a Ravage from DM. He'll live, but that is the Ravage down. And with the Ravage on cooldown, that's pretty much any hope of Yandex trying to fight back gone for the next couple of minutes.
Especially around the tier 1s. Like if they're looking to defend a tower now at this point, probably not going to be the case without that Ravage. DM, he is going to commit for the wraps, so okay. See if it can protect him versus this Timber Burst that will be coming out in the early game. Maybe feels like it's a little too hard for him to get in and apply the Mage Slayer at times. This does give him at least raw HP, which is nice too. Noticed. Tower is claimed. His timing's going to be very fast on his Kaya Sanj. A lot of times I've seen this Timbersaw when he's struggled in this tournament, and even before this tournament, it's when you shut down his lane. This is not one of those games where his lane has been shut down, so he has this great farm, and he even has ancient stacks to go back to.
Chira Jr., another game where it's falling behind. I feel like we've seen a few teams do this. There's a lot of them that want to go for this approach where they just focus Chira Jr. very heavily in the early game, knowing that he's going to struggle if they keep him behind at the start.
Especially if he's playing a greedy hero, right? Invoker can get punished quite a lot here from these moves. Looking for the cats at the notice. Tornado's off the mark.
Coming with a TP from Watson.
Cold snap.
The right click to the Deafening Blast. They don't have to hit everything right now to be able to bring Notice down. Meanwhile, in the mid, 9 class finishes off Malady. Chira Jr., despite the tough start that he's had because of how much focus they put him in the mid, he's the one that's actually doing the most for the team right now. A couple of moves, he's managed to set up for them to actually take down Notice twice in a very difficult early game.
In a very good position to kill him too, right? Because he does go for Kaya Sanj. He's got to go back for BKB.
And they're looking for him.
But now he does get caught.
I mean, Vision, they really know that Chira Jr., he is the one that can potentially be a threat with these setups in the early game. And they are doing everything to make sure that he doesn't find the momentum to get out of control, despite getting these small windows to make moves against Notice.
Wisdom will be 1-for-1. Yeah, the Invoker overall, right? That's why this matchup is so difficult versus the Earth Spirit. If he just gets on top of you, you're dead in most of these situations until the much later stages of the game. And now Satanic, his timings are accelerating also. He's got a Shadow Blade. Malady sees him, but can he run? Off the ulti.
And the burst. Is it enough? He's got backup coming in from Watson.
Satanic's caught.
And Chira Jr. is there again with the cold snap to make sure the TP out will not be successful. Again, Chira Jr. continuing to do a lot here with quite a little.
And Malady with the bait too. Very nicely done. Gets the ulti off, which means he tanks long enough to allow Chira to get the time to get there. Now they can get a tower out of it too. Nice moves from Chira. 4K lead still for Vision, but punishing that first timing of the Tiny. As soon as he gets the Shadow Blade, that's his first death.
Promising signs from Yandex being able to make these plays despite the net worth lead and early advantage that Team Vision got across the lanes.
It takes them a lot of rotations to bring down these tanky strength cores, but at least able to get them and get Chira Jr. into an okay spot. 9 class also. Meteor will not connect onto him at all, but he's
still going to get him. Same sum up top. Malady
dead again. He's suffering quite a bit. 6 deaths already here on the Undying.
He's back, though. Ceaseless Dirge. He'll be able to come back and die again.
They're adding up. But, I mean, it does feel like this is the best way for Yandex to sort of get themselves back in the game, right? Chira Jr. is just going to be constantly running up and down the map, looking to make these plays.
Which usually isn't the case for a lot of these Invokers. It's a bit hard to do this before the boots travel. You're pretty immobile, so smart if they can get the setup here. And maybe Malady is just going to be that bait time and time again for them to get these trade kills. For Vision, though, time to back up, farm a little more here, especially for Noticed. If he gets BKB, then he's pretty much undone. They'll have to commit they'll have to get the chain stun before he gets the BKB off in particular. Otherwise, he will just survive in those later stages.
Heading up to his top lane, but Chira Jr., he's got the backup of DM, and they've got the Ravage. Tornado setup here from Chira. They'll throw out the fear to try and push them back, but already the combo's dropped down to Carlis gone.
And again, Chira, the one making the moves.
High class. The Shadow Realm off, but Yandex still looking for an angle to make this fight happen. They'll drop down the tombstone. Satanic was thinking about entering it from the side. Justice dropped onto him. The Ravage is there, catches a few of them at the tip as well. Satanic will back away. Should be able to get out of this. Does get hit by an arrow, but they will not be tempted to chase up to the high ground. The cause, they get out, but still, I mean, again, Chira Jr.
He's being so clutch.
I don't think I've seen an Invoker that's just been sat at the bottom of the core net worth do as much as he has. You know, they really went all out to shut down his early farm, but despite being the lowest net worth core in the game, he's had the most impact in the last 5 minutes.
Satanic having a bit of difficulty entering as well, too, as we're seeing. Even though he has the Shadow Blade, walking into this lineup, they're prepared every single time, it does feel like, with these sentries, so. Don't know if he's going to go the Blink anyway, right? He's still probably just going to go BKB, Harpoon, Silver Edge this game. And those BKB timings are going to be the big thing to look at for the side of Vision, since they're playing into this heavy team fight magical damage that's coming in from Yandex. And the Silver Edge is now done. Watson also needs a BKB pretty early in this game. Standard kind of build for him on the NP. Mjolnir, Lance, BKB into this heavy magic damage. Vision looking to accelerate. Ravage is on cooldown for 70 seconds. They want to punish it.
See if they can catch Chira. And the Malady. Holding close to tier 2. Chira Jr. is going to step out over towards the camps. They're going to get the setup with the fear. He'll get the Ghost Walk off. Doesn't matter. Detection's down. Chira Jr. will turn with the Tornado, but Night Class will finish off the job.
They go for any type of trade here.
They've got the Tombstone dropped down, but they don't have any control now without their Invoker, so they will not manage to punish Vision. Vision, they'll get the 2 kills.
Have to try to protect this Invoker a little better. It's not easy to do, though, of course, until they have the Shard on the Undying to be able to protect him. But he, like you said, he feels like he is everything for the team at this moment in the early game. Watson still not able to get involved much on this Nature's Prophet. His farm is very good, though. Watson, as always, making sure that he keeps up in pace, if not ahead. Triple BKB timing, though. When Vision does have that, I'm worried for Yandex if they are not in a similar type of footing. $5K lead now for Vision. They are getting that much more out of the map, even though, as we said, Chira, he's making the nice moves. It is only Chira making the moves for Yandex, while for Vision, it's much easier for other heroes to really look for this setup.
I mean, when are we going to see sort of the team smoke come out from Yandex? Is it around the Shard timing for DM? You know, what would you imagine they're waiting?
I think they can do it now. He has Blink.
They're on a bit of a timer.
Yeah, I think they can do it right now. Whenever he has Blink Dagger, whenever he has Ravage, they can look for these plays.
There we go.
BKB number 1 is done already, though, so Notice does have it. If they don't get the chain stun, he will just survive. Oh, actually, 2 BKBs done. Uh-oh. So they have the response. Vision has the answers versus this Blink Ravage. This could be a pretty dangerous moment here. Yandex has to execute it perfectly.
DM got some pretty impressive Ravages last game.
He did.
Gonna have to be a good one here. They're setting up with the Moonlight, approaching in towards the mid, but Night Class, he's gonna kind of tank the initial jump. DM will now use the Ravage, but it's in a bit of an awkward spot. The rest can't really connect to him, and now Vision, they can just turn with the BKBs, take out Malady.
And they run.
Chira Jr. and DM will retreat back under the tier 2. They get BKB charge out here and there, but there's just no one who ends up pressing his right. Yeah, Notice still able to hold on to his. But that was the Ravage play. just a little too split up. They didn't really have any direct follow-up to that Ravage in the river.
You could, I mean, as soon as they saw the BKBs, they were like, oh God, never mind, we gotta get the hell out of here. So they tried to go for this Ravage play, but Vision very ready for it. They'll have the response BKB used, but well worth it. It's gonna be coming back up in 60 seconds. Good that they are able to disengage though. Very important for Chira that he's not getting caught in this fight. Has to be able to keep getting some of this momentum his way. He really needs this BKB timing himself too, this game. Both him and Watson, not going to have it as fast as we do see from Vision.
No, and obviously with that Ravage being used, there's a nice, comfortable window for Satanic to be able to finish his BKB before there's any chance of another fight being brought to him by Yandex. So next time round, likely going to have BKBs on all of the cores, Team Vision.
Continues to be the first time in this series where Vision in the early game, they continue to have this gold lead. They continue to have that better control of the map in particular. Notice now even starting to pressure toward that top side, because as we said, him with BKB, it feels pretty invulnerable unless they commit absolutely everything onto him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
On the bottom lane.
Noxa does go for the Vessel this game. Feels like he wants that extra damage versus the... I mean, it's a triple strength course, right? So it does have merits to buy it, but that does mean limited extra setup for the team, because most of these Maranas, they get the Yules so they can play around and get that extra catch for the team. Now, it's, as we said, it's pretty much only reliant on Chira, and if they can get that Blink Ravage. Smoke up. Ravage still on cooldown. Magnetize is ready. Chira showing himself in the wave here with the Quas Ghost Walk.
Good turn towards him.
Very vulnerable right now. Dust will connect onto him.
They're going to see him.
He's caught.
They get the Brambles into the fear. Melody's around, but he cannot save him.
No way to save him at all. I don't believe he has the shard still. I think it's coming out on the Courier for the Undying. Even when he does have it, unlikely he can save it in that type of position. Oh, and they get a tombstone for free. Extra money. Wisdom, Saksa trying to go for some type of snatch here, but it was already grabbed here from Satanic. Watson, he has BKB at the ready, so can start to get more involved, but his other two cores, they're really starting to fall behind. And there is the answer versus those two cores, the triple BKB timing from Vision. It's there. Much easier ways to take the team fights now on the side of Vision. A Blink also finished up for Notice. See how Yandex plays around this in these next few moments. Feels hard. Quite difficult for Watson this time. Is keeping up in pace with the farm though, as he always does.
He is, but say only him on Yandex's side.
Chira really needs to get this BKB. Until they have that BKB, I actually do not think the Yandex can take a team fight in any way. Sounds like suicide almost until they do have it finished. DM, nice little blink. He'll do it to get himself out of there. Yeah, Chira, he has to just play in these kind of crazy spots, cut the creep waves with the Ghost Walk, get to that point where he has the BKB, because they just can't take a head-on fight right now on the side of Yandex.
I think his Vision, they don't feel necessary pressure to try and hunt for these fights too hard. They're more than content to just sort of grow this lead.
They have great ways to just pick off. They don't need to have as much team fight in particular. And Chira, he's in a dangerous spot. Satanic's right on top of him.
He's going to find him straight away with the setup. Chira's going to try and get away with a Moonlight Shadow.
Distiller's on him.
He's going to get surrounded and caught. The Brambles there. Chira's dead again.
He's desperately trying to find a place to farm to finish the BKB, but he doesn't want to mess with where Watson's farming, so he gets himself in a really dangerous spot. And now it's the Roche Vision. We'll just get away with this one. There's no way Yandex can contest this.
I mean, last game, Watson had to carry pretty hard. He's going to have to try and do that again here, Fog.
Does feel like it. He does have the backup of the heavy team fight combos with him. But this one, yeah, it does feel like this one's a bit more difficult because it is that first pick Nature's Prophet that feels like it was pretty addressed. The last game, it was that last pick Luna where you had that kind of beautiful entry into the game, beautiful ways to itemize as well, too. This one feels quite a bit harder for sure. The itemization just not as natural. Sure, he's got BKB, he can go for this crit, but there's ways that got through it with that heavy damage from the Tiny.
See what Watson is able to do here under pressure.
Get him all the buffs. I want to see same thing. Get him some solar crests. Get him all these little things to be able to increase his damage. He's got the alacrity. He's always got that always built in for himself that will be pretty massive in the mid game.
I guess the question is for how much time, is he going to be looking to join the fights, or for a long time is he going to sort of look to play the split push game and just try and grow the net worth by out farming across the map and avoiding these team fights completely?
I think it's got to be the split push in this game. Until Chira has the BKB, like I said, there's just no way for them to team fight. And now into Aegis too, it probably means another 4 minutes where he just has to avoid. So Vision now can look to really continue to set this tempo and maybe even start to beat on some of these tier 2s.
Towards the bottom lane, ready to use the Moonlight.
The rounding 9 class here, can they get the setup onto him?
Not an amazing kill, but maybe not even one they're going to get the chance to go for. Yeah, backup's coming in now. It's getting a bit spooky. Satanic comes in from the side, gets his hands on Saxa. Saxa's gone. The rest of Yandex, they have to run.
And he is going for the Blink Dagger on Satanic, so he wants that extra gap close versus the Nature's Prophet. The Fear connects. Malady.
9 class, getting another catch. Ducalis ready to bring in the damage with the impetuses.
They're getting so much in this early game.
Same time, Chira Jr.
He's caught again.
No one had noticed and found him. He tried for some sort of control and setup onto Notice. Was not going to happen.
I know, and a night and day difference on no one. He's playing Earth Spirit in comparison to Puck. He's running the map.
The shackles are well and truly off after being weighed down by the Puck picking game 2. He's back here, no one, ready to play a proper hero.
He's everywhere. And on top of them having now this 11k gold lead, the experience lead is really starting to be there as well. Level 20 on Tiny, 20 on Notice, 18 on the Earth Spirit. It's 18, 15, 15 on the cores up the side of Yandex. And map is now shrinking. 2 tier 2s to fall, bottom tier 1 as well. And quick items coming in. Satanic just bought the Blink. He's now got the Harpoon. So yeah, double ways to gap close. Well, triple in a way, right, with the Silver Edge as well versus that Nature's Prophet. This game is looking harder and harder as it progresses. Yeah, but he just can't get the same amount of farm this game on the Tide because he can't go to those places where he's like, hey guys, I'm unkillable. He will be killable versus the Silver Edge, versus the Timber Saw. They're losing control of the map quickly here.
I mean, how easy is it for Watson to get away with some cheeky rat plays this game? Kind of, you know, take a tower here and there whilst the team fight's going on. Is that... They're going to be able to back up and find him.
Chira. Panic knows he's in the area here. The Silver Edge did get Ghost Walk affected. Fight around the Wisdom. It is into this Aegis of Satanic. Let's see how much they come in for him.
I mean, they're going to try and throw the arrow out there. The BKB's already there onto Satanic. He's going to get held in position now by the Sprout. Now he's able to get his way out of that. The Tombstone there buying time from Malady. No one rolls into the center of the pot. The BKB gets the magnetized onto the 3 of them, splitting them up.
A lot of damage.
Watson is going to turn with the Sprout and the right kick.
No one's in trouble.
They're going to be able to get off.
That's a gem as well. He just got it.
Oh, maybe getting a little too ahead of himself there with that deep dive in, rolling right into the center of them, feeling that he could get away with his BKB magnetized play. He could not.
He did not respect how much damage Watson has in that area around all these trees as well, too. He does have the Daedalus finish now, too. He will kill these targets with the physical damage.
I mean, that's huge.
That was the biggest play they've gotten so far, and it's around Watson. This guy said he has to be the Rock. That's step 1.
Yeah, definitely be a bit more careful about where the Nature's Prophet is next time round he rolls in. I'd imagine no one.
And overall, the play, too, for Vision, it's a pretty greedy one. They're going just for like a Wisdom steal, something that perhaps isn't the most necessary play to go for here, diving into high ground. Yandex is super ready for it. Everybody was there. Now they've got a gem, so they can start to reclaim that map control, start to play versus the Silver Edge Tiny a bit more here.
Understandably, they probably feel that they're decently ahead, but maybe misreading how far ahead they are. You know, it's an 8k advantage, still very much a lead that can slip away, especially if they go for these sort of risky plays that don't really seem to have that much of a reward, really, relative to the risk.
Watson's there. They can show that they can fight still, especially in this type of positioning, right? All of them on high ground, one by one positioning that comes in from Vision. First time we see Vision falter in this game.
Yeah, they've got to keep their cool, especially when they're this close to being able to move forward to the grand finals.
Aegis will get reclaimed. Satanic is able to put his Quelling Blade back into play. Can't be able to break away through that Nature's Prophet. They're looking for a gank here. Ravage is at the ready for DM.
Watson would be the big catch.
Doxa gonna scout things out as well here with the gem. Stepping forward. Panic seems to know where Watson is.
Double Dust not going to catch anyone.
Panic will find the grab. Soxa, that's the gem. Did they see it though? 9 Class did. He'll grab it back. Okay, it's been recovered. Small little hiccup there. Well, small. Pretty decent hiccup there from the side of Vision. DM. Aghanim soon on the horizon for him too. So all about buffing up this Nature's Prophet, getting that extra minus armor from the Gush. They've got the Alacrity. Malady doesn't look like he can go for the Solar Crest just yet. He wants to be able to have that extra buff up, but he wants to just have that save. The catch
was close there, went for a risky blink TP, but he'll be fine, DM. Gets out. As I say, that's the purchase done.
And they've got the blink. Starting to get more and more ways to get these team fights in together. And if they can get the connection, if they can point blank Ravage again, the damage is starting to be there for Yandex.
I mean, you know, having just the Biona and the Daedalus alone on this Nature's Prophet, you cannot understate how hard the Nature's Prophet will tear through these heroes.
The Timbersaw, maybe that's a bit of a difficult one,
with this
but the other
heart
two...
and the armor. But yeah, no one rolling in's got to be careful. The Satanic, if he jumps in, drops his combo, and the distance is still there between him and Watson, he could still run into issues.
Notice, though, that's going to be a difficult cookie to crack. We'll have to see how they do deal with him, because, my goodness, Heart and Shiva's now picked up from him. He's going to be hard, and he's going to be able to give a lot of information, too, for the team, because he can just play in that front line. Tough to bring down.
You have it. Outside of the base.
Yeah. Stepping forward, notice.
Let's try and see what he can force out of Yandex.
Arrow will connect. Satanic in.
Oh, it's a beautiful two-man avalanche. Gets it onto the two of them. The Tombstone saves going to be there to buy time for DM, but he's so low, will be able to get out. Blink away. TP's out of this. DM, is he going to live? Nearly gets caught by 9 Class, but the TP succeeds just in time.
Malady, though, doesn't look like he'll be so lucky. Back in the Tombstone he goes, but inevitably will get brought down. That was the DD.
Gone.
DD from Satanic coming in.
I mean, Vision, do they want to do anything with this?
Wait, it was the DD, wasn't it? Am I crazy? He did have a DD, right?
I don't think he did.
Oh, okay. I don't think he did for the damage.
That was just the damage alone.
Okay, whoops. Because I saw that one of the damage was denied.
Earlier, but yeah, there wasn't one since. No, that was just the combo alone.
Can I actually see that again, if we don't mind, for a second here? I swear he had the DD. Was it picked up and killed at the same time? I don't know. Maybe he just didn't blue. Whatever. The damage looked very high from it, but I didn't think he'd have that burst to almost bring down the tide, but that was interesting. All right.
DM did drop very low, very quickly to that.
We're able to bail him out, though.
Now, here we go. Coming in, and...
no, he's just blue. Okay, I'm crazy. Sorry. But just the damage was so high, it looked like he did have it. Thank you. Production.
I noticed. Does get the BKB forced out of him there in the mid. Offered to back off. AC very close to being done for Satanic. So as we saw there, already how much burst damage was coming out, it's going to be even greater. So DM has to be very careful. You know, there's only so many heroes that Malady can try and bail out with the Tombstone save. And ideally wants to save it for Watson.
And Satanic also, not just the aggressive potential, right? The defensive with this AC is going to be massive versus Watson also. Because these triple cores, they are getting to that point where the armor is going to be difficult for Watson to break through. The Shivas is done for no one as well. Double Shivas plus an AC versus the single physical core. That last game, Watson was able to do it. This one feels a bit more difficult in particular because DM, he's struggling a lot more than in comparison to that last game. Ready to do it is Watson. DM.
Got set up. Nobody else here with 9 Class, but of course DM doesn't necessarily know that. Keep this cool though.
Just actually making the aggressive move themselves here. Also to point out, Ducalis, he has gone for the aggressive play. He's got the Distiller plus the Pike.
Jiro Jr.
He does a lot of damage too.
Time with the wrap around, has to put the BKB. Same time, Satanic in with the Avalanche. He's going to get caught in this ground. Watson turning and standing his ground, looking towards Satanic. Satanic will back off here with the Silver Edge. They've killed off Malady. They can go for more. It's a good grapple. Here, catching the 3 of them. Ravage has to come out for DM to just try and hold them back into the arrow onto Ducalis. Satanic, he's in though with the Avalanche. BKB's there from Watson. Turns towards no one, brings down the Earth Spirit. Now to be careful now with the BKB coming to an end. The Shack from slowing him down.
They're diving him.
A dive forward here from Notice in with the Timber Chain. Watson caught by the Curse Ground stun. He's out for 80.
Malady dies beyond the tier 3 tower, and DM has been caught by 9 class, 4 dead on Yandex.
9 class, holy crap, a 3-man terrorize onto all of them. Beautiful connection. No one kind of hands himself on a silver platter onto the Nature's Prophet, but it forces the BKB, forces the Satanic.
It all works
It's
out.
not just one core in this game. They've got multiple different ones on Vision. While for the side of Yandex, it really is just Watson at this point doing that damage. Chira, he's struggling in this game.
Yeah, we'll see it again here. Chira was trying to find some sort of way to start the action off. Has to put this BKB very early to try and get himself safely back over to the rest of the team. They look to Satanic, but with that AC that's just been picked up, they don't have the damage to threaten the Tiny. And here's where it starts to get really awkward. The control comes in from 9 class, and at this point, through the duration of the BKB, Watson, he can try and turn and look towards the Enchantress, but he knows now it's running short the duration. Yes, they're able to kill no one, but at this stage, there's nothing else to save Watson and Vision. They know it. They dive in, they kill off the carry, and make sure that this fight is well and truly in the bag for them.
Top also, Saksa, 9 class going for the solo kill, almost does get him completely here. Can Saksa get out? He's trying.
Now leaps.
Chira's connecting. They've got the TP coming in too, so 9 class could be in trouble himself. He is being annoying.
He
really
really
making them
is.
work for it. He's got a Wind Waker.
All right.
Okay.
They'll get him. Of course, at the same time, space being created. Satanic's able to finish off the Roche, get the Aegis picked up for the next play.
DM overall too, in that last fight, he needs to have a bit more patience with this Ravage. This one is a bit of a panic one because that fear connection that came in, it ended up just catching like an Enchantress. Sure, it caught the backline of the Timbersaw, but they need that Ravage when Watson's just standing his ground and able to just wail on this on these targets. This was not the case from him this time around, so spellcasting has to be a bit better from the side of Yandex to be able to have a chance at this deficit.
Some pretty crazy levels now on Team Vision. We've got the 25 on Notice, the 25 as well on Satanic.
We said this is one of those games where Notice has the potential to be that carry. He is being that carry as this Timbersaw as well. There's just so much HP that they need to get through of these 3 cores.
And they were able to hit him with those rotations early on from Chira Jr., but since then,
he hasn't died.
Not been able to kill him.
Yep, it was the 2 deaths early on from the rotations, then he got the heart, and it felt like from there, yeah, they can't really touch or threaten him. He is a nuisance.
Okay, lead now for Team Vision.
No one now also having the Bloodstone. He is dying a couple times here. We do see the 2 deaths for him, but he's still doing his job, right? One of the heroes, one of the cores essentially has to be the sacrifice for the others at this point in the game to be able to have that success. Cheer up. He has to be in the back line. He cannot get caught at the start of these fights again.
Oh, they're going to see him. They've
He
got
gets
the
caught
Hex.
at the start.
Can he survive through this? He'll get the chance to put the BKB turn, but the Tornado is going to go for the BKB TP out. Nothing to stop it. He'll get out.
But a full defensive BKB, it's going to be 90 seconds. They don't have that for the fight. Cheers positioning this game.
Radiant are scanning.
Watson really has to do so much here. Nature's Prophet, not easy.
It's a butterfly gonna be. I understand the butterfly versus the tiny is
yeah.
fantastic, but it's not good versus the rest of the heroes so much. So, I mean, there's not much else he can go. I'm thinking that Rapier territory can start to be something he might be thinking about, but maybe he still feels like he doesn't need to rush it that much more still. But we'll see. The push is starting to come in. Satanic, 2.5 minutes on this Aegis.
Got the ults to the red. Ravage is there. Going to be TP back to be a part of the defense. Yeah. The anchor down, set up the Tornado. Banners out though for Team Vision, keeping the pressure on the tier 3 Saxon, trying to step up, they're trying to get rid of it, but the Hex is there. They make the jump over towards him. Malady comes in with the Tombstone save to keep Saxa alive.
They'll be able to take care of the banner because of that. So at least stopping the push for a moment here. The creeps are starting to beat on bottom. Also looks like Vision doesn't want to stick in the area too much more here. They'll respond to that push.
I like this as well. I was going to ask you about this. He's
changing it a lot.
Looking at the Hex, looking for the Ags. Surely the dream of the Ags combo to follow up a Ravage is it's worth going more into than the Hex, or what do you say at this point? Because he's considering either.
The Ags damage, it doesn't work as much as it used to now in the old days. Like, I think the Hex just feels a bit better. They need that extra control because it's all about Watson to do the damage. The magical, it just really isn't what it once was. Sure, it's pure damage from the Sun Strikes, but it still is.
They're pretty high HP heroes.
Like, eventually, sure, he can go for it, but I think the Hex is something a bit more important because they can kill these heroes if they don't get the BKBs off.
Trying to step out the base here with a bit of a smoke. Vision already backed off. Maybe they catch Ducalis, as he has potentially stuck around a little too long.
He's very deep.
Yeah, they're going to get him. So Ducalis,
that's a gem.
Get punished, and indeed hanging around like that with the gem. A little bit of a mistake there.
I'm surprised he's sticking around there with like nobody around him. It was Satanic near him, sort of, but not really the rest of the heroes.
I mean, they might be
looking for
Satanic there, remember the jump over towards him. He does, of course, have this Aegis still for a minute.
But he's pretty alone.
I mean, no one's trying to get over to help him out. He's trying to get away here with the Silver Edge, but the dust is upon him. The gust will slow him down. Chira Jr. moves the wraparound from the side there. They trying to wait for the timing of it. They're going to wait 40 seconds.
Long time.
They've just got to kill him at once. Backline at the side. We'll get the fear down onto Saxa. So that's the Marana out. No one and Satanic turn with the full combo onto Malady. They deal with the two supports of Yandex. Kira Jr.
Again, it has to be BKB and TP out. I mean, you can feel that indecision from Yandex. Do we want to really chase this? It's kind of crazy.
But at the same time, it felt like they were going to be able to kill him, at least take that Aegis out of his hands a little bit quicker, but they hesitated a bit.
They're just afraid. You can feel it there. And the push now coming in again.
High class.
Still has BKB.
Knows that Watson was there in the trees,
oh
but
my God, if he gets
not get the catch onto it.
He gets the UO to at least interrupt. Could be annoying for the push. It is coming in. Notice.
All right. Butterfly's done. And they do still have the Ravage here for the defense. Down 26k. Still without the supports for 10 or so seconds.
Buildings are dropping. Nice little save there from no one. Pulling Satanic out of some of the damage. BKB gets popped, plays it safe.
Finish the job and get out. Nothing to stop the BKB TP.
Smart. Not risking anything there. Not trying to like back up and reset. Can get caught and killed if he doesn't pop that BKB and TP out.
I mean, is there any way they can get out and try and force a fight whilst this BKB for the Tiny's on cooldown?
Is it worth the risk? Could just lose the game with that move there. So I don't know if Yandex is going to want to make that type of aggressive move. Watson, okay, this is smart. He's going to go for the Hydra Breath afterwards. I like this, the percent damage is good versus tanky heroes.
I mean, but all three of them having over 4,000 HP, the Hydra's Breath is absolutely going to hurt. He hits hard. Like, I think once the Hydra's Breath's there, he can take down these heroes as long as they have the control, which, as you say, but they're trying to build towards. Chira Jr. very close to having the money for the Hex. We'll see how much they want to spend up on these big items over saving for buyback, because buyback is probably going to be preferable in this sort of situation.
Saxa doing some missions here, getting the Lotuses, trying to get any little thing that he can to be able to have these buffs. These greater healing Lotuses can change the times of some of these fights. If you don't commit to kill a hero, can potentially get saved. So eyes on those for the upcoming one as well. 27,000 lead. It does continue to grow here for Vision, and it's multiple different heroes. That's the scary thing. Everyone is scaling on Vision. It is mostly Watson on the side of Yandex that's getting the scale. And Chira, he's been slowed down so much this game. 8 deaths.
There's enough here for the Hex. Does he want to spend up?
Buys the one component. Probably does want to just be careful to have that buyback to smoke. No Vision. They're looking to strike again.
Know that Yandex is likely outside of the base. Be aware that Chira Jr. pushing out that bottom lane.
Chira, be careful.
Titanic
gets caught in one stun.
Coming in from the side, the supports. 9 class and Ducalis.
Not Chira, be careful.
They'll sense it just in time. Yandex.
Here for neutrals. Chira. His Rattle Kit means he did not get the Conjurers, is what that tells me. A bit unlucky for him with the timing. Saxa will get it, so some extra burst damage that can come out from the Mirana. And yeah, okay, Watson's queuing it up, Owen. The Rapiers, they're starting to get queued. He's feeling like it's not going to be the answer with the Hydra.
All right.
And yeah, I mean, the Hydra Breath, the thing about the item, it's good, but it takes a little time for the damage to come out from it. Rapier, much faster.
And it's pretty expensive, right? How much is the Hydra's Breath? It's close to the same price as a Divine Rapier.
He does have the Lance, though, so it's not...
that's true. You spend up a little bit. But likely will be, well, I imagine, selling the Dragon Lance, right, if he does want to get a Rapier in to that final slot.
And honestly, it does feel necessary. There is such high HP pool.
Well, he's got a BKB.
He's got to kill everybody.
He's got to kill someone during that BKB.
Hex completed. Chira does have that extra control now for him. All about enabling Watson. Level 25 starting to get hit as well on the Earth Spirit. No one now has the OP talents. They also are picking up a lot of these greater healing lotuses as well to point out on the side of Vision, so not just giving those away to Saksa.
They can wait for the Roshan.
They can.
Coming up in a minute.
Keep waiting for them to come out with them. As I said, it's only really Watson growing for Yandex. More and more heroes on Vision are scaling, even the support.
Satanic. He's going to see the two of them. It's an easy avalanche toss combo.
So much damage.
BKB's going to be popped by Chira Jr. He'll get up with the Ghost Walk. He's going to live. I was very close.
Oh, it almost gets to both of them.
Not quite enough damage to fully 100 to 0 the two of them, but it's close.
That says a lot about how scary this Tiny really is at this point. I think the Lotus maybe even saving one of them. I know that Saksa used one of them that he did have.
Yeah, and we'll see after that. He's got the crit queued up because if he's able to get the crit, those two heroes, next time they'll be dead.
Oh, yeah.
And he's got the money to start doing it.
At least can buy the small crit, which will be enough to pop them in that next occasion. Roche, 20 seconds. Yandex, they're trying to punish the fact that Satanic doesn't have BKB.
This is risky, but it's a risk that's definitely worth a shot.
It's 50 seconds without his BKB on this time.
Down 28k as a team. Notice he's going to be able to get the jump onto them first. They'll turn with the Hex and the Tornado. Watson tipping over. Here comes the backup. Noah rolls in straight away on top of Watson. Drops the magnetize. Watson turns with the BKB. Looks towards Noah, but Noah's healing up with the Bloodstone. Full HP here on the Earthsprit. They bring Notice down relatively low.
Watson is...
He's not scared. Gets back in. They get the Hex onto Watson.
He's gone. Notice tanked everything and he's still alive.
And he knew that he could get back in there as well on about 10% HP. Noticed having no fear.
He is the rock for this team this game. Even if there's a Tiny on his team, he is invulnerable. Blinks into 5 heroes and survives.
And here we go. You know, who needs Roshan when there's the carry dead? Time to hit the base.
They tried to take an opportunity there with the BKB on cooldown of the Tiny, but Notice says, nope, I will block your entry.
But the fortification, and they do have the buyback available on Watson.
That's going to kill his growth toward that Rapier, though. His damage, we're seeing it's not there without it. Daedalus now finished up for the Tiny.
And look at the Notice. Notice BKB still on cooldown for 40 seconds. Watson coming in with the buyback.
They have the damage for him.
It's good control. Satanic's in with the counterplay, makes the jump on Watson, but Malady comes in with the tombstone save. Satanic turns his attention over towards Malady instead. Malady's gone. Immediate buyback comes in from the Undying. The BKB's wearing off a Vision. They've got to run. Yandex, they have to try and punish this. They're going to look over towards the Tiny. Notice comes in over the Chakra to slow them down. Watson, he'll look to Ducalis. Hex is out on the would-be charges, but no one goes trouble. Watson is surrounded. He'll look to Nightclass, but the Wind Waker's there. Nightclass lives.
He's gone.
Watson goes down. He's out for 2 minutes. A TP out just in time will save Chira Jr., but Yandex, they're going to have to try and hold with just the 4 of them for the next 2 minutes.
There's no damage now at this point. Chira, he can't do it on his own. Watson tries to TP in, but they're just too tanky. Oh, and Notice, again, drops to quarter HP, back up to full, super fast afterwards. They're closing it up here.
Yep, looking for the mega creeps. I'm very likely looking for more here.
40k lead at this 48 minutes. All 3 cores continue to have this incredible game for the side of Vision.
Yandex, what have they got left here with just the 4 of them? Ravage is going to be up in about 10 seconds.
Notice just jumps into their face time and time again.
Falls falling.
Chira.
Trying to get him with the combo, that Saxter out. He doesn't have the buyback. Look at the Hex on it. Chira into the fear. He'll buy back. TM is going to have Ravage up in a second. Tornado should be enough to finish Nightclass off. There comes the Ravage.
Notice is untouched, unfazed.
They've got the cold snap on him, but it doesn't matter. They get him down to half HP. They won't get him any lower. DM's gone. This game, this series is over. GG is called. Team Vision are moving on to the grand final.
These 3 tanky cores, just too much for Watson to deal with. They covered their bases this time around. They knew how to deal with this draft of Yandex, and they really did punish Chira so much in this game. 9 deaths on the Invoker from the beginning of the game. This little lane switch up that we don't see them do too often, but having this Enchantress top set up success for Notice. Set up success for the mid on the rotations, as well on the bottom lane. Having this Willow Tiny, they kind of won all 3 lanes, got so much snowball potential. Watson was keeping up with farm, but the fights really never went the way of Yandex.
Yeah, everything fell onto the shoulders of Watson, and it was just a much a different situation, right, as opposed to game 2 with him on the Luna. Yep. On the Nature's Prophet, when you're playing behind as a team and everything rests on your shoulders, it's such a tough position to try and carry the game solo.
They counterpicked him really hard too, right? In this draft, it was the first pick NP carry. The last game, it was a Luna last pick, so he got that success. They had the 3 heroes to jump him, get on his face over and over and over again. What a game for Vision.
Yeah, Team Vision overall showing why many a team are struggling to do much against them. I think on their run so far, we've seen them drop a game in each of the series, but overall the wins.
They've only really lost with Puck as well, too, if I'm not mistaken. I think that was one of the big ones.
Maybe another lesson reiterated and learned again today here, because indeed when the puck wasn't there, they really did shine. Team Vision are going to be the first grand finalists here this year at the International.
Ducalis, before Dove gives you your introduction, I want to give you an opportunity to process these words. You are a TI Grand Finalist now.
Tsunami 刚刚跟他说，在我热烈欢迎他之前，他需要让他记住接下来这一些文字。你现在是 TI 2026总决赛的第1位战队了。那现在让我们用掌声和欢呼声送给 Ducalis， 送给我们的第一支种子队伍 Vision。
So with that in mind, Ducalis, I want to know, what are you thinking right now and how are you feeling?
现场的观众非常的热情，现在你在想些什么呢？可以我们分享一下你的想法吗？
I'm feeling great because I think last year we got stolen twice to go to grand final. This time we don't choke and we are going to play there. So yeah, I'm very happy. I'm very proud of my team. I'm very proud of our journey through last 3 months because we improve a lot. And thank you Notice to come and carry us.
他刚刚说，我现在感觉非常的好，因为我的队友们在过去的3个月当中，感觉我们成长了许多。过去的这3个月的时间，我和他们一起度过，我感觉非常的好。而且我们去年的 TI 呢，其实有2次都被从总决赛当中拖回来了，最后我们是没有能够打这个总决赛。那今天在这里，我们能够进入到总决赛，我感觉非常的好。感谢我的队友，感谢所有支持我们的粉丝。
I want to talk about your path through this bracket. You're losing a lot of game 2s, I notice. And Dove was telling me about a Chinese proverb that may have some relation to that. You mind explaining?
Yes. So Tsunami 刚刚问了他说，我们现在想要去聊一下你们的队伍的风格，你们好像总是会在，特别是淘汰赛当中，第2局就输掉了。然后我们刚刚在后台做备采，我跟 Tsunami 说，知道吗？我们中文有一句古话叫"真正的大师，收放自如，游刃有余，锋芒自控"。也许这就是 Vision 吧。So the real master, they're like a little bit naughty, play around. They kind of control how much effort they can put into the game. Do you think that's Ducalis and Vision, what they're doing during playoffs?
Because it seems that sometimes these game 2s, you're testing what you can get away with. Is that what you've been doing through these game 2s?
I think we just sometimes not on same page in games, and we are comebacking from hard game like this game 2, where we have rough laning stage, but then we pick off them on map, and we just didn't get to the ball. But yeah, it's good for us to give games because we have more practice and understand what's good and bad.
我觉得我们整个队伍有的时候可能不在一个节奏，不在一个讨论的东西不一样。我们有的时候，比如说像今天的第2场比赛，在对线期劣势之后呢，可能打得回来，也有可能打不回来。但是这样的一些比赛对局，其实可以让我们去锻炼自己，能够去总结，能够从这些对局当中呢学到一些东西。所以我觉得，有的时候输掉其实也还好了。
So then as the master, you beat Boom Boys in round 1, Team Spirit in round 2, Yandex in round 3. Who do you think is going to get the rematch with the master in grand finals?
目前我们所剩的剩下3支队伍里面有 BB、Spirit 和他们刚刚击败的 Yandex， 都曾经失败过，没有挑战成功过 Vision。那想问他，觉得最后总决赛即将迎接他们挑战的会是谁呢？
I mean, it's actually funny because all 3 teams, it's like some story behind it. Because basically, Bad Bomb, it's Naruto against Sasuke, like they have Steam profile picture. Second, it's Spirit, it's Young Prince against King. And third one is Yandex, it's DM against, so yeah.
Wait, so then do you have a preference?
Let it be King against Prince.
他刚刚说 这个问题其实很有趣，因为我们和这3支队伍都有一些历史，我们曾经的一些队友都是来自于这3支队伍的，这3支队伍里面都有我们熟悉的一些老对手和老队友，所以你如果让我非要选一个的话，我觉得应该是 Spirit 吧。
Then let's see it happen. King versus Prince. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for Vision and Ducalis.
让我们最后再一次让他感受到我们上海的热情，好吗？
Vision make a statement in game number 3, securing themselves the grand final for the International 15 here in Shanghai. But an even bolder statement by Ducalis there in his interview that they want the Spirit rematch. They would love to see Spirit come up through that lower bracket and have the Prince versus King in a best of 5 this time around.
Who wouldn't want to see Yatoro versus Satanic for a Aegis potential to lift? I mean, this team is... There's something else, and I love that he praises Noticed in the interview because I think it's so hard to find a really, truly good offlaner to build around in modern Dota. There's so few of them, and Noticed has risen from nothing into one of the best offlaners, arguably the best offlaner in the world right now, and I think I'm glad that he's giving props where they're due because he is owning.
He's been such a standout, and I mean, I feel like Team Spirit have been the pride and joy of the EE region for a long time, and if you're gonna win a TI, it's better be against Team Spirit, and I think that's how Ducalis feels when he brings it up. That's why he wants to go into this matchup. Winning against the team that has represented your region and won 2 Aegises, there's no bigger honor than that.
I also feel like it's a very bold statement because, like, Yatoro and TI Grand Finals is a different beast.
True.
You gotta really believe in yourselves to want to go up against them. So it's cool. It's cool. They're obviously feeling themselves. You can tell from their gameplay. They don't get phased by game 2 at all. Game 3, I think they're doing all the right things on all the players.
Everything working just so beautifully for themselves when they do get on that same page, because he alludes to game 2 isn't necessarily this like, oh, we're toying with people, we're learning lessons. It's we're just straight up not on the same page. But when they are on the same page, you get games like this. You get game 3.
Yeah, and I think it's a really impressive skill to be able to be not on the same page and quickly fix that and get in the middle of it. We've seen multiple times, right? They lose the game 2s and then come back and they fix their problems and they win game 3. And that is an incredibly important skill set. So that you don't just 2-0 all your series. You get to finals, you drop a game, and now you're just fractured and shattered. You don't know how to fix it, right? They've been learning how to fix problems while also winning every series.
Yeah, I mean, if that's them not on the same page, I worry for every team in Dota if they all get on the same page all the time. I mean, if this is the state of them still not seeing eye to eye and they're the best team in this tournament so far, that's pretty spooky.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like there's something that multiple people now have said in their interviews. It's the kind of concept of journey before destination, which I think is really beautiful. And it's something that, you can take with you not only in Dota, but not only in Dota tournaments, but also in life. I think part of their journey has been to grow as people and to grow as teammates, and that's what's made them get to this point.
Yeah, I think it also helps take a lot of pressure off, that you're not so worried about, we have to win TI, we have to win TI, it's all focused on this. That if it's more spread out, that means the burden of stress is also less, focused because you're not so worried about the destination. So I think it helps for performance too.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like the be-all end-all, Effie, is we either lift the Aegis or there isn't anything about it. We can enjoy what it is. We can enjoy it when it's a top 8, when it's a top 3.
Yeah, if you have that kind of mentality, it's going to take you very far, especially if you've got the Dota to back it up, and they do. This game was just a masterclass in isolating targets, being able to blink in and stun and burst and make it so that team fights are never taken as 5 by Yandex. And Team Vision, they've got all the skills. They can pick you off 1 by 1, they can out late game you, they can win the early game. They've got it all.
And they're going to have the joy of a grand final tomorrow. They're already sitting very secure for themselves, but it's also been a journey for a lot of us at home about how beautiful this international is, what there is meaning-wise, and the fact that we get to enjoy another year in Shanghai.
大家好，我是苏秀代表性传承人汤小红。 我从小生长在我们著名的刺绣之乡苏州镇湖，从事刺绣行业已经24年了。苏绣有几千年的历史，然后它在世世代代的传承中，这个技艺不断的变化，不断的发展，然后到现在我们形成了我们现在完整的这个苏绣的技艺。比如说我们讲的平，那就需要我们在刺绣的时候，它的绣面是平整的，边缘是齐整的，那就需要绣娘每一针都是拉力都是均匀的，下去的时候它每一针都要恰到好处。细，这是我们苏绣最显著的特点，就是要把一根我们苏绣的蚕丝线最细要分到128分之一。可以这么说，每一件作品我们都不是用单一的技法去表现的。我们在绣之前，通过我们自己的经验，为这个作品选择最合适的针法、最合适的色彩。收到这个图稿以后，我们首先对这个图稿做了一些调整，比如说图稿里边的松枝还有梅花，可能是电脑绘图，它的线条会比较的生硬，所以这2个是我们一开始就改动的。云纹我们也做了一些调整，使得让它看起来更圆润，给它的层次色级多了一些。水纹我们就参考了一些它这种海水江洋纹里面的水浪的这个绣法跟这个丝理的变化，水浪跟整体会更出挑一点。然后我们对这个图稿做了调整以后，我们就选定了适合的面料，我们选的是一个我们桑蚕丝的这个真丝绡。真丝绡是刺绣的面料里边是最薄最透的一个面料，使得让它在这个整体的造型里边有这种虚实感觉会更好一些。选定面料以后，我们就开始上绷，上绷以后我们就开始勾稿，勾绘到面料上之后再配线，配线以后后面就是这个整个刺绣的过程了。这个盾其实它的面积其实挺大的，然后在绣的过程中呢，它有一个层层叠叠的过程。比如说松底下它是有底板的，底板上面再要绣枝干，枝干上面再要绣松针。那么我们就必须要在我们绣底板的时候，先要确定好它的方向、丝理，然后它的配色。如果我到绣枝干的时候发现这个底板出现问题了，后期是很难去调整的。所以我们在每一步都要在绣之前设计好它怎么绣，包括什么样的配色，包括什么样的丝理方向，然后用什么样的针法，要每一步都不能出错，到最后才能成型一件比较成功的作品。平齐细密，光和顺匀。丝线是有光泽的，我们不同的针法，然后在里边还有不同的方向，通过颜色深浅不一的这种过渡，我们就能体现不同的层次。苏绣会有它独特的丝光感，人可以走动，它的光泽感也会有变动。一件作品承载的不光是记忆，还是我们每一个绣娘人生一段独一无二的时光。我希望这个作品能带给大家一些不一样的感受，让大家感觉到我们苏绣除了是古老的记忆，还是我们焕然的新生。
A beautifully dedicated craft that 20 years of experience put into something to represent over 16 years of journeys for so many players, 15 internationals now. And it's crazy to think that we've been so lucky to get to visit Shanghai for a second time, to see so many different players achieve that dream and see what it is all about making a grand final, making it to the main stage of an international yet again in Senior.
Yeah, and I feel like it's kind of cool to see pieces like this because we've dedicated our lives to our craft and we've poured our heart and soul into it, and we've accomplished many things in Dota. And to see, like, you know, other people that are so passionate about whatever they decide to work with, I always find that kind of stuff really, really fascinating. And I have, like, it's cool. It was really cool to see this video.
In a way. I mean, it's around the arena as well, so anyone that's lucky enough to be here in Shanghai should definitely go and find it, have a look at it, and get to see what, you know, all of this experience, all of the hours put into it is, because that's what we're doing every time we get to sit down and have the pleasure of watching these professionals come into a game of Dota. And whilst our day isn't over just yet for this Saturday, we still have another best of 3. Unfortunately, one of the 2 teams that's about to come out, their journey will be over. We're looking back at eliminations now, and we have to look towards teams that played earlier today. We've got Spirit coming up against Boom Boys, and for Spirit, it's such a draining day, Quinn. They played the first series and now the 4th.
Yeah, this is one of the hardest parts of a TI run. It's why you don't want to drop to the lower bracket, because you know this day is coming where you have to play 2 matches. It is incredibly draining. I've done it twice, and man, it sucks. And so I think for both these teams, it's not only the Dota game you're fighting, but it's the psychological and the energy battle to remain strong enough to actually play to a high enough potential while being, like, tested on a time basis.
Yeah, and you're going to make some trades, right? Because Collapse mentioned that he was tired and he just wanted to finish, and he only slept 5 hours. So the question is, did they go back and sleep, or did they watch to prepare for their last series today?
I feel like usually we used to try to go back and sleep, but the thing is you have so much adrenaline going, and, you know, a lot of people drink caffeine in one way or another, and that kind of affects that. You also, I feel like, I put a lot of effort into this because I feel like there's, like, a caffeine theory, and I feel like your first hit of caffeine in the day always hits different than your second one. It doesn't hit quite as hard.
Well, hopefully the adrenaline also hits different, right? The first time you walk out on stage for the day, maybe it hits a little harder, but they're going to have to do it for a second time because they're coming out on stage. It is going to be Spirit.
Boom Boys!
Boom Boys taking to the stage, walking out for the second time today. And hopefully the fact that their series was only a couple of hours ago is enough to be able to give them that advantage here in the lower bracket. They dropped down a little earlier than teams would have expected, but that doesn't mean they're out by any means. They have a lot in the back pocket. They're going to come out fighting because they know their opponent is a formidable one.
Team Spirit!
This org lifted their second Aegis back at TI-12, but since then, they have failed to make the main stage. But this time around, top 8 is what they achieved for themselves. A top 6, they pushed even further, and despite being in the lower bracket, you cannot underestimate what they're going to be able to bring to a best of 3. A lot of cheers in the crowd for them, and I know that these players thrive of it. They love to walk out here on stage. They love to give the fans everything they want, and I feel like coming up against Boom Boys, maybe that's the slight edge because it's a Spirit at the International.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Team Vision being the final boss of this tournament, and they are, but Team Spirit are the final boss of the International. They always have been. This is the team everyone is afraid to come up against when it comes to these moments, when it comes to the lower bracket. They feed off of the energy, and they've been here before in Sania.
I feel like Spirit's that one team that you never want to see go far, because you want to make sure you knock them out early. You don't want to let them power up. You don't want to let them, like, do this whole run. I feel like they have this aura to them that when they get to grand finals, they're probably the scariest team you could go up against.
Yeah, something about the Aegis is like a reactor that they're slowly sucking energy from until they become this giant beacon of light blasting you in the Dota game. It is terrifying and yet also amazing to watch. You can't look away because they are just I don't know, it's incredible. The energy they bring to the crowd, they bring to the game. They're a different beast. They're a one-of-a-kind team that has ever existed in this game, and it's why they're so fascinating to watch because, I don't know, their gameplay, their whole atmosphere is enthralling.
It's just an insane thing to see the crowd react to Spirit walking out there. It's so hard when a lot of these people don't have necessarily a hometown hero anymore to cheer for, but the connection between Ame and Yotaro, it's there, and I love it that people are willing to back up Yotaro, the name that he's made for himself, the name that Spirit have been able to make for themselves as well. And it isn't just with fans, but it's what they're able to do in Dota. And big question we've always had is, okay, are they still that late game sort of Spirit? Are we seeing a turn for the playstyles, and is it a different sort of threat that we have to be worried about for Spirit?
I feel like they've unlocked a new playstyle without actually losing the old. They've shown signs of, during this TI, that they can still play the way that they used to. They can still play a little bit of a slower pace. I think that's a big deal thanks to Miposhka joining them as a coach. He's kind of like re-taught these players, like, this is how we used to do things. But the new players have also brought with them a lot more aggression. I feel like the two supports, Rue and Not Me, they have brought a whole different way of playing to Spirit, which is a lot more active. Laurel is more enabled. They're able to play through mid. They're able to play through their side lanes. And this team is really, really scary. I feel like they're playing extremely well. And if they can figure out their drafting, they might become unstoppable.
Yeah, I love that point because in the past, Team Spirit were by the book in the early game in the sense that, okay, we're going to sack, we're going to contest runes, we're going to hit these basic timings, but that's about it. That's not what we play for. We play for our late game timing. We play for the culmination of our carry into the monster that he is. And when you have a player like Not Me joined two months ago, he kind of made it so that that's not the case anymore. He's not just moving mid at minute 6 and minute 8. He's looking for kills wherever he can. So many times I've seen him run around on his clockwork. He's like fighting minute 5 with God knows who, creating situations out of nowhere, and it's really helped this team become more skirmishy.
Yeah, the fact that collapsing Yotaro aren't the only talking points for them anymore, that we talk so much about the supports, I think is a testament to how incredibly gifted they are. This Rue guy is respected at such a high level by every single professional player. You talk to anyone, they're like, dude, Rue is amazing, because he is. The early aggression, the right place at the right time. This guy is as close to the spitting image of a Miposhka as you can get. It's a treat to behold, and the fact that they have supports as good as their cores, and we all know about their cores, that is impressive.
I feel like the way that you can contextualize that for a lot of people who might not see the extreme nuances when it comes to what a support is able to give towards their cause and give to a game is the fact that right now the only Aegis steals that Spirit have within TI is both of their supports. Not Me got one on Rubik taking, what was it, Slight, and was able to take Aegis that way
one was
in group
great.
stage, but Rue also was able to do it on the main stage, and so you're wondering, okay, Collapse, Lol, Yotaro, maybe you guys have to step up a little bit here.
Their throne is being challenged by their two supports.
Right?
There's got to be like a rite of passage for Team Spirit. I mean, you guys in the green room, I was like, no, don't do Roshan in front of Collapse. Don't do it. Like, I hear you guys, I hear the trauma in your voices, but now it's like, the supports are here. Don't do Roshan. It's just so funny.
It's genuinely crazy. And I think what you forget is that at the same time, while Yotaro and Collapse have been around forever, that GPK and Save are offering a very similar threat, that these players have been around as a duo for an extremely long period of time, both over the 1,000 game mark as players, and I think that is, I don't know, you just don't recognize it, but they played on so many different iterations, and I think there's something really commendable out of duo of players over years and years and years that you decide, hey, players come and go, and I get team invites to this team or that team, but this guy, I believe in his ideas about Dota, I believe in him as a player, and we're going to build something together. It's not just about winning, it's about winning with this guy.
Yeah, I think that's super cool. And it's honestly kind of funny to look at this as well, because if you pay attention to the roles, none of the roles actually match up. Like, you have the offlaner and the carry from Spirit, who are like the experienced guys bringing experience to their team. On BetBoom, it's the position 4 and the position 2. So it kind of creates a slightly different dynamic within the team, I think, depending on which roles are like your experienced guys that are going to guide you. For Spirit, it is those two late game cores. They're going to be farming on each side of the map. Whereas for BetBoom, it's the mid laner and the 4, so it's more aggression.
Yeah, for Boom Boys, I can really understand why Save wants to play with GPK. I mean, it kind of makes sense in that year 4 does play with the 2 a lot, like a lot more consistency than the 2 side lanes. And Save has always been considered in EEU one of the best 4s in the world. Like, he climbed to the top of the leaderboards 5 years ago playing 4 Wind Ranger. He made a name for himself, and he never quite found a team that really allowed him to shine until he kind of matched up with GPK, and then they were making magic happen in that mid lane.
Yeah, and you talk about 4 players with incredible individual skill. Save when he plays mid, like I don't know, takes it to professional mid players all the time. He is so good at laning that it even transfers into mid. And I can tell you from experience, most of the time when you see support in mid because there's not enough cores on the team in a pub, man, it's a walkover. But for save, he's giving you a run for your money. He is an incredibly mechanically gifted player, and you feel it, you see it when you play against this guy. He is just always right place, right time, and I think there's such a battle of supports in this series.
For a second, I thought you had misspoken because I thought you were talking about like, oh, when your support rotates to mid, but you're talking no straight up when he is taking that role.
Yeah, no, I think this guy could play professionally mid if he wanted to.
Wow.
But he says, you know what, I'm not going to make the players sweat so much, and I'll instead stick it to the side lanes.
He's more than comfortable being on the same team as GBK, put in all the faith there, but it is going to be a big battle of sports. We're seeing, that comparison between Save and Not Me. And again, Not Me is so new to the scene. A lot of people who were watching 12 months ago were like, where did this guy come from? And that's totally valid. But what he's been able to do and the space that Spirit has made for him is really phenomenal, because Rue used to be in that position 4 role for them and was more than willing to transition into that 5. And I love that the stability comes from position 5 when it comes to the experience of the support duo.
Yeah, Not Me is amazing, and the fact that they were able to switch roles, that Rue was able to do that is, like, that's super impressive and really difficult to do, and the duration that he was able to do that is kind of unprecedented. I think for a lot of people that takes years, or maybe you try and it doesn't work and you give up and go back to your old role. We see that happen all the time, but the fact that Rue commits to the bit and he switches roles and he becomes excellent in that new role to make space for another new young talent, that is like, it's selflessness and it's also the adaptability that is, and it's incredibly admirable.
It's honestly, how long has it been since Not Me joined? It's less than 6 months, right? It was they were playing a Panto for the first half of this year, so it's also Rue adapting to that 5 role in like no time at all. And these 2 roles are extremely different. I cannot stress this enough. Like, a lot of players that have gone from position 4 to position 5, they just suddenly feel like they're locked in jail. You cannot leave your lane. You cannot do the things you used to do. Half of your skill set is just like taken away from you, and you're forced to do other things.
But coming from 4 to 5 gives you a particular skill set, maybe, that gives you an edge over other 5s. And when you look at Rue's hero pool, you see Clockwork, Wyvern, and Undying. These aren't so special, but the Clockwork, typically we see that as a 4 hero. To be able to play it so well from the position 5 comes from his experience of recently shifting. Another hero that comes to mind is Hoodwink. When Hoodwink is picked for every other team, it's being played for their offlane as their position 4, but not for Spirit. This has been Rue's hero for a lot of the season.
And I think another thing with like flexing heroes that is quite common is that like you have one guy that you actually kind of prefer if he plays the hero, but in this situation between the 2 of them, I feel like they're so skilled, both of them. Anybody could play it and you're equally happy.
Yeah.
It feels like there is just a lot on the table for these guys when it comes to proving for themselves in that region, but also here fighting for a top 3 position at TI.
Boom Boys versus Team Spirit. Game 1.
It's going to be an absolutely insane best of 3 here. The lower bracket is where both of these 2 teams sit, and so elimination is also on the line. It's either glory or go home at this point in the competition. And we want to take a step back before looking closely at this draft of how do their playstyles match up. We've talked about this new formation of Spirit, but how exactly does that potentially take advantage of Boom Boys or give them an advantage?
I think Boom Boys are one of the fiercest laning teams that has ever existed. They stick it to you every game with their individual skill and with their hero pairing. So I think for Spirit, even though the early game has been leveled up, I think it still sits below the prowess of Boom Boys. And so I think they want to get through that early phase so they can get to where Spirit's bread and butter truly is, if we look on a historical basis. And Boom Boys is looking to run them over with their, honestly, just laning excellence.
Yeah, and I think the way that the 2 teams try to approach the mid game, I think Spirit is a lot more like macro heavy. How do we play the map as a split away from each other, and how can we utilize the different resources on the map to set up plays through either baits or whatever ways we can do it globally. BetBoom is a lot more, how do we group up as fast as possible and kill them?
This is a big change of what we're seeing from our previous few best of 3s is Bounty Hunter isn't even looked towards, right? We were talking about this cyclical aspect of Dota that you start the tournament with a lot of similar bans like this. It shifts into taking out more of the supports, and yet when it comes to the Boom Boy Spirit matchup, they focus back on taking out a lot of cores, and it leaves a Wyvern and Lena trade to be had in the first phase.
Yeah, we've seen Spirit really prioritize this Wyvern before. And I think it's very solid for them. We talked about it being an amazing laner, so even though it's playing against a Lina who's got a ton of magical damage, maybe the heal doesn't do quite as much, it gives you a very solid lane. It gives you that heal and allows potentially Yatoro to play these super hard carries, maybe have a worse laning phase, but now you've picked a strong laner who's got the heal, who's got the great harass in lane, and that can, you know, get you off to a good start.
And my question always for Team Spirit drafts is, what style are we going to see? Are we going to see where you early pick Laurel's hero and try to bait out a pick? You shaft him, but you set something up for later in the draft? Or is this going to be one of the drafts where you try to enable him? Because usually, like, shafting Laurel works against most other teams, but versus Boom Boys and versus GBK in particular, I don't want to see him in a position where he's just destroyed on lane.
I mean, it is Boom Boy's forte, right? Get GPK going. Save is going to play for his game. They're going to try to enable him on the mid lane. And I think for many ways, if you don't contest that, you're going to get run over. And that's exactly what Spirit want to prevent. Do you prevent it by attacking GPK, or do you try to have so much pressure on the side lanes that they cannot make those moves? They force GPK out of his comfort zone, force him to come to the side lanes where he doesn't want to be.
Yeah, I think both of those are very viable strategies. It's a lot just about choice, and I think Laurel is comfortable in both environments. There are games where the supports come to mid a lot and they help Laurel and they play through him, and there are games where he sucks it up for a little bit and they're owning side lanes, and eventually Collapse or Yatoro, they make a core move to mid and they flip things around. Whenever you're playing against Lina, the lane is always a big question mark because she's just so incredibly dominant against almost anything. And so I think already Laurel's in a position where he needs to survive. You're looking to just maintain and get to a period, maybe in the mid game or the late early game, where you have kill potential on the Lina.
I think also the coach interview we have with Mposhka kind of speaks to how Laurel thinks about Dota. He mentioned that he tried playing Slark against Ember and he felt like the hero does absolutely nothing in the mid game, and therefore it's fine to lose the lane. So I think for Laurel, he's kind of looking at a hero that's going to scale well into the game, where he feels like eventually I'm going to have high impact through my spells and it's not going to be through my net worth.
Yeah. I do really like this Coddle, though, and I'm actually a bit surprised that it went this far into the draft, because Save, first of all, plays it incredibly, and secondly, it's super good against the Winter Wyvern. You've already got a lot of magical synergy between the Solar Bind and all the Lina nukes, but on top of that, Winter Wyvern is a hero that wants to play for the lane. He wants to win the lane and use all this harass and healing to leverage that, but Coddle says, okay, you can heal and, you know, spit on the guy in the lane. I'm going to stack the camps, we're going to get farmed, and I don't care about your early game stuff.
And he can open up problematic combinations as well, which is why this Ember pick early from Spirit is nice, for the reason of taking it away from Boom Boys potentially, with the Lina being flexed to carry. And also, now that you see the Coddle, you know that the position 4 is not going to be running to you as often if you're Laurel. He's going to be busy in the triangle stacking camps. He's not the best rotator, so you can get away with an early pick Ember. There's always the fear of Slark, now that the meta has developed a little bit and we've seen it come out as a counter pick. But I'm not sure if Boom Boys want that approach here.
Yeah, it's an interesting pick, because I feel like GPK probably feels like he can destroy him with Lina too, you know?
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of what Spirit are hoping for, because the Slark against the Ember didn't look that nice yesterday. I will say, however, Wyvern is a quite effective hero at killing Slark, because if you get cursed, you have no way of purging it off, and it's very easy to follow it up with any sort of stuff.
Yeah, it's true. But they definitely are he's putting his neck out a little bit. I think this Ember vs. Lina is also, like, it's a very brave pick, in the sense that, like, it's super good in the game. You have chains, you have the shield, Lina can't burst you. There's a lot of elements that are very nice. But the lane can be very tough, and versus a very good Lina, you can get smacked. And so going into it saying, I know there's potential for this to go badly, but I'm confident enough in my skills in this, you know, high pressure match that I can get through the laning phase and get to the good parts of the game. That is it's a very, you know, sort of ballsy move from Laurel, and I like it a lot.
I think in order to make that work, you need to have side lane pressure. That's kind of like the way you make that happen is by making sure that your side lanes are not also crumbling. They need to be stable. They need to ideally be pressuring the sides, forcing Lina to maybe make one awkward move that she doesn't want to do, which then allows Ember to get a couple of creep waves mid that recovers his game.
Rubik comes out for Not Me. To me, this is my favorite hero to watch him on. His clockwork's been incredible, but it brings to mind the debut game he had at the Dream League that he joined, and he won a 3v5 base defense. He stole multiple spells. He stole a Winter's Curse into a Ravage and turned the game around. In this game in particular, he's got Light Strike Array to steal. He's got all of Coddle's spells. I think he can make a lot happen here.
Yeah, Light Strike Array alone is insane. As Lina, you have to be very conscientious of this. And there's some matchups like that. Pango, you can't give roll. And Lina, if you give this spell, it's better than almost any spell in the game. Rubik will solo carry the game if you give this spell. It is absurd. He casts it from so far away, and if you don't kill him, he just lifts you into stun, and into someone else solid stuns, into Light Strike Array again. And it just keeps happening. So it is something that whoever's playing the Lina, whether it be GPK or Kiritich, is going to have to keep very much in mind.
He sets up a lot of offlane kill threats. Like you were talking about side lane pressure in Sania. Like you can play with Underlord. You protect the Underlord by existing as a Rubik, but you can lift back, double root. You can also play with a Doom and play for dives with the Scorched Earth plus Telekinesis. There's potential here.
Yeah, no, I think this Rubik can absolutely shine. When I used to playing it against Lina was one of my absolute favorite things. Hoodwink Centaur, it's been a stable offlane combo throughout pretty much the entirety of this tournament. Boom Boys go back for it here. I think for them, actually, it's probably Hoodwink safe lane, right? So, Kataomi Hoodwink, save on the Coddle. When you have Coddle, generally speaking, you're going to want to leave your offlaner alone. I think this is a kind of scary position to be in, because I think Wyvern combines pretty nicely with a lot of really high-pressure safe lane heroes that like to play against Centaur. There's stuff like Kez, and anything like that could be quite threatening here, I think.
Yeah, it is actually quite a risky position, and Yatoro, I think, is very happy to be in the spot that he can play any hero he wants, and none of these heroes are particularly anti-carry heroes. They're good against a lot of the other roles, but carry, generally, you want stuff that, you know, either kills illusions or pressures him in the lane or is good at ganking. Lina can't really gank. There's not much pressure in the lane because he's got a strong 5 and Coddle's weak, and there's not really that much, like, burst or scary stuff for these illusion heroes. So Yatoro has a lot of options and can play, honestly, pretty much anything he wants, which is, that's his dream.
And looking at these drafts, I do feel there is a lot of pressure on Laurel to do a lot on his Ember Spirit, but he's been in these cases before. When I look at the supports on Boom Boys, I think Ember can play a very aggressive game because Coddle and Hoodwink don't really defend themselves. The pressure on the Ember is going to come from Lina crushing him on lane. But if Laurel gets a little bit of help, which I wouldn't mind happening, I mean, I'll always advocate for him getting help, I think this can make Team Spirit actually be the tempo team.
I also love this Lord Art. I feel like it's a conceptual answer to whatever Boom Boys are trying to build here. We saw it in the previous series. Lina doesn't have an easy time building armor items. Neither does Centaur. So they're trying to abuse the concept of these heroes. They're trying to abuse the fact that they can't buy good items against their hero. So they go for the Lord Art here, feeling that he cannot be replaced by anything.
Yeah, it's a great call. I fully agree, and I think it's tough. This is a pretty nasty pick, and I don't know if Boom Boys can fix that necessarily with their last pick, because I think generally it's rough. The fact that Lina can't buy armor items naturally in her build is sort of an unfixable problem apart from gameplay. And whenever your only recourse is we have to do it through gameplay, we can't do it through items or any of these things, it raises the level of execution to maybe a point that is too difficult to actually, deliver on.
And I think it also decreases your impact, right? Because now you're going to have to play around the Lord Art. You can't play as aggressively as you normally would want to. You can't cast your spells as freely as you want to because of the Rubik. And this Lina that we're used to seeing GPK absolutely own with, he has like 2 things that he has to think about that in any other normal game he wouldn't.
Yeah, no, it's super valid, and it's a big part of how the thought process goes whenever you're playing these high-impact core heroes, is you're thinking of what are the threats that impact my game in some way. I need to wait a little bit for this guy to go in the fight. Well, as those numbers stack up, you're adding things that you have to think about in each fight, that I need to wait for this guy, I need to wait for that guy. And then suddenly you're waiting all day, and you don't actually get to cast your spites ever in the fight. And so when you have multiple layers of countering like this, it can honestly render the Lina obsolete without some very good gameplay or very good lanes.
Also interesting to see that they decided to ban, Spirit decides to ban out 2 of the illusion carries that could have been quite good for them. They recognize that our draft is actually not very good at dealing with TB or Naga. And on the other side, Kez I thought was a great pick against the Centaur. They could have absolutely demolished that lane, and Boom Boys recognize the same thing.
It's a very interesting position. Both carries being let to have their last pick. One of them is going to have to do it blind, and that hero pool is a little bit smaller now with the fact that all 4 final bans can go towards those hero pools and a lot of shared heroes between the 2 as well.
But I think this is where Yatoro shines, right? This guy is the guy that will play so many heroes. He has probably the biggest carry hero pool of anyone, and just having the best heroes eliminated for both sides, I think benefits him more, because he has more to reach into and grab from.
This is cool. We don't really see Yatoro play Tiny very often.
Yeah.
Like, he hasn't played it at all this TI, and it isn't it doesn't really fit his archetype, but it makes sense within this game. The heroes on Boom Boys outside of Centaur are so susceptible to being jumped and burst. If you have your Slardar going in, this Tiny with the Blink Dagger will instantly follow up, burst the Lina, burst the Hoodwink, burst the Keeper of the Light. The only thing defending them is the Stampede, but if you're chain stunned, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Nat mentioned earlier, Spirit potentially watching the teams playing earlier in the day and learning from that. And I think they were watching those Vision games and learned about, how to approach this Lina Centaur. We saw this exact same framework earlier today with the Yandex series, and it got blasted by Slardar and lots of jumps who are just insta-killing the heroes. They've replicated that in a pretty big way, and I think Spirit, this is a great masterclass in countering what you see.
Also, I think it's so cool that they managed to use the fact that TB is considered one of the best heroes against Tiny. It's banned out, and it sets up the Tiny to have such a nice game. But I love TA. This is every offlaner hates playing against this hero, and it's because it's so strong in the early game. It kind of flips the script of like we're gonna have pressure on all our side lanes, and Bepboom are trying to address that by having their own pressure on their own safe lane.
Well, I am very pleasantly surprised by the TA here. I'm always a fan of new heroes, especially new heroes at a main stage of TI. So finally someone, Quinn, is willing to pick her, a hero that you've had your love and hate relationship with.
I'm a big fan of this hero. It's very cool. It hasn't been a mid hero for a long time, but as a carry hero, it has a lot of potential. The traps are very good against Winter Wyvern and Rubik, these ranged squishy heroes that are staying far back. Well, now you see them. Now you give an avenue for the Centaur potentially jump them a little bit easier. And I think Kiritich is very, very competent and solid on this hero. And so I think it gives them the potential to pull the game back a little bit. But I still feel like Spirit have crafted something that more directly responds to what Boom Boys has. And I like that concoction they've created. So I'm a Spirit bear, but I like the TA pick.
I would agree with that, but I do want to add that Boom Boys have lost with TA already this international. This hero has fallen off a lot to me in terms of her laning prowess. Used to pick her to crush the offlaner, but she got nerfed so heavily the last year. Like her meld level 1 sucks. Her innate is really weird, and I don't think you can use it very well on lane. And to me, it just depends on her having set up to do damage, but maybe Boom Boys can pull it off.
I feel like Spirit has all the answers. I love the way they've answered the draft. They've answered it as a whole, not just one-to-one hero counterpicks, and I love what they've got here.
Okay, guys, I needed a little bit more confidence on the side of Boom Boy. Surely one person can give it to me.
Okay, Save Coddle is like a legit beast.
Okay.
Whether it's mid or 4 or I don't even carry, I don't care. This guy's Coddle is next level Lee Sen Al-Gaib type deal, so if he's in the game, he can cook.
Well, I'm glad you were willing to give me the confidence, but there is potentially another person as well. We've talked about it. Coddle Save is so impactful, but there's so much more to a draft, and someone who helps curate that is standing by with Tsunami. It's Bulk.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm joined by Bulk, and Dima will help me translate. So, Bulk, what'd you do for the last 5 hours since we last saw you?
Чем занимался последние 5 часов? He was watching DotA.
Wait, you were just watching the games? You weren't prepping? You were just enjoying the TI?
Ты просто смотрел игры и наслаждался интернешнлом? Все так.
Okay, nice. I'm glad you're relaxing. You have a lot of history against Team Spirit specifically, and over the year, you've actually been doing quite well. You have the advantage against them, but I know that deep down inside, there's something about this team that annoys you. What is the most annoying thing about playing against Team Spirit?
Вы много встречались с Team Spirit в этом году, и у вас преимущество по счету, но что-то вас явно в них должно раздражать. Что именно?
Ничего, я думаю, что мы с ребятами всегда рады играть против Team Spirit.
Nothing annoys us about them, really. We are just glad to play them every time.
You're having a real good time right now, Bulk. Are your players, do they have the same feeling? Like, took the 5 hours off, they relaxed, and then now they're ready to just excited to play some Dota?
Выглядит так, что ты отлично проводишь время. То же ли самое у твоих игроков? Кайфуют ли они от происходящего?
Да, мы все вместе кайфуем тут.
Yeah, every one of us enjoys what's happening.